Unemployed before the new year, I unexpectedly acquired a mysterious jade head that fused with my body, enabling me to absorb the energy within the jade and discern its quality. Based on the energy's intensity, Chapter 1, A Brilliant Life begins with a plunge from the cliff. Dear Mr. M.O. fan, your bill is about to be overdue. Please, beep, beep. Hanging up the bank's reminder call. M.O. fan hurriedly exited the elevator and peered towards the company's clock-in machine. Clock-in successful. The mechanical voice chimed, and he glanced at the time. Damn, just 3 seconds short. Before he could finish his curse, a cold voice from a meticulously made-up woman pierced through the air. M.O. fan, this is your third tardiness this month. Pay a fine of 200 to the group chat immediately. If you're late again, don't bother coming back. With a disdainful glance, she turned and walked away. Manager Wong, I was only 3 seconds late. It's only 8:30. The company's official start time is 9. I worked overtime until 2 last night. I simply couldn't get up, he hastily explained while quickening his pace to catch up. You dare to argue? Oh. Unexpectedly, Manager Wong spun around and collided with him, sending M.O. fan sprawling to the ground. Dumbfounded, he thought to himself, this is bad. I didn't foresee your sudden turn. This is it. Late and still making excuses? You're fired. Get out now. Manager Wong's furious voice echoed throughout the company, drawing the attention of every employee. Alas, poor M.O. fan has really hit a nerve today. Indeed, Manager Wong is notorious for her ruthlessness. Let's see how M.O. fan responds. Whispers circulated around him. Even a clay figurine has its limits. M.O. fan swiftly removed his employee badge without uttering a word and headed straight for the HR department. Before he could finish his resignation form, Manager Wong's sharp voice rang out again. M.O. fan has violated company regulations. You are terminated. No need to fill out a resignation form. HR has been instructed to send out a notice. I've already informed General Manager Yang. M.O. fan's anger intensified. The company owed him 3 months' salary, and now they were terminating him. Truly a year-end calamity. He set down his pen, quickly drafted a forced resignation letter, printed it, and sent a photo to the company's general manager and HR before delivering the hard copy to the HR department. Intending to file a complaint with the Labor Bureau, he realized it was still before 9 o'clock and they were likely not yet at work. Thus, he boarded a bus at the entrance. Indifferent to its destination, he simply needed to clear his mind. End of the line, Longworm Mountain has arrived. Passengers, please disembark. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped off the bus. Longworm Mountain is a renowned scenic spot in Sun Moon City, rich in history and free to the public. Perfect. Unsure of where to go, he decided to climb a mountain. Half an hour later. This is exhausting. How long has it been since I've ventured outdoors? My physical condition has deteriorated significantly after such a short while. I already feel utterly drained. Eventually, he reached the summit. Gazing at the expansive view, the sprawling urban landscape transformed into mere scenery. How ironic. We yearn to work diligently to witness the beauty of the world. Yet, what we behold is merely concrete and steel that I am trapped here by a gust of wind. Please pluck a flower for me. A melodious chime echoed, and M.O. fan looked up to see a woman in white answering a phone call. He couldn't discern her words, but she appeared increasingly animated, inching closer to the cliff's edge. This is bad. Suddenly, his foot slipped on a stone, and he plummeted toward the precipice. It's over. The wind whistled fiercely. His heart raced. The fall was painful. When he opened his eyes, he found himself ensnared among tree branches. His entire body throbbed with pain. His face and other areas bore scratches, and his clothes were torn. Once he regained some awareness, he quickly scanned for anything to leverage. Suddenly, he noticed a partially obscured cave entrance, concealed by dense vegetation. Assessing his body, he realized his left arm was incapacitated, likely severely injured. Though everything else hurt, he could still muster some strength. Carefully, he maneuvered towards the cave entrance. As he sat down within the cave, a wave of relief washed over him. The other half of his anxiety was the hope that no ferocious beasts lurked within. Sun Moon City is situated on the frontier, home to a plethora of wild beasts and fierce birds. Moreover, someone must come to rescue him. With a heart full of trepidation, he gathered some strength and began to explore the cave. The entrance was tall enough to allow him to stand without hitting his head. The interior was cramped. Utilizing the external light, he could barely make out the walls. Apart from a few scattered stones and withered branches, there was nothing remarkable. Moreover, there were no signs of animal habitation. Relieved, he ventured further inside. At that moment, a peculiar section of the cave wall caught his eye. It was a tree root, but behind it seemed to be something else. Using his right hand, he pried at the dry, decayed root, which crumbled away, revealing a black object. It resembled stone, and as he excavated further, it fell freed. It was a sizable black stone. Despite being buried for so long, its surface remained smooth. Mo Fan took a couple of steps towards the light with it in hand. Under the illumination, the stone radiated a mysterious green hue. This green was deep and dark, seemingly possessing an inexhaustible allure that captivated Mo Fan's gaze. Could this be Jade? Black Jade? Mo Fan's work involved assisting in the organization of jewelry and jade exhibitions. Thus, he enjoyed watching videos related to jade, ostensibly for professional learning, but in truth, to pass the time. With the light, he discerned that the stone bore an indistinct human head shape. Though the facial features were somewhat hazy, they added to its ethereal and enigmatic quality. Since his left hand was unusable, he cradled the stone with his right hand. As he held it, some of his blood stained its surface. Remarkably, the blood was quickly absorbed, and the stone began to emanate a radiant glow. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a green light that penetrated his wounds and entered his body. Mo Fan was left in awe. Before he could feel fear, a chilling sensation coursed through his right hand, spreading rapidly through his limbs. His wounds healed swiftly, and the coolness intensified in his previously immobile left arm. After circulating through his body, the icy sensation concentrated in his head. In an instant, he felt his head grow cold and numb, his body increasingly frigid. His consciousness began to blur. Suddenly, everything went dark. Mo Fan was dreaming. Beautiful fairies danced around him. Vibrant yet gruesome battles erupted, and countless demons clashed. Giant trees were severed, rivers flowed backward, mountains crumbled, and stars fell from the sky. Open your eyes. The blinding light compelled him to shield his face with his hand. You're awake. Wonderful. Call the doctor quickly. A melodious female voice rang out. As Mo Fan focused, he recognized the same white attire, the same woman. Wait, where's her white outfit? Why is she not wearing clothes? She is stunning. She moved. She moved. They all moved. Chapter 2. The Emerald. As the atmosphere grew vibrant, several doctors hurriedly entered the room. Leading the group was a middle-aged male physician. Following Mo Fan's gaze, he was taken aback, quickly shutting his eyes before reopening them, restoring his vision to normal. Turning his head, he noticed a girl in white who was also gazing at him with a look of confusion, for his previous expression had been rather peculiar. Everything is fine. You are not injured. If you are still concerned, you may stay for another 2 days of observation, the doctor reassured the girl after a brief conversation. She escorted him to the door of the ward, and a sense of clarity washed over him. Hello, I am Mo Fan. Thank you for bringing me to the hospital. I am fine now and ready to be discharged, he said gratefully. You're welcome. I am Chindaba. It seems I owe you my thanks as well, since you fell in an attempt to save me, she replied, her name eliciting a chuckle from Mo Fan. Chindaba, that name certainly doesn't suit you, he remarked, noticing her embarrassment. This name had always been a source of awkwardness for her. A silence enveloped the room for a few moments, before Mo Fan finally broke it. I really am fine and planning to leave. Perhaps you could step out for a moment while I change? Upon hearing this, Chindaba exchanged contact information with him, ensuring they could communicate if needed. Shortly thereafter, he completed the discharge procedures, and after using his insurance, he only had to pay a couple of hundred yuan. Remarkably, although his clothes were torn when found, he bore no visible wounds, just a state of unconsciousness, with everything else appearing normal. Thus, he only required 2 bags of saline, which cost little. Initially, Chindaba offered to cover the expenses, but Mo Fan politely declined. They agreed that she could treat him to a meal later on. He was eager to leave the hospital, driven by the need to validate a pressing matter. From the fragmented information in his mind, he sensed that he had stumbled upon an extraordinary opportunity. The details were somewhat nebulous, yet the essence was clear. He had absorbed a mysterious stone, resulting in a transformation of his body, similar to the way he had suddenly gained the ability to see through objects. His next task was to locate a source of energy to absorb. However, perhaps due to the material's properties, the emerald pendant he had briefly possessed became dull and unremarkable, resembling an ordinary stone. The overall energy he absorbed felt minimal, merely invigorating his spirit slightly. With this thought in mind, he promptly exited and made his way to a jade trading market in the city of Ryu. The market was modest, situated along a bustling pedestrian street, alive with activity. After some searching, he finally discovered a shop located in the basement of an ancient building. Surprisingly, it was not crowded. Each store was compact yet densely packed together. Mo Fan was in pursuit of a stone gambling shop, as he had realized he could absorb the energy from jade, coupled with his newfound ability to see through, making stone gambling the ideal venture. He had read numerous novels on the topic, noting that it was the quickest way to earn money. Among the shops lining the 7 or 8 rows, over 90% sold finished products, with very few offering raw stones or custom carvings. After a thorough search, he finally spotted 2 adjoining shops that sold uncut stones. Among them, a wooden plaque inscribed with the 3 verdant characters stone record caught the eye. Upon glancing around, one could easily spot a large table adorned with several jadeite rough stones. Mo Fan stepped inside, where the proprietor was engrossed in his craft at the workbench. Noticing Mo Fan's arrival, he briefly glanced up and uttered, "Feel free to look around and let me know if you need anything." With that, he returned to his work, and Mo Fan felt no annoyance. Instead, he began to explore the shop. He rather enjoyed this approach, being greeted upon entry, yet allowed the freedom to browse without incessant chatter. It was decidedly more pleasant, as he could examine whatever piqued his interest. His initial focus fell upon the rough stones displayed on a large table in the center of the shop. However, most of them had already been cut and polished, revealing the jade flesh within. Unfortunately, the quality left much to be desired. The majority were of a cloudy white variety. There were, of course, some that exhibited hints of yellow and pale green, but the overall quality was mediocre, suitable only for crafting basic items. Having participated in gemstone exhibitions, Mo Fan possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding jadeite. The classification of jadeite's quality adheres to certain standards, albeit these standards vary by region and are referred to by different names. In the vicinity of the U.S. city, it is customary to categorize jadeite into 4 types, being cloudy, ice, and glass varieties. Additionally, from the cloudy type onward, there are further subdivisions, such as fine cloudy, cloudy ice, and high ice, among others. The term water refers to another aspect entirely, with some regions associating it with transparency and light transmission, while others intertwine it with the categorization of type and quality. When it comes to color, distinctions are relatively straightforward, as the general hues are easily discernible to the naked eye. Precise evaluations, however, require the expertise of professionals and subsequent assessments. The value of jadeite is ultimately determined by composite consideration of type, water, color, and texture. Mo Fan had taken the opportunity to physically engage with the stones, finding that those with jade flesh exhibited energetic fluctuations. Nevertheless, he refrained from directly absorbing the energy, as it was too conspicuous. After gauging the general energy fluctuations, he redirected his attention to the uncut, complete rough stones, concentrating as he activated his ability to see through them. Gazing intently at one particular rough stone, he found it somewhat taxing, as it required him to peer through the stone's exterior. Within mere seconds, he felt a strain in his eyes. However, he gleaned some insights about this stone. Beneath its shell lay white flesh of a cloudy variety, albeit with cracks. He promptly ceased the use of his ability to avoid further eye strain. Approaching, he reached out to touch it, sensing that its energy was comparable to that of the cut cloudy jadeite. Observing that the proprietor remained occupied, he feigned observation while discreetly absorbing the energy from the stone. The familiar cool sensation washed over him, though it was not overwhelmingly potent. In under a minute, he no longer perceived any energy emanating from this palm-sized rough stone. At that moment, his vision returned to normal, yet he did not dare to continue absorbing energy in such a manner. As he turned his gaze toward another uncut rough stone, the shop owner seemed to pause his activities and approached him. As he walked, he produced a cigarette and offered one to Mo Fan. "How about it, young man? Have you found anything suitable?" Mo Fan accepted the cigarette, expressed his gratitude, and tucked it behind his ear. "I don't quite understand. Let me take another look." The shopkeeper then handed him a spotlight flashlight and a small spray bottle. "No ruse. Feel free to browse. I see you have an interest in the raw stones. You can use water and the flashlight to inspect them." He briefly introduced the conditions of the various stone areas. Following the shopkeeper's guidance, Mo Fan resumed his examination, touching each raw stone. Based on the energy feedback, he could discern the quality of the jade contained within. However, most exhibited fluctuations, albeit weak, and some were intermittent, undoubtedly indicating cracks. Suddenly, a surge of intense energy resonated through his hand. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a piece from a mashi sha quarry, about the size of a volleyball. Though not perfectly rounded, rather, it had sharp edges. Feeling the powerful energy emanating from it, he stifled the urge to absorb it. "Shopkeeper, how much do you want for this stone?" Chapter 3. The First Cut. Have you made up your mind? The shopkeeper paused his work and approached, examining the stone in Mo Fan's hand. Although somewhat angular, he was familiar with the stones in his shop. There was no notable display. The flashlight revealed no mist, only a fine layer of dust indicating it had been sitting for quite some time. Mo Fan remained silent, feigning calmness as he regarded the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper, not one to dawdle, stated, "Since it's your first visit, I'll let it go for 8,000 yuan. Mo Fan, possessing only a rudimentary understanding of the raw stone industry, knew that prices in carving shops were generally not exorbitant. This was why he had chosen this shop over the one next door that exclusively sold stones. Realizing his bank balance was a mere 2,000 yuan, with credit card debts looming, he hesitantly inquired, "Shopkeeper, I don't have that much money. Could you lower the price?" The shopkeeper scrutinized him deeply before asking him to place the stone on the table. He then took the flashlight, sprayed some water, and examined it closely. Mo Fan quickly offered a cigarette to the shopkeeper. Lighting the cigarette, the shopkeeper took a deep drag and turned to him. "What do you perceive?" Mo Fan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Is 1,000 yuan acceptable? That's not feasible. I wouldn't even break even. You seem like a decent fellow. I'll let it go for 5,000. He indicated that the stone was merely large enough to be selected for sale. "That's too expensive. Can we settle for 1,500? Mo Fan hesitated, proposing his price. The pricing of jade raw stones lacks a standard, and he had heard varying accounts. To be honest, the stone's skin didn't exhibit remarkable qualities. It lacked fine sand, mangrove patterns, or clear water veins. "That's unacceptable. Your bargaining is far too aggressive. Others would negotiate down a half, but you're trying to slice it to the bone." Observing the shopkeeper's expression, Mo Fan sensed the reality, despite his lack of professional expertise in jade. However, he had previously organized live streams featuring jade raw stones at his company. Do not be deceived by the exorbitant prices of jade and raw stones showcased online. Those lacking significant allure are, in truth, not highly valued. The number of jade raw stones capable of appreciating in value is exceedingly rare, particularly in provincial capitals like Ryuqing, where the offerings are often remnants picked over by many prior buyers. Ultimately, a mere 2,000 yuan. I find myself with just over 2,000 in my pocket. After the purchase, I would have only a couple of hundred left for meals. If you doubt me, I can show you my balance. The owner hurriedly intervened as Mo Fan reached for his phone to display his balance, appearing somewhat exasperated. All right, I can see you are genuinely interested in buying. Is it not permissible for me to sell? Consider my opening, but do remember to give a tip if the stone appreciates." Though he spoke thus, the owner's mind was calculating. He had acquired the stone weighing 121 kilograms, and this particular piece weighed 7 or 8 kilograms. There was still a considerable profit to be made. After Mo Fan made the payment, the owner picked up a pen and inquired, "Shall we cut it? How shall I mark it?" "Cut. No need for elaborate markings. Just slice it in two." The owner did not hesitate. The shop was equipped with a cutting machine. He adeptly placed the stone into the oil cutting machine. Once prepared, he secured the lid, and as the machine roared to life, he exclaimed, "Gold awaits." With that, he pressed the start button. "Come, young man, take a seat and enjoy a cup of tea. It shall take a moment to cut." With the sale of the stone, the owner's spirits lifted, and he ushered Mo Fan to a wooden table nearby to chat. Through their conversation, Mo Fan learned that the owner's surname was Yang and that he hailed from Tung City, where he also operated another shop. Before long, the machine's noise diminished, and after a few minutes to disperse the oil mist, they approached the machine together. "You take the honor of opening it. Wishing you a prosperous cut." Yang smiled, allowing Mo Fan to lift the lid. As Mo Fan opened it, he noticed a sliver of the skin still attached, not yet fallen away. Yang instructed him to hold one half of the stone while he pried it open with a crowbar. Mo Fan hurriedly pulled out the stone and beheld a pool of crystal clarity adorned with flecks of green. It was utterly enchanting. "Wow, it's a grand yield. A remarkable rise," Yang exclaimed, startling Mo Fan. Nearby shopkeepers, aware of the cutting sounds, gathered upon hearing Yang's excited shouts. "Goodness, young brother, it's unveiled. This is icy floating flower jade. An extraordinary increase. You've struck gold. Quick, prepare a tip." "No way. I must purchase. Let us play some celebratory music." Yang was palpably thrilled, rushing to the counter to fiddle with the sound system. Instantly, the shop filled with the crackling sounds of electronic firecrackers, while onlookers grabbed flashlights to inspect the stone. Such clarity is breathtaking. Indeed, and the floating flowers are so lively. The skin is nearly indiscernible. It shows no signs at all. "Young man, you are fortunate." The crowd buzzed with excitement, and Yang hurried over to assist in bringing the stone into the shop. By this point, a considerable throng had gathered, including owners and staff from neighboring shops, as well as curious customers and tourists drawn by the commotion. "Young man, how much are you prepared to part with?" "I offer 100,000 yuan." 100,000? Surely you jest. I shall offer 200,000. Around them, various shopkeepers began to place their bids, with Boss Yang greeting each of them as if the stone were his own. Mo Fan found himself in a quandary. Though he possessed some knowledge of jade, he was less familiar with the pricing of such raw stones. The bids had already escalated to over 300,000, leaving him somewhat bewildered. After tirelessly working day and night, he earned a mere 5,000 a month. Now, the stakes were being raised in increments of 100,000. The cacophony of voices around him stirred a mix of excitement and confusion. At that moment, a familiar voice broke through the din. Mo Fan? Is this the stone you cut? He looked up to see Chin Daba, whom he had encountered that morning at the hospital. I never expected you to come here to gamble on stones, right after leaving the hospital. Truly, after great adversity comes great fortune. They exchanged a few pleasantries and learned that Chin Daba's family was in the jewelry business, operating a store in the market. She had come over after finishing her morning tasks, drawn by the news of a significant increase in stone cutting, and was pleasantly surprised to run into Mo Fan, for she harbored a slight affection for him. To be candid, the morning's misunderstanding was merely a minor quarrel over the phone. She had no intention of jumping off a cliff. However, the situation had indeed been perilous, and she was grateful that Mo Fan had intervened. Thus, I shall purchase this piece of jade from you, based on our industry's pricing. How does this sound? The cut reveals a bracelet's shape, with enough material for 6 pieces, and ample remaining space. For a bracelet of this quality, I would price it at 100,000, and considering the additional fragments, each piece would be valued at 150,000, totaling 900,000. What do you think? Mo Fan's heart raced at this offer. The price was the highest bid at the scene, and recognizing their acquaintance, the onlookers fell silent. Certainly, he replied, without much hesitation. Yet, he hesitated slightly before adding, however. Chin Daba looked puzzled, and Mo Fan articulated his thoughts. I was wondering if, once you have finished the stone, you could reserve a piece for me. It need not be a bracelet. Any piece, regardless of size, would suffice. This is my very first jade original stone, and I wish to keep it as a memento. Upon hearing Mo Fan's request, Chin Daba smiled and readily agreed. No problem. I will contact you once it is ready. Now, let me arrange for the transfer. Please provide me with your account details. Before long, Mo Fan received a notification of the transaction, and he promptly sent Boss Yang a red envelope containing 888 as a token of gratitude. Boss Yang was quite agreeable, making the purchasing experience enjoyable, despite the inevitable haggling. After the prices surged, his genuine happiness was evident, and he exhibited none of the petty hostility one might expect in such transactions. Having been in the market for quite some time, Mo Fan appreciated the rarity of such positive exchanges. As evening fell, the streetlights flickered to life. If only the moon had yet to arrive. A sudden chime resonated, prompting him to glance at his phone. Yet again, it was a call from the bank demanding payment. Since an unfortunate incident had transpired at home, his family had accrued a considerable amount of debt, and he himself had succumbed to the allure of numerous credit cards. Now, he found himself burdened with liabilities amounting to 200,000 to 300,000, while lacking any exceptional skills to earn a substantial income. Gradually, his financial situation began to deteriorate. This predicament was the reason he toiled late into the night at work, remaining willing to endure the strain. In the bustling city of Ryu, expenditures were not insignificant, yet the average income remained dismally low. The chasm between the affluent and the impoverished was stark, with many ordinary individuals earning similarly to him, and some even toiling harder, yet earning less than 5,000. With a semblance of calm, he answered the call and engaged in a brief exchange. He promptly settled all his debts, and at that moment, his account still boasted nearly 600,000 in savings. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to transfer some funds to his parents. Just then, a wave of dizziness engulfed Mo Fan, leaving him no time to ponder before he collapsed onto his bed. Meanwhile, in the depths of his consciousness, a dark jade-like cranium emitted a green luminescence. Some of the energy within Mo Fan was being absorbed by this entity. While on the bed, his physical form underwent a remarkable transformation, visible to the naked eye. The slight bulge of his abdomen swiftly flattened, and the fat on his body began to dissolve at an astonishing rate, as if all his vitality was being siphoned away by the jade head. In an instant, Mo Fan's weight plummeted from over 70 kilograms to just over 40. His body and limbs shrank significantly, and his face appeared as if it had endured months of starvation. Deeply hollowed, it seemed that the jade head sensed his condition, gradually ceasing its absorption of his bodily energy. By the next morning, Mo Fan finally regained consciousness and attempted to prop himself up. However, The overwhelming weakness rendered the effort excruciatingly difficult. A loud grumbling emanated from his stomach, as if a tempest were raging within, yet there was nothing to quell it. Empty, utterly empty. He felt as though he had been completely drained. Casting a glance at the table beside him, he noticed several packets of instant noodles. Without a second thought, he mustered the strength to rise from his bed, tore open a package, and devoured the contents ravenously. As food filled his belly, he gradually regained some strength and downed a large bottle of water. Finally, he stood unsteadily and stumbled to the mirror. Was it still he? He had become a mere skeleton. His stomach still ached with hunger and gritting his teeth. He persevered downstairs. Conveniently, the ground floor housed a breakfast shop, where Mo Fan quickly found a seat. "Boss, 2 baskets of dumplings. Any filling will do, and be quick." Upon seeing Mo Fan, the proprietor was momentarily taken aback. The sight of him was quite alarming. His face was gaunt beyond recognition. Yet the boss hastily brought forth 2 baskets of steamed dumplings. Mo Fan, undeterred by the heat, seized his chopsticks and swiftly polished off 1 basket. A few more bites, and the second basket vanished as well. The proprietor stood aghast, astonished by such speed. "Bring me 2 more baskets, and 2 cups of soy milk." Perhaps due to the Jade head's integration with his body, it felt as though his teeth and stomach had been transformed. Having just dined, Mo Fan felt utterly unsatisfied. As soon as he began to eat, a wave of hunger surged once more. Before long, the proprietor had served him the requested dishes. In the blink of an eye, he called out, "Boss, bring me 10 more baskets." The proprietor, taken aback, soon found that Mo Fan's table was laden with an array of delicacies: dumplings, jiaozi, youtiao, soy milk, rice noodles, and noodles. The shopkeeper, overwhelmed, had to summon his wife to assist in clearing away the finished steamers and bowls. Fortunately, it was nearing 10 o'clock, and the crowd had thinned. Otherwise, he'd have surely attracted a curious audience. Initially, the shopkeeper's wife contemplated recording a video, but upon seeing Mo Fan's countenance, she discreetly deleted it, opting for discretion over potential trouble, as he did not appear to be of good nature. At last, the proprietor addressed him. "Sir, we are nearly out of stock. All that remains are marinated eggs. Would you kindly settle your bill?" The proprietor, anxious as he had been preoccupied with serving, was taken aback when he calculated the total. 402 yuan. For breakfast? You spent 400 yuan. Mo Fan patted his slightly protruding belly, now feeling less ravenous. Had there been more options available in the shop, he likely could have indulged in a few more bowls of rice noodles. "My apologies, dear proprietor. I was quite famished, being a competitive eater on a live stream. I may have overindulged," he explained, proceeding to scan the payment code. 400 is sufficient." The proprietor's expression shifted to one of understanding. "You're quite a decent fellow. Thank you." Indeed, after finishing his meal, Mo Fan's demeanor appeared significantly improved, less intimidating. Yet, his frame was rather slender. At a height of 178 centimeters, he resembled a mere bamboo pole. However, he sensed an inexplicable urge within him, a powerful desire for Jade. The more he contemplated it, the more intense the feeling became. He promptly exited, hailed a cab, and made his way directly to the Jade wholesale market in the Southern District. This market represented another hub for Jade in the city and was the largest trading venue for Jade in the entire area. It boasted both raw stones and finished products, with the greatest quantity of raw jade found here compared to the rest of the city. Although it was a provincial capital, the neighboring cities of Rue and Tung had a more abundant supply of raw jade. Rue, being closer to Myanmar, had better access to the source, while Tung remained a historic hub for jade trading, still housing a renowned market. An hour later, he arrived at the market entrance. This was not his first visit, but it lay slightly farther from the urban center than he had anticipated. The number of patrons was not as overwhelming as he had imagined. It was still quite vibrant. Rows of counters displayed numerous finished jade items, but that was not the area he sought. He was drawn to the raw stone section. As he passed the display cases, the hunger within him intensified, a magnetic pull from the jade itself. Chapter 5, Procurement. Mo Fan suppressed his inner impulse and hastened towards the raw stone area. Today, it was bustling with people and an abundance of stones. Through further inquiry, he gleaned that today happened to coincide with the jade public auction. However, these were all treated stones, and one could essentially discern the internal conditions of the jade. The pricing of such jade is generally aligned with market value, lacking any significant bargains. At this moment, Mo Fan's yearning for these jade pieces intensified. After considerable effort, he discovered an area rich in raw materials and, without hesitation, proceeded to engage directly. The stone he selected was approximately the size of a basketball, with an irregular shape, and Mo Fan sensed considerable energy fluctuations within it. Thus, he began the absorption process without delay. In less than a minute, the energy within the stone became imperceptible. He realized that although the surface appeared unchanged, the jade essence within had been nearly depleted. Whoever purchased it would be unfortunate. Nevertheless, following the absorption of this stone, he felt considerably more at ease, and the intensity of his inner desire diminished. He then extended his hand towards several nearby stones, gauging the fluctuations of energy before selecting 7 or 8 pieces. These stones varied in size, yet each contained a substantial amount of energy, suggesting a commendable quality. He refrained from employing his ability to see through the stones again, as it consumed too much energy. He feared that depleting his reserves would lead him to succumb to the temptation of absorption once more. After inquiring about the prices from the vendor, he did not engage in excessive haggling and spent over 400,000 to purchase the selected stones. After all, in this area, nearly 100 stones existed. And aside from his initial stroke of luck in encountering a few of commendable quality, these stones exhibited the most favorable energy fluctuations, with the one he absorbed clearly being the most outstanding among them. "Young man, would you like to have them unwrapped on site?" The vendor asked cheerfully upon seeing him decisively purchase several pieces. The vendor was succinct, providing him with a small cart typically found in supermarkets. Mo Fan pushed it out, first storing the stones securely before proceeding to the finished product area for a closer inspection. In the finished product section, the quality of the jade was readily apparent, and he wished to experience the energy intensity contained within jade of varying qualities. He approached a shop counter named Chui Zhu Xian, where the jade displayed was immediately captivating. Beyond the water and texture, there were numerous fully green pendants, alongside several pieces of yellow jade and violet jade. He requested the staff to bring out each piece for examination. It was then that he realized if he designated the energy intensity of the previously experienced glutinous jade as 1, then the intensity of the ice jade reached 3, with the intermediary glutinous ice ranging between 15 to 25. As for glass jade, he had yet to encounter it in this shop. In truth, he had only glimpsed it a few times at large jewelry exhibitions. Such encounters were already rare, as the extraction of raw materials increasingly rendered high-quality jade scarce. The influence of color was minimal. Primarily, the texture determined the energy intensity. With this revelation, he decided against lingering further, thanked the staff, and departed. After considerable effort and multiple trips, he finally managed to transport all the stones to his residence, aided by a kind driver who noticed his frail appearance and assisted him in carrying them. To the master's astonishment, at first glance, Mo Fan's physique resembled that of a slender bamboo pole. Yet, when it came to lifting stones, his strength surpassed that of the master himself. After generously gifting the master an additional 100 yuan, which left him in high spirits, Mo Fan settled onto his bed. His financial reserves had dwindled to just under 200,000, but he remained unfazed. Whether it was the energy he could sense within the jade or his ability to see through objects, both would ensure a bountiful harvest in the realm of stone gambling. However, the transformation of his body was nothing short of astonishing. Should any acquaintances catch sight of him, their curiosity would undoubtedly be piqued. The immediate concern was to restore his outward appearance, followed by the need to secure a new place to reside. The current rental was far too cramped. A mere studio of about 20 square meters, furnished only with a bed, a table, and a wardrobe. Drawing upon insights he had gleaned, he picked up a rough stone weighing approximately 10 kilograms. Cradling it in his arms, he began to slowly absorb the energy contained within. A familiar chill coursed through his body, ultimately converging in his head. Following this icy sensation, warmth slightly radiated from the areas it traversed. He deliberately slowed his pace, savoring the experience, allowing the energy to linger in his limbs for as long as possible. He noticed that each time the energy flowed through, a portion was absorbed by the corresponding regions, though most still accumulated in his head. Unlike the rapid absorption he had experienced at the Jade Market in Nan City, which had left him feeling lethargic, this time he was more attuned to the process. Before long, the energy from the hefty stone was entirely absorbed. Mo Fan felt the stone lighten considerably. Setting it down, he approached the mirror and observed that his face had filled out, with a healthy flush brightening his complexion. A glance at his arms and legs revealed they had also gained a bit of muscle. The gnawing hunger in his abdomen had vanished, and his bodily sensations returned to a state of normalcy, though he remained leaner than before. Without further ado, He grasped another rough stone and resumed his absorption. The sensation of energy coursing through his body was invigorating. After a night of absorption, only 2 stones remained, one large and one small, both possessing an energy intensity of around 3. While their energy levels were comparable, the specifics of their contents remained a mystery to Mo Fan. Regardless, he knew that the type of water could lead to ice, and only by cutting them open could he discern any additional hues. Fortunately, neither stone exhibited any cracks, as indicated by the energy fluctuations. With a sniffle, Mo Fan realized that he had developed an unpleasant odor. Upon inspection, he discovered that his skin had become sticky without his notice. He hurried to the bathroom for a shower. After half an hour, he emerged, cleansed and gazing at his reflection. His face had returned to normal, with sharper, more defined features that rendered him, already not unattractive, a touch more handsome, and his eyes sparkled with vitality. His body and limbs had become noticeably firmer, with the contours of his muscles flowing seamlessly, devoid of any excess flesh. Finally, he felt normal. With a joyful heart, he swung open the door, only to exert a bit too much force in his exuberance. The bathroom door was yanked off its hinges, leaning against the wall. It was then that Mo Fan realized the extent of the transformation his body had undergone. His strength had indeed increased significantly beyond that of an average person. Just as he contemplated verifying his hypothesis, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Daba. Without hesitation, he answered. Mo Fan, do you have any plans today? If not, come by yesterday's location. We prepare the material for you to work on. You could discuss your ideas with the sculptor. Intrigued by Daba's words, Mo Fan promptly agreed. After changing his attire, he made his way toward the pedestrian street. Chapter 6, The Pedestrian Street. Upon arriving, he noticed that, being the weekend, the street was significantly more crowded than the previous days. Following the address given by Daba, Mo Fan located the Chin jewelry store. The decor of the shop exuded style, blending modernity with elegance. The layout was well designed, divided into 3 sections, front, middle, and back. The front area was the largest, showcasing various finished jewelry pieces, including jade and an array of other gemstones, with a diverse selection of styles. The middle area served as a reception room, furnished with sofas and a tea table, where Daba and Mo Fan sat for a moment. At the back was the carving workshop, though compact. It was equipped with all necessary tools, cutting machines, carving tables, and press machines. After pouring Mo Fan a cup of tea, Daba gazed at his face with a hint of bewilderment. After a brief pause, he curiously inquired, "Why do you seem so much more handsome?" Indeed, while Mo Fan's overall appearance had not drastically changed, his aura had become more harmonious. His features emanated an indescribable charm, evoking a sense of comfort that suggested a transformation, though the specifics remained elusive. "Is that so? I too feel as though I'm growing more attractive each day," Mo Fan replied playfully, sipping his tea. "Cut it out with the vanity. Now tell me, what kind of pendant do you desire?" We've broken down the material. The main stone has minimal large cracks, and the small ones are few, not affecting the extraction. It's even better than we anticipated. Daba cheerfully topped off Mo Fan's cup, unable to conceal his delight. "That is splendid. I want to impose, as long as it's not a loss for you. I'm indifferent to size." Mo Fan intended this piece as a keepsake, the first stone marking his turnaround. Daba, hearing this, was even more pleased. There's no loss to be had. In fact, we might even profit more. Now, let us head to the processing area to see the designs the master craftsman has already completed. With that, both rose and proceeded toward the back section, where Mo Fan observed several bracelet blanks that had already been pressed alongside some scrap material. After the stone has been peeled, its quality becomes more apparent. At this moment, it indeed appears significantly more attractive. Following the introduction by Daba, a gentleman approximately in his 50s paused from his work. This master carver exuded an overall refined aura. Despite his robust physique, a constant smile graced his face, emanating a sense of warmth and approachability. His voice was deep and resonant, instilling a sense of reliability from the very first encounter. The gentleman was named Huaishir, also a member of the Qin family, and he held a modestly esteemed position in the carving realm, often spending considerable time in Yanqing. "Greetings, Mr. Qin. I am Montakfen, and it is truly an honor to meet you." The young man radiated the vibrant spirit of youth, with a charming way of speaking. Huaishir's speech carried a subtle coastal accent, imbued with warmth and humor. Subsequently, Mo Fan expressed his desire for a jade pendant, specifically a Wuxia plaque, which he felt aligned perfectly with his aesthetic sensibilities. Under Qin Daba's endorsement, Qin Huaishe designed a wuxi plaque the size of a mahjong tile, with a thickness of 0.6 centimeters, adorned with simple antiquated patterns. Upon seeing the design, Mo Fan was rendered speechless. The professionalism was evident, striking his aesthetic sensibilities impeccably, leaving no room for critique. After agreeing to collect the finished piece in a week, Mo Fan prepared to take his leave. Qin Daba, occupied with other matters, did not urge him to stay, merely mentioning that he could contact her should any fine materials become available. Just as he was about to exit, two individuals approached the store, one of whom, a woman, suddenly halted. Pointing at Mo Fan with a hint of confusion, she exclaimed, "Mo Fan? Is that truly you? I hardly recognized you. You've certainly transformed since leaving the company." The speaker was none other than Wang Cici, the manager who had dismissed him, accompanied by their former boss, Yang. The duo had come to Qin S Jewelry to discuss a collaboration, as they were eager to partner with Qin S for an upcoming jewelry exhibition. They had heard that Qin's had recently acquired some high-quality materials, perfectly timed for the new stock to be showcased at the exhibition, enhancing their company's reputation. Unexpectedly, upon arriving at the entrance of Qin's Jewelry, they encountered Mo Fan. Since Mo Fan's departure, their proposals had languished without approval, requiring multiple revisions before they were finally accepted. Wang Cici felt frustrated, believing that Mo Fan's tardiness had embarrassed her in front of colleagues. Had he maintained his previous restraint and not spoken out, none of this would have transpired, and their proposal would have been approved without delay. Having provided him with a job, she felt unappreciated. After all, could a grown man not withstand a few words of reprimand? The more she pondered, the angrier she became. How could this person, whom she so despised, appear here? Moreover, despite her initial judgment, he seemed somewhat more attractive than before. No, she firmly believed she was the most beautiful, and everyone else was merely a product of technology and hard work. Once again, a surge of indignation welled up within her. This insolent young man had not even come to plead for a favor in days. Upon encountering him, she could not help but utter the words that had just escaped her lips, leaving Mo Fan momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering such an eccentric individual in this place. Growing weary of engaging in idle chatter with her, Mo Fan chose to ignore her and walked ahead. "Stop! Did you not hear me speaking to you?" Mo Fan turned his head, casting a glare in her direction, incredulous at her audacity. Could she not perceive that he was deliberately ignoring her? Furthermore, was she implying that he had undergone cosmetic procedures? As a grown man, he ought to focus on his work rather than dabble in such frivolous pursuits. Mo Fan could not help but laugh in exasperation. "What is it to you? And what do you mean by absenteeism? I have already resigned. It was you who unjustly terminated my employment, and I intend to seek redress through labor arbitration. As for your comments on cosmetic enhancements, perhaps you should consider your own appearance first, given your rather round visage." Upon hearing this, Wang Cici was so enraged that she felt as though she might ascend to a higher plane of existence. "How dare you speak to me like that?" She shrugged off General Yang's hand and was ready to retaliate. Fortunately, General Yang intercepted her, not wishing to tarnish their image in public. Yet, he addressed Mo Fan, saying, "Young man, do not let your youthful exuberance cloud your judgment. Be mindful of your words, or you might find it difficult to remain in this industry." How intriguing this individual was. Mo Fan found such threats of being blacklisted in the industry utterly tiresome. With a weary shake of his head, he resolved to walk away without further ado. Just then, a thought struck Wang Cici, and she lunged toward Mo Fan. He furrowed his brow slightly and sidestepped her advance, but she purposefully leaned in closer to him. At such a close range, a typical person might have been ensnared by her antics. However, Mo Fan's physical prowess was far beyond that of an ordinary individual. After several evasive maneuvers, he successfully avoided her grasp, leaving her exhausted and frustrated from her futile efforts. Wang Cici, in a fit of impotent rage, could only scream in place. Chapter 7. New Skills. As her commotion attracted a crowd, including Qin Daba, who had just emerged, he paused momentarily upon witnessing the unpleasant encounter between Mo Fan and Wang Cici. He recognized Wang Cici as the manager of the Shangping Exhibition Company and had interacted with General Yang on a few occasions. However, they had yet to establish a partnership. As Qin's jewelry firm targeted the mid to high-end market, primarily focusing on premium jade and colored gemstones, while Mo Fan's previous company catered to the mid-range sector. Today, they had convened to discuss an upcoming jewelry exhibition at the Sun and Moon City. Seeing the gathering crowd, Mo Fan wished to extricate himself from the situation with Wang Cici and began to step away. Yet, Wang Cece would not relent, shouting, "Mo, fan, just you wait. You are harming the company's interests, and you shall face legal repercussions." Truly, an unprecedented spectacle. At that moment, he abruptly turned around, an inexplicable fury surging within him. His eyes gleamed with intensity as he fixed his gaze upon Wang Cece. Oh. In contrast, Wang Cece, initially furious, turned to Mo Fan, and as she prepared to utter another retort, she suddenly found herself ensnared by his penetrating gaze. Her body became immobile, caught in a stupor, unable to move. Gradually, her body began to tremble, her complexion turned an alarming shade of pallor, and her eyes lost their luster. Then, a stream of yellow fluid cascaded down her skirt and pooled onto the floor. Goodness, the woman has lost control of herself. Oh dear, children, avert your eyes. How revolting. Mo Fan was momentarily taken aback, his earlier feelings of anger resurfacing. It was as if he had glimpsed a scene of carnage, yet it vanished in an instant, slipping away with his gaze. However, Wang Cece's predicament caught him off guard. Could this be a consequence of the Jade talisman merging with her body? To be honest, even Mo Fan himself had not initially grasped the situation. Kill, it's a murder. As Wang Cece's tremors intensified, she suddenly cried out a few times before collapsing to the ground. Mr. Yang, who was beside her, found himself at a loss, unsure whether to assist her or not, and could only muster the courage to help her up. Meanwhile, the onlookers reveled in the spectacle. This woman must have graduated from a performing arts school, right? Is this her debut? Nonsense. She is from the Beijing Film Academy. The crowd buzzed with chatter, all stemming from Wang Cece's earlier leap towards Mo Fan. At that moment, a sudden clarity dawned upon Mo Fan. Wang Cece had intended to feign injury. She wore a bracelet on her wrist, which had cracked due to his inadvertent bump. Though it had not completely shattered, she likely believed that by making contact with him and then falling to the ground, she could break the bracelet and compel Mo Fan to replace it. Mo Fan was perplexed as to why such thoughts surfaced in his mind, but he surmised it was a result of the Jade talisman's influence. He suddenly felt a drain of energy and found himself somewhat hungry. Paying no heed to the crowd, he turned and departed, making his way directly to the stone memory shop. He did not see the owner, Mr. Yang, but a female clerk was present. Mo Fan, undeterred, selected 2 chunks of jadeite material, spending over 4,000 yuan. He held them in his hands as he left. Each piece was roughly palm-sized, and he cradled the cut surfaces in his palms, gradually absorbing the energy contained within. By the time he exited the pedestrian street, they had transformed into marble, which he casually discarded into a trash bin. At that moment, his phone rang. It was his good friend, Lao Tai. The name Lao Tai derived from his surname Tai, with his full name being Tai Yong. In their childhood, he was affectionately dubbed the Iron Warrior, and later simply became known as Lao Tai. He called to invite Mo Fan to explore the Emerald Building street market. The Emerald Building, situated in the northern part of the city, is a hub for jade, antiques, coins, calligraphy, and paintings. However, it is particularly renowned for the small street beneath the building, where many collectors and enthusiasts gather to trade and display their wares. This market operates every Saturday and Sunday, featuring free stalls on both sides of the street, available on a first-come, first-served basis. Vendors typically lay out a red cloth on the ground to showcase their items. Due to the low barrier to entry, many people come to sell and shop. Mo Fan and Lao Tai lived nearby and would often stroll through the market when they were not working on weekends. Entitled Taba, it is essentially a realm for aimless wandering. Primarily, it is the shared ambition of Lao Tai and his companion, who once entertained the notion of setting up their own stalls to earn a little extra income. Their aspirations, akin to those of many, appear overly optimistic. Yet, when it comes to actualizing these dreams, they find themselves immobilized. Thus, on occasion, they merely meander about, eventually seeking nourishment at a nearby self-service eatery. Today, with time slipping away, they opted to dine at the fast food establishment before venturing onto the quaint street. No sooner had they stepped onto the thoroughfare than familiar sounds greeted them. No one supports my lofty ambitions. Ah, yet again, the same refrain. Had you mastered this art, you would have prospered long ago. Mo Fan observed a stall owner dealing in coins, exchanging jests with a vendor of antique jade. Frequent visits have allowed them to become somewhat acquainted with the few extroverted stall owners in the vicinity. Young Master Fan, have you become more dashing? Surely, my 5 emperor coins have contributed to your allure. The proprietor, upon spotting Mo Fan and his friend, greeted them with warmth. Boss Chien, your tongue must be coated in honey from the 5 emperor coins. Mo Fan chuckled in response before crouching down to examine the coins. You know, Upon our first meeting today, I felt compelled to mention that you truly have become quite the sight for sore eyes. Lao Tai chimed in, having held his thoughts for quite some time. Among men, acknowledging a brother's handsomeness typically signals a moment of camaraderie. Lao Tai, despite his own self-assuredness, found himself momentarily bewildered by Mo Fan's appearance. Could it be time for him to spruce himself up as well? All right then, Lao Tai is the most handsome. Boss Qian's coin collection is vast, boasting the most extensive stall on the entire street. From the coins of the Warring States period to last year's 1 yuan notes, he possesses an impressive array. Of course, authenticity varies, and it is up to the discerning eye of the collector. What he sells is not merely currency, but rather artistic collectibles. With the burgeoning popularity of short video live streaming, public awareness of coinage has significantly increased, and many can now identify several valuable types. Unfortunately, this has led to the proliferation of counterfeit coins masquerading as rare specimens. Thus, in this trade, it is prudent to observe more and purchase less. When one encounters a coveted item, it is best to consult a reliable expert. As they were immersed in their exploration, a voice nearby called out, "Authentic Burmese, jadeite, rough stones. Major clearance sale." A short distance away, an uncle was pouring several bags of stones onto a red cloth spread out before him, vocally enticing onlookers. This drew many curious souls, as such a plethora of jadeite rough stones was rarely encountered in the market. Intrigued, Mo Fan and his companion rose to investigate. Upon reaching the stall, they were taken aback. It appeared that several sacks of small kilograms of rough stones had been brought in. Though the residents of Ryu City often hear tales of stone gambling, few have had the opportunity to engage in it themselves. Curiosity piqued. Inquiries flooded in regarding the pricing from the vendor. The second vendor, unfazed, promptly produced a piece of cardboard and placed it atop the raw stones. Selected materials, 51 pieces, non-negotiable. He then retrieved a small banner measuring over a meter from his backpack, unfurling it above the stall. Subsequently, he produced a compact grinding machine, the portable kind used for window opening. This drew an even larger crowd, with some curious vendors gathering to join the excitement. The stall quickly transformed in the most popular spot on the little street, with Mo Fan and his companions jostling at the front. "Avin, is there potential in these stones? You often deal with jade, don't you?" Lao Tai also felt a surge of enthusiasm, picking up a spotlight from the stall to examine each stone closely. "I cannot ascertain their potential, but these should all be kilograms of material. Whether they hold anything valuable is purely a matter of luck." After saying this, Mo Fan began to scrutinize the stones as well. The modest stall was now piled high with 2 large stacks of stones. Each stone was roughly the size of an egg, with a few occasionally as large as an adult's fist. There were approximately 400 to 500 stones in total, and conveniently placed nearby were several spray bottles for customers to use to wet the stones for better inspection. While this little street was not devoid of raw stone vendors, they were quite sparse, primarily showcasing finished products or older items. The quantity was limited, with only a few dozen pieces available, and the raw stones were merely a few small scraps of leftover material. Genuine gambling stones were a rarity among the stalls on this street. The proprietor had made an astute selection. The stones were sizable and well-formed, truly a discerning eye. Some customers had already chosen their stones and proceeded to make their purchases, with the proprietor sweetly engaging them, his face beaming with joy as he attended to the customers. He was indeed transparent with his pricing, stating 50 regardless of size or shape. "Please, could you help me open this? I wish to see if there is jade within," a middle-aged customer cheerfully requested after completing his payment, his eyes brimming with anticipation. This encapsulated the thrill of stone gambling. Everyone yearned to uncover a piece of jade worth a fortune. The proprietor, without hesitation, agreed, taking the stone and seizing the grinding tool. This particular stone was about the size of an adult's fist, its surface unremarkable, identical to the surrounding stone's outer shells. He brought over a bucket, submerged the stone in water, and then activated the grinding tool, applying it to the stone. Occasionally, he would dip it back into the water, and within a few minutes, a window the size of a broad bean had been opened. "Excellent. There is jade. If you wish to create something, you can visit the processing shop on the 2nd floor." The proprietor did not comment on its quality. The jade was indeed present, and the stone was authentic. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged customer eagerly took the raw stone, shining a light on it, revealing jade flesh. Moreover, under the beam of the flashlight, it exhibited some translucency, albeit not extensive. The quality was not particularly high, featuring 2 small fissures, yet it undeniably contained jade. The middle-aged man was overjoyed beaming as he exclaimed. He then engaged in cheerful discussion with a nearby friend, once again immersing himself in the world of stone exploration. Witnessing someone successfully unveil Jade heightened the enthusiasm among the crowd. Many began selecting their stones to purchase, forming a queue for window opening. The proprietor, still smiling, changed the grinding head and continued to open windows. After approximately half an hour, Lao Tai could no longer resist and chose a stone to pay for. At this moment, several stones had already been opened, including black chicken stones, bean stones, glutinous stones, and waste materials. It wasn't that he was unwilling to accept them. Rather, the inferior ones were simply unworthy. Suddenly, he encountered a rather decent glutinous stone. Mo Fan had been observing for quite some time. These stones exuded energy fluctuations, yet the intensity was regrettably low. After examining a pile, he found no stones that exhibited even a slight energy fluctuation. Thus, he instructed Lao Tai to queue for the opening while he continued his scrutiny. Lao Tai's stone had also caught his attention. It displayed some energy fluctuation, albeit minuscule. There might be jade within, but it was likely of mediocre quality. As he sifted through the stones, a sudden surge of energy fluctuations caught Mo Fan's attention, prompting him to pick up a small stone, roughly the size of a ping-pong ball. Its surface offered no discernible characteristics, nor did it possess any notable traits of a mining site. It was evident that these stones belonged to the peripheral layers of a new mining area. Holding the stone, Mo Fan sensed the energy within. Its intensity was approximately 35, making it the highest he had encountered in recent days. Though small, this energy intensity suggested it might belong to the ice variety. Consequently, he decided to cease his search, scan for payment, and inform the proprietor, "I have made my selection. There's no need to open it. It's so small that I'll just keep it in my fish tank for amusement." The owner, upon hearing this, was delighted. Given its diminutive size, he was spared the effort of polishing it. "Wishing you great fortune. May it bring you smooth sailing in your fish tank," he exclaimed while beginning to polish the stone. He admitted he wasn't a professional at opening stones, merely grinding away a bit of the surface to ascertain what lay within. Finally, it was Lao Tai's turn. He pulled out a cigarette, offering one to the owner. Noticing the moisture on his hands, took it and lit it up with gratitude. Exhaling a long puff of smoke, the owner remarked, "I truly didn't expect business to be this good. I initially thought I'd sell 3 or 4 stones just to satisfy today as basic needs. It appears Jade indeed holds allure. Everyone seems to love it." Lao Tai, lighting his own cigarette, nodded in agreement and added, "Indeed, though the street is near the Jade building, there are surprisingly few vendors selling raw stones. The shops inside charge exorbitantly, so who wouldn't want to come out and try their luck?" Soon, the cigarette was finished, and the owner resumed his work of opening stones. Although he lacked the finesse of a professional stone opener, the growing crowd around him only intensified, and he was already sweating profusely, having changed the grinding head multiple times and replaced the battery twice. Meanwhile, the number of onlookers continued to swell rather than diminish. At last, Lao Tai's stone was opened, revealing a large piece of white meat, though marred by some cracks. It was essentially unworkable, prompting a disheartened shake of his head. "Well, this is what it means to gamble on stones. I, Lao Tai, have finally taken this step and spent money in this market," he said, a blend of disappointment and humor in his self-reassurance. Indeed, despite their frequent visits, neither of them had ever spent money on any item. There was simply no way. They were too poor. Observing the owner's thriving business, he had already called a few people over to assist. "Where shall we go now? It was only 2:30. How about we head to the internet CAF for some gaming?" The friend, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, inquired of Mo Fan. After their recent endeavor, it was evident they were both a bit worn out. Mo Fan, with a spark of inspiration, turned to his companion and said, "Don't you have a cousin in Rue City? Perhaps you could ask her to help you acquire some of those kilogram materials we just saw. We could set up a stall, and I have a hunch it could be quite lucrative." Chapter 9. A small stone. Upon hearing this, his friend seemed invigorated, as if electrified by the idea. Of course, he scanned their surroundings, noticing that several vendors nearby were equally envious, some already beginning to make calls to secure supplies. Today, they had witnessed the fervor surrounding jadeite rough stones. Upon reflection, it was clear why this was the case. The allure of jade gambling had always seemed distant and aspirational, embellished by countless tales in novels and films. Yet now, when someone mentioned that for merely 50 yuan, one could partake in such an experience, most people would be inclined to join in, especially those browsing antique stalls who were the most targeted customers. These rough stones represented the most basic kilogram materials, priced at merely dozens of yuan per kilogram. Selling them by the piece meant that every few sold would yield profit. In their origin, these kilogram materials were also quite affordable, often ranging from tens to a couple of hundred yuan per kilogram. Thus, the stones available today were likely priced at dozens of yuan per kilogram. On average, if one could sell 5 or 6 pieces per kilogram, selling just 2 would cover the cost. Moreover, jade rough stones were more abundant in Ruwei City and Tung City, whereas those in the mainland were comparatively scarce and slightly more expensive. Mo Fan had also researched this. While the mainland market was substantial, the availability of stones was generally limited and prices were higher. There's a real opportunity here. His friend, now filled with anticipation, expressed his eagerness to contact his cousin. However, Mo Fan had broader plans. He suggested that his friend reach out to his cousin while he made a trip to the pedestrian street in the city center. They agreed to reconvene for dinner later to discuss further. After parting ways, Mo Fan swiftly arrived at the pedestrian street, only to find that Wang Cici and her companions had already departed. He then made his way to Qin's jewelry, where he intended to meet with Qin Daba. After making a phone call, he soon found himself in the presence of Qin Daba. "What brings you back, Mo Fan? Didn't you leave this morning? Is there something else on your mind?" Qin Daba, curious, recalled the events of the morning but remained a rational individual. She wouldn't pry further without Mo Fan's prompting, respecting the boundaries of others' affairs. "I have a piece of jade rough stone here, and I would like to ask your master to help with the skinning process," Mo Fan explained, presenting the small stone with an energy fluctuation of 35. Qin Daba examined it, and, noticing its diminutive size, joked, "Very well, considering your previous stone, I shall waive the fee and assist you free of charge." "Thank you so much, Miss Qin," Mo Fan replied with a smile, following her to the processing area in the back. It was understood that Qin Huai, as the chief sculptor at Qin's jewelry, would also be present during the process. Good materials inevitably call for his expertise. However, at this moment, he is engrossed in a discussion regarding a design proposal with a skilled sculptor. Upon noticing Mo Fan entering alongside Qin Daba, he raised his head to greet them. "So, eager already? Your idol token still requires a few more days. Master Qin, Mo Fan has brought a piece of jadeite rough and seeks our assistance in peeling it." Qin Daba took the initiative to explain, casually shaking the stone in his hand. "Oh, this lad is quite fortunate. Let me see what he has brought this time." The sculptor observed the diminutive stone, pondering its potential. "It's rather small, making it difficult to ascertain much. Allow me to handle it. The other artisans are preoccupied." Hearing this, Mo Fan felt elated, for it was indeed the master craftsman at work. While he may typically engage more in sculpting, this master had honed his skills from the very foundations of the craft. The willingness of Qin Huaishir to assist him was a source of immense satisfaction. Before long, the stone was taken to the adjacent polishing machine for examination. The equipment here was evidently more professional and comprehensive. After scrutinizing it under a lamp, Qin Huaishir remarked, "This stone reveals nothing remarkable from its exterior, merely ordinary yellow sand skin. Its small size renders it inconspicuous, yet the sand is quite fine. I shall first open a window and assess the situation." This was the confidence of a master. Otherwise, other artisans would seek the original owner's consent. Mo Fan appreciated Master Qin's straightforwardness and readily agreed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With a few deft strokes, Qin Huaishir raised an eyebrow, switched to a different needle, and resumed his work. Soon he set down his tools, blew gently on the stone, and then glanced at the lamp above. No wonder it's so hard. Indeed, quite impressive. He called Mo Fan and Qin Daba to come take a look. As Mo Fan gazed upon the stone, illuminated by the light, within a window the size of a caterpillar, a translucent, watery green jade flesh glimmered. "Wow, this must be at least icy grade. And it has color, it's vibrant. Mo Fan, how much did you pay for this? Why not sell it directly to me?" Qin Dabao's tone quickened with excitement. "I was fortunate. I just happened upon a vendor at the Jade Buildings market who was selling rough stones and decided to buy a piece out of curiosity. The price was reasonable, and I felt a connection to it," Mo Fan explained, refraining from disclosing the exact amount spent, and Qin Daba did not press further. However, the expression on his face clearly indicated his desire to acquire it. Qin Huaishir remained silent, observing Mo Fan as he awaited his next decision. The stone was indeed of good quality, yet its small size meant that, based solely on the open window, it would not fetch a high price. Nonetheless, for the Qin family, purchasing rough stones in this manner would undoubtedly lower costs. "Let us peel it. I appreciate your assistance, Master Qin." Upon hearing Mo Fan's words, Qin Huaishir smiled and glanced at Qin Daba, who cheerfully responded, "Then let us peel it entirely. I too wish to see what quality this stone possesses. Mo Fan, you are quite astute. You certainly do not let others take advantage of you. The jovial tone of the banter lightened the atmosphere considerably. Qin Huaisher was not one to ramble. He promptly picked up his tools, replaced the grinding head with a slightly larger one, and began the delicate task of peeling. The stone was diminutive, yet its quality was undeniably exceptional, rendering it unsuitable for cutting machines. After a mere 10 minutes, a piece of jade, akin in size to a lychee and radiating a vibrant green hue, lay before the onlookers. Master Qin conducted a brief polishing, and now, even under natural light, the jade exuded an air of exquisite luxury. There were no variations, it was pure ice grade, and with further polishing, it could reach a high ice quality. The color was refreshingly vibrant. Witnessing the emergence of such a splendid material, Qin Huaisher felt a surge of joy and took a few sips from his thermos. At that moment, the piece was being examined meticulously by Qin Daba, who frequently shifted it under natural light, and then under the desk lamp, even employing a flashlight with a yellow filter for a closer inspection. Under the warm glow, the stone resembled a miniature lantern, revealing no visible cracks. Professionals in the jade industry typically prefer yellow light for examining jade, as it provides a clearer view of the fissures. After inquiring with Qin Huaisher, Mo Fan expressed that he had garnered new knowledge. How about selling me this stone? If it is showcased at the upcoming Qin family jewelry exhibition, it could swiftly elevate the reputation of my branch in Ryu City. Mo Fan had originally intended to sell the jade to her, as he was left with merely a few $100,000 and his family was in dire need of funds. He was keen to convert the stone into cash. Thus, he asked, "All right, I came here with the intention of selling you fine pieces. What price can you offer?" Upon hearing Mo Fan's proposal, Qin Daba beamed with delight, and without hesitation, he directly conferred with Qin Huaisher to ascertain how many pieces they could extract and which ones would be most suitable. A few minutes later, Qin Daba placed the stone on the table and quoted Mo Fan. "This stone boasts remarkable quality, achieving ice-grade Huanyang green. We can assure 2 large cabochons. I can offer you 1 million for each cabochon, totaling 18 million for the entire stone." Mo Fan was taken aback, although he maintained a composed exterior. Internally, he was grappling with disbelief at such a lofty price. He had seen high-priced jade before, but when such an opportunity suddenly fell into his lap, it was hard to fathom. All right, but Chapter 10, the plan. But what? Qin Daba looked at Mo Fan with a hint of trepidation, apprehensive that he might request another piece. The stone was too small. Every millimeter counted. Seeing her anxious demeanor, Mo Fan chuckled and, with a hint of embarrassment, said, "I would like to consult with you regarding the market value of colored jade and some other specialized knowledge about jade." Upon hearing this, Qin Daba sighed in relief, and Qin Huaisher burst into laughter, though his gaze towards Mo Fan now held a touch more admiration. The jade industry is intricate, filled with complexities and a plethora of unknowns. At times, experience emerges as the most valuable expertise. After agreeing that Mo Fan could communicate anytime if he had questions, Qin Daba readily transferred some money. At this moment, Lao Tai had been waiting for quite a while and was eager to discuss the situation. However, Mo Fan gestured for him to hold on, suggesting they order their food first. The evening sky had begun to darken, and the streetlights were already illuminated as they settled at a barbecue stall they frequented. Before long, they had placed their order with the owner. Today, having made a good profit, Mo Fan indulged in ordering 100 skewers of his favorite Jiaodong meat skewers. Typically, they would only dare to order 30 or 40 skewers, primarily due to financial constraints. Once the owner went off to tend to other matters, Lao Tai hesitated and looked at Mo Fan with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Amused by his eagerness, Mo Fan chuckled. "If you have something to say, just say it. Your expression is quite amusing. Haha. Let me tell you, I contacted my cousin, and she mentioned that there's an abundance of raw jade materials over there, with the cheapest ones costing merely 20 to 30 yuan per kilogram. I believe we can make this work. I have a premonition that we are on the brink of fortune." Lao Tai, having spoken in one breath, raised the beer on the table and proposed a toast with Mo Fan. With cheerful laughter, they clinked their glasses, and Mo Fan shared his thoughts. "First and foremost, this business is viable, and believe it or not, next weekend, the small street of the Jade Mansion will surely see an influx of raw jade stones. However, if everyone starts selling on that little street, the raw jade stones won't sell for long. The foot traffic is too low. It's not a renowned tourist destination. Secondly, there is no comprehensive processing line. We lack a series of subsequent procedures. If customers buy stones, and you just open a window for them, what then? Will they return to buy from you again? Upon hearing Mo Fan's words, Lao Tai felt somewhat disheartened. Indeed, taking himself as an example, buying raw stones was primarily to make a profit or to create a finished product that he liked at a reasonable cost. This is the common thought process and starting point for the average person. He gazed at Mo Fan with a hint of confusion. So can we still pursue this? Mo Fan smiled, lifted his glass, and they took another sip. My thoughts are as follows. This venture is feasible, but it requires a different approach. If the foot traffic on that small street is limited, yet business can thrive, why not move to the city center? To a pedestrian street where the flow will be considerably higher? An integrated approach, in simple terms, is to replicate a smaller version of a thriving jade market. Lao Tai was somewhat taken aback by Mo Fan's idea. It was promising, yet the investments seemed daunting. Initially, they only intended to set up a stall with minimal costs, even if the profits might not be substantial. However, the advantage lay in the low risk. At this moment, the barbecue was served, and the two prepared to dig in. As they silently savored their meal, Lao Tai could no longer contain himself after about 5 minutes. Fangirl. I call you Fangirl. Can you elaborate? I'm struggling to leap over such a vast gap. This was Lao Tai's honest sentiment. They were both aware of their past circumstances, where there was hardly any money before payday, and even after receiving their salaries, funds were still scarce. I aspire to establish a quaint shop on the bustling pedestrian street, which I have observed to be perpetually thronged with visitors. The street attracts a diverse crowd, including travelers from afar, locals, and couples in love. Essentially, those who venture out are inclined to spend. And the area boasts an array of offerings, from jewelry stores and jade shops to a vibrant flower and bird market, alongside ample dining and entertainment options. Yet, notably absent from this vibrant scene are the unique stone gambling offerings characteristic of our province. I wish to accompany you on a visit to Ruwei City to gain first-hand insight into the genuine market conditions for jade rough stones. After our exploration, we can devise a detailed plan. If we reach an agreement, the initial investment should not be prohibitively high. Upon hearing this outline from Mo Fan, his companion gazed at him with curiosity. How much do you have at the moment? He inquired, his eyes betraying a poignant longing. That is beside the point. Just trust me, Mo Fan replied. I will provide the capital and set the overall direction, while you handle management. I will offer you a monthly salary of 5,000 plus a 10 share of the profits. You can expect to earn over 10,000 each month. If you're unwilling, then let's not dwell on it. As a brother, I will support whatever you choose to pursue. After listening to Mo Fan, his companion fell silent for a moment before exhaling deeply and lifting his glass. Brother Fan, no. Father figure. I'm in, you can count on me. Ha! You have such faith in me? The profit-sharing details are inconsequential. I'm primarily drawn by your guarantee of 10,000. His companion proudly raised his chin. Mo Fan had indeed pondered this matter thoroughly. He now possessed the capability to procure high-quality jade rough stones, which undoubtedly could yield substantial profits. However, the challenge lay in remaining inconspicuous. He would need to cut the stones himself. This required machinery, of course. How could one efficiently utilize such machines for stone cutting? I have a shop that specializes in selling rough stones. It would hardly be excessive to cut the stones there. The profitability of the shop itself is secondary. What matters is that the stones can generate income. Without further ado, both men purchased tickets for the following morning and promptly set off for Ruwei City. Just as Mo Fan was about to take a shower, he received a call from Chin Daba. Chin informed him of a jewelry exhibition at Chin's Jewelry in the city center at the end of the month and invited Mo Fan to attend. Additionally, he mentioned that the stone had been prepared and was deemed perfect, suitable for crafting 2 large pigeon eggs. After ending the call, Mo Fan finished his shower and glanced at the 2 stones he had kept at home. Both stones possessed an energy intensity of around 3, and the funds for opening the shop would come from these stones. The next morning, Mo Fan and his companion met up and headed to Ruwei City. His friend had already resigned from his job without hesitation. He had studied marketing management and worked as an operations assistant in a medical aesthetics company, earning around 4,000 to 5,000 monthly. Thus, upon hearing Mo Fan's assurance of a minimum income of 10,000, resigning became a straightforward decision. Thanks to efficient transportation, by 11:30 a.m., the two stood on the soil of Ruwei City, grateful for the strength of our nation. They felt fortunate to have reached even the distant Ruwei City. Chapter 11, Ruwei City. Cousin, I am here. As the two alighted from the vehicle, they had barely taken a few steps when Lao Tai spotted his cousin. He waved his hand and quickly joined Mo Fan and his cousin. "Ah, dear cousin, how have you grown so plump?" exclaimed the middle-aged woman, her face lighting up with joy as she spoke in the local dialect, reaching out to take their luggage. No, no, cousin, I can carry it myself." Lao Tai was equally delighted to see his cousin, and after some pleasantries and introductions, Mo Fan exchanged names with her as well. His cousin's name was Tai Huilan, a native of Yunnan province, who had married and settled in Rue City. Since they were all from Yunnan, they quickly became familiar with each other, as their dialects were largely mutually intelligible. Aside from some ethnic languages that might be a bit challenging to comprehend, they all spoke the local dialect fluently, leaving no room for communication barriers. Soon, the group arrived at Tai Huilan's home. Mo Fan promptly retrieved the gifts he and Lao Tai had prepared earlier that morning before catching their flight. When visiting relatives or family, it is customary to bring some gifts, typically comprising cigarettes, liquor, tea, fruits, and milk. Given the abundance of fruits in Rue City and the impracticality of transporting milk, they opted to bring 2 packs of cigarettes and 2 boxes of flower tea. They also prepared red envelopes for Tai Huilan's 2 children. Tai Huilan was quite vocal, insisting that the two were being overly formal and refusing to let the children accept the red envelopes. It was only after Mo Fan persistently insisted that the envelopes were merely a token of goodwill that she finally relented. It was Sunday, and Lao Tai's cousin's husband was also at home. Upon seeing the two, he immediately produced cigarettes, and after exchanging a few words, they quickly became acquainted. The cousin's husband, named Yin Mingxin, was a robust man. Knowing that Mo Fan and Lao Tai had come to visit, the couple had even prepared chicken, laying out a feast of delicious dishes. Soon, Yin Mingxin's elderly parents also joined the table, leading to another round of introductions and conversations. "Cousin, you've truly outdone yourselves with this lavish spread. It feels like a reunion," Lao Tai remarked, touched by the abundance of food that made the table resemble a festive celebration. Yin Mingxin emerged from the kitchen carrying a 10-kilogram wine pump, while Tai Huilan brought forth several cups. With a hearty clink, the wine was poured generously, and neither hesitated to partake, as drinking was a customary practice in this gathering. Moreover, it had indeed been a long time since Lao Tai and his cousin had last met, making the occasion all the more deserving of a toast. The banquet featured a variety of dishes, including stewed chicken with sour papaya, beef steak, cold beef slices, mixed salads, fish seasoned with wild ginger, ham, and more. With a large table brimming with food and a lively atmosphere that included 8 people, even the children, it truly felt reminiscent of a festive holiday. After several rounds of drinks, Lao Tai finally recalled the purpose of their visit and inquired about the jade raw materials. "Cousin, let me ask you." Through Yin Mingxin's explanations, they learned that the jade raw materials in this region primarily came from neighboring Myanmar. They were looking for high-quality jade, which was said to be readily available in every shop, yet could also be difficult to find depending on the intermediaries involved. If they wished to acquire first-hand sources, they must venture to Myanmar, though the procedures can be rather cumbersome. Nevertheless, even here, kilogram materials are quite affordable. If desired, Yin Mingxin could assist by introducing friends. However, the jade industry is fraught with complexities. This is something my cousin's husband emphasized, and even the elderly gentleman, with whom they grew familiar, shared numerous insights about the intricacies involved. Upon gaining this understanding, it became clear that the two were interested in the jade business. Thus, they discussed both the inherent risks and shared local experiences and market conditions. My cousin's family operates a logistics company, boasting several large trucks, and their living standards in the area are relatively decent. Should they truly decide to pursue jade, they could utilize my cousin's logistics services. The meal extended until after 2 o'clock, with Tai Huilan at home, tidying up and caring for the child, while Yin Mingxin escorted the two to the jade market for a reconnaissance. "Let me take you to Jie Gao Yuqing. There you will find an abundance of both finished products and raw materials. For now, refrain from purchasing. Instead, familiarize yourselves with the offerings. There's also a night market later. Take a look and decide based on tomorrow or the day after." Despite having consumed alcohol throughout the afternoon, Yin Mingxin appeared unaffected, his demeanor seemingly unaltered. Conversely, Mo Fan and his companion felt slightly dazed. However, the liquor was merely grain-based, causing only minor discomfort. Listening to Yin Mingxin's words, they felt a surge of gratitude. This cousin's husband is quite capable. They were concerned about their lack of familiarity and the potential for deceit, as many here are fervently obsessed with jade. The adage gambling on stone can lead to both ruin and fortune is no mere saying. It is a reality. They agreed to merely observe and not purchase anything for the time being. After a brief taxi ride, the trio arrived at their destination. The market was vast. As they surveyed the scene, it resembled a bustling food market, with long counters brimming throughout. During the day, most vendors offered finished products, displaying a dazzling array of gemstones. Fortunately, feeling physically well, one could almost sense the vibrant energy in the air. The scale of the market astonished the old friend, and the two felt somewhat like country bumpkins in the city, uncertain of which stall to approach. Fortunately, Mo Fan, having attended numerous exhibitions, had seen enough of the world to avoid feeling overly intimidated. However, that initial awkwardness quickly faded, as the atmosphere indeed resembled a lively market. Various vendors were present, some exuberant and others more laid back. The three meandered through the stalls, quickly adapting to the environment. The merchandise ranged from low to high prices, encompassing types of jade, color materials, pendants, and bracelets. Yin Mingxin advised them, "You may inquire about prices, but do not haggle lightly. If you negotiate and the vendor agrees, you are obliged to purchase. This is an unwritten rule of the industry. When examining items, ensure your grip is steady. Should you accidentally break something, you will be liable for whatever price is demanded. In summary, observe keenly, ask questions, and refrain from bargaining." Yin Mingxin was concerned that the spectacle might overwhelm the two. Fortunately, they were prudent and not easily swayed. In this place, Mo Fan encountered a plethora of jadeite qualities, and he examined quite a few pieces. However, his inquiries were minimal, often limited to 1 or 2 price checks for items of similar quality. This practice aided him in grasping the pricing spectrum of various finished products. Yet, he found it somewhat futile, as the price range here was astonishingly vast. Some quotes felt remarkably affordable, while others conveyed a sense of worldly experience. A glutinous ice pendant could fetch hundreds of thousands, while bracelets were available in bulk for mere hundreds or thousands. This experience significantly broadened Mo Fan's understanding of price variations. He was acutely aware that only the final transaction price could be deemed a semi-authentic standard of value. Observing jadeite in this environment truly tested one's discerning eye. However, he possessed his own set of criteria. At the very least, he could perceive the energetic fluctuations of each piece, which was his distinct advantage. At that moment, a large ornament captured Mo Fan's attention. This piece was substantial, intricately carved with a grand landscape. Its overall hue was a milky white jade flesh, adorned with a thin layer of green resembling leaves. Measuring nearly 1 meter in length and about half a meter in height, Mo Fan approached it and was astonished to find its thickness exceeded 20 centimeters. What captivated him most was the undeniable energy emanating from this piece, a force he yearned for. Typically, when his body was not energy deprived, he needed to physically touch ordinary jadeite to detect any substantial energetic vibrations. Yet, this particular material, despite being over half a meter away, resonated with a powerful energy that stirred within him. Curiously, the surface appeared to be merely glutinous jade, with only a slight tint. Noticing there was no price tag, he restrained his impulse and glanced around. The vendor at this stall was a middle-aged man with long hair neatly tied back with a rubber band. He wore yellow-framed glasses, and his somewhat portly figure gave him an overall serene demeanor. Observing Mo Fan's scrutiny, he did not engage, merely glancing up briefly before returning his attention to his phone. "Hello, sir. May I inquire about the price of this ornament?" Mo Fan asked, unable to contain his curiosity. The vendor looked up, puzzled, having previously noted the young man's tendency to merely browse without much inquiry. Upon realizing that Mo Fan was now asking for a price, he glanced at the ornament the young man was pointing to and replied casually, "The landscape piece is priced at 16.8 million. After stating the price, he returned his focus to his phone, assuming Mo Fan was simply indulging in curiosity. However, after a while, he looked up again and was surprised to see Mo Fan still standing there, occasionally stepping closer to scrutinize the ornament. Did this lad truly take a liking to it? With this thought in mind, I felt compelled to take action and approached him. This was a piece from the Moon Na quarry, which had cost over 20 million at the time. Although the color was not fully absorbed, the overall quality reached a level of translucence, and the material was substantial. A master craftsman was engaged, and if there is interest, we could discuss further. Those who deal in jade generally do not underestimate any customer. Even if they misjudge once, they would not repeat the error. The proprietor began to recount the origin and story of this material to Mo Fan. The owner stated a fair price, expressing his fondness for the piece. Montak Fen, with sincerity, responded to the owner, for seasoned dealers seldom exhibit their affection for jade easily. Yet, As Mo Fan spoke, his gaze remained fixed on the owner, and the honesty in his eyes momentarily took the owner aback. Well, if you truly like it, you can take it for 10 million. Mo Fan remained silent, continuing to gaze intently at the owner. The atmosphere grew quiet. After a minute, the owner felt somewhat unnerved by the intensity of Mo Fan's gaze. How about 8 million? I've already have the price. Mo Fan, upon hearing this, slightly raised the corners of his mouth and turned his attention back to the jade, saying, "This piece is undoubtedly from Moon Na, but it only reaches a translucent quality. While such a large piece, even at this quality, holds considerable value. Why not carve it into a bracelet instead? The numerous cracks and lack of color absorption render it unsuitable for that. It lacks a rich hue and is rather diffuse. It can only be sculpted as a decorative piece to maximize its potential. However, its price is far from justified due to its inferior quality. This is not old Moon Na material. It originates from a new site near Moon Na. Thus, the jade presents a milky white hue rather than the more textured rice soup color. Good sir, please offer a reasonable price. I truly desire it. Do you think sincerity alone suffices? Montag fin inquiet. The owner responded, I can see your earnest desire, yet I too am sincerely offering you a price, genuinely wishing to sell. Mo Fan could not help but smile ruefully. Indeed, the owner was quite experienced. He had expected that after his rhetoric, the owner would lower the price further. Therefore, he presented his first bid of the day. Owner, I'll offer 200,000. Will you sell? What did you say? Repeat that. The owner exclaimed, appearing visibly hurt, clutching his chest. Young man, does your conscience not ache? You offer 200,000 for something worth over 10 million? Mo Fan chuckled. The owner, seemingly calm, turned out to be a skilled negotiator as well. As for my conscience, whether it aches or not is of little consequence. What matters is that I know yours is quite ample. It surely cannot hurt that much. I'll raise my offer to 300,000. Will you sell? Sold, replied the owner. Will you pay by card or bank transfer? At that moment, his companions, Yen Mingxin and Lao Tai, approached. Having overheard Mo Fan's negotiation and the successful transaction, they appeared somewhat concerned and hurried over. A fan? Why did you purchase it? Did we not say to take your time and buy less? What kind of item has caught your eye? How much did it cost? Yen Mingxin felt a twinge of irritation. Having just spoken, how could this young man forget everything so quickly? Indeed, he was still too young. At that moment, the boss interjected, pointing at Mo Fan, exclaiming, Young man, a promise is a promise. You cannot back out. 30,000 it is, and I shall package it for you. Or should I deliver it? I will gladly assist you with the delivery. What? 30,000? Both Lao Tai and Yin Mingxin exclaimed in unison. As the crowd began to gather, Mo Fan swiftly approached the boss and handed over his bank card. A few taps later, the payment was completed, and he instructed the boss to deliver it to a specific address. After providing the address of the hotel he had booked, Mo Fan reached out to touch the magnificent jade ornament. Feeling the abundant energy within, he gestured for Lao Tai and Yin Mingxin to remain silent. Soon, the boss summoned a couple of workers who efficiently packaged the item, then accompanied the trio to the hotel where Mo Fan had made reservations. Originally, Yin Mingxin had suggested they stay at his home, but Mo Fan had already secured lodging the previous night. Upon arriving at the hotel, they proceeded to check in, and the workers carried the item to Mo Fan's room. Though Lao Tai had intended to save money by sharing a room with Mo Fan, he opted for adjacent rooms, citing his snoring as a reason. Even though the delivery was complimentary, Mo Fan still gave each worker 100 yuan as a token of gratitude. Now, you can tell us why you decided to purchase this ornament, Lao Tai asked, a hint of impatience in his voice. Chapter 13, Night Market. Mo Fan smiled at the inquiry, then closed the door to the room. He invited both men to sit down before pointing at the large ornament and stating, I simply find it beautiful and appealing. Moreover, I believe that 30,000 is a reasonable price for me. Upon hearing this, both men were taken aback. Beautiful? Appealing? Just as they were about to respond, Mo Fan raised his hand and continued, In fact, I have been contemplating this piece for quite some time, and I believe it can be cut again. I wager that there is something hidden within. Yen Mingxin understood this statement, while Lao Tai remained perplexed. Are you certain? Yen Mingxin asked, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Brother Yen, allow me to explain. I have encountered a similar situation with a stone from an experienced craftsman before. Do not be deceived by its unremarkable exterior. There may be treasures hidden within. Just trust me on this. After hearing Mo Fan's words, the two men finally felt less regretful. Indeed, it was regretful. Mo Fan could sense that they were lamenting the expenditure of his money. Both were seasoned individuals who understood the value of hard-earned cash, hence their astonishment at the thought of spending 30,000 in one go, which felt beyond comprehension. It was not that they possessed any knowledge of Jade. Both Lao Tai and Yan Mingxin were novices in this realm. Yan Mingxin merely lived in the vicinity, familiar with the sights and sounds, yet he had never gambled on stones himself. Upon reflection, they recognized that this was Mo Fan's own money, and if he had confidence in his choice, they should be happy for him. The three individuals secured the door and proceeded to the hotel front desk to register their belongings. This establishment indeed offered such a service for large items. Glancing at the clock, they noted it was past 5 o'clock, approaching dinner time. They made their way to a small eatery near the market. Having spent an extended time at breakfast, they were not particularly hungry, so they opted for a light meal of cold rice noodles. Each then took a bowl of bubble tea, enjoying conversation as they sipped. As darkness fell, the night market would soon come alive, marking the highlight of their excursion. The sister informed them that there were both morning and evening markets. During the day, most items sold were finished products, while the morning and evening markets primarily featured raw stones. Mo Fan expressed a desire to examine the local raw stones and experience the ambience of the night market. By around 7 or 8 o'clock, the sky had darkened, and the market began to fill with people once more. Entering the market revealed a different scene, though not overly illuminated. It was bustling with activity. The night market had commenced. As they ventured deeper, they found the crowd even denser than during the day. The flashlight's beam illuminated the stone's surface in the darkness, revealing details more clearly. The trio had come prepared with flashlights. Mo Fan had brought a yellow beam spotlight. Although Yan Mingxin had previously advised that most people typically used white or yellow lights for their energy efficiency, Lao Tai preferred the more visually striking tricolor option. As they meandered through the stalls, the array of stones was astonishing, each with unique shapes and characteristics. They were cautioned that if they spotted a stone of interest that someone else was negotiating for, they should refrain from directly approaching, as it was considered taboo. When an individual is engaged in negotiations over a stone, others must not intrude. Only if the negotiation fails can they pursue the stone. This industry is rife with unwritten rules that they needed to comprehend. Observe more, buy less, and haggle sparingly. Mo Fan and his companions echoed this sentiment, recognizing that Yan Mingxin had indeed done his homework. Although he had no prior connection to Jade, he had clearly prepared for their visit. Moreover, the night market primarily sold individual stones, each with varying prices. If they wished to examine kilogram stones, they could venture to the stalls on the market's periphery. However, many vendors would mislabel these kilogram stones as individual pieces. Yan Mingxin promised to take them to the raw stone market the following day, where shops typically housed warehouses with bulk kilogram stones. After hearing Yan Mingxin's explanation, the trio began to keenly search for raw stones. Mo Fan observed a man picking up a palm-sized stone. When illuminated by his flashlight, it distinctly reflected a circle of shimmering light. It appeared quite promising, and after inspecting it for a while, the man began to inquire about the price. The proprietor initially demanded 70,000 yuan, yet ultimately settled for a mere 580, which left Mo Fan astounded by the audacity of the pricing and the boldness of the negotiation. However, earlier that day, Mo Fan had already undergone a similar experience. He engaged in tactile exploration, feeling the energy fluctuations emanating from the raw stones, while meticulously observing the characteristics of the stone's outer crust. The knowledge he had hastily acquired during his travels on planes and in vehicles was being practically applied. For instance, he discerned the nuances of what constitutes fine sand, what defines a waxy shell, and what signifies rusted skin. He contemplated the quality of light and water flow under illumination, and the distinctions between white mist and yellow mist layers. Any vendor selling stones could elucidate these concepts, but discerning their authenticity required personal judgment. Mo Fan scrutinized numerous stones, noting that while some exhibited moderate energy fluctuations, others pulsated vibrantly, and a few lacked any energy signature altogether. Ultimately, he realized that high-quality stones were scarce, prompting him to abandon certain purchasing intentions. He feared that buying more would overwhelm both himself and Lao Tai, and he recognized that opportunities were abundant. He had yet to establish a clear pricing framework. Bargaining proved challenging, as some stones with strong energy signatures indeed presented well under light. Thus, he decided to spend the day observing and gathering information, planning to assess the kilogram stone situation the following day. Moreover, he had heard from Brother Yan that superior stones were often more plentiful in stores, and some top-tier materials were virtually unseen in the market. The stones available were primarily those left behind by the old Myanmar miners. The vendor's booming voice echoed. If you're not buying, don't even think about leaving this market. This exclamation caught Mo Fan's attention, and he glanced up to see a throng of people nearby. Having undergone enhancements through Jade, Mo Fan enjoyed significantly improved physical attributes and vision, which allowed him to see more clearly in the dark. He discerned Lao Tai's silhouette among the crowd and rushed over, only to find Lao Tai surrounded by a group of individuals, his expression filled with ire. A few men clad in traditional Myanmar attire wore threatening looks and seemed ready to resort to violence over an unclear dispute. Lao Tai, what has happened? Mo Fan swiftly parted the crowd, protectively positioning himself beside Lao Tai. Upon seeing Mo Fan approach, Lao Tai appeared relieved, exclaiming, "Brother Fan, I merely touched the stone, and they insist I must buy it without even asking the price." This declaration incited immediate discontent from a nearby old Myanmar individual, who, struggling with Mandarin, retorted, "If you don't want it, don't handle it recklessly. This stone was just excavated from a mine. It cannot be washed. You've already removed the mud. You must buy it." At that moment, Yan Mingxin hurried over to shield Lao Tai and himself. Mo Fan began to grasp the unfolding circumstances. Indeed, there are certain materials that one cannot inspect without the owner's consent, such as washing or scraping the mud off the stones. However, such situations have become increasingly rare, and typically, the owner will provide prior notice. There is indeed a custom regarding this matter. Yet in the scenario just described, Mo Fan observed the stones. It was evident that these elderly individuals from Myanmar were deliberately setting a trap, hoping to ensnare others in their schemes, all while employing their convoluted reasoning. However, the crowd surrounding them was rather substantial, raising the risk of a significant upheaval. At that moment, the market management arrived. After hearing the account of events, the leading middle-aged man shot a fierce glare at the ringleader among the elderly individuals. He then turned to Mo Fan and his companions, inquiring gently, "Which of you three is in charge?" Mo Fan recognized that the man intended to assist in resolving the issue, so he leaned forward and stated, "I can take charge." Upon hearing this, the market administrator nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to approach the elderly individuals to negotiate. Meanwhile, onlookers and some bewildered tourists surrounded Mo Fan and his companions, wary of the elderly individuals attempting to flee. Shortly thereafter, several market administrators approached, prompting Mo Fan to signal to Lao Tai. Lao Tai quickly produced a cigarette and dispersed the smoke into the air as the middle-aged man remarked, "I represent the market here. My surname is Dao. May I ask how you are addressed?" "Hello, Brother Dao. I am Mo Fan. How is the communication proceeding?" Mo Fan, upon learning that the man bore the surname Dao, recognized it as a prestigious name in the local Dai culture, historically associated with royalty, which he had heard of in tales from the past. The situation is quite dire. There is unrest among the elderly individuals from Myanmar, and this is not their first disturbance in the market. Although their demands are unreasonable, they have indeed identified a loophole in the jade trade. Their current requirement is for you to purchase the stones, and they are willing to negotiate the price down a bit. Upon hearing this, Lao Tai's expression shifted dramatically. "I haven't even inquired about the price. I merely touched the stone, and they expect me to buy it? What if they inflate the price? Is there any reason left in that?" Clearly, Lao Tai was becoming anxious, while Yan Mingxin, slightly older and more composed, looked at Mo Fan with concern. Though it was his first encounter with such a situation, he appeared more stable than Lao Tai. He could see that Mo Fan, after grasping the situation, remained remarkably poised, contrary to his expectations of panic. This prompted him to desire to hear Mo Fan's thoughts first. "Here's what I propose. I will first examine the stone and listen to their asking price." "Brother Dao, what do you think of this approach?" Surprised by Mo Fan's suggestion, Dao nodded in agreement and led Mo Fan and his companions to the stone in question. Under the beam of the flashlight, the stone's appearance was revealed to Mo Fan. It resembled a small winter melon, elongated and angular, though its edges were not overly pronounced. As the stone was enveloped in a thin layer of mud, it indeed appeared as though it had just been unearthed. Mo Fan glanced at the old man from Myanmar and inquired, "May I pick it up for a closer look?" The elder, noticing the presence of the nearby knife brother, seemed to agree that open communication was the best approach. He nodded in response, stating, "You may examine it, but once you do, you must purchase it." Ignoring the elder's words, Mo Fan lifted the stone with both hands. However, as his palms made contact, a surge of vibrant energy emanated from the stone. His expression remained impassive as he meticulously scrutinized it for a moment. Around him, the crowd fell silent, puzzled by Mo Fan's actions. Just as curiosity enveloped the atmosphere, he spoke up, "What is your asking price?" His question reignited the chatter among the onlookers. It appeared the young man was yielding. Alas, these old Myanmar men, behaving in such a manner, would deter anyone from approaching stones in the future. Let's see how Knife Brother responds. The young newcomer is being taken advantage of. What could this old Myanmar man possibly offer of value? Indeed, it might just be something picked up from the roadside, covered in mud. How unfortunate. Listening to the murmurs around him, the elder's countenance shifted, yet he extended a finger and boldly declared his price. 1 million. A chorus of hisses erupted from the crowd. This is freshly excavated from the mine. It is a valuable find. You have violated the rules. You must buy it. If not, you shall not leave today. With that proclamation, the old men from Myanmar began to encircle Mo Fan and his companions, even pushing against the market management personnel. Wait, I never said I wouldn't buy. Mo Fan's voice cut through the tension, leaving everyone momentarily stunned, before they turned their attention to him, eager to discern the thoughts of this composed young man. From the outset, he had maintained an air of calm, deftly handling the situation. Under the curious gaze of the crowd, Mo Fan approached the elder at the forefront. Greetings. I am Mo Fan. May I ask for your name? With that, he extended his hand, offering a handshake. The elder hesitated, casting a wary glance at Mo Fan, who continued to smile and patiently awaited his response. Reluctantly, the elder finally reached out and shook Missouri Fan's hand. I am a Buna. You may call me Old Boo. Mo Fan smiled in return, producing a cigarette, offering one to Old Boo and another to Knife Brother. He then distributed the entire pack to those present, enveloping them in a haze of smoke. Amidst the swirling smoke, Mo Fan spoke. Old Boo, I understand that things are somewhat chaotic on your side, and I presume you and your companions are in urgent need of funds. You assert that my brother has breached the rules, and I concede. However, I believe this situation is not appropriate. I am willing to purchase the stone, but not at this price. I shall refrain from elaborating further. I will offer 200,000. You may select any stone for me. I will not be particular. Consider this a gesture of friendship. As for this stone shrouded in mud, its authenticity remains uncertain. Let us put this matter to rest. After speaking, Mo Fan fixed his gaze intently on Old Boo, who, in turn, remained silent, returning the stare. The two men held each other's gaze in a profound silence that lingered for 2 minutes. Suddenly, Old Boo broke the silence with a smile. He produced a piece of raw stone, roughly the size of an egg, and extended it towards Mo Fan, declaring, "Take it from my hand, and I shall comply with your request." With that, he clutched the stone tightly. Mo Fan chuckled softly, placing his hand over Old Boo's. And with a sudden surge of strength, he pulled. A cry of agony erupted. In Chapter 15, titled Southern Cheese Insight, Mo Fan forcefully extracted the stone from Old Boo's grasp before he could react. With a decisive twist, he split the stone in two, revealing the dark green jade within. You dare to sell me a flawed stone? What a cunning plan. However, I shall let this slide today, provided you keep your word. Is that agreeable? Mo Fan's voice resonated calmly, interrupting Old Boo's impending fury. At that moment, beads of sweat cascaded down Old Boo's forehead. He recognized that this stone bore no cracks. The sheer strength required to break it barehanded was unfathomable. Bewildered and astonished, he nodded in silence, casting a wary glance at Mo Fan. Meanwhile, Mo Fan handed the 2 pieces of stone to Lao Tai and retrieved his bank card. Let's proceed with the transaction. Upon seeing the payment confirmation, Old Boo relinquished the stone, still encased in mud. He quickly gathered his belongings and departed, as the crowd in the market gradually dispersed. Few had witnessed the earlier exchange. The dim lighting and the dense throng had obscured the scene, and Mo Fan had acted with remarkable speed, leaving some bystanders utterly oblivious. Brother Dao exhaled a sigh of relief, casting a thoughtful glance at Mo Fan, his expression now tinged with curiosity and admiration. After exchanging a few more words, Brother Dao and Mo Fan even exchanged contact information. Once they exited the market, Lao Tai could no longer contain himself. The earlier spectacle had profoundly stunned him. Brother Fan, that move you just pulled was extraordinary. You truly possess hidden depths. Yan Mingxin beside him nodded in agreement. It was merely a sleight of hand. The stone had cracks to begin with. I caught him off guard. Montauk fin replied. By the way, keep that stone safe. Although it is oil green, the quality is decent and can be utilized. Some people do prefer it. Ensure that the muddy large stone is also well guarded. Don't lose it. Mo Fan swiftly redirected the conversation, also briefing them on potential challenges they might encounter. At that moment, the two men realized the possible dangers they faced. The group of old Mian had departed too abruptly. Either they were genuinely intimidated or scheming something sinister. Consequently, they quickened their pace and eventually reached the hotel safely. Moreover, they planned to visit the jade merchants dealing in kilogram stones at noon to examine raw materials. Thus, Mo Fan suggested Yin Mingxin's stay at the hotel, as they would need to rise early the next day. Upon hearing Mo Fan's suggestion, Yin Mingxin, without hesitation, called home to reassure his wife. After ensuring her of his safety, the group ventured to a nearby barbecue stall, ordering some grilled delicacies and beer, engaging in lively conversation. At that moment, a group of 7 or 8 individuals approached, and Mo Fan's gaze sharpened as he looked over. It was the old Mian. Lao Tai also noticed the crowd and immediately gasped in surprise, rising to his feet. Yin Mingxin grew tense as well, yet Mo Fan remained remarkably composed. This was due to the fact that he had spotted someone behind the leading figure, Old Boo, who was carrying a package. From its shape, Mo Fan could surmise the purpose of their visit. Indeed, Old Boo's group walked over to the barbecue stall and greeted Mo Fan. "Boss, would you care to take a look at this piece?" He then flashed Mo Fan a dry smile. Upon hearing this, Lao Tai and the others relaxed somewhat. "We can look, but that doesn't mean we have to buy anything," Mo Fan jested, stepping aside to invite Old Boo to sit with him. "Not at all. I admire you. Let us be friends." Old Boo, pleased by Mo Fan's lightheartedness, took a seat alongside him and gestured for his companions to sit nearby, advising them not to stand and attract attention. One of the younger men placed the burden he was carrying on the table and then moved to sit at a nearby table, clearly allowing their leader to converse privately with Mo Fan. Intrigued, Mo Fan called over the barbecue stall owner, requesting that some skewers be arranged for the old Mian at the adjacent table before signaling Old Boo to unveil the package. Old Boo, looking satisfied, began, "Boss, you are generous. I offer you a discount. This is a fine piece. Please, do not call me boss. My name is Mo Fan, and I believe I am younger than you, so feel free to address me by my name." Mo Fan brushed aside Old Boo's mention of a discount, knowing well that in business, discounts were a rarity. "Very well, Mo Boss," Mo Fan replied. "I must tell you, the stone I possess is freshly unearthed, all sourced from the Southern Chi site. You know, those places are known for yielding rare treasures. Its value is sure to soar." As he spoke, Old Boo unwrapped the package, revealing a stone that was quite rectangular, roughly the size of a rice noodle bowl, and devoid of mud. Such dimensions were rare from the Southern Chi site. The skin exhibited outstanding quality. Even Mo Fan had to concede that it appeared quite aged. The black sand skin shimmered impressively, reflecting light beautifully under the evening's glow. Even Lao Tai, seated beside him, was captivated. Mo Fan lifted the stone, which weighed approximately 10 kilograms. There were energy fluctuations, albeit with an intensity around 28. Mo Fan felt reassured, believing the quality could reach a viscous state akin to glutinous ice. Upon closer inspection, he noted some cracks, though they were few. The stone was not insignificant in size, leaving him to ponder the pricing. He was tempted to use his perspective ability to examine it further, but the thought of the energy depletion that would follow restrained him. After all, this was material from Southern Chi, now increasingly rare, not solely due to scarcity in production, but also because the area was often embroiled in conflict, making it uncommon for raw stones to circulate. The fact that Old Boo managed to procure material from Southern Chi indicated he possessed some degree of savvy. "What is your asking price?" Mo Fan set down the stone, placing it between the two of them, and inquired. "La Old Boo hesitate slightly," reaching out to touch the stone himself. After pondering for a few moments, he finally spoke. "Friend, you are the boss. You can afford the price and are generous. I will not ask for much, just 100,000. Take it." Upon hearing this, Lao Tai and Yin Mingxin's faces visibly tightened. Today had certainly been eventful for them. Rarely do they encounter such scenes, and the money felt as if it were practically free. Mo Fan contemplated carefully. The stone weighed 10 kilograms, and the market price for a type of jadeite, known as Nuo Hua, typically ranged from 3,000 to 20,000 per kilogram. In contrast, Nuo Bing could fetch between 50,000 and 130,000 per kilogram, depending on its quality. Based on his own energy perception, he sensed that the stone had a solid base. Thus, the proposed price was indeed acceptable. However, gambling on stones inherently involves risk, a crucial factor in valuation. "I see you have come specifically to find me. You must have more than just this stone to sell," he declared. "Here is my offer. I will give you a fixed price. If you wish to sell, then sell. If not, let us enjoy meat and wine tonight without mentioning stones." Lao Bu looked at Mo Fan in surprise, then cautiously replied, "You offer a high price, but don't lowball me. 60,000, and we both benefit." Chapter 16. How marvelous. Deal. To Mo Fan's astonishment, Lao Bu agreed immediately. Montak Fen, Lao Dai, Yenming Xin. They had underestimated their own integrity. Mo boss, the stone is yours. We are now friends. Lao Bu displayed an expression of unwavering loyalty, as if he had achieved something monumental. Mo Fan chuckled wryly, not overly concerned. After all, 60,000 would still yield him a profit. He did not dwell on it, watching as Lao Bu skillfully retrieved a card machine and proceeded to complete the transaction. After he finished, he signaled to a young man, who hurried off with a card in hand. Curious, Mo Fan asked Lao Bu, didn't you say that you old Myanmar people prefer cash? Why haven't you asked me for cash today? Lao Bu chuckled, pulling out a cigarette to offer to Mo Fan. Mo Fan quickly pressed down on his hand, presenting his own cigarette instead. Lao Bu accepted it cheerfully, lighting it up, and then remarked, we are different from other old Myanmar folks. Most of us are border residents, and we utilize mobile payments. Of course, we keep some cash on hand for our own matters. Mo Fan listened, sensing he understood yet remained unsure. So he refrained from further inquiries. At that moment, the barbecue was served and the beer was opened. It was Mo Fan's first experience of barbecuing with the old Myanmar people. Perhaps feeling the excitement of their recent transaction, they all raised their glasses for a toast. Subsequently, Lao Bu shared a drink with Lao Tai, expressing his apologies for the day's events. Lao Tai smiled, choosing not to elaborate. It was better to resolve enmity than to harbor it. Suddenly, Lao Bu coughed, catching Mo Fan's attention. Friend, Mo boss, you had just purchased my stone. You possess great strength. In a couple of days, I will come to find you and take you to a place. There, you will discover treasures of extraordinary quality. You only called me because you just made a purchase. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan understood instantly. That stone he encountered earlier was indeed a guiding stone. The main event unfolds here. After contemplating, he chose not to refuse and offered a contact number. Time did not linger. Each person lost in their thoughts. And soon they finished their meal and parted ways. Upon returning to the hotel, his collection grew by another stone. Brother Fan, how much money do you actually have? You've already spent a fortune today. His friend felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. It's all right. I believe this expenditure is worthwhile. You need not worry. The store will definitely prosper. After a considerable amount of reassurance, his friend felt slightly less anxious. The next morning, Mo Fan awoke, drenched in sweat, having experienced a series of bizarre dreams. Though the details eluded him upon waking, he hurried to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. His body felt somewhat empty again. The urge to absorb Jade resurfaced. He gazed at the two stones displayed in his room, his eyes immediately drawn to the ornament. The energy emanating from the ornament was profoundly intense, presenting a strong temptation. Without hesitation, he resolved to approach the ornament and placed his palm upon it. Suddenly, a surge of powerful energy coursed through the jade ornament. According to his energy intensity standards, the strength emanating from this piece was around 57. This made him yearn to begin absorbing it immediately. Yet he was curious to discover what lay within that captivated him so. After adjusting his focus, he began to draw in the energy from the exterior layer of the jade. The familiar icy sensation coursed through him as the energy gradually enveloped his entire being. Meanwhile, the surface of the jade ornament began to transform. The delicate white jade flesh slowly became desiccated, its luster gradually fading. When the outer layer of jade resembled severely weathered sandstone, Mo Fan ceased his absorption, opting instead to scrape away at it. Aware that the current stone layer was fragile, he hastened his actions. Finally, as he filled 2 trash bins with the remnants, the stone revealed the true jade hidden within. It was a piece approximately 30 centimeters long, 10 centimeters high, and 7 to 8 centimeters thick. Its colorless and transparent quality rendered it indistinguishable from glass. Even at such thickness, one could still see the painting on the opposite wall through the jade. At that moment, the surging energy beckoned him to reach out. A voice echoing in his mind. Hurry, absorb it. Absorb it. This thought grew increasingly fervent. Mo Fan instinctively embraced the jade, his body uncontrollably generating a powerful suction. Energy surged into him, rushing toward the crown of his head. It is said that when a person experiences overwhelming pleasure, they can lose control of their body and convulse. Mo Fan trembled twice, the intoxicating sensation causing his vision to blur. Once again, he collapsed on a bed. In his embrace, the stone revealed a different spectacle, enveloped by a verdant light emanating from within Mo Fan. After a few minutes, he finally regained consciousness, dazedly flexing his fingers, feeling an unfamiliar vitality coursing through him. More invigorated than he had been the previous night. Puzzled, he concentrated and delved into his mind, only to find his expression shifting to one of astonishment. A space, roughly 1 cubic meter in size, materialized within his consciousness. Such a paradoxical phenomenon had occurred. He reached for the pillow beside him and focused intently. Whoosh! The pillow vanished from his grasp. In a fleeting thought, the pillow reappeared in his hand. At that moment, he could no longer suppress his elation. He understood that this was not due to the large piece of glassy jade, but rather the jade essence that had integrated with his body. Absorbing sufficient energy could indeed forge a space, and he intuitively grasped that as his body grew stronger with continued energy absorption, so too would the space expand. Suppressing his joy, he glanced at the time. It was barely past 7. He had not spent much time, quickly tidying up the stone fragments in his room. After refreshing himself, he called for Lao Tai and the others to join him for breakfast on the 3rd floor of the hotel. Fan Yi, why do I feel you look a bit fairer today? Lao Tai remarked, tossing noodles while speaking, and Yin Mingxin beside him nodded in agreement. Indeed, a fan appears a tad paler. Mo Fan, momentarily taken aback by this observation, could only laugh it off. Of course, I'm not getting paler by the day. In a couple of days, I might just debut in an advertisement. TCH, Lao Tai retorted, raising his middle finger playfully while continuing to toss the noodles. After breakfast, the trio, under Yin Mingxin's guidance, ventured into a market composed of rows of small buildings. Signs adorned with various jade shop names were ubiquitous, along with labels indicating the wholesale of rough stones and gambling on stone cutting. This was a bustling hub for jade merchants in the area. Within, numerous rough stones lay available, and one could wholesale substantial kilograms of material as needed. Yin Mingxin led them deeper into the market. Originally, they had planned to visit the morning market in Jiegao, renowned for its early trading, but they had awoken too late to make it this time, promising to return on another occasion. As they strolled through the market's aisles, some shops had begun to open, while others remained tightly shut. The streets, however, were not devoid of life, with a sparse yet lively crowd. Approaching a particularly large storefront, they noticed someone enjoying tea at the entrance, prompting them to approach. Master, do you offer wholesale kilograms of material here? Yin Mingxin inquired in a genuine regional dialect, addressing the middle-aged man at the door. In Yunnan province, it is customary to address others as master when asking for directions or requesting assistance. The man accepted a cigarette with warmth and replied, Indeed. Come in and have a look. He then ushered the 3 of them inside. The room in question is designed like a warehouse, sparsely furnished. At the entrance, there is a simple table for accounting and invoicing, accompanied by several scales of varying sizes. On one side, you can observe the stones from Mwanji, while on the other side, those from Moxisha are displayed. The stones vary in size, and pricing is determined by weight in kilograms. There are some smaller stones from the Haosang region, while further inside, you will find those from Nanji, which are also on the smaller side, with several pieces per kilogram. The stones from Muna are somewhat larger. As the gentleman introduced the collection, the others were captivated by the sight. The ground was strewn with raw jade stones, neatly piled in heaps. Furthermore, along the walls, various colored snakeskin bags were organized, each filled to the brim with more jade stones, stacked high. The warehouse spans at least several hundred square meters, primarily filled with raw jade. For Mo Fan and Lao Tai, this was their first encounter with such an abundance of raw stones. They felt that the quantity they had seen over the past 20 years paled in comparison to what they beheld in these few minutes. The gentleman also explained the purchasing process for the stones. Here, the minimum purchase is 1 kilogram. Indeed, you heard correctly, raw jade can be bought wholesale by the kilogram. However, purchasing just 1 kilogram can be somewhat costly, as prices vary by source and quality. Larger quantities may yield discounts. The stones on the ground are significantly cheaper, priced at 100 yuan per kilogram for amounts under 10 kilograms, regardless of size, as they are already selected for weighing. If one wishes to buy a ton, the price drops to 48 yuan per kilogram. There's also an option for repackaging. For the unopened bags, one may split them into a maximum of 3 packages, but must purchase at least 10 kilograms. Each kilogram would then cost 200 yuan, allowing for a selection of stones. These prices apply to limited quantities. As they walked around, they noticed some stones, although piled on the ground, were separated by wire mesh. These stones exhibited better quality and were priced higher, exceeding 200 yuan per kilogram. The sheer volume of stones was overwhelming. There were also entire bags organized according to their sources, with Moxisha priced at 200 yuan per kilogram, each bag weighing approximately 40 to 50 kilograms. Pricing varies between repackaged and non-repackaged stones, as well as between large and small quantities. The prices for Mwangi and Moxisha are quite similar. The house-hang stones generally range between 120 and 180 yuan, packaged in red and white bags, reflecting different qualities. After observing for a while, the gentleman, ever enthusiastic, opened a package from each source for Mo Fan and his companions to examine. After nearly half an hour of deliberation, Mo Fan and Lao Tai negotiated the price based on the quantities they intended to purchase. Ultimately, they agreed to buy 1 ton divided among 5 sources: Moxisha, Mwangi, Househang, and Nanji, with each source contributing 200 kilograms. They decided to make a trial purchase, cautious not to buy too much at once. The gentleman led them to the entrance and calculated the costs. Moxisha stones at 80 yuan per kilogram, available in various sizes, and Mwangi stones at 70 yuan per kilogram, also varying in size. At Hejiang, the price is 60 yuan per kilogram, consisting primarily of small pieces, none exceeding the size of an egg. In Muna, the cost is 65 yuan per kilogram, with the majority being larger, the smallest being the size of a bowl. Nanchi offers stones at 70 yuan per kilogram, featuring both large and small pieces, with the largest not exceeding the size of a volleyball. All are neatly packaged into 20 bags. Mo Fan spent 69,000 yuan, and the proprietor even gifted him 2 bags of inferior stones. In total, there are 22 bags of rough stones, which the owner kindly arranged to be transported to Yimingsen's logistics company. After settling the payment and exchanging contact details, the trio wandered to several other stalls in the market, inquiring about prices, which were largely comparable, differing by just a few yuan. The quality of the rough stones was similar, and, at this price point, it was difficult to procure stones of superior quality. Any stones with notable quality would command a higher price. So Mo Fan had his friends retain the contact numbers of several reasonably sized wholesalers. Subsequently, they ceased their search for kilogram stones and began to meander through the market, also venturing into shops selling rough stones. The quality of the rough stones in these shops was significantly higher. They too had piles of kilogram stones. However, the tables within the shops displayed some high-quality rough stones. These stones varied in type, including fully uncut gamble stones, partially open stones, and cut materials. Finally, near the entrance of one shop, Mo Fan spotted a grand sign emblazoned with the characters for Fortune Knife. Outside stood a sign indicating live stone gambling. Beside the sign was a cutting machine and an oil cutting machine. Intrigued, they entered the shop, where the owner greeted them warmly, inquiring about the types of stones they were interested in. He enthusiastically introduced them to the stones available in the shop, spraying water on a pile of rough stones with a spray bottle. He also handed them flashlights to better examine the jadeite rough stones. Upon inspecting the pile he was spraying, Mo Fan noted that they were merely kilogram stones, with quality comparable to those discarded on the warehouse floor. He refrained from commenting, recognizing that the owner underestimated their expertise. Mo Fan accepted the cigarette offered by the owner, pretending to be curious while discreetly beginning to sense the energy fluctuations within the stones. Indeed, after feeling over 20 pieces, he found only the slightest energy vibrations. This indicated that the stones were indeed jadeite rough, but their quality was far from satisfactory. Both Lao Tai and Yimingsen held their flashlights, observing the stones that piqued their interest. The owner thoughtfully provided each of them with a small spray bottle, encouraging them to spray and examine at will. Noticing their growing interest, Mo Fan spoke up. "You two, feel free to choose a piece. I will cover the cost. If it appreciates, the profit is yours. If it depreciates, the loss is mine." Upon hearing this, the two felt a bit shy, but the owner joyfully praised Mo Fan, exclaiming his generosity and goodness. Mo Fan felt somewhat embarrassed by the compliments, but continued to inspect the stones. Suddenly, as he picked up a piece of Muna's Yangmei skin rough stone, he felt a surge of energy fluctuations in his hand. Chapter 18. The Buzz of the Cutting Machine. Sensing a considerable energy fluctuation within, approximately at a level of 25, Mo Fan set down the stone, mentally noting it before continuing to observe the other stones. After examining nearly half of the stones in the shop, just as the proprietor's enthusiasm began to wane, Mo Fan selected 2 pieces, one with a skin of wooden Nanyuan plum, weighing around 13 kilograms, and another of black Missouri Shisha material, approximately 8 kilograms. He approached the shopkeeper and inquired, "How much for these 2 stones?" The shopkeeper's spirits lifted, relieved that a selection had finally been made after nearly an hour of browsing by the trio. It was not that Mo Fan wished to linger. He merely intended to explore the raw materials further. At that moment, Lao Tai and Yin Mingxin each approached with a piece of material. Lao Tai carried a small piece of Mo Shisha, around 5 kilograms, only the size of a bowl's opening, yet it felt rather robust. Yin Mingxin presented a black stone from Mo Wanjiji, long and roughly the size of a soda can, weighing approximately 5 to 6 kilograms. Both pieces were suggested by Mo Fan, as they had, to be frank, selected stones devoid of significant energy fluctuations. Mo Fan had sensed each one, thus recommending pieces with energy levels around 2. Boss, let us settle on a total for these 4 stones. Please provide a price. Mo Fan remarked, confirming with his companions. The shopkeeper felt a surge of happiness. Indeed, the trio had made commendable choices. Typically, visitors to this establishment approached with mere curiosity. Few were genuinely inclined to purchase. And even among those, many exercised restraint. For all 4 together, I can offer each at 25,000. Your total comes to 88,000, a generous discount. The shopkeeper feigned contemplation, cheerfully disclosing his price. Upon hearing this, Lao Tai and Yin Mingxin immediately expressed their disinterest. Neither had previously engaged in the practice of stone betting and were taken aback by the price exceeding 20,000. It felt too much to bear. It was not out of stinginess, but rather a reluctance to burden Mo Fan with such a hefty expense. Initially, they had merely intended to select stones costing a few hundred for a trial, never contemplating such an extravagant purchase. Mo Fan found the situation amusing yet heartwarming and remarked, Boss, your quoted price has frightened my brothers away. Please give us a fair offer. We are here to wholesale in kilograms, after all, and we are fellow traders. The shopkeeper, observing the recent developments, did not perceive his pricing as excessive. Such occurrences were commonplace for him. This is the genuine price. My stones are of the highest quality. Feel free to inspect them. They all perform admirably, he exclaimed, brandishing a flashlight and illuminating various stones. What a steep price. 4 stones for merely 10,000. We can cut them right here. Mo Fan observed the shopkeeper's performance quietly, gently stating his price. It cannot be so low. The cost of 1 stone alone does not even reach that. The shopkeeper retorted, shaking his head vigorously as if in a frenzy. It has been asserted that we are colleagues. I have observed this much, and in the future, I shall require even more stones from you. 12,000 units. Let us proceed with the cutting. If it does not suffice, we shall take our leave. With that, Mo Fan waved farewell to Lao Tai and his companion, lifting his foot to exit. Very well, let us commence, the proprietor exclaimed urgently, beckoning the stone cutter to begin the process. The 3 exchanged knowing smiles. The price was elevated. However, Mo Fan refrained from further comment, engaging instead in light banter with the owner before settling the payment. These stones were not particularly large, and the owner remained unconcerned, well aware of the modest acquisition cost of his materials. There was no need for an oil cutting machine. The stone cutter could simply utilize a standard cutter. The first stone to be cut was a specimen from Yin Mingxin, but due to an issue with Guangge, there were no bracelet positions or noticeable skin cracks. Thus, the stone was to be sliced uniformly, yielding a 2-centimeter cap. Once the decision was made, the cutter activated the machine. The hum of the cutting apparatus was deafening, and sparks flew as the blade met the stone. In a short while, the stone was cut, and the cutter silently cast a meaningful glance at Yin Mingxin. After rinsing the cap in a nearby water bucket, he handed the stone to Yin Mingxin. This was also a customary practice among stone cutters. The owners of the stones often wished to unveil their treasures first, thereby avoiding any potential resentment should the gamble result in disappointment. In the jade industry, one must never underestimate human nature, nor the unwritten rules that have been established by predecessors. With a heart full of trepidation, Yin Mingxin accepted the stone and slowly unveiled the cap. A delicate shade of azure emerged, prompting the owner to join in the observation. He immediately illuminated it with a flashlight, and under its glow, the stone radiated a halo. The cutting surface was not extensive, thus it was nearly translucent. Wow, this has indeed appreciated. A remarkable increase, esteemed colleagues. The shopkeeper's voice rang out dramatically. Thankfully, in a sparsely populated market, otherwise, such a proclamation would have attracted quite the crowd. Yin Mingxin stood there, somewhat dazed and uncertain, with a grin on his face. He sensed that the stone had indeed appreciated, yet the specifics eluded him. Mo Fan took the stone, examined it, and remarked, Brother Yin, splendid. Congratulations. It has certainly risen in value. This was inevitable. The average price of the stone calculates to 3,000 units, and now that it is revealed, it is clearly transformed. At the very least, it commands a baseline of 10,000 per kilogram. After experiencing the joy of the stone's appreciation, Lao Tai could no longer contain his excitement and immediately insisted on cutting his own piece. The master cutter, not one to dawdle, took a moment to enjoy a cigarette offered by Yan Mingxin before resuming his position at the cutting machine. He picked up Lao Tai's piece of mashisha, discussed the cutting position briefly, and then set to work. This particular stone bore a distinct diagonal crack on its skin, and he proceeded to cut along that line. As the machine roared to life, the hum resonated, and just as he began cutting, the master raised an eyebrow before returning to his focused task. The cutting of this stone took longer than the previous one, sparks flying in the process. Upon completion, the master craftsman submerged the stone briefly in a nearby bucket of water before handing it to the old ironworker. The old ironworker felt a twinge of nervousness, muttering incessantly, "Rise, rise, rise." As the stone split apart, its internal layers became distinctly visible. To his astonishment, the stone revealed a misty layer approximately 2 millimeters thick, a yellow fog. Beneath this layer lay a faintly blue jade flesh. Eagerly, he directed the beam of his flashlight upon it. It was stunning. A gentle blue hue emanated from the jade, sprinkled with tiny flecks of cotton-like particles. "Incredible! It's expanding," he exclaimed, realizing the jade was nearing a glutinous ice state, accompanied by snowflake-like cotton. The shop owner, filled with excitement, raised his voice, inadvertently attracting a crowd of nearby merchants. Being situated near the market entrance, passers-by were also drawn to the spectacle. As M.O. Fan observed, it was indeed true. The glutinous base had reached a stage approaching glutinous ice, and considering the purchase price, this stone had significantly appreciated in value. It was perfectly suited for crafting a bracelet, which would render this piece far more valuable than Yan Mingxin's. By now, merchants from within the market had already expressed interest in purchasing these two stones. Yan Mingxin's stone boasted a delicate clear base with minimal cracks, making it exceptionally desirable for crafting. Once sold, its base color would be highly favored by the market and customers alike. The potential of the old ironworker's jade was even more promising. If a bracelet could be fashioned, its value would multiply. Even if a bracelet could not be created, the central portion with glutinous ice was still quite valuable. Moreover, M.O. Shisha held a distinct advantage as the king of water, not solely referring to its quality, but also indicating that once it was mined, there was a substantial likelihood of it being reprocessed, elevating its overall quality. Naturally, this depended on factors such as carving and polishing techniques. At that moment, a somewhat portly shop owner approached, tightening his belt to accommodate his rounded belly. "Gentlemen, are you willing to part with your stones? I can offer 50,000 for this M.O. Wanji. For the M.O. Shisha, I can go up to 250,000. If agreeable, I can arrange for the transfer immediately." Upon hearing this, Yan Mingxin felt a surge of excitement. He understood that the stone had appreciated, but to see several thousand transform into tens of thousands was astonishing. This was a far quicker return than his diligent work in logistics, and it marked his first venture into stone gambling after years in the business. The old ironworker felt flush with warmth, his face turning crimson, a blend of suppressed joy and a somewhat foolish expression. The surrounding shop owners, upon hearing his words, remained silent, recognizing the local authority of this particular owner. This reflected an unspoken rule. During negotiations, it was customary for others to refrain from interrupting. Such competitive bidding scenarios, as often depicted in films, rarely transpired unless explicitly stated by the seller, inviting others to compete for the highest bid. At that moment, both individuals turned their gaze towards M.O. Fan, who promptly retrieved his phone to initiate a video call with Chin DeBayo. The connection was established swiftly, revealing Chin DeBayo's handsome visage on the screen. Without unnecessary preamble, M.O. Fan succinctly outlined the current circumstances while showcasing the two stones. Chin DeBayo candidly remarked on his fortunate circumstances and requested M.O. Fan to hold on for a moment as he contacted someone, subsequently ending the call. Unexpectedly, the somewhat portly boss's phone rang. "Hello, DeBayo. What does Uncle Who need from you?" Upon hearing the voice on the other end, Boss Who glanced at M.O. Fan and then chuckled heartily. After a brief exchange, he hung up the phone. When he turned his attention back to M.O. Fan, there was a hint of scrutiny in his gaze as he spoke. "You are M.O. Fan? I am a lie. DeBayo refers to me as uncle. I am a brother of his father." M.O. Fan was taken aback by this serendipitous connection and quickly responded, "Uncle who?" It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is M.O. Fan, and you may call me Xiao Fan or a fan. I apologize for not recognizing you earlier. Not a problem at all. We were strangers. After all, it is prudent of you to be cautious, Hu Lai replied, accepting the cigarette that M.O. Fan offered. He continued, now that we are acquainted, I shall be straightforward. The price for MO1G is 80,000, and for MO Shisha, it is 320,000. We can arrange for the transfer. If you doubt my word, you may verify the market prices. MO Fan could hardly harbor any skepticism, as the quoted price was already edging beyond his anticipated range. He quickly urged his companion, quickly thank Uncle Hu. They both expressed their gratitude, and Hu Lai promptly organized the transfer arrangements for them. Naturally, the two stones were also entrusted to the other party. The price offered for the stone belonging to Lao Tai was indeed commendable, calculated at the rate of stones with bracelets. For a novice, Hu Lai's quoted price was already quite favorable. Thus, upon receiving the notification of the transaction, both M.O. Fan and Lao Tai felt an exhilarating disbelief. In a rush, M.O. Fan addressed Hu Lai, Uncle Hu, thank you. Since it's nearing mealtime, may we treat you to a meal? We would be honored. Hu Lai laughed heartily. No need for thanks. I will certainly make a profit from this price. But it is expected, as this is my line of work. Shall we go? I will treat. After the two stones were cut open, M.O. Fan hesitated to cut his own stones, fearing it would attract too much attention. Purchasing 4 stones only to see their value rise was hardly an everyday occurrence. The gaze of the gambling stone shop owner towards M.O. Fan had shifted, indicating a growing suspicion. Thus, he decided to wrap up the affair. He readily took his stones, and, along with Lao Tai, followed Hu Lai outside, intending to have a meal first. Hu Lai made a phone call to arrange matters, and the group followed him to the roadside outside the market. Shortly after, a Mercedes-Benz arrived, its driver stepping out to greet Hu with a respectful boss Hu, before opening the trunk to facilitate M.O. Fan in placing the 2 stones inside. One could not help but commend the man's keen perception. After placing the stones correctly, a few individuals boarded the vehicle, just enough to accommodate everyone. Yan Mingxin took the seat beside the driver, while M.O. Fan and Lao Tai accompanied Boss Hu in the back. Soon, they arrived at the dining establishment, the Fire Phoenix Grand Hotel. Upon spotting Boss Hu, the waiter, without any inquiry, greeted him with a smile and communicated through the intercom. A hotel manager promptly approached, exuding familiarity with Boss Hu. The ordering process was swift. After inquiring if M.O. Fan and the others had any dietary restrictions, the manager had already arranged the dishes. The food was served rapidly, as was the liquor, Wuyanya, a fine spirit. It is customary here to enjoy a drink during meals, irrespective of whether it is morning or afternoon. After toasting and exchanging pleasantries, the atmosphere grew more convivial. Boss Hu learned about M.O. Fan and Lao Tai's intentions to open a stone gambling shop. Xiao Fan, I see you have 2 uncut stones in the back. Did you select those? As the conversation turned pivotal, it was clear that a man of Boss Hu's stature would not invite someone to dine without a purpose. Even with the influence of Qin de Bayo, such hospitality would not be given lightly. Those who become bosses are invariably astute. However, M.O. Fan was concerned about revealing too much, so he replied, Oh, I thought you might have something valuable and preferred to keep it low-key. Boss Hu chuckled, nearly deciphering M.O. Fan's intentions. Thus, M.O. Fan raised his glass in a toast to Hu, saying, perhaps this establishment stones are indeed exceptional, but Lao Tai and the others also possess considerable luck. Their first venture into stone gambling has yielded profit from their casual selections. This statement not only distanced himself from the outcome, but also acknowledged that the stones selected by the two were indeed their own choice. Chapter 20. Ice-Picked Flower. With a smile gracing his face, Boss Hu scrutinized M.O. Fan deeply. I sense that you, young man, conceal more than you reveal. I, old Hu, have always been adept at reading people. Here's the deal. Regardless of whether you choose to cut those 2 stones or not, I will purchase them from you. If you decide not to cut them, I will buy them at 10 times the price. If you do cut them and they appreciate in value, I will buy them from you at a 10% premium based on market price. If they do not succeed, I will still acquire them at double the original price. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere fell silent, with only Boss Hu looking at M.O. Fan with a smile. M.O. Fan understood that Boss Hu's words were also a means to gauge his own standing. After a moment of contemplation, M.O. Fan nodded in agreement. Uncle Hu, your terms leave me no room for refusal. To deny you would be to disregard kindness. Very well, let us finish our meal and then find a place to cut the stones. We shall cut both. Ha! What a straightforward agreement. Boss Hu laughed heartily, and the group raised their glasses once more. Shortly after finishing their meal, as they prepared to find a location to cut the stones, Boss who preemptively noted that his company possessed a stone-cutting machine. They all proceeded to his company together. Once the vehicle was parked, Mo Fan picked up a stone and asked Lao Tai to assist with another. The stone in Mo Fan's grasp was the one with the texture of a Muna Yangmei peel. Feeling the energy coursing through it, he began to absorb it, directing the energy into the spatial realm of his mind. The stone was of medium quality, and Mo Fan continued to absorb its energy. Before long, as they approached the cutting machine, he had nearly exhausted the energy contained within the stone. The space had expanded slightly, and Mo Fan deliberately left a modicum of energy within the stone, ensuring it would not shatter upon contact while maintaining the hardness of its surface. Boss who had several cutting machines, and he specifically chose 2 frequently used oil cutting machines. He instructed his team to mark both stones and place them inside. The group then adjourned to a nearby tea room to sip tea and engage in conversation. Upon learning that Mo Fan and his companions intended to establish a stone gambling shop in Sun and Moon City, they inquired about the precise location. When informed it was on the pedestrian street, he chuckled and remarked, initially, there was indeed a shop dedicated to stone gambling on that street, but it eventually failed to thrive and closed down. I am acquainted with the owner, who, it seems, had lost nearly all his fortune after betting on a large stone in Rue City. The stone was poorly cut, leading to a decline in business, and the shop subsequently shuttered. This was a decade ago. Since then, for reasons unknown, no one has attempted to open another stone gambling shop on the street. Most establishments now are located within markets, and their scale is rather modest. Listening to his narrative, Mo Fan finally comprehended why such a bustling area lacked a stone gambling shop. There had indeed been one. Shortly thereafter, one of the machines emitted a sound, followed by a decrease in noise, indicating that a stone had been successfully cut. The master turned off the machine, waited a couple of minutes to dissipate the mist, and invited Mo Fan to unveil it. Without hesitation, Mo Fan approached, grasped the handle, and lifted it. Upon retrieving the stone, he recognized it as the wood-like Yangmei skin he had previously absorbed energy from, and he knew it held little promise. Nevertheless, he feigned disappointment, exclaiming, "Alas, it's a dud. This marble hardly qualifies." With a wry smile, he displayed the cut surface to the others. The rough jade flesh appeared rather desiccated, with a web of cracks marring the entire face. Disappointing? Boss who stepped over to examine the stone. The outer shell shows potential, but the interior is indeed a letdown. However, Xiao Fan, observe the quality of the shell. Such stones are bound to disappoint any who encounter them. After offering a few words of consolation, the group shifted their hopes to the other stone, the Mashisha. The machine continued its operation. This stone was even smaller than the wood-like Yangmei skin, yet the machine was still diligently at work. At the very least, this indicated that the stone was quite hard, which typically correlated with better quality. After some time, a loud thud resonated from the machine. Everyone gathered around, and both Lao Tai and Yin Mingxin exhibited noticeable tension. Having experienced significant gains themselves today, they naturally hoped for a similar fortune with Mo Fan's stone. Mo Fan lifted the lid of the oil-cutting machine, revealing the stone with its cut face positioned upward, granting everyone an immediate view of its contents. Wow! Although Lao Tai did not know exactly what it was, he sensed its extraordinary quality. The stone had a thin layer of mist, revealing dark jade flesh within, and even showcased dynamic, floating patterns. A substantial increase in value. The master responsible for the jade cutting couldn't help but exclaim. Yin Mingxin immediately grasped Mo Fan's shoulder, pulling him close with palpable excitement. It was evident that he was genuinely thrilled. Observing the darkened jade, there was no doubt that this material had reached the icy variety. Moreover, within that establishment, this stone emanated the highest energy intensity that Mo Fan could perceive, registering at a remarkable fluctuation of 31. Basu beamed at Mo Fan, exclaiming, "Xiao Fan, remember, this is a deal. You must sell it to me." It was no easy task, as the supply from Moxisha was dwindling, and the likelihood of uncovering icy, floral patterns was even slimmer. It was clear that Boss who was elated, and during their meal, he inadvertently revealed the pressing situation his company faced, which required a substantial amount of quality materials. Thus, he was quite pleased, promptly retrieving a flashlight to illuminate the cut surface. A shimmering expanse of water appeared, adorned with wisps of aquatic vegetation, swaying gently with the currents. This was the sensation at hand. Basu expertly angled the light, casting it from the side rather than directly overhead, allowing the illumination to cascade over the cut surface. This technique was typically employed by seasoned professionals, as it afforded a clearer view of the material's potential. Mo Fan absorbed this knowledge, listening intently to Boss Hu's appraisal of the stone, which deepened his understanding of the jade. Beautiful, truly worthy of Moksha. Out of 10 icy floral pieces, 9 are from Moksha. After making this remark, he began measuring with calipers. A few minutes later, he paused and informed Mo Fan, "A deal is a deal. I will acquire this piece at a premium of 10. Including the earlier one, I'll pay double for that." This Moksha jade was of exceptional quality, and I estimate it could yield a pristine icy piece. Having taken some measurements, the stone showed minimal cracks, making it suitable for bracelets. Currently, each piece exhibited 2 visible lines, and there were already 4 discernible ones. Although no slices have been made yet, it should yield 3 more, totaling 4 slices. In total, there could be 8 bracelets crafted, each featuring a centerpiece, potentially priced at 800,000. Adding in the remnants, a single slice could fetch 1.7 million. The overall value reached 6.8 million, and with the premium considered, I can offer you 7.5 million. If agreeable, I will initiate the payment immediately, and I will take the stone for slicing. Boss Hu articulated this in one breath before resuming his examination of the material. "You flatter me, Uncle Hu. Of course, I will sell the stone to you, but no need for a premium. Just give me 6.8 million, Mo Fan replied. "No need to dawdle. If it's feasible, I'll instruct the finance department to process the payment. Send me your account number." Mo Fan had not finished speaking when Boss Hu interrupted him. Chapter 21. Profiting Together. Mo Fan could only send his account number, and soon, his bank account reflected the 7.5 million. Lao Tai and Yin Mingxin were at a loss for words. This was their first experience in stone gambling that yielded such a substantial profit. Lao Tai was not surprised, but for Yin Mingxin, who had been raised with a cautionary view of the high risks involved in stone gambling, this was the most profound engagement he had ever encountered with raw jade. Boss Hu has already entrusted the stone to a skilled craftsman in the company for processing. He approached Mo Fan and remarked with a hint of significance, "Brother Mo, your expertise in stone gambling is indeed profound. In the future, should you come across any remarkable materials, do remember to favor your old brother here. I assure you, the prices will be most satisfactory." The change in address from Xiao Fan to Brother Mo was quite telling. Mo Fan pondered that, since he would eventually be involved in selling cut stones, he could only trust Qin de Bayos at this moment. Boss Hu appeared quite agreeable, generous in his offers, forthright in his demeanor, and meticulous in his thoughts. In such a situation, it was wise not to overly reveal his own talents in stone gambling. "You flatter me, Hu Shu," Mo Fan quickly replied. "I am merely a novice in the jade industry, relying solely on luck. You may call me Xiao Fan. I wouldn't dare presume otherwise. I shall continue to refer to you as Hu Shu." After some reflection, Mo Fan shared, "As for my gambling skills, I possess none. I am merely a fledgling in this field." Boss Hu said nothing further, merely exchanging a knowing glance that left Mo Fan unable to elaborate. However, this was quite agreeable. The fact that Hu did not pry and simply expressed his desire to purchase any fine stones aligned perfectly with Mo Fan's intentions. After Boss Hu concluded his arrangements, the group sought out a barbecue restaurant, as night had fallen. It was once again time to indulge their palates. They continued to drink, this time enjoying beer, sharing laughter late into the night, though Yin Mingxin chose not to join. Having been out for 2 days, he felt the responsibility of his wife and child at home. Mo Fan also gleaned from Boss Hu the reason behind his urgent need for mid to high-end jadeite. He owned several jewelry companies in Rue City and had previously operated a firm in Shanjiang. Since his focus was on high-end jewelry, with jadeite comprising a significant portion, he was eager to source a batch of quality goods for his new ventures in the domestic market. Their new company had a long-standing partnership with the Qin family, who were essentially one of their suppliers, though Boss Hu specialized in jadeite, while the Qin family also dealt in various other precious gemstones. Despite having consumed 2 rounds of drinks, everyone was mindful of their limits. The 2 younger men were in good health and only felt a slight intoxication. Lao Tai accompanied Mo Fan to his room, and after sitting down, he exclaimed, "Fan Ge, today, I experienced what it feels like to strike it rich in a single stroke. Over 300,000. This is the first time in my life I've seen so much money. Honestly, I am at a loss for words to express my gratitude. The stone was chosen by you, and I can see that you've undergone a remarkable transformation these past few days. I can't articulate it, but you seem far more confident than before. I had some reservations about working with you, but these last 2 days have given me a renewed perspective on you." Fan Ge, I will follow you from now on. I seek no shares. I simply wish to be by your side. Fueled by the effects of the alcohol, Lao Tai expressed a torrent of thoughts, reflecting his experiences over the past couple of days. Mo Fan found himself in a state of enchantment, having earned in just a few days what others might not accumulate in a lifetime. My dear friend, do you comprehend why I wish to involve you in this venture? He queried, because you are my brother, the one I trust most among my companions. As for the shares, let's not dwell on that. I have invited you to assist in this endeavor. What is rightfully yours will undoubtedly be yours, and in the future, there may be even more, contingent upon your own capabilities. After enduring hardship for so many years, let us now prosper together. His companion fell silent for a moment, exhaling deeply. Brother, thank you, he replied. Oh, don't mention it. It feels rather unfamiliar. They shared a light-hearted laugh, and the night passed in silence. The following morning, Mo Fan awoke, tidied his belongings, and stored the jade rough stones in his space. Descending the stairs for breakfast, he noted that his friend had not yet risen, so he chose not to disturb him, allowing him to rest. Just as he intended to explore the vicinity of the hotel, a few individuals from Myanmar approached him. He recognized two of them as subordinates of Lao Bu. They greeted Mo Fan courteously, conveying their purpose, to invite him to Lao Bu's place that evening to inspect some materials. Their words hinted at the presence of valuable items that night and emphasized that all transactions would be conducted in cash. The meeting was scheduled for 6 o'clock, with Lao Bu promising to send Mo Fan the location. After their invitation, the group mounted their motorcycles and departed, evidently having waited specifically for him. Mo Fan pondered the reasons for his visit to Rue City, to understand the local situation, to confirm the kilogram materials, and to procure some quality stones. It was essential for his shop not to rely solely on kilogram materials. He needed to stock individual pieces and premium stones as well. With the first two objectives accomplished, and even having made a profit, he felt a sense of urgency to finalize the shop location, followed by renovation and hiring craftsmen. Returning to the hotel, he awakened his friend to discuss the evening's plans, and together they visited the bank to arrange for cash. Since they intended to purchase materials, they needed to prepare a significant amount of cash. Otherwise, it would be regrettable to miss out on quality stones due to insufficient funds. Upon arriving at the bank, they were informed that large withdrawals required prior appointments. Consequently, each withdrew the maximum of 100,000 yuan, totaling 200,000 yuan, which was evidently inadequate for acquiring jade rough stones. With no other option, Mo Fan contacted Bossu to see if he could assist. Once connected, Bossu assured him that he could facilitate the cash by 5 o'clock that afternoon, but emphasized that any materials acquired would be prioritized for him. The two then spent the day exploring some renowned attractions in Rue City, visiting the two nations and one village to appreciate the local culture. They were also provided with a Mercedes-Benz SUV. When Bossu's secretary handed over the car keys, revealing the trunk filled with 10 million yuan in cash, Mo Fan realized that the issue was not about needing an appointment to withdraw money from the bank. Rather, it was about having insufficient savings. When one possesses ample savings, cash becomes a trivial concern. At that moment, a message arrived on his phone from Lao Bu, providing him with the location. Two individuals entered the vehicle, with the old friend at the wheel, heading towards the designated location. Chapter 22. Inspecting the materials. Soon, they arrived at their destination, where two local representatives were stationed to greet incoming cars. Upon parking, they observed that the surrounding vehicles were predominantly SUVs, with the majority being Toyota Land Cruisers and Land Rovers, one renowned for its safety, the other for its overall performance. It appeared that those venturing out to purchase stones preferred understated vehicles, a sentiment not uncommon. In the business realm of Rue City, practicality and safety reigned supreme, eschewing flamboyant sports cars or ostentatious Rolls-Royces. With over 10 million in cash, Bossu had directly loaded 4 suitcases, each weighing approximately 30 kilograms. At this juncture, Olbu recognized that Mo Fan had arrived and came out to greet him, informing him that today materials had been directly transported from Myanmar, boasting military backing and complete documentation, ensuring their quality was commendable, thus allowing him peace of mind. After this, he led Mo Fan to a dimly lit room where 4 or 5 individuals were already seated. They were assigned to their seats while Olbu attended to the other guests. Before long, the gathering was nearly complete and Olbu entered the room, instructing everyone to close the door. Gentlemen, as previously mentioned, the materials are secure in terms of origin and documentation. You are all trusted colleagues in this industry, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. After we discuss the rules, we will assess the cash each of you has brought. There were 10 bosses present, with 15 batches of materials prepared to be inspected in 2 rounds. The first round would involve a drawing of lots, with each participant entering the back room sequentially to examine the stones, batch by batch. If a participant found a favorable deal, they could negotiate payment and take the materials. If not, they were free to abstain. The second round would only include those who successfully transacted in the first round. For each batch, a base price would be established, and bids would be submitted anonymously, with the highest bidder prevailing. Each bidding round would consist of only one submission. Let's commence the drawing, Olbu declared, as someone beside him produced a box containing 10 slips of paper. The attendees took turns drawing. Immobile fan drew slip number 3, indicating he would be the third to enter and inspect the materials. Immobile fan couldn't help but admire Olbu's management. Every participating entity had a fair chance to acquire materials. Furthermore, even those who initially passed on the first round's offerings might still place bids, knowing that the second round would present superior options. This arrangement allowed operational flexibility and precluded any potential criticism later, as there was no obligation to purchase. It was a matter of mutual consent, ensuring equal opportunity for all. The first participant entered the back room, and indeed, 10 minutes later, he emerged with a satisfied expression, heading to another room. The second participant followed suit, and now it was Mo Fan's turn. Upon entering the room, he found a table and 2 sofas, with an older local seated on one of the sofas. The lighting was dim, illuminated only by a faint glow from a pendant lamp above the table. After gesturing for Mo Fan to sit properly, the other 2 lifted a wicker basket placed beside them. At that moment, the elderly Mayan seated nearby inquired, "Shall we turn on the lights? Or is this sufficient?" "Let us turn on the lights," Mo Fan replied with a smile, pulling out a cigarette and scattering some smoke. Once the lights illuminated the area, one of the old Mayans lifted the red cloth covering the basket. Inside lay a total of 5 stones, 2 large ones and 3 smaller ones, all of which were uncut raw materials with commendable appearances, particularly one piece of moshi sand material. Mo Fan removed the 3 smaller stones in succession, each roughly the size of a football. Aside from the moshi sand material, which emanated a remarkable energy intensity of 25, the other 2 stones exhibited a mere energy intensity of around 15. Mo Fan refrained from moving the 2 larger stones, finding them too heavy. Instead, he picked up a flashlight, feigning an inspection of the materials. He subtly shifted the stones to sense the energy fluctuations within. One registered at 0.5, while the other hovered around 30. It appeared that the materials varied in quality. Yet the presence of 2 decent pieces was already quite rare. He was uncertain about the quality of materials others had, but if the price was right, he would be willing to make a purchase. "How much?" Upon hearing Mo Fan's inquiry, the old Mayan appeared somewhat surprised. He was evidently the quickest among the 3 buyers to assess the stones, in just 4 to 5 minutes, while others lamented the insufficient time for evaluation. He had already made his decision. Thus, the old Mayan swiftly quoted the price, a straightforward deal. For all 5 pieces, a total of 1 million. After speaking, he anxiously glanced at Mo Fan, seemingly awaiting his counteroffer. Such haggling was customary. It was rare for anyone to purchase stones without negotiating. hand.he examined the materials in detail, but my offer of 800,000 reflects my sincerity, perhaps influenced by previous buyers' aggressive negotiations. Everyone understood that the main event lay in the second round. Hence, the first round typically yielded lower prices. The old Mayan paused momentarily before promptly responding, "Deal?" After a moment's thought, he added, "You are quite straightforward, and your offer is generous. I can toss in an additional piece." With that, he gestured to someone nearby, who retrieved a rather unremarkable stone from beneath the sofa. As this stone was placed before Mo Fan, he felt a tightening in his breath. Without needing to touch it, he could already sense its surging energy. Although the stone appeared lackluster, it visibly scattered some green moss. Moss is an important indicator of Jade's coloration, albeit this particular moss seemed somewhat lifeless. The old Mayan spoke, "Esteemed buyer, our associates have examined this stone and deemed it somewhat dry. Yet, in the realm of gambling on stones, no one dares to declare it unworthy without cutting it open. This stone is also a token of our goodwill for you to experiment with." Indeed, any knowledgeable observer would perceive this stone as dry green, meaning it possessed color and was quite green, yet was marred by impurities, exhibiting poor quality and almost no translucence. Its texture was relatively soft and brittle, lacking the luster characteristic of fine gemstones, thereby diminishing its overall value. Mo Fan reached out and picked up a stone. playing with it momentarily before expressing his gratitude and placing it back into the basket. At that moment, two other old Myanmar individuals also returned 3 stones to the basket, covering them with a red cloth and sealing the entire basket with tape. After Mo Fan signed his name to mark the contents, he was presented with a slip of paper and gestured to wait in the adjacent room for the second round of the secret bidding. Upon exiting the room, he called out to Lao Tai, and the two made their way to the side chamber. At the entrance, Mo Fan showed the slip to the old Myanmar, and they both entered the room. This room was significantly larger, though the DCOR remained similar. It featured additional furniture, and someone was preparing tea. Once seated, Mo Fan nodded to the owners of the previous 2 establishments but chose to remain silent, which prompted the previously inquisitive Lao Tai to also refrain from speaking, sitting quietly. However, Mo Fan maintained an impassive exterior while internally brimming with excitement. The energy fluctuations of the stone he had just examined reached an unprecedented level today, oscillating between 45 and 5. Chapter 23, Secret Bidding. Having never encountered material of such intensity, he was uncertain whether it was precisely 45 or 5. Yet, he was confident that this stone possessed exceptional quality, and it appeared to already exhibit color. If the color had penetrated, its value would be immeasurable. He found himself less concerned about the second round of bidding. In fact, had he not been wary of drawing attention, he would have preferred to leave immediately to cut the stone. Before long, a total of 7 individuals gathered in the room, and at that moment Lao Bu entered, announcing the commencement of the second round of secret bidding. It seemed that 3 owners had opted out after the first round, which was understandable, as not everyone wished to gamble their luck in the second round. It was evident that the bidding in the first round had been inflated. For instance, the batch of materials Mo Fan had just examined. The average market price was merely in the low 6 figures, yet they had opened bidding at 1 million. Even though significant discounts were likely necessary for a sale, it was reasonable that some would choose to withdraw, as each person's circumstances vary. Lao Bu then addressed the room. "Thank you, esteemed owners, for your presence. We shall not waste any time and will commence our second round of secret bidding." With that, individuals began to enter, bringing several pieces of material. These stones varied in size, but were all high-stakes bets. Conveniently, there was a large table in the center of the room, measuring 3 meters in length and 2 meters in width, upon which 5 stones were displayed. Mo Fan observed that all 5 were made of Mu Na material, with 2 clearly exhibiting Yangmei skin, one of which had a color band visible, about the width of a pinky finger. This stone, exhibiting the best appearance and characteristics among the group, weighed approximately 20 kilograms. Its impressive presentation and substantial size immediately captured the attention of everyone present. The other 3 stones included one with white rock sandskin and 2 with yellow rock sandskin, which appeared fairly standard with old skins. We now present the first batch of 5 stones for secret bidding, placed upon the table. Esteemed owners, please examine them in the order you enter the room. Each proprietor is granted 5 minutes to inspect the stones, during which they may fetch water. However, the base price for the 5 pieces is set at 200,000. Sold as a batch. Bids must also be placed for the entire set. As each individual identifies a piece of interest, they will submit their bids into a designated box. Once all bids are collected, we shall commence the live auction. The highest bidder prevails. Upon concluding his explanation, Olbu revealed a metal box, unlocking it before the assembly. The box featured a 15-centimeter gap at the top, allowing bids to be deposited. After receiving 5 bid slips, the first proprietor commenced their examination of the raw stone. While Olbu initiated the timer, Mo Fan, glancing at his 5 slips, realized that this second round of silent bidding involved 5 batches of stones. The first proprietor, an unfamiliar face to Mo Fan, was accompanied by 2 partners, presumably shareholders, and a consultant, a master of stone gambling, as the title suggests. In the realm of Rue City, those regarded as masters typically possess decades of industry experience, having evaluated countless stones. Their expertise and professionalism are highly esteemed, often sought by Jade companies for their discerning eye. The trio gravitated toward the piece with a colored band resembling mulberry skin. After a brief assessment of the outer shell, they illuminated the interior with a flashlight, revealing a vivid green fluorescence along the water pathway, captivating the attention of all present. Subsequently, they moistened the stone to further scrutinize the outer shell and various facets. Remarkably, not only did the colored band exhibit potential, but an additional waterway was discerned approximately 7 to 8 centimeters above the band, igniting a glint of greed in the eyes of the onlookers. As time elapsed, they scarcely examined the other 4 stones. merely sweeping their flashlights over them to note a few features. The trio then withdrew to one side to engage in discussions via their mobile phones. Given that this was a private silent auction, the limited space afforded little opportunity for face-to-face interaction, thus necessitating communication through devices or an unspoken understanding. Meanwhile, the second group began their inspection, directly focusing on the colored band and the waterway, buoyed by the insights gleaned from the previous bidders. This stone had undoubtedly become the focal point, as the presence of a colored band typically suggests a favorable water quality. The discovery of a second waterway indicated that the stone potentially harbored at least two promising areas for consideration, although it also raised the likelihood of the stone being a variant. Having reached a consensus on their bid, the first group submitted their slips into the iron box. Shortly thereafter, the second group concluded their examination and retreated to deliberate on their price. It was now Mo fans' turn to inspect the stones. Old Ty exhibited a blend of excitement and apprehension. Yet, following their heartfelt exchange the night prior, he appeared notably more composed as he accompanied Mo Fan to the table. Mo Fan promptly directed his attention to the stone that had captured everyone's interest. Upon contact, he immediately sensed a substantial energy intensity, approximately a level of 3, suggesting that the interior quality was nearing that of ice. However, regarding the fluctuations of energy, they appear intermittent, suggesting the presence of numerous fissures. Mo Fan maintained an impassive demeanor as he continued to examine the other materials, instructing Lao Tai to keep a close watch. Meanwhile, several proprietors in the room, who were focused on the stone, furrowed their brows in confusion. They could not comprehend why Mo Fan so casually dismissed this particular piece. One by one, he picked up the other four materials, assessing their tactile qualities. The energy fluctuations did not exceed 25, indicating that the maximum quality was merely at a semi-translucent level. Thus, he began to draft a list, leaving Lao Tai to observe. This action bewildered the onlookers. Soon, their time was up, and he had completed the list, which he briefly showed to Lao Tai. Without uttering a word, Lao Tai nodded, acknowledging that he lacked Mo Fan's expertise in this domain. Having agreed that all significant decisions would be made by Mo Fan, he placed his complete trust in him. After depositing the bid slips into the iron box, the fourth party commenced their review. In no time, all 7 proprietors had examined the materials and submitted their bids into the box. Olbu then announced the conclusion of the first round of bidding, quickly retrieving the keys to unlock the box and initiate the auction. Boss Xiao bid 38 million. Boss Qian offered 2 million. Boss Missouri bid a mere 200,000. Upon hearing this figure, everyone, including Old Boo, cast puzzled glances at Mo Fan. Mo Fan gestured for Old Boo to proceed, refraining from further comment. Old Boo nodded and continued the auction. Boss Sun bid 34 million. Boss Lee offered 49 million. Boss Zhou bid 98 million. Boss Wu bid 88 million. After each bid was called, Old Boo would turn it over for all to see. Once all bids were announced, Old Boo proclaimed, "Congratulations to Boss Lee for successfully acquiring the first bid at 49 million. The unsuccessful bidders displayed a hint of disappointment, while the triumphant Boss Lee humbly greeted the others, urging them to be generous in future bids. When greeting Mo Fan, Boss Lee expressed curiosity, offering a cigarette while inquiring, "Hello, Boss Missouri. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Indeed, talent begets talent. You are quite impressive. However, I am curious why you bid only the base price of 200,000. Is there something wrong with the stone?" His question instantly captivated the attention of everyone present. Chapter 24. Dema Kansas Boss Lee's inquiry was not mere courtesy. He was genuinely intrigued. The uncertainties of stone gambling compelled him to wonder if Mo Fan had discerned something amiss. This was of paramount importance and urgency for him as the recent winner. Mo Fan accepted the cigarette with gratitude and addressed the assembly, esteemed seniors and brothers. "I bid 200,000 this time, and you all must have noticed that I did not examine the stone thoroughly. I am but a novice in this industry, and in terms of expertise, I certainly cannot compare to your esteemed masters. Financially, I also fall short of your capabilities. My presence here is purely serendipitous, having been invited by Old Boo. This serves as my humble tribute to the esteemed predecessors. I find the quality of this material commendable. However, due to limited financial resources, I feel I lack the capacity to acquire it, so it is perhaps best to allow others to compete for it. Initially, I had no intention of bidding, but out of respect for Old Boo, I did submit a reserve price." Upon hearing Mo Fan's remarks, a myriad of expressions emerged on the faces of those present. Some raised their eyebrows in apparent disdain, while others smiled, remarking on his modesty. There were also those who remained silent. Bosley wore a smile as well, indicating that Mo Fan was indeed being modest. Yet, each individual harbored distinct opinions in their hearts. All were astute, concealing their thoughts behind amiable facades. Congratulations to Bosley. The material will be packaged and marked. Now, we move on to the second piece of material. This time, the last boss to enter the room will have the first look, proceeding backward to the first entrant. Old Boo's words once again captured everyone's attention. As he finished speaking, the stones on the table were also prepared for packaging. The door swung open, and 2 boxes were brought in, draped in crimson cloth. Old Boo confirmed the rules with everyone before unveiling the red fabric. Upon lifting the cloth, the first box revealed 2 pieces of translucent material, clearly polished. They exhibited an iridescent sheen. At first glance, these were 2 irregular, vivid green stones, boasting a clarity akin to ice. They were about the size of a child's fist, albeit somewhat thin. The skin had been completely removed, rendering their origin indiscernible. The second box contained a slab the size of 4 sheets of paper, adorned with markings for 4 bracelets. The base exhibited a spring hue, a rich purple, vibrant and intense. As these 2 pieces emerged, every gaze was fixated upon them. Mo Fan, upon recognizing the translucent material, felt his interest wane, as this was not his area of expertise. With the right capabilities, he preferred the higher cost-performance ratio of fully opaque materials. The translucence was apparent to all, and the potential for premium pricing was limited. However, those in the jewelry business showed keen interest. This batch was sourced directly, both pieces together starting at a reserve price of $3 million. Following the recent proceedings, Mo Fan took a moment to examine the materials. The vivid green stones exhibited an energy intensity of around 3, with slight inclusions. If they could yield a cabochon, their value would soar. The spring-hued violet slab had an energy intensity of 28, just shy of ice quality, likely resembling a glutinous ice type, with some areas potentially yielding clarity. Nevertheless, its color remained concentrated and would not lose its brilliance when exposed to light. The pricing was reasonable, and the potential to extract 4 bracelets was highly probable. This time, aside from Mo Fan, the other bosses scrutinized the materials for an extended period. It was almost solely Old Boo who urged them to reluctantly set the stones down. The bidding commenced. This time, the prices escalated, given the established reserve price. Ultimately, it was Boss Sun who secured the pieces for $5.08 million, primarily aiming to acquire the 2 vivid green stones. If large cabochons could be produced, significant profits could indeed be realized. The third batch of obscure materials has been delivered, featuring a solitary stone from the famed Damakan quarry, a rather rare specimen indeed. Its size is comparable to that of a basin, with a similar thickness, and notably, it boasts a window that has been polished, revealing a layer of yellow jadeite measuring approximately the size of a palm. Upon visual inspection, one can discern the presence of icy jadeite as well. To be candid, the quality of this batch stands out among private collections. This time, Old Boo has drawn 7 slips of paper, each inscribed with the identification numbers of those present. The corresponding numbers align with the respective owners as they enter the room, and thus the drawing of slips commenced. The first number drawn was 6, belonging to none other than Bosley, who, eager with anticipation, began to scrutinize the stone. As he directed his light towards the windowed area, a bright yellow bulb illuminated, confirming the presence of icy jadeite. They then proceeded to examine the stone's surface closely. Subsequently, 4 more numbers were drawn, none of which belonged to Mo Fan and his companions. Finally, the 6th number revealed was 3, prompting Mo Fan and Old Tai to approach the stone. Its considerable weight posed a challenge for Old Tai to lift. Meanwhile, Mo Fan utilized a side lamp to inspect the skin of the stone, which exhibited distinct rust lines. Although the exterior was composed of yellow sandstone, this did not guarantee that the interior was entirely yellow jadeite. Damakan's materials are known for their diverse colors, encompassing red, yellow, green, white, and purple. While examining the area surrounding the window, Mo Fan noticed several cracks in skin. No other imperfections were observed elsewhere, which explained why this stone had not been cut and was chosen for windowing by the master craftsman. The presence of numerous cracks and the likelihood of a white interior raised concerns. Previous inspections by other parties had left them with furrowed brows, uncertain due to the aforementioned cracks and coloration. However, the stone's skin exhibited rust lines, and its substantial size, coupled with the revelation of icy yellow jadeite, rendered it a source of hesitation and torment. The fear lingered that the jadeite might merely consist of a thin outer layer, which would result in a significant loss. Fan sensed an energy fluctuation around 32, likely attributable to the energy of the surface yellow jadeite. This made him uncertain, so seizing the remaining moments, he concentrated his mental energy, fixating on the stone and activating his X-ray vision for 3 seconds before promptly withdrawing. Others, witnessing Fan's swift action once again, assumed he had lost interest. During the second round of clear materials, Fan had also presented a base price while expressing his disinterest in the clear materials to the others. Soon, the final participant concluded their inspection. Old Boo announced a base price of 2 million, inviting bids from everyone. Old Tai, believing Fan remained disinterested, was taken aback upon glancing at the bid slip Fan had prepared. After a moment of surprise, his demeanor quickly returned to calm as he placed the bid into the iron box. Once all bids had been submitted, Old Boo commenced the opening of bids. The box was opened and the bidding began. 3 million, 2,980,000 for million. Almost everyone refrained from bidding high prices, for the risk associated with this particular material was exceedingly great. Thus, everyone was diligently managing their risks. However, when he produced the final bid sheet and was about to read it, he was momentarily taken aback. Boss Missouri, 55 million. Chapter 25 is intriguing. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished and turned to look at Fan. Fan appeared somewhat bashful as he clasped his hands together in a gesture of apology. My apologies, esteemed gentlemen. I found this material particularly appealing, hence my higher bid. I hope for your understanding. The expressions among the crowd varied, yet no one voiced any dissent, with Bosley offering his congratulations. Ultimately, the result was that Fan won the bid for this material. He did not elaborate further, allowing an elderly Myanmar individual to finalize the paperwork before proceeding to the fourth batch of materials. Although he had merely activated his perspective for 3 seconds, the vivid interplay of red and green within was sufficient for him to make a decision. The crucial factor was the absence of any cracks. The fourth batch of materials was now laid upon the table, consisting of 3 pieces of moxisha, 1 piece with white skin shedding and 2 pieces with black sand skin, each about the size of 2 palms. Once again, Old Boo drew numbers to determine the viewing order. Fan drew the 5th position, and upon inspection, he found that the piece with the shedding skin allowed almost complete light penetration. However, it did exhibit a fair number of cracks. Among the 2 pieces of black sand skin, one showed no discernible response under the light, even lacking the haze characteristic. The last piece, however, exhibited a strikingly bright halo when illuminated, indicating a long water head. As for the quality, the skin was tight, the sand was fine, and the texture was firm. Thus, the quality was unlikely to be subpar, at the very least reaching the level of glutinous ice. Fan assessed the energy intensity of the shedding skin at 31, indicating it was of ice quality. The stone with the long water head registered an energy intensity of 22, while the piece that exhibited no response surprisingly reached 32. Today, he truly encountered a plethora of high-quality materials, which explained the escalating prices. Everyone's attention was captivated by that shedding skin material, and during this round, Old Boo quoted a base price of 1 million. This announcement left everyone somewhat astonished, prompting Old Boo to elucidate. The outcomes for the other 2 pieces will depend on your luck. Esteemed bosses, you may commence bidding. Following this, everyone disregarded the surprise and began discussing their own prices. The Welfare Bureau. Those who believed him were truly naive. These bosses had likely collaborated with Old Boo numerous times and were well acquainted with his character. He was known for never rising early without profit. And after half a day's exposure, Fan recognized that Old Boo indeed possessed some acumen. His organizational skills, the methods he devised, and the configuration of each batch of materials were all meticulously arranged. He adeptly maximized the potential of the materials while skillfully gauging the prices from each boss, ensuring a balanced outcome for all involved. Fan's current sentiment was that, although he still did not fully understand Old Boo, every move he made left no room for criticism. This batch of materials prevented the bosses from engaging in water bidding, extending the time to 15 minutes for each boss. Fan was perplexed by this approach, but complied nonetheless. Now, everyone has begun to fill out their bids, and several entrepreneurs have already submitted theirs into the iron box. Only Fan and another businessman, Zhao, have yet to cast their votes, and he indeed has some thoughts on this batch of materials. After all, 2 pieces possess an energy intensity exceeding 3. Time is of the essence. He immediately activated his X-ray vision to scrutinize the bids inside the iron box. The highest bid had reached 2 million. Gaining some confidence, he then turned his gaze towards Zhao, employing the same ability. At that moment, Zhao was jotting down two figures, 3-1. It seemed he was aiming for over 1 million, which allowed Mo Fan to finalize his own bid. As long as it surpassed 2 million, he would secure the contract. Old Tai was anxiously watching Mo Fan, while the others, including Old Bu, also fixated their attention on him. After glancing at Zhao, Mo Fan took up his pen and inscribed his bid before depositing it into the iron box. Zhao approached and submitted his bid as well. Old Bu commenced the announcement, reading out the first 4 bids, with the highest reaching 3.08 million. At this point, only the 3.2 million from Sun and Zhao's bid of over 3.1 million remained unreported. Just then, Old Bu retrieved a bid and announced, Zhao 3.18 million. This is currently the highest price. Zhao's face displayed a hint of excitement, while Sun noticeably exhaled in relief, his gaze fixed intently on Mo Fan. Feeling somewhat embarrassed under Sun's scrutiny, Mo Fan cleared his throat and offered cigarettes to everyone. The room was filled with smokers, and half a pack vanished in an instant. Old Bu also lit a cigarette, jokingly remarking, "It seems Mo has a firm grasp on this round. Let us continue. Sun 3.2 million, currently the highest." As soon as Old Bu finished speaking, Zhao's expression soured, just 2,000 short. Sun, however, maintained a neutral demeanor, sensing that Mo Fan was likely to pull a surprise once again. Indeed, Old Bu held up the last bid and declared, Mo 3.21 million, currently the highest. Congratulations. Mo, it was as expected. Sun sighed softly, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. At that moment, the way everyone looked at Mo Fan shifted. Once could be seen as a fluke, but twice sparked intrigue. Mo, the hidden gem, do come by my company sometime. Mr. Lee, ever warm-hearted, produced a business card to hand to Mo Fan. Mo received it with both hands, somewhat awkwardly placing it down. To be honest, he had seen a business card in quite some time. Observing this, the other businessmen quickly pulled out their cards to offer him, leaving him feeling a bit embarrassed for not having his own. Thus, they all exchanged contact information. After all, in business, harmony often breeds prosperity. While they were competing today, they might very well collaborate on a venture tomorrow. Old Bu cleared his throat and said, "All right, esteemed businessmen, let us congratulate Mo Fan for his double triumph. Next, we will present our final batch of materials. First, let us examine the materials, after which I shall explain the rules for this last round." After Old Bu finished speaking, a sack of material was brought forth, dumped onto the table by an elderly gentleman from Myanmar. The contents were enveloped in yellow tape, totaling 10 pieces. "Are you attempting to deceive us with kilograms of material?" An irate boss interjected. Yet, Old Bu remained composed, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray and smiling amiably. "This is the final batch of material, freshly transported from Myanmar, and I have yet to inspect its contents myself. However, rest assured, the quality of this batch is exceptional." He had initially intended for each of the 10 bosses to receive 1 piece, but with 3 withdrawing, each could now select 1, priced at a fixed rate of 500. 000 each. No negotiations, no increases. Furthermore, the packages must remain unopened and unhandled. Of course, should anyone choose not to bid, the material would be left for the others. The remaining pieces would be opened for direct bids, with the highest offer winning. After finishing his explanation, Old Bu flashed a self-assured smile, believing it to be warmly inviting. At this point, discontent arose among the bosses. "What do you mean? We can't inspect the material before bidding, and we can't even handle it. This is absurd." Old Bu gestured for calm, reminding them that they had been competitors together, yet some had not secured a single piece in the previous round. Thus, this last batch had been prearranged to ensure that no boss left empty-handed. He reiterated his assurance that, despite not having seen the contents, there were undoubtedly fine specimens within. Without further ado, he began drawing numbers for the selection process, which surprisingly led to a moment of silence in the room. The first draw number was 5, and Boss Zhou commenced his selection. Old Bu indicated that while handling was permitted, the packages must remain untouched. Each participant had 2 minutes. Those interested were to step forward. Those uninterested could forego their choice. Boss Zhou hesitated, observing not only the stones, but also the expressions of the other bosses. After a brief moment of indecision, he finally chose a piece that appeared somewhat rectangular in shape. "All right, it's a firm decision. This piece is now sealed for you," Old Bu remarked. At that moment, Boss Sun interjected, "Old Zhou, why not take a look? The material is yours now." You can open it any time. He glanced at old Boo, who merely smiled, offering no objections. Boss Sun wore a knowing expression, leisurely sealing the stone. At this juncture, silence enveloped the room as each boss contemplated their strategy. After all, the remaining pieces would be auctioned off directly, where quality would be the decisive factor. Indeed, the subsequent bosses opted for selection as well, refraining from opening their choices, seemingly united in their intent to prevent others from gaining an advantage. Meanwhile, Mo Fan resisted the urge to activate his vision, wary of overexerting himself. When his number was drawn, he approached each stone, touching them all. Now only 5 stones remained. He feigned randomness, mumbling as he counted, selecting one after another until he finally chose a triangular piece. Not all the bosses selected as swiftly. Just moments ago, Bosley had grabbed a stone without even glancing at it. That was true speed. The energy intensity of the 5 stones, which Mo Fan had sensed, surpassed 2, with the strongest reaching 3. The stone he chose exhibited the highest energy fluctuation, achieving a peak of 3. Then another boss stepped up to make a selection. With only 3 pieces left, Old Boo emerged, casually picking up a stone from the table and declaring, starting bid at 300,000. 5 minutes on the clock. Everyone may bid freely. Highest bidder wins. As these words echoed, the atmosphere fell silent, met with little reaction. Old Boo remained unhurried, puffing on a cigarette, watching everyone with a cheerful smile. The sound of his phone's countdown timer resonated clearly in the room. Furrowed brows exchanged glances, smiles flickered, and moments of contemplation ensued. With a minute left, Bosley announced a bid of 350,000. After a brief silence, Boss Sun countered with 400,000, prompting a flurry of bids. Old Boo's smile broadened, and ultimately, the stone was sold to Boss Lee for 620,000. Mo Fan had abstained, fully aware that all 3 stones were of inferior quality, with the highest being merely icy. He had already made a profit today and preferred not to attract attention. Old Boo wasted no time, and the other 2 stones were sold for 680,000 and 690,000 respectively. The bidding concluded, and the stones were organized in batches within the room. Once outside, each participant was accompanied by 2 helpers from Myanmar to manage the transaction. Mo Fan and Lao Tai unloaded 4 heavy suitcases from the car. They then took 60,000 from the 200,000 cash they had received. In total, Mo Fan was to pay 10,060,000 in cash. He generously handed out red envelopes of 1,000 each to the 2 Myanmar helpers who assisted in lifting the materials. The Myanmar worker from the first round received a 2,000 red envelope, while his companion got 1,000. The helpers exclaimed in delight at Mo Fan's generosity, happily assisting with the materials and congratulating him on his profit. Soon, the money was settled, and the materials were safely placed in the car's trunk. After exchanging farewells with Old Boo, Mo Fan and his group prepared to leave. By then, the other bosses had also wrapped up their affairs. They exchanged pleasantries and made plans to dine together when time allowed before parting ways. Mo Fan instructed Lao Tai to drive while he sat in the passenger seat, keenly observing their surroundings. After all, they were transporting over 10 million in materials and needed to exercise caution. Fortunately, their journey was uneventful, and they soon arrived at Boss Hu's company. He instructed Lao Tai to summon Boss Hu to inspect the materials while he tidied up the goods himself. Once Lao Tai departed, he discreetly stored the piece of shell with the dry green pine flower into his space. Only Mo Fan and 2 old Burmese were aware of this stone, and he had no intention of selling it to Boss Hu. Soon after, Boss Hu arrived with his entourage, and upon seeing Mo Fan, he inquired Xiao Fan, "How was the harvest this time? Did you manage to find any good materials? Is the cash sufficient?" He looked at Mo Fan with eager anticipation. Mo Fan smiled gently and replied, "I must thank Uncle Hu. I was fortunate enough to acquire a few pieces. Otherwise, the cash would indeed have been insufficient." He then opened the trunk to showcase the materials to Boss Hu. Boss Hu's heart leaped with joy at the sight of so many materials, believing they should yield some fine pieces. He straightened his posture and asked, "How do you plan to handle these materials? Will you be selling them outright, or—" "Uncle Hu, for these materials, aside from the piece with the yellow jade from Damacan, I would like to ask the masters to help cut the rest. I'll prepare a red envelope for the masters. We can set the prices based on quality once they're cut. What do you think?" Boss Hu laughed heartily, responding with exuberance, "No need for formality. My men can surely accommodate you. These 2 masters have been with me for over a decade. Rest assured, they are discreet. Recognizing Mo Fan's intentions, Basu pointed out the crucial aspect directly. Mo Fan, no longer feeling the need for pretense, accompanied him to transport the materials to the processing workshop, which was the same location as last time, equipped with cutting machines. Let us cut this piece of Dhamma, kin as well. Bring it to me, Basu casually remarked, having already examined the remaining material and deemed its quality quite good, especially noting that layer of icy yellow jade was indeed valuable. My apologies, Uncle Hu, but I must reserve this piece for Dabao. She specifically asked me to find her a piece of yellow jade before I came. Mo Fan explained. Unfazed, Basu waved dismissively after their pleasantries and began organizing the stone cutting process. He was in urgent need of quality materials. Xiao Fan, you choose how to cut your materials. In Chapter 27, as Mo Fan took up the marking pen, he began to outline each piece. Only when securely stored in his pocket would he feel at ease. He first identified the piece with sand shedding. There were many areas of shedding, and the quality was indeed promising, revealing ice-like clarity. The main concern was the internal cracks and the potential for cotton-like inclusions. Basu also took notice and leaned in closer to examine. What do you plan to do with this piece? He asked, adopting a listening demeanor that contrasted with his age, lending him a somewhat endearing recklessness. Mo Fan pondered briefly before replying. This piece has considerable shedding. I would like the master to directly grind the skin. After the skin is removed, we can assess the direction of the cracks and determine how best to proceed with the cut. Everyone concurred with his suggestion, and a master had already taken the piece to the nearby machine to begin grinding the skin. During this time, Mo Fan also sketched outlines on the remaining stones. One of the masters initially took a piece to the oil cutting machine for processing. In fact, there were several high-quality materials, and Mo Fan intended to use a wire cutter to minimize waste. However, he could not disclose his knowledge of the material's condition at that moment and had to proceed with the conventional method, utilizing the oil cutting machine for all cuts. Once completed, Basu and Mo Fan went to the adjacent tea room to enjoy tea while they waited. The material was neither abundant nor scarce, requiring some time to process. Basu instructed someone to fetch some barbecue dishes from outside. The group savored beer and skewers together, eagerly awaiting the completion of the stone. The first to be ready was the material from Mo Shi Sha. Once polished and wet, the stone revealed an enchanting deep blue hue under natural light. When illuminated with a flashlight, it sparkled like a small bulb, surrounded by a halo of light. Finding it unappealing, Basu replaced it with a table lamp for a better view. Under the lamp's glow, the stone subdued its dazzling gem-like brilliance, revealing a faint blue tint. Remarkably, it exuded a sense of sky blue elegance, with a water quality akin to icy jade, and in certain areas, it had reached the level of true ice. Its initial vibrancy suggested promising potential. Basu was visibly excited. He desperately needed such material, and even with minor cracks, as long as there were no inclusions, he was satisfied. If a bracelet or a large cabochon could be crafted from it, it would be a true masterpiece. Next, the master was invited to begin dissecting the material, leveraging his vast experience. In no time, he skillfully split the material along the cracks. This piece weighed nearly 12 kilograms, resulting in 3 slabs, each capable of yielding a bracelet. All of them were from the finest quality regions, and Basu valued each slab at 3 million. The total for these 3 slabs amounted to 9 million. Additionally, there was a collection of cut-off edges, which, despite being remnants, included several fist-sized pieces. Their quality also reflected a base of icy jade, with one piece even reaching the standard for a ring face, capable of producing 3 large pigeon eggs. In total, Basu offered a price of 10,200,000. To be honest, if sold to others, a more extended negotiation could yield a higher price. However, everyone needed to profit, and the processing, carving, polishing, and so forth needed to be factored in. Thus, Mo Fan did not dwell on the price. After all, Basu had already been a tremendous help today, and without sufficient cash, Mo Fan could not have purchased the material. Furthermore, it was a significant gesture of trust for someone to lend 1 million in cash. Hence, Mo Fan readily agreed. Once this piece was finalized, the oil cutting machine ceased operations. This particular piece was the largest, initially purchased from Laobu in the first round, a piece with an energy fluctuation of around 3. Upon opening the machine's lid, Mo Fan and Lao Tai carefully retrieved 1/2 of the cut material. This piece weighed approximately 40 kilograms, and the skin showed promising conditions, though it did not reveal much under the light. Indeed, upon cutting open the material, a layer of mist measuring over 1 centimeter thick was revealed, containing melted jade flesh. Incredible. Xiao Fan, you are truly remarkable for handling such a large icy jade piece. It is undoubtedly a significant find. Bosu excitedly patted his thigh and gave Mo Fan a thumbs up, exclaiming that this icy material is the most sought after. Aside from the finest goods, icy materials are also in high demand. Moreover, the stone showed almost no cracks, save for a few delicate lines near the skin. The surface was nearly as smooth as a mirror, and astonishingly, one side contained hints of green flowers. Overall, the material appeared remarkably vibrant. Even the stone cutter could not help but exclaim in admiration. Lao Tai continued to inspect the stone with his flashlight, murmuring that this bracelet could yield a plethora of pieces. Indeed, this large stone could be sliced into many segments, each capable of producing 4 or 5 bracelets. There is little need for extensive cutting, as the light revealed almost no inclusions or cracks, compared to the icy floating flower Mo Fan had previously purchased. This material was only slightly inferior. Given its size, Bosu offered 9.8 million, which Mo Fan happily accepted. He had initially spent merely 800,000, and there were other stones as well. Following this, several more pieces were cut, though they were primarily of the gelatinous or icy variety. Each stone was priced by Bosu, ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. The earlier excitement began to wane, prompting everyone to indulge in some refreshments. The master cutter joined them for a meal, discussing the various stones at hand. Eventually, they came to a black stone, which, alongside the desanding material, exhibited an energy fluctuation reaching 32. This stone appeared promising, though not as exceptional as anticipated. Only Mo Fan understood that, in terms of quality, it was likely the best among them. Thus, he suggested, let us invite the master cutter to assist with this. Let's start by cutting a 15-centimeter cap. Although the master cutter was puzzled by the request, he did not inquire further and began to cut along the lines drawn by Mo Fan. The stone was not large, weighing only 7 or 8 kilograms, yet it had sharp edges and a somewhat regular shape. Its surface appeared smooth and slightly oily. The light did not penetrate well, revealing little about its quality. The master cutter placed the stone on the table and replaced the saw blade with the thinnest one available. He had already sensed the potential of this batch, recognizing its remarkable quality and wanting to avoid waste. Once prepared, he took the stone and aligned it with the saw blade, then made the initial cut. The sound buzzed with a tinged clink. As the first slice was made, the master cutter began to feel the tension rise, his hands growing steadier. With their experience, such sensations hinted at something worthwhile. Indeed, after cutting just 2 centimeters in, he pulled the stone out and eagerly beckoned Mo Fan and Bosu to take a look. Upon witnessing the master's expression, Bosu felt a surge of anxiety and quickly shone his flashlight at the cut seam. At that moment, he disregarded that the stone belonged to Mo Fan, believing he should see it first. After all, they were already familiar with each other. Mo Fan would not be displeased. Ah, it's extraordinarily vibrant, Bosu shouted in astonishment. Suddenly, he quickly covered his mouth, hurriedly pulling Mo Fan and vigorously patting his shoulder. Incredible, you have struck it rich. Mo Fan was momentarily taken aback by the forceful pats and struggled to comprehend the words spoken. He hastily accepted the stone and began illuminating it with a flashlight. As the beam of light shone upon it, a rich green glow radiated from the seams. At this moment, Mo Fan felt a surge of excitement. It was an unadulterated, vibrant shade of green. He vowed this was the first time in his life he had encountered such a brilliant hue. Although he had seen green jade at jewelry exhibitions before, none had ever been this vivid or striking. This stone could not be cut just yet. It needed to be windowed first. Bosu tugged at Mo Fan and quickly said, let us proceed with the windowing first. Mo Fan, now calm, recognized that the stone exhibited energy fluctuations of 32, indicating it was at least of ice-type quality, possibly even reaching the top tier. Nevertheless, he agreed to the windowing, allowing the master craftsman to start the process at the freshly cut seam. The master swiftly took the stone to the grinding machine to begin the windowing. The outer layer still retained a slight fog, approximately 2 to 3 millimeters thick. The others gathered around the master, observing as he meticulously began. With each careful incision, the window gradually revealed a size akin to a mung bean, and they quickly directed the lamp's light upon it. A deep, rich green emanated. Continue. Thank you for your hard work. Mo Fan, aware of the stone's quality, was eager to see how much green could be unveiled. He urged the master to proceed with the windowing. Soon enough, with the master's diligent grinding, the window had grown to the size of a pigeon egg, all filled with lush green, the quality unchanged. This window had been opened along the previously cut seam. Basu remarked that if the stone were to be sold based on its current condition, it could fetch several million. The windowed area was already substantial enough to form a pigeon egg surface. Yet, Mo fans still felt the need to continue windowing. By midnight, the windowing had essentially unveiled the entirety of what they had intended to cut. The stone was now fully colored and had reached a value of over 1 million. After conferring with Basu, they decided to proceed with the line cutting directly. Conveniently, there was a line cutting machine in Basu's workshop, albeit seldom used. This process incurred a certain cost and required time, but Mo fan resolved to cut a slab of 15 millimeters thick from the larger side of the windowed area, as it would perfectly fit a bracelet. Without hesitation, the master prepared the machine and secured the stone. The line-cutting machine began its operation. Everyone was filled with excitement and found sleep elusive. They decided to light up some barbecued snacks and enjoy a few beers with peanuts while they waited. Only the final block of uncut material remained, while the other stones had already yielded some promising quality. Basu expressed his intent to purchase all of them, deeming it a small investment. As for the last block of uncut material, Mo fan used scissors to slice through the yellow tape on its surface, revealing the contents within. To his astonishment, it was a stone that would yield intriguing results. The shape is elongated, approximately the length of a forearm, with a width and thickness slightly larger than that of a bowl. Through the skin, one can already glimpse a hint of purple. Indeed, it is a remarkable find. No wonder Master Bu confidently asserted that the quality is undoubtedly excellent. Mo fan is aware that this material exhibits strong energy fluctuations and possesses good water quality, which explains its coloration, further heightening his anticipation. Upon examining the skin, the master craftsman immediately recognized that this stone lacks a fog layer and has a thin exterior. However, it remains uncertain whether this color can be properly worked with. This material carries a certain gamble, 10 parts wood, 9 parts spring. The outcome hinges on whether it will yield spring upon being cut, and whether it will dissolve, lest it be too woody and consumed in the process. After enjoying a barbecue and some beer, the master craftsman became more familiar with Mo fan and Lao Tai. He proactively began discussing the stone's characteristics. Although Lao Tai initially expressed concern, he soon regained his composure, realizing that they had already profited significantly that day. Mo fan smiled, refraining from elaboration, simply stating, "Thank you. Master Ma, please proceed with the cutting. Let us directly observe the jade within and see if it can dissolve." Master Ma, a seasoned craftsman with over 30 years of experience, readily agreed and began cutting along the lines Mo fan had drawn, utilizing the thinnest saw blade. Mo fan intended to reveal a cover on one side of the stone. The room was filled with the buzzing sound of the cutting machine, a sound that Mo fan now found increasingly endearing. After a while, Master Ma completed the cut and instructed Mo fan to open it. Without hesitation, Mo fan opened the cover, revealing a faint pink spring quality to the stone. However, it appeared quite light, and it was likely that the color would become even paler after processing, though the water quality remained unchanged, reaching the ice variety. Basu could no longer contain his remarks about Mo fan, suggesting that he was playing the role of a humble novice while possessing remarkable stone gambling skills. This left Mo fan silent, basking in quiet joy. To ascertain the overall quality of the material, Mo fan then requested Master Ma to remove the skin entirely. Once the skin was ground away, the stone's condition was fully revealed to everyone. It displayed a pink spring hue, with the majority of the stone achieving ice quality. While some areas had transformed, the least favorable region exhibited a glutinous quality, appearing somewhat murky. Nevertheless, Basu noted that this was already quite impressive. Possessing a significant portion of ice quality is a rarity. This stone could yield 3 or 4 bracelets and several ring faces, with a core suitable for crafting egg surfaces or piece pendants. The rest could only be fashioned into ordinary pendants with varying quality. The color was a delightful, sweet pink spring, which many customers actually favored for such materials. Thus, he offered a price of 3.8 million, as the stone had some variations. Although usable areas existed, it contained some inclusions in the center, allowing only 3 bracelets to be made. Mo fan accepted the offer. Soon enough, the other materials had been mostly cut, leaving only the line-cut piece remaining. Although the group felt the urgency of the situation, they persisted, choosing not to retire for the night. Even the considerably older boss, who showed no inclination to retire for the night. Instead, he was animatedly engaged in conversation with Mo fan and his companions, sharing tales from his entrepreneurial journey. He also delved into matters concerning the jade industry. imparting invaluable insights he had gleaned over the years. His audience listened intently, occasionally posing questions, while he generously shared tips on running a store and essential considerations for conducting business. After several rounds of smoking, dawn began to break on the horizon. The materials had finally been prepared. The machine came to a halt, and the experienced craftsman carefully removed the materials, placing them gently on the table. Mo Fan personally lifted the lid. "This is beyond my appetite." Upon the lid's removal, they all inhaled sharply. In that moment, Bosu gasped in awe at the freshly cut surface, exclaiming, "Indeed, the large cut surface is entirely green, although faint traces of cotton and veins were visible." The value of such a substantial piece of pure green jade was hard to ascertain. Furthermore, its quality surpassed that of icy jade, though it remained uncertain if it would attain the status of true ice jade. The material's texture was exquisitely delicate under the light. The cut surface exuded a vibrant green hue. Once fully polished, it would undoubtedly be even more stunning, making it particularly coveted by discerning collectors and industry insiders. Mo Fan held the jade, sensing the energy fluctuations within, which remained at a steady 32. However, the stone's striking appearance compelled him to deepen his understanding of his own abilities. Perhaps in the jade industry, what people valued was not solely the quality of the jade itself, but a multitude of influencing factors, such as color and translucence. Thus, his skill could only assist him in discerning the quality of the jade. Ultimately, the value of a piece of jade would hinge upon these numerous considerations. With this newfound clarity, he resolved to continue learning and remain humble. At that moment, Bosu had already begun making calls to gather funds. As his cash flow was somewhat limited, the two recently confirmed high-quality pieces had already reached a valuation of 20 million. Combined with the other stones, the total was approximately 23 million. Moreover, with the emergence of a piece of fully green icy jade, he could not afford to let it slip away. Securing this material was imperative for him. Not to mention, with the establishment of the new company, there was a pressing need for high-quality materials. In the jade community, encountering such fully green stones was a rarity, as they often became prized possessions among collectors. With the ongoing depletion of jade mines, the likelihood of discovering new, fully green stones had diminished significantly. Many previous high-quality pieces had been acquired by prominent collectors or industry peers, rendering the circulation of fully green high-grade jade nearly non-existent. Here, high-grade jade referred to bangles, clasps, formal insignia, and large pigeon eggs. However, Mo Fan remained relatively unperturbed by this, as he did not engage in the jewelry business himself. Merely intending to engage in the raw stone trade, he has yet to even establish a shop. One must tread carefully, and at this moment, what he requires most is capital, not only to settle the family's debts, but also to ensure a better life for himself and his loved ones. At this juncture, Bosu had already made a call and approached Mo Fan with a solemn expression, stating, "Xiao Fan, no matter what, you must sell me this piece. Consider it a personal favor owed to me. I am fully aware that should you present this material, countless individuals would be eager to offer you exorbitant prices. However, I am truly in dire need of this particular piece, as it is vital for the development of my company. Rest assured, the price will surely satisfy you." Bosu spoke fervently, and Mo Fan quickly urged him to remain calm. He assured him that he would indeed sell it, preferring to keep the matter discreet and uncomplicated. Upon hearing Mo Fan's words, Bosu exhaled in relief and expressed his gratitude. "I have examined this stone thoroughly. Even a cut-off alone could yield a flawless full-green bracelet. Additionally, the core and other sections can produce considerable goods, and this stone can accommodate 4 pieces. The color is nearing imperial hue, and the quality is exceptional. I shall offer you 20 million for each piece. In total, I can provide you with 120 million. This is all the liquid capital I can muster at present." Without pausing for breath, Bosu continued his lengthy discourse, leaving Mo Fan feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Uncle Hu, please do not rush. I will certainly sell the stone to you at the price you just mentioned. Whatever you offer, I shall accept. After all, you lent me money without batting an eye. I am not one to forget such kindness." Upon hearing Mo Fan's response, Bosu embraced him, exclaiming his desire to forge a brotherly bond. This elicited a chuckle from Mo Fan. "No, Uncle Hu, I dare not become your sworn brother. Simply guide me in the future. By the way, I have a small request regarding this stone, and I wonder if you might grant it." Before Mo Fan could express his humility, Bosu grew anxious, fearing he might present a demanding request. "Uncle Hu, you must craft the goods from this stone yourself. Could you please reserve 1 piece for me? I will acquire it at market price." Hearing that this was merely his request, Boss Who readily agreed, stating that as long as it was not a bracelet, he would allow Mo Fan to choose one piece for free. Very well, I do not seek your other goods. I only require one egg-shaped necklace. Mo Fan did not hesitate, having dealt with such matters before, notably in a prior conversation with Chin Debo. He then recalled that he still had a piece of jade pendant with Chin Debo that he had yet to collect. After finalizing the transaction with Mo Fan, Boss Who promptly arranged for the transfer of funds. He first transferred $13,115,000 to Mo Fan, which represented the final price of today's batch of materials, excluding the full green piece after deducting the $10 million he had lent him earlier in the day. As for the remaining $120 million, he stated he would transfer it once the bank opened the following morning. At present, he finds himself in a precarious situation, with just enough circulating funds and a portion yet to be credited to his account. He plans to resolve everything once the bank resumes operations. The negotiations have reached a satisfactory conclusion, and everyone is preparing to rest. After this, both Lao Tai and Boss Who indeed feel the weight of exhaustion. As for Mo Fan, his enhanced constitution allows him to feel relatively unburdened, although his biological clock is slightly out of sync. Initially, he had intended to visit the morning market, but they ended up sleeping until after 11 o'clock. Mo Fan was awakened by a notification on his phone indicating that funds had arrived. Upon checking, he discovered a balance exceeding $13 million. Finally, without hesitation, he promptly transferred $1 million to his parents. With newfound wealth, he resolved to settle all outstanding debts. To be frank, throughout his life, he had seldom borrowed money from others, as any such needs had always been addressed by his parents. Although he had not borrowed, aside from the previous day's request for cash assistance for Boss Who, his parents had never burdened him with the family's difficulties. They always endeavored to resolve issues on their own. Reflecting on this, he felt a twinge of regret for not having achieved more in the past. However, the present is different. He now possesses wealth and vows never to experience poverty again. Just then his phone rang. It was his parents calling. After a brief explanation, Mo Fan mentioned that he was working with a prominent boss, and that this was the bonus from securing a significant deal. It was a kind-hearted deception, and he felt a hint of guilt while speaking. Once his parents were reassured that he had not engaged in any unlawful activities, they relaxed, reminding him to take care of himself, eat regularly, get to bed early, and consider finding a girlfriend. After ending the call, Lao Tai rushed over in a flurry. Not good. Brother Fan, there's trouble in my cousin's house concerning that batch of kilograms. Chapter 30 has encountered mishap. Observing Lao Tai's anxious demeanor, Mo Fan urged him to remain calm and clarify the situation. What precisely had transpired? It turned out that there were individuals attempting to seize the stones. Were there also those after the kilograms? Mo Fan was at a loss for words. In this society, how could anyone dare to commit such acts? He refrained from further inquiries, instructing Lao Tai to contact the authorities and hastily prepare. The two hurriedly hailed a taxi and made their way to Yan Mingxin's residence. Throughout the ride, Lao Tai persistently tried to reach Yan Mingxin and his spouse, but to no avail. Finally arriving at the location, they encountered a crowd gathered, with police officers maintaining order. Spotting the officers, both Mo Fan and Lao Tai felt a wave of relief wash over them, knowing that with their presence, the situation would not escalate too severely. Rushing forward, Lao Tai called out, "Cousin, brother-in-law, are you both all right?" Mo Fan and Lao Tai quickly inquired about the unfolding events. And it was then that Yan Mingxin recounted the entire saga. The issue stemmed from the small logistics company operated by Yan Mingxin and his partner, which was situated on land and premises rented from the Chen family. The lease had originally been arranged by the elderly members of the family, but Yan Mingxin had a younger brother, Yan Mingjun, who had been excessively pampered throughout his upbringing. The elderly gentleman expressed that he wanted the two brothers to jointly manage the shop. However, the indolent Akira Yaman displayed an utter lack of ambition, indulging solely in debauchery. His disposition starkly contrasted with that of his brother, Shin Yaman. In previous years, he had been incarcerated for engaging in brawls and other misdeeds, while the logistics company had been diligently managed by his cousin and her husband. Far from reforming during his time in prison, he instead befriended a group of unsavory characters. Upon his release, his foremost desire was to boast about the logistics company, presuming that a substantial fortune had been amassed over the years, from which he could claim his share. Indeed, under Shin Yaman's stewardship, they had earned a modest sum. Yet, after years of living expenses and caring for the elderly and children, only a meager savings of around 50 or 60,000 remained. Unbeknownst to him, Akira squandered his initial freedom on lavish feasting and nightlife. Initially, Shin Yamin thought his brother, having endured a lengthy confinement, merely sought to unwind, and thus provided him with 10,000 yuan. Little did he know that within a mere couple of days, Akira would exhaust the entire amount. Moreover, he accrued debts amounting to over 100,000 yuan in gambling. Akira had intended to approach his elder brother and sister-in-law for financial assistance to settle his gambling debts. Although Shin Yamin had recently earned a bit of money alongside Mo Fan, he still faced a shortfall of several tens of thousands to clear the debts. Among the group were individuals engaged in the jadeite business, who proposed using some stones from the yard as collateral. This, however, was met with Shin Yamin's refusal, as he clarified that those stones belonged to someone else, not to him. In contrast, Akira, upon seeing those stones piled there on his first day out, assumed that his brother was unwilling to assist him in repaying his debts. Consequently, he colluded with these individuals to seize the stones, igniting a confrontation that persisted until the police were summoned, at which point his companions arrived as well. Upon hearing the account, Mo Fan grasped the situation and glanced towards the crowd, spotting Akira Yamin, who was being restrained by the police, sporting a rebellious demeanor and casting a defiant gaze in his direction. Akira bore little resemblance to Shin. While Shin was robust and amiable in appearance, Akira was gaunt, with pronounced cheekbones that lent him a somewhat menacing look. Though this was a private family matter, Mo Fan felt compelled to refrain from intervening. However, if they intended to lay claim to the stones, it directly implicated him. He inquired about the police's perspective, and after examining Mo Fan's identification and the original purchase receipts presented by his companion, the officers deemed it an economic dispute that they hoped could be amicably resolved, albeit stating that they would assist if the stones were forcibly taken. The police then relayed the situation to both the group and Akira Yamin, which led to a temporary cessation of hostilities. Nevertheless, Akira was still obligated to repay his debts, as the promissory notes were in the hands of the creditors. Meanwhile, Akira's cousin, Tai Huilan, stood protectively beside the two children, her eyes reddened with anger as she glared at Akira. At that moment, Shin Yamin was most incensed, heartbroken over his brother's irresponsibility and the pressing burden of gambling debts. He could only turn once more to his cousin and implore, "Cousin, could you lend me 50,000 yuan for the time being? I will handle the situation and repay you promptly." He was aware that, in terms of wealth, Mo Fan likely surpassed Lao Tai, as Mo Fan had made the most profit from selling stones that day. Moreover, he could discern that Lao Tai was inclined to listen to Mo Fan. However, he found it difficult to broach the subject with Mo Fan himself, and thus sought assistance from Lao Tai. At this moment, Lao Tai was equally incensed and deeply sympathetic towards his cousin. While comforting her, he conversed with Yin Mingxin, saying, "I can assist with the funds, but what happens next? This fellow is clearly a leech. If we resolve this once, what about the next time?" Following this, Yin Mingxin fell into a contemplative silence. Meanwhile, Yin Mingjun erupted, exclaiming loudly, "I say, big brother, can you or can you not procure the money? Hurry up and return it. We still wish to go drinking. What on earth have you and your wife been doing all these years? You can't even earn a bit of money after all this time. Quickly return the funds." Upon hearing this, not only were Mo Fan and Lao Tai incensed, but even the nearby police officers shook their heads in disapproval, finding his behavior outrageous. At that moment, Yin Mingxin's father arrived, visibly agitated. "You ungrateful wretch, do you have no shame? I truly regret having given birth to such a disobedient child. Your brother's company has nothing to do with you. Have you ever contributed, even a bit? Have you ever spent a single day working? Leave. Your matters are no concern of ours. Whether you live or die is of no consequence to us. Depart." The elder was so overwhelmed with emotion that his face turned crimson, and he began to cough violently while berating his son. Seeing this, Yin Mingxin rushed to support his father, helping him to a nearby chair. At this point, Yin Mingjun sprang up, exclaiming, "Old man, I don't even care about you. You all favor Yin Mingxin and look down upon me. Hand over the money swiftly. I will forge my own path." Iron Huilan could no longer contain herself, setting her child aside and rebuking, "How dare you say such things? Your brother and father have worried so much for you. You are nothing but a failure, and still, you have the audacity to complain." Before she could finish her sentence, Yin Mingjun suddenly charged forward, shouting, "Damn it! It's you, you wretched woman. Who doesn't want to lend money? You must have hidden it away." As he spoke, he kicked Iron Huilan in the abdomen, causing her to stumble backward and topple over two chairs. The two children were frightened into loud cries. "Damn it!" Lao Tai shouted angrily, delivering a swift kick that sent Yin Mingjun crashing to the ground, then moved to continue his assault. However, several individuals, clearly affiliated with the old Myanmar, rushed in to encircle Lao Tai and began to strike him. Yet, before they could reach him, there were several loud thuds as two of them were sent flying. Chapter 31. Right and Wrong. Mo Fan retracted his foot, realizing he may have exerted too much force in that moment, so he decided to temper his strength. With his current physical prowess and the instinctive familiarity with his martial arts, he found that he could dispatch these individuals with ease, one punch or one kick each. In mere seconds, 7 or 8 individuals lay sprawled upon the ground. The others dared not advance any further. Mo Fan's earlier display of prowess was nothing short of a violent aesthetic, characterized by simplicity and devoid of hesitation. Not only the police, but everyone present regarded him with a sense of trepidation. At last, a leader emerged from the group, commanding everyone to halt. The police intervened, pulling Lao Tai aside and warning the crowd that any further aggression would result in immediate arrest. The leader, somewhat taken aback, approached Mo Fan and scrutinized him closely, as if to convey the unspoken sentiment akin to a line from a film. "You treat my brothers like mere cabbages, do you?" Though bewildered, he maintained his composure and refrained from excessive chatter, giving Mo Fan a penetrating gaze. "I am Chun Taisho, the keeper of rules," he declared, "and I shall remember you." With that, he turned and entered a Land Rover, which kicked up a cloud of dust as it departed. He dismissed the fallen subordinates, knowing the police would handle the aftermath of their actions. Indeed, several officers escorted all those involved in the fray to the police station, including Mo Fan and Lao Tai. Iron Hui Lan, being the victim, was inquired by the officers but declined medical attention, offering some reassurances instead. Consequently, only Mo Fan, Lao Tai, and those on the ground, along with Yin Mingjun, were taken away. Yin Mingxin consoled the tearful Iron Hui Lan, who expressed, "Mingxin, I do not blame you. If anyone is to be blamed, it is that beast Yin Mingjun. I never wish to see him again. I will take care of the child and my father. You should go check on Xiaoyong and Mo Fan. They stood up for us, and we must not let them feel disheartened." With that, she cradled the child and approached the elderly to offer solace. Mo Fan and Lao Tai arrived at the police station, marking their first visit. However, Lao Tai's demeanor was noticeably off, his eyes reddened and his chest rising and falling with agitation. It was clear he was seething with anger, prompting Mo Fan to pat him on the shoulder. Among the old Myanmar men, aside from the initial 2 who were sent to the hospital, the rest had begun to recover and were now quietly confined next door. Yes, they were indeed quiet and bewildered, harboring a flicker of fear. For Mo Fan's earlier display had been utterly intimidating. Lao Tai gradually calmed down, addressing Mo Fan, "Brother Fan, I apologize. I was too impulsive, and it has brought you trouble." Mo Fan chuckled, "Enough of that. In such a situation, any man would have acted. Even your brother-in-law picked up a mop handle. He was just a beat too late and got caught by the police." Mo Fan offered him some comfort, and Lao Tai sighed, acknowledging the truth. At that moment, the most distressed must have been Yin Mingxin and his father. "However, you were truly fierce. I could hardly keep up. You had already taken down a whole crowd." Lao Tai's eyes sparkled with admiration for Mo Fan, almost prompting him to kneel in reverence. "No, I do not relish fighting, nor do I advocate it. I acted solely to protect you." Just then, several officers entered, ready to take their statements. Yin Mingxin also arrived, and Mo Fan advised him not to fret and to wait a while. After completing his statement, Mo Fan recounted the events truthfully and without embellishment. At that moment, the officer inquired, "Have you practiced martial arts?" "A little," came the reply. "In the future, refrain from acting impulsively. When faced with a situation, communicate effectively and resolve matters amicably. Do not resort to violence." "Understood." Mo Fan responded obediently, answering each question with diligence. Just then, the officer received a phone call and stated 2 injured individuals had been taken to the hospital, one with internal bleeding and the other with 3 broken ribs. After speaking, he fixed an intense gaze upon Mo Fan. The officer was equally perplexed. This individual appeared harmless, yet had exhibited a darker side. "Officer, I am willing to cover the medical expenses. I acknowledge my fault, but I will not apologize, as they initiated the conflict. I accept whatever punishment you deem appropriate." The officer replied. At that moment, a representative from the opposing party arrived, expressing a desire to reconcile with Mo Fan and Lao Tai. Upon hearing this, the officer sighed in relief. Reconciliation would be ideal, and turned to Mo Fan, asking, "What do you say?" "Let us discuss it," he replied. Before long, Lao Tai finished giving his statement, and everyone gathered in the mediation room. The opposing side indicated their willingness to settle, requiring no compensation. and even offered to cover Lao Tai's medical expenses. Mo Fan and Lao Tai exchanged glances, opting for reconciliation without seeking compensation, and soon exited the police station. Yan Mingxin hurriedly approached to inquire about their situation. After hearing Lao Tai's account, he exhaled deeply, relieved that his cousin had not been detained, which would have weighed heavily on his conscience. As the three departed, Mo Fan noticed a familiar Land Rover parked at the entrance. The window rolled down, revealing Chen Taishou, who turned to observe them with an inscrutable expression. He silently stared at Mo Fan for several seconds before rolling up the window. At that moment, a van behind him opened its doors, allowing several individuals from Myanmar aboard. Subsequently, the two vehicles departed one after the other. Damn it! A biting dog does not bark. We must be wary of Chen Taishou, Yan Mingxin exclaimed, his concern for Mo Fan and Lao Tai evident. He was well aware of Chen Taishou's complex background. He was involved in the Jade import-export business, surrounded by numerous operatives from Myanmar who often engaged in nefarious activities, escaping to Myanmar after their deeds, leaving no recourse. On the road, Lao Tai remained silent, preoccupied with thoughts of his cousin. Xiao Yong, Xiao Fan, are you both all right? Tai Huilan rushed forward, checking for any injuries on the two. We're fine. They were the ones at a disadvantage. Cousin, are you hurt? That Yin Mingjun is truly despicable for laying hands on you. Lao Tai expressed his deep concern for his cousin. After confirming that they were unharmed, the group relaxed and settled onto the sofa. The elderly woman, with tear-filled eyes, expressed her profound sorrow, repeatedly apologizing to Lao Tai, Mo Fan, and Tai Huilan. After offering words of comfort, the afternoon passed swiftly. During dinner, prompted by Mo Fan, Lao Tai revealed his intention to provide 100,000 yuan to Tai Huilan, urging Yan Mingxin to resolve the matter concerning Yan Mingjun, lest the group return to trouble them again. After a thorough discussion among the group, Yan Mingxin took the initiative to contact the troublesome individuals and settled all of Yan Mingjun's debts. He then declared that from this moment on, he would sever all ties with Yan Mingjun, asserting that the latter could no longer seek assistance from his family. The elderly couple had no objections, primarily due to the vexation caused by this individual. After dinner, Mo Fan suggested to Lao Tai that he stay at Yan Mingxin's residence for the night, instructing him to call if anything arose. Mo Fan intended to visit Boss, who to inquire about the matter concerning Chen Taishou, as this young man exuded an unsettling calmness that made him difficult to handle, often engaging in rather sinister activities. Upon leaving Yan Mingxin's home, Mo Fan hailed a taxi to Boss Hu's company, where he was likely to find him. The establishment was a quaint four-story villa, with the first two floors designated for business operations, while the upper levels served as rest areas. They had been preoccupied with the new company matters lately, primarily stationed at this location. After paying the fare and stepping out of the vehicle, he was about to cross the street when a van screeched to a halt in front of him. The vehicle came to an abrupt stop, and the doors swung open, revealing 7 or 8 individuals brandishing clubs, charging towards Mo Fan with malicious intent. Feeling a surge of anxiety, Mo Fan instinctively reacted, evading 2 of them. However, the proximity and sheer number of assailants proved daunting, and this group was evidently more ferocious than those encountered earlier. Relying on his remarkable reflexes, Mo Fan shielded his head, but several strikes landed on his arms and body, igniting a flicker of fury deep within him. In an instant, a green light flashed his mind, transforming his demeanor into one of fierce determination, as if his muscles were infused with newfound vigor. With a fierce roar, he swung his left arm, creating an opening, and delivered a powerful punch with his right hand. The sound of impact echoed as one assailant was slammed against the side of the van, the glass shattering, and the vehicle caving in. The assailant lay motionless, his arm contorted at an unnatural angle against his chest. Without pausing to assess the situation, Mo Fan seized the iron rod that was aimed at his head, sweeping it horizontally and eliciting cries of pain from the attackers. Yet, these individuals were undeterred. Charging at him with curses, armed with a weapon, Mo Fan felt emboldened. He relied on sheer brute force, each swing of the rod delivering devastating blows. Within minutes, the assailants lay sprawled on the ground, while the van attempted to flee, igniting in the process. With a powerful flick of his wrist, Mo Fan hurled the iron rod with remarkable speed, piercing through the van's windows and embedding itself in the steering wheel, igniting sparks. The driver, startled, raised his hands in surrender and began to shout in panic. "Get out of the vehicle!" Mo Fan commanded, and the man complied, hastily opening the door and kneeling before him. "Boss, please spare my life. Just as Mo Fan was about to interrogate him, the driver lunged forward, brandishing a dagger aimed directly at Mo Fan. In that moment, the green light flashed once more in Mo Fan's mind. A peculiar green light suddenly emanated from his eyes, momentarily stunning the man. He seemed to behold a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, his entire body beginning to tremble. Much like Wang Cece during their last encounter, succumbing to fear and collapsing to the ground. In that instant, Mo Fan experienced a moment of clarity. This individual had indeed harbored murderous intent towards him, recklessly wielding a blade without concern for his own safety. Realizing this, Mo Fan deduced that the mastermind behind this attack was none other than Governor Chun. The unfolding events on the street did not go unnoticed by Boss Hu and his companions, who rushed over upon recognizing Mo Fan. However, by then, Mo Fan had already concluded his business. Glancing at the injured sprawled across the ground, some with limbs grotesquely deformed. He noted that they had largely lost their ability to move. Boss Hu swallowed hard. Disbelief etched across his face as he regarded Mo Fan. "Xiao Fan, did you do all this? This is astonishing." After exclaiming, he hurried to check if Mo Fan had sustained any injuries. "I'm Fina, Wushu. My phone was damaged during the scuffle. Could you help me call the police?" Mo Fan retrieved his phone, discovering that it had indeed been broken in the altercation. "All right, no problem." Boss Hu responded, promptly calling the authorities to report the situation. Before long, the police arrived, astonished by the chaotic scene before them. Was it a group assault on one individual, or had one person savagely overpowered group? A young police officer couldn't help but exclaim, "Don't speak out of turn." A more senior officer admonished him with a glare before approaching Mo Fan to inquire about the incident. Mo Fan recounted the details faithfully, suggesting they review the surveillance footage at the intersection. Soon after, an ambulance arrived to transport the injured, particularly the one near the vehicle, who was clearly struggling to breathe. The police quickly accessed the surveillance footage, and upon viewing it, their astonishment returned as they regarded Mo Fan anew. Consequently, Mo Fan was taken to the police station. After completing his statement, the same officer asked, "Do you truly practice martial arts?" "Well, it's more of a hobby. I exercise a bit more than usual, but I wouldn't call myself skilled," Mo Fan awkwardly explained. Shortly thereafter, several officers approached, stating, "We have determined that this group premeditated the attack on you. They have been following you since you left the home of Yin Mingxin, only striking once you had exited your vehicle. This incident has significant repercussions, and many citizens witnessed it. However, we will need your cooperation for further investigation. Here is my number. We will contact you, and should you come across any leads, please reach out to us." After confirming that Mo Fan was unharmed, they indicated he could leave. Boss Hu was at a loss for words, while Mo Fan reflected on the day's events. Not wishing to conceal anything, he recounted the incidents that transpired. "No wonder," Boss Hu remarked. "This Governor Chun is the third son of the Chun family. He has always been clever yet somewhat morose, overseeing their family's business in Myanmar. The Chun family is a prominent clan in Rue City, engaged in numerous business ventures. The patriarch, Chun Han Sheng, originally made his fortune in the Jade gambling industry, subsequently expanding into real estate, Jade jewelry, and foreign trade, thereby augmenting both his power and influence. Despite operating within certain gray areas, Chun is astute and prudent. He dutifully pays his taxes and adheres to regulations, rendering him nearly faultless in the eyes of Rue City. However, since the birth of his third child, known as Chun Taisho, he has settled in Myanmar, shifting the focus of his enterprises there. As his sons have matured, the eldest has taken charge of domestic real estate. The second has overseen the Jade jewelry business, and the third manages the import-export operations between the two countries. Consequently, the elder brothers engage in legitimate business practices, while the youngest addresses the complexities arising from their ventures. His prolonged residence in Myanmar renders him somewhat elusive. Nonetheless, his ruthless reputation precedes him, as nearly every business owner in Rue City has heard of him. At this moment, having recently expended considerable energy, he longs to absorb Jade energy. What? Everyone has been sent to the hospital? Useless. Absolutely incompetent. Chun Taisho's fury erupted as he slammed the table after receiving a phone call from an elderly Myanmar associate. Upon glancing at him, the elder immediately subdued his demeanor, hastily terminating the call and briefing Chun Taisho on the situation once more. Intriguingly, Chun Taisho remained composed, a faint smile gracing his otherwise impassive features. Chapter 33 reveals some peculiarities. Currently, he possesses 3 stones in his space. One is a directional stone purchased from Old Boo, with an energy intensity around 28, Another is the stone that Olbu had sold to his friend, which Mo Fan had initially sensed to possess a strong energy fluctuation upon acquisition, though he had not had the opportunity to appreciate it fully at the time. It was subsequently stored in a hotel until the emergence of his spatial abilities, at which point it was transferred to his space. Now, as he retrieves it for a thorough examination, its energy intensity registers around 40. The final stone is a piece of dry green material, with an energy intensity fluctuating between 45 and 50, which is quite unusual. Mo Fan's body is in dire need of Jade energy, and after contemplation, he decides to grasp the stone with an energy intensity of 28. He begins the absorption process, as envisioned in his mind, circulating the energy within his body. After half an hour, Mo Fan concludes this gradual absorption method, transforming the jade rough into an ordinary stone, significantly reducing its weight. Although this merely replenished his internal energy, he feels considerably lighter. Initially intending to continue absorbing energy, he recalls Boss Hu's mention of the Chun family's jewelry store in Rue City. A bold idea emerges within him, and upon checking the time, only a little past 8 o'clock, he is reminded that vengeance should not be delayed. He swiftly retrieves his phone, eager to search for the location of the Chun family jewelry store, only to realize that his phone is broken. After a casual tidying up, he descended the stairs and, upon exiting the hotel, sought out a nearby mobile phone shop. He purchased the latest domestic smartphone, as the imported ones were beyond his budget, and he found the domestic model to be more user-friendly. Having never used an Apple phone, he felt more comfortable with the local brand. A quick search online revealed the conveniences of an age defined by transparency. He summoned a taxi, and within 15 minutes he arrived at his destination, Rueilong Jewelry City. The grand name matched the opulent facade. This establishment could hardly be described merely as a jewelry store. It was akin to a miniature jewelry metropolis, representative of the Chun family's jade and jewelry enterprise in Rueilong City. The building was a standalone commercial structure comprising 3 floors, with the first 2 dedicated to retail and the third to office space. It stood as one of the more significant players in the local jade jewelry market. Without hesitation, Mo Fan stepped inside, and the luxurious decor, coupled with the dazzling lights, was somewhat overwhelming. The staff greeted him warmly with a smile, welcoming him to the store. Mo Fan returned the smile, which brightened the atmosphere, as he was, at that moment, quite presentable. "How may I assist you, sir?" the staff member inquired, her professional smile slightly faltering. Mo Fan thanked her and replied, "No need. I'll browse for a bit. I'll call you if I require assistance." He began to explore the store, and it was evident that the Chun family possessed considerable resources. The first floor primarily showcased a variety of mid-range accessories, pendants, and bracelets, alongside unique gemstones native to Yunnan province, such as southern red, turquoise, malachite, and exquisite crystals. A section was also dedicated to raw jadeite. Most of these stones had been partially opened, revealing promising qualities, with each piece clearly marked with a price tag. Intrigued, Mo Fan picked up one of the opened raw stones, detecting an energy fluctuation around 25. "Not bad, I'll absorb this," he thought, controlling the intensity of his energy absorption. He bypassed the open section and drew the jade energy concealed beneath the outer layer into his body. Within 2 minutes, the energy from the fist-sized jadeite stone had been completely absorbed. He then picked up another piece and repeated the process. Noticing his fascination with the stones, the staff member kindly brought him a flashlight. "I'm just a novice. No need for the flashlight. I find this method of observation quite enjoyable," Montag replied, prompting a curious glance from the staff member, though she said nothing and continued to accompany him. Gradually, she realized that this customer was rather peculiar. He examined each stone for an extended period, hardly missing any, which seemed to take an inordinate amount of time. Was he truly intent on scrutinizing each piece? How disheartening. The handsome man appeared charming, but somewhat clueless. However, Mo Fan had no time to dwell on the staff member's perplexity. He felt invigorated. Yet, concerned about drawing attention, he hastened his pace, allowing the energy to circulate through his body and directly absorb into the jade piece in his mind. With each motion, he methodically examined nearly every raw stone on display. Stretching languidly, he sighed contentedly. Mo Fan wore a contented expression, involuntarily letting out a soft hum of satisfaction. The attendant, rendered speechless once more, observed that while the man possessed a handsome visage, his demeanor was rather peculiar. "Please take me to the 2nd floor." Mo Fan gestured for the attendant to lead him upstairs, and she complied, guiding him up the staircase. Indeed, it was a large establishment, and the professionalism exhibited was commendable. Upon reaching the second floor, news of Mo Fan's arrival had also reached Chun Taisho, who, intrigued by the visitor from the company, decided to make his way over. The second floor showcased an array of high-end items, with ice-type jade and an exquisite assortment of colored materials on display. There were also glass-type jade pendants and an array of colored gemstones, including rubies, aquamarines, tourmalines, and even opals. Truly, their prowess was evident. Among the collection were several exquisite jade bracelets of exceptional quality. The glass-type bracelets were a first for Mo Fan. Their seemingly artificial quality was indeed captivating. "Please let me see everything." At that moment, the attendant appeared somewhat hesitant, aware that the items on the second floor were of considerable value. Although the gentleman did not seem reckless, his earlier behavior had raised some concerns. If something were to go awry, she would be at a loss for how to respond. Most worrisome was the fear that he might wish to inspect each piece individually, which could lead to complications. She dared not think further, while Mo Fan remained patient, simply observing her. Sir, the items on the second floor are of superior quality. If you're not well-versed in jade jewelry, we could arrange for a colleague to provide you with an explanation, if that suits you." The attendant demonstrated a high emotional intelligence and maintained a commendable attitude, which Mo Fan genuinely appreciated. However, he had no intention of abandoning his plans due to her demeanor. His focus was on the Chun family, not on the attendant. "May I ask your name? Does my purchase today entitle you to a commission?" Mo Fan inquired with a smile. Hello, sir. My name is Xiaoyu. You may call me Xiaoyu. Yes, as your designated attendant. I am entitled to a small commission from your purchases. However, if you do not find anything suitable, it is perfectly all right not to buy, she replied. What do you mean by it's all right not to buy? Are we engaged in charity? Isn't our time worth money? Before Xiaoyu could finish, a rather jarring voice interrupted. Bring it to him. A woman clad in business attire, sporting a nameplate indicating her managerial position, approached. Her previous remarks had already hinted at her difficult nature, but Mo Fan maintained his composure, smiling calmly. Is this the professional you spoke of? He addressed Xiaoyu. No, this is our manager. She possesses extensive knowledge about jade jewelry. There seems to be a misunderstanding. She is likely here to assist you in selecting. Xiaoyu hurriedly explained, attempting to signal the manager aside for clarification. However, the manager raised her hand to halt Xiaoyu and stated directly, My surname is Li. You may call me Manager Li. Having observed you lingering on the first floor without making any purchases, it seems unnecessary for you to explore the offerings on the second floor. I fear that should you inadvertently damage an item, you may not be able to compensate for it. With a hint of disdain, the manager, Mr. Wong, regarded Mo Fan. In truth, Mr. Wong was only around 30 years old, possessing decent looks, though his lips were rather thin and his makeup somewhat excessive, lending him an air of harshness. Unperturbed, Mo Fan casually pointed to a green Buddha figurine displayed on a nearby counter and addressed Xiaoyu. I would like to purchase this one. Could you kindly retrieve it for me while I process the payment? The Buddha was priced at 350,000, rectangular in shape and possessing a pleasing hue, though the quality of the jade was not particularly exceptional and its thickness was slightly lacking. Both individuals were taken aback by Mo Fan's words, soon feeling a shift in their emotions. Manager Li's expression darkened. Mo Fan had spoken without acknowledging her presence, choosing to disregard her completely. This infuriated her, and the feeling of being overlooked was disconcerting, particularly as she was accustomed to being the center of attention in the store. Xiaoyu, on the other hand, was pleasantly surprised by the swift turn of events. If this transaction were to materialize, she would earn at least 10,000 in commission. This would mark the most expensive item she had sold since beginning her tenure at the store 3 months prior. Manager Li had always been difficult, never promoting her despite her qualifying period for a permanent position. The staff had grown weary of her demeanor, yet they remained silent, as she was the cousin of the second young master. However, at this moment, Xiaoyu cast aside any concern for Manager Li's displeasure, hastily unlocking the counter and retrieving the Buddha. Accepting the card Mo Fan extended, she hurried him to the second floor's checkout to finalize the purchase. Upon witnessing the successful transaction, a radiant smile graced her face, commission secured. As for Manager Li, she found herself in an awkward position. She had anticipated a confrontation, yet the transaction was completed so effortlessly that it felt like a slap in the face. May I continue to browse? Mo Fan inquired with a smile, still avoiding eye contact with Manager Li. Of course, you are welcome to browse, regardless of your purchasing intentions, Xiaoyu eagerly replied, her spirits lifted by the successful sale. I said you cannot look. Step aside. This sale does not count towards your commission. Do not make yourself a nuisance here. And as for you, having made a purchase, hurry and leave. You may not look at any other items. Do not think that a mere 2 small coins make you significant. Suddenly, Manager Lee erupted, directing her ire towards He Xiaoyu and then casting a scornful glance at Mo Fan. This was truly a sight to behold. Mo Fan was perplexed as to why such individuals existed in the world, yet he felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Is this not going a bit far? He mused himself. Just then, a chorus of greetings erupted around him. Turning his gaze, he squinted slightly. Chen Taisho, he has arrived. Upon entering, Chen Taisho immediately spotted Mo Fan on the second floor and made his way directly towards him. As Manager Lee laid eyes upon Chancellor Chen, his furrowed brow instantly relaxed, and he joyfully ran over. Chancellor, you have arrived, yet you did not announce your presence. I would have come to fetch you. He attempted to embrace Chen's arm, only to be met with indifference as Chen's gaze remained fixated on Mo Fan. Soon, he approached Mo Fan and said, "Once again we meet." His voice devoid of emotion. It resembled the greeting of old friends. This left both Manager Lee and He Xiaoyu momentarily stunned. Indeed, once again. However, your family's business is quite impressive. Have you hidden away all the good items? Is this the Chen family? Mo Fan smiled as he spoke, choosing not to elaborate further. With a swift motion, Chancellor Chen turned, delivering a forceful slap that sent Manager Lee sprawling to the ground. The store fell into a hushed silence, all employees and customers redirecting their attention towards the scene. Manager Lee, dazed and apprehensive, looked at Chancellor Chen with confusion, though seething with anger internally. She dared not utter a word in Chen's presence. "What you purchased?" he inquired nonchalantly upon noticing the receipt in He Xiaoyu's hand. "I bought a small Buddha statue. Otherwise, people would claim I merely browse without purchasing, wasting time." Mo Fan replied, maintaining his smile. "A bargain. With so many in the hospital, the medical expenses exceed this amount." As he spoke, Chancellor Chen casually pulled up a bar stool, reclining against the counter. "Then bring forth some fine items for me to behold." He did the same, leaning back comfortably. Bring them to him. Whatever he wishes to see, let him see." A trace of amusement flickered across Chen's otherwise composed face as he raised his hand nonchalantly, exuding an air of casual selection. However, He Xiaoyu appeared somewhat anxious, standing there at a loss. "I shall retrieve them. Let us see what you can handle." Manager Lee, covering her face in indignation, approached. But before she could finish, Chancellor Chen, swift as the wind, struck her down once more. Now both sides of her face were covered, blood seeping through her fingers. "Let whoever he desires take what they wish." Though Chancellor Chen's voice was subdued, it seemed to resonate in the ears of every employee in the store, rendering them unable to lift their heads. "Let her take it. I enjoy her defiant demeanor." Mo Fan produced a cigarette, placing it between his lips and flicking another. The cigarette flew straight towards Chancellor Chen. "Thank you. Smoking is detrimental to health. I prefer cigars." Chancellor Chen pinched the cigarette between his fingers, inhaling its scent before casually tucking it behind his ear. He then produced a fine cigar, the electronic lighter emitting a crisp sound as it slowly ignited the cigar. Goodness, what a display. Mo Fan nearly choked on his smoke. It seems those seasoned in the art of pretense are the most adept. Clearly, I still have much to learn. A perceptive employee had already brought 2 ashtrays, placing them before the 2 men. "As you wish," Chancellor Chen declared, then lazily leaned back in his seat. "One by one is too slow. Bring forth your finest treasures," Mo Fan remarked to the rebellious figure before him. Chapter 35. Is it authentic? Manager Lee staggered to her feet, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. At this moment, she dared not utter another word, though the malice in her gaze was unmistakable. With a piercing stare fixed on Mo Fan, she retrieved the finest jade ornaments from the counter. She was no longer willing to engage in any tricks, instead presenting the highest quality items in the store. Soon, a black mat in front of Mo Fan was brimming with a dazzling array of jewels. Each piece radiated vibrancy. Mo Fan casually picked up one item, each imbued with potent energy, none exhibiting a fluctuation below 35. Some even surpassed an impressive level of 4. However, to absorb the energy directly from these finished products would draw too much attention. "Are the items in your store authentic?" he inquired, nonchalantly waving one in front of Chen Taisho, speaking with deliberate slowness. "For every counterfeit, a 10 million compensation." Chen Taisho exhaled a puff of smoke, tilting his head and raising an eyebrow, eager to see what Mo Fan intended to do. This man had barely escaped an assault and yet found his way to Chen's jewelry company. Chen Taisho was quite curious about his motives. In Ruishi, he had yet to witness anyone daring enough to seek revenge on Chen's territory. Over the years, it had only been the Chun family who bullied others. No one had ever dared to challenge them directly. From their earlier encounter, Chen sensed that Mo Fan was no ordinary individual. He possessed formidable skills and strength, and there was an air of inscrutability about him. Thus, he scrutinized Mo Fan, eager to discern his true intentions. "Your words suffice," Mo Fan declared, holding up a high-grade icy jade pendant and inquiring of Manager Lee. "Could you enlighten me on this? You don't know this?" She began, but faltered upon meeting Chun Taisho's penetrating gaze. "This is a high-grade, icy, antique charm," she stammered. As she explained, Mo Fan discreetly began to manipulate the energy within, gradually absorbing it while maintaining the outward appearance, subtly transforming its essence into icy quality. Although the distinction between high-grade icy and regular icy jade was merely one character, she was far from naive. Upon hearing Mo Fan's words, her eyes widened in disbelief as she pointed at him. "You!" With a sudden exclamation, Chun Taisho sprang to his feet, hastening over to snatch the pendant from Mo Fan's hand for a thorough examination. Indeed, its quality only reached regular icy, not high-grade. Chun Taisho turned sharply to glare at Manager Lee, his eyes brimming with fury. "Incompetence!" Mo Fan disregarded the outburst, picking up the highest quality glass jade bracelet. "Now, enlighten me about this one," he asked Manager Lee, while Chun Taisho's agitation loomed in the background. This. Manager Lee, now terrified, struggled to articulate her thoughts, stammering in place. "Speak." The voice of Chun Taisho turned somewhat cold, exhibiting a calmness that was more akin to iciness. "A glass-grade bracelet." Upon uttering these words rapidly, just as Manager Lee was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Mo Fan spoke again. "How much?" He glanced at Chun Taisho, noting his unwavering gaze fixed upon both Mo Fan and the bracelet. Manager Lee then struggled to articulate 1,800,000. As the last syllable left his lips, Mo Fan had discreetly completed the absorption of energy. The quality of the bracelet had diminished to that of a high-grade ice variant. It remained difficult for the untrained eye to discern. "Mr. Chun, can your high-grade ice be sold as glass-grade?" Mo Fan turned to Chun Taisho, placing the bracelet between them. Chun Taisho gripped the placard tightly in one hand while the other reached for the bracelet from Mo Fan. "What have you done? Can't you even introduce an item clearly?" He spoke through clenched teeth, causing Manager Lee's hands to tremble with fright. "I asked you if it's genuine. You stated that a counterfeit would incur a 10 million compensation. By the way, I'm a part-time jade appraiser. Upon my assessment, your store is misrepresenting genuine ice as high-grade ice and high-grade ice as glass-grade. Isn't that excessive?" Surprisingly, Chun Taisho became somewhat composed and uttered a statement that caught Mo Fan off guard. "Transfer him 20 million. This declaration astonished not only Mo Fan, but also Manager Lee, who looked at him in disbelief. With a resounding slap, "I said to transfer him 20 million. Manager Lee was once again knocked to the ground. She sobbed, bewildered by the day's events. What is happening today? Who are these people? Covering her face, she rushed to the cash register, shouting at the cashier, "Did you hear that? Tell the finance department to transfer him 20 million. In a frenzy, the cashier hurried to the third floor to find the finance personnel. The other employees had already distanced themselves, unaware of the unfolding drama, merely observing from afar as Manager Lee was struck 3 times by the third young master. Even he Xiaoyu, who had previously been present, was now far removed from the scene, not out of curiosity, but rather due to the alarming nature of Chun Taisho's initial confrontation with Manager Lee. Before long, the card Mo Fan had just swiped displayed a credit of 20 million. "Are you satisfied?" Chun Taisho's calm demeanor instilled a sense of danger in Mo Fan. Yet he remained composed. Eyebrows raised at the notification of funds received, he extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray. "Excellent. Quite the finesse," he remarked, adopting a demeanor indicating his intent to continue, reaching for an item on the counter. Chun Taisho felt a sudden tightening in his chest. "Do not overstep." "Oh, what do you have to fear? You appear so composed," Mo Fan teased, leaning casually against his chair, watching him intently. "I will give you 100 million each year." Chun Taisho once again expressed a sentiment that surprised Mo Fan. Meanwhile, all the customers in the store had been evacuated, and a group of men in black suits entered. They stood firmly on the first and second floors, subtly encircling Mo Fan in the middle. "Ah, are you filming a movie? This setup is quite impressive. If I refuse to comply, are you planning to shoot an action scene?" After uttering these words, Mo Fan discreetly concentrated his attention. ready to harness the energy within his mind. He had recently absorbed a considerable amount of energy, particularly from the plaque and bracelet behind him, which had provided him with ample vitality. Mr. Chun, this gentleman is a good person. Please let him go. Otherwise, I will call the police. A timid female voice emerged, and Mo Fan turned to see He Xiaoyu, the girl who had just attended to him. Although she appeared delicate at that moment, she was the only one daring enough to speak up for him. Mo Fan had already held a favorable impression of her, and now his admiration grew significantly. He nodded in her direction, offering a grateful glance. However, Chun Taisho remained unfazed, continuing, "You started this performance. You should know when to stop. Otherwise, we can shoot a scene together. Now that we have a leading lady." Mo Fan cast a regretful glance at the jewelry displayed on the counter. "Oh well, let it be for today. I'll take that extra. She knows nothing." With a sigh, he picked up Chun Taisho's electronic lighter from the table and lit a cigarette. He then descended, taking He Xiaoyu by the hand and exiting the Rue Long Jewelry City. Chun Taisho, too, touched the cigarette from his ear. Ding! The cigarette ignited. The show is about to begin. Cough spit. Damn! Smoking is harmful to health. Chapter 36 unfolds with a rather glitch scenario. After Mo Fan pulled He Xiaoyu out of Rue Long Jewelry City, he promptly hailed a taxi. He Xiaoyu, somewhat dazed, was ushered into the car. She intended to ask a question, but before she could finish, he said, "Li Jing Hotel." Before she could utter another word, Mo Fan had already leaned against her and slipped into unconsciousness. At that moment, He Xiaoyu had no choice but to urge the driver. After some time, upon arriving at the hotel, she inquired at the front desk to learn Mo Fan's room number. The night had deepened. Having dared to stand up for Mo Fan, she had already resolved to have no retreat. The following morning, Mo Fan awoke to find himself in a hotel bed. Raising his head, he immediately noticed He Xiaoyu sleeping on a sofa chair, clutching a pillow. In truth, after rapidly absorbing the high-grade ice-free plaque the previous day, the energy in his mind had already begun to swell. The swift pace of absorption had concentrated the energy, leaving him in a state of heightened excitement. Furthermore, the energy contained in the glass bracelet far exceeded that of the plaque. Had he not exerted control over the energy, his head might have succumbed to the pressure. Yet at this moment, he felt invigorated. His entire body brimmed with strength, and his vision had notably improved, rendering the surroundings exceedingly clear. However, a sniff revealed an unpleasant odor, and upon inspection, he discovered a considerable amount of perspiration. In a hurry, he quickly retrieved a change of clothes and dashed to the bathroom for a shower. When he emerged, He Xiaoyu was already awake, seated on the armchair, appearing somewhat uneasy. Upon seeing him, her cheeks instantly flushed, and she softly inquired, "Are you done with your shower? If you're all right now, I shall take my leave." She attempted to rise and depart, but Mo Fan hastily intercepted her, saying, as he presented the small Buddha figurine he had purchased the previous day, "This is for you, as a token of my apology. I sincerely regret involving you in this situation, which led to your job loss." Upon beholding the Buddha, He Xiaoyu's face turned crimson once more. No, there's no need for such formality. This is far too precious for me to accept. I merely believe in acting according to my own convictions." Mo Fan chuckled at her response, affirming that he had intended to gift her the figurine as a gesture of gratitude for her unwavering companionship during their shopping excursion the day prior. "How about this? I am also in the jade business, specifically dealing with raw jadeite. I would like you to join me at work. I believe you possess great talent and exhibit remarkable patience with customers, coupled with excellent service attitude. If you assist me in my shop, I can offer you a monthly base salary of 8,000 plus commissions. However, initially, you may need to work at the shop in Ryu City." Having spoken his piece, Mo Fan patiently awaited He Xiaoyu's response. She felt a mix of happiness and apprehension, contemplating before finally expressing, "I am quite satisfied with the salary you offered. My current base salary at Rue Long Jewelry City is only 2,000. However, I am still unfamiliar with you and your company, which leaves me somewhat concerned." Expressing understanding, Mo Fan reassured her that she could take her time to consider and provide her answer later. At that moment, He Xiaoyu's phone rang, prompting her to glance at it and hurriedly answer. Mo Fan politely retreated to the bathroom, running water to mask her phone conversation while washing his face. Before long, He Xiaoyu finished her call, her eyes slightly red-rimmed. Summoning her courage, she remarked, "I accept your offer, but could you possibly advance me a year as salary?" She looked at Mo Fan with pleading eyes. "Has something happened?" Mo Fan inquired, noticing her distress as she struggled to hold back tears. With a shaky voice, she recounted her circumstances. It turned out that her family's living conditions had always been modest, not impoverished, yet not affluent either. She had an elder sister, and when their father sought to improve their lives, he took their mother to work away from home while they were still in school. Though their relationship with their parents was not particularly close, they shared a deep bond with their grandmother. The entire family was remarkably filial. The money earned by their parents over the years was primarily used for their grandmother's medical expenses and to support the education of the two sisters. After finishing middle school, her sister ceased her studies and began working locally. Their family managed to support her through college, although her academic performance was less than stellar, and she attended a vocational school. After graduation, finding employment in the big city proved challenging, and financial constraint for their grandmother's treatment weighed heavily on them. Years of caring for their grandmother had taken a toll on their parents' health as well. Recently, his father was diagnosed with pulmonary lesions that necessitate surgery. However, the family, despite their collective efforts, is unable to procure the required sum of 80,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan felt a profound sense of empathy, reflecting on how his parents had left home in search of a better life, which inadvertently deprived the two sisters of familial warmth and left the elderly worn and exhausted. Returning home to care for his parents comes at the cost of losing his own source of income. Please provide me with your bank account number, Mo Fan said, refraining from further conversation or attempts at consolation, for he felt ill-equipped to offer comfort in such dire circumstances. Shortly thereafter, He Xiaoyu received a notification on her phone indicating a deposit of 100,000 yuan. Overcome with excitement, she expressed her heartfelt gratitude and promptly vowed to work diligently in the future. Indeed, in times of financial distress, many concerns seem to pale in comparison. "All right, you are now my employee. You may accept this Buddha statue," he declared. "May good fortune accompany you henceforth." He Xiaoyu's eyes glistened with tears as she accepted the statue, carefully securing it close to her heart. "Go on, attend to your family matters, and should you require assistance or find yourself short of funds, do not hesitate to reach out to me." "Thank you, boss. By the way, I still do not know your name," He Xiaoyu said, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Mo Fan, realizing the oversight, shared his name with her as they exchanged contact information. Once He Xiaoyu departed, Mo Fan retrieved the piece of raw jade with an energy fluctuation of 45 from his spatial storage. Focusing his mind, he activated his X-ray vision. This time, the process was remarkably effortless, encountering no resistance. He discerned that beneath the 2-centimeter-thick outer shell, the jade had transformed, exhibiting a quality akin to high ice, nearly reaching the clarity of glass. Its verdant hue approached the rare and coveted imperial green, tantalizingly close to the legendary color. What astonished him most was the presence of an irregular, thumb-sized transparent stone nestled within the jade, pulsating with an energy fluctuation of around 5. Chapter 37. The Conclusion. He anticipated gaining a more detailed understanding of the mysterious, irregular jade core within. Checking the time, it was precisely 8:45 in the morning, prompting him to call Lao Tai. He inquired about Yan Mingxin's household situation, which seemed to be devoid of any unusual occurrences. There were no unfamiliar faces in the vicinity, ensuring that Yan Mingxin's residence remained secure for the time being. He refrained from disclosing the previous day's events to Lao Tai and the others, fearing it might cause them undue concern for his well-being. Nonetheless, the restraint and composure exhibited by Chun Taisho last night had left him feeling a heavy burden of pressure. He also contacted Boss Hu to inquire about matters on his end, given that the attack had transpired near their company. Confirming that everything was normal, he gathered his belongings and prepared to check out of the hotel. Initially intending to visit Yan Mingxin's home, he found himself halted as he stepped out of the hotel entrance. A commanding Land Rover awaited him, its window partially lowered, revealing Chun Taisho's calm profile, devoid of any expression. Upon seeing Mo Fan emerge, a bodyguard clad in a black suit approached him, informing him that Chun Taisho was waiting and gestured for him to join the vehicle. Chun, the esteemed official, lowered the car window and cast a meaningful glance at him, a subtle smile dancing on his lips. "Get in." The bodyguard had already opened the rear door, gesturing for Mo Fan to enter and join Chun in the back seat. Once inside, Mo Fan wasted no time and directly inquired about Chen's intentions. "How did you accomplish that?" Chen maintained an expression of curiosity towards him. "Merely an illusion. A trivial trick of the underworld," Mo Fan downplayed, attempting to gloss over the matter. In truth, he felt a twinge of regret for his impulsiveness from the previous night. Although only 2 individuals had witnessed it, the risk of exposure loomed large. Yet, the rewards were significant. The energy he sought to absorb demanded a hefty price. His current accumulation was insufficient, and he hoped that with a more substantial reserve in the future, he would face similar situations with greater composure. I spent 20 million. You expect me to listen to this? Chen's voice carried a hint of frost. Mo Fan fell silent for a few seconds, then turned to Chun. What is your objective? What use is your knowledge? Chun conceded, indeed. What utility can it serve? He merely perceives Mo Fan as extraordinary, yet remains oblivious to Mo Fan's potential benefit to him. Their interactions have been limited, this being merely their third meeting. But you have provoked me. You have caused me considerable loss. You should be grateful for my curiosity that allows you to sit here discussing this with me. Chen laid the conflict bare. Montag van smedet, aching an immobile. How do you propose to resolve this? It seems you instigated the trouble first. As for my part, I could handle the matter concerning Yen Mingjun, and we could put this behind us. Alternatively, if you have other intentions, I stand ready to engage. Mo Fan's voice sharpened in the final two sentences, inadvertently laced with a trace of mental force. This natural display of menace sent a chill through Chen's neck, leaving him momentarily uncertain as he regarded Mo Fan. Falling into silence, the two remained quiet for several minutes, the car filled with an eerie stillness, interrupted only by the occasional chirp of birds from the trees lining the road. 20 million. Return my money. Let this matter be resolved. I shall no longer concern myself with Yen Mingjun, though I cannot guarantee he won't act recklessly. Clearly, in Chen's eyes, Yen Mingjun was insignificant. What mattered to him was his own reputation and that of his family. His actions were always driven by familial interests. If this issue remained unresolved, he would be unable to orchestrate another attack, as the previous incident had already drawn attention without yielding any effect. Moreover, he feared Mo Fan might replicate his previous actions, resulting in immeasurable losses for his family. He had already consulted professionals regarding the two jade pieces, which had undeniably transformed into the inferior types he had described. It was not an illusion, as Mo Fan had claimed, and Chen could assure that there had been no deceit or sleight of hand involved in the exchange of items. The form and labels had remained unchanged. Mo Fan, unperturbed, simply smiled. Share your account number. Add me on WeChat. I shall have someone send it to you. Chun Taisho felt a twinge of reluctance and discomfort as he pulled out his phone, and the two exchanged WeChat contacts. After disembarking from Chun Taisho's vehicle and watching it drive away, Mo Fan exhaled deeply. He had finally resolved one pressing matter. Chun Taisho was indeed in a precarious situation. However, the silver lining was that he had not spent a single penny. The issue was settled, and he had even gained 2 exquisite pieces of jade energy without any cost. Now, only the troublesome figure of Yen Mingjun remained. This individual was also a source of potential turmoil. If not handled properly, the Yen Ming family would continue to face endless woes. Mo Fan held a favorable impression of the Yen family, especially since they were relatives of his close friend. Since fate had brought them together, he decided to cultivate a good relationship and later discuss with his friend whether there might be a suitable resolution. After all, they could not remain in this place indefinitely, and the matter of opening a store in Ryu City had become increasingly urgent. Upon arriving at the Yen Ming household, he found the elder basking in the sunlight in the courtyard. It was evident that the elder felt a sense of melancholy, given the troubles surrounding his son. When he saw Mo Fan, the elder inquired if he had eaten breakfast, and Yen Mingxin promptly brought out a bowl of rice noodles for him. Rest assured, there will be no more disturbances, and you need not worry about Yen Mingjun's debts. I have taken care of it. Mo Fan explained that he had encountered Chun Taisho and described the latter's family background, assuring the elder that they had reached an understanding and would not trouble them any further. He refrained from elaborating on the events that transpired in between. Upon hearing this, Yen Mingxin visibly relaxed, and his mood improved significantly. At that moment, the elder also absorbed Mo Fan's words with a sense of relief, though a lingering sadness remained etched on his face. Just as everyone began to breathe a sigh of relief, a voice echoed from the entrance. Have you prepared my money? Accompanying the voice was the infuriating visage of Yen Mingjun appearing at the doorway. Yen Mingxin was about to erupt in anger, but Mo Fan quickly restrained his hand and set down the bowl, stepping forward to confront Yen Mingjun. How much do you want? Who are you? What business is it of yours? Step aside. Don't block my way. Yen Mingjun's words were as insufferable as ever. Mo Fan remained undeterred, responding once more. Yen Mingxin has already sold the company to me. Only a portion of the payment has been made, and the full amount is yet to be settled. Tell me how much you want, and I will transfer it to you directly to spare you the hassle. Upon hearing Mo Fan's words, Yen Mingjun's face lit up with glee. His intention was merely to provoke his brother and extract some money. Now, with such a fortunate turn of events, how could he not be elated? As for the future of the company, that was of no concern to him. He promptly asked, "How much did you buy it for? How much is still owed?" Mo Fan smirked and sighed. "Alas, your brother sold the company to me at a rock-bottom price to settle your debts, totaling 200,000. Currently, I have resolved your debts, and there remains over 30,000. I intended to deliver that amount today. I didn't anticipate encountering you. I heard a portion of it belongs to you. Indeed, we are brothers, and I undoubtedly possess half of our family's company. So, let me have the remaining 30,000. Hurry, scan my code, and transfer it directly to me." Mo Fan gestured for him to remain calm and spoke again. "My friend, I have utilized this money to settle your debts. Now only 30,000 remains. Logically, this amount should be allocated to your brother, which means you ought to return 70,000 to him." Before Mo Fan could finish his statement, Yin Mingjun became agitated and quickly retorted, No. That was Yin Mingxin who repaid my debts. My money remains my own. Just give it to me." Truly, he had never encountered such a shameless individual. Nevertheless, Mo Fan signaled to Yin Mingxin and the others to hold their tongues, allowing him to address the situation. He continued, "This cannot be the case. The portion of money that you are entitled to has already been used to settle debts. In fact, your brothers have contributed significantly as well. If I were to hand this money over to you, you must provide a receipt. Furthermore, you must assure us that you will not seek further funds from Yin Mingxin and the others in the future." After speaking, Mo Fan gestured for Lao Tai to bring over 30,000 in cash, as he still had some from his previous withdrawal. They had around 100,000 in cash remaining. Lao Tai understood that Mo Fan was managing the situation and asked no further questions, retrieving 30,000 in cash. The moment Yin Mingjun laid eyes on the money, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He promptly agreed to sign the receipt. He guaranteed that he would not seek further assistance from Yin Mingxin and would refrain from asking his family for money in the future. Mo Fan personally drafted the receipt, indicating that this was a one-time payment for all business transactions, ensuring that he would not approach his family for money again. After finalizing everything, he joyfully left with the 30,000 in cash, humming a tune. At that moment, Yin Mingxin approached Mo Fan to express his gratitude. He offered to give Mo Fan some money, but Mo Fan waved his hand in refusal, stating plainly that this money was from Lao Tai. He also mentioned that it counted as a share in the company, with the shares registered under Lao Tai's name, only 10%. Furthermore, he indicated that he would source goods for his shop in Ruishi from Yin Mingxin's company and purchase jadeite rough stones from there. Yin Mingxin pondered for a moment. While it appeared that Mo Fan had only given Yin Mingjun 30,000, in reality, he had settled nearly 200,000 in debts. The rationale he presented was not unreasonable, considering that Lao Tai was indeed his relative. Thus, he readily agreed, allowing Mo Fan to breathe a sigh of relief. Should Yin Mingjun cause further disturbances, they could easily involve the authorities, presenting this receipt as evidence to support their position. Having completed these matters, Mo Fan and Lao Tai were led by Yin Mingxin to the jadeite rough stone trading market. They purchased 100,000 worth of rough stones, which Mo Fan had personally examined. The energy fluctuations registered between 20 and 25, although he desired to acquire higher quality stones. The market offered the best cost-performance ratio with these particular grades. Furthermore, these stones already exhibited some promising characteristics on their surfaces, making them visually appealing and allowing for a slightly elevated price upon sale. Because this is a well-thought-out plan by Mo Fan. Their raw stone shop does not solely sell kilograms of material. Rather, it uses kilogram material as its primary offering. It is essential to also include medium and high-quality stones to provide diversity in products and meet the needs of customers across various levels. Additionally, there is He Xiaoyu, whom Mo Fan has chosen after careful consideration. This decision stems not only from her character, but also from her commendable sales attitude, excellent service, patience, and some knowledge of jadeite. Relying solely on loyal customers is insufficient. A dedicated salesperson is necessary to introduce the raw stones to patrons. Consequently, Mo Fan reached out to He Xiaoyu, and upon learning that she was ready, he made the payment, prompting her father to undergo surgery immediately. The next day, He Xiaoyu contacted Mo Fan early in the morning and arrived at Yamingsen's location. Her father's surgery had been successful, and he was now being cared for by her sister and mother. Eager to begin her work, she promptly sought out Mo Fan. The three of them bid farewell to the Yamingsen family, agreeing that the kilogram materials and subsequent purchases would be transported to Ryu City in 3 days. The following day on the pedestrian street, Mo Fan and his companion strolled along, observing storefronts and checking for available rentals. At last, they discovered a storefront at the entrance of the antique-style Jade City that was up for lease. This space was directly rented from the landlord, who had previously leased it to an ethnic clothing shop. The establishment comprises 2 floors, with the 3rd floor and above designated for commercial use, as the 1st and 2nd floors belong to the shop owner. Typically, the 2nd floor serves as a warehouse for storing items, but both floors were now available for rent, and Mo Fan immediately took a liking to this shop. The area was suitable, and it featured a small courtyard of approximately 30 square meters at the back, perfect for tea drinking or storing miscellaneous items. Each floor of the shop is roughly 70 square meters, making it one of the larger spaces in the vicinity. Mo Fan particularly favored the 2-story layout and planned to convert the 2nd floor into an office area. The 1st floor would display the raw stone materials, equipped with 2 cutting machines, 1 oil cutting machine and 1 conventional cutting machine. The courtyard could be thoughtfully arranged as a place for tea and discussions, and if necessary in the future, it could be transformed into a processing and carving area. He promptly called the landlord. Soon, a 30-something woman named Zhang arrived at the shop. She stated that the annual rent for both the 1st and 2nd floors would be 200,000 yuan. After pondering, Mo Fan inquired, "Sister Zhang, are you selling this shop?" Chapter 39 Buy. Sell. Sister Zhang appeared momentarily taken aback. Indeed, some individuals are interested in purchasing shops these days. However, storefronts on the pedestrian street are considered golden geese, capable of laying golden eggs. It can be said that each shop on the pedestrian street, even with frequent changes in ownership and poor business performance, will never leave the landlord a loss, as it is virtually impossible for them to remain unrented. As long as there are continuous tenants, the landlord will profit. Upon hearing these words, Sister Zhang instinctively felt a sense of rejection. However, recalling the urgent need for money at home, she smiled and replied, "Handsome, I had planned to sell this shop just yet. I intended to continue renting it out. But if the price is right, I might be persuaded to part with it." After saying this, she regarded Mo Fan with a hint of indifference, believing that this young man likely sought merely a business transaction and lacked the funds to purchase the property outright. "How much are we talking about? If the price is reasonable, can we finalize the transfer today?" To her surprise, Mo Fan's response caught her off guard, prompting her to cautiously propose a figure. "Brother, I want to hide it from you. We truly need money at home. If you can offer 4 million, then I will sell you this shop." Indeed, the shop on the bustling pedestrian street had appreciated significantly over the years, although the price she quoted was still rather exorbitant. Sister Zhang was also keen to ascertain whether Mo Fan was genuinely interested in purchasing, thus she quoted a high price. "I sincerely wish to buy. Could you please provide a fair price?" Mo Fan's words left Sister Zhang in a state of hesitation. She desired to sell, but aimed for a good price while fearing that Mo Fan's inquiry was merely casual, wasting her time. She perceived them as too young, doubting their ability to afford such a price. "Oh dear, the prices are genuinely high now. You may inquire around the street and see if anyone is willing to sell their shop. Everyone is waiting to earn rental income." After speaking, Sister Zhang feigned modesty, presenting herself as a representative of the current market rate. 8 million. If that works, I could transfer the money immediately." Upon hearing this, Sister Zhang scrutinized him closely. "Are you certain you can transfer the money now?" "Absolutely. Right away." With Mo Fan's affirmative response, Sister Zhang slapped her thigh and exclaimed, "It's a deal." Indeed, many offers rely on boldness. "Excellent. We shall sign the contract immediately. Once signed, I will transfer half of the deposit, and upon completion of the procedures, I will settle the remaining amount." Mo Fan, too, was decisive, instructing his friend to accompany Xiaoyu to handle the paperwork with Sister Zhang. He transferred 3 million to his friend, assigning him the task of procuring items to furnish the shop, such as the large tables and cutting machines commonly found in stone gambling establishments. Meanwhile, Mo Fan ventured to the jewelry market to seek out Qingdebao. Having already spent several days in Ruei City, he aimed to sell a few stones to Qingdebao. Although he currently possessed over 100 million, he still had a few stones left, particularly 2 he had set aside before coming to Ruei City, which exhibited energy fluctuations around 3. His intent in visiting Qingdebao was to open these 2 stones, which could then be displayed in the shop as high-quality jade rough. As for the previously mentioned need to sell them to finance the shop, that necessity had dissipated following his journey to Ruei City. With the funds currently available to him, and barring any extravagant expenditures, he could essentially sustain himself for the remainder of his life. Yet, the nature of humanity is peculiar when one is devoid of wealth. Earning a mere 10,000 seems exceedingly significant. However, once affluence is attained, one's aspirations often transcend the mundane. For instance, Mo Fan now yearns to harness his abilities to acquire even greater riches and absorb more jade energy. He is also eager to discover the extent of his own growth. Initially, he may have possessed only the capabilities of an average individual, yet after facing numerous adversities, he has managed to emerge unscathed. The sensation of power, indeed, proves to be intoxicating. He is keen to ascertain just how formidable he can become. This strength is imperative, as the more wealth one accumulates, the more one becomes acutely aware of the world's harshness and its inherent injustices. He sought a secluded spot and retrieved 2 stones from his spatial storage. With these in hand, he swiftly made his way to Chin Daba's company, placing a phone call that prompted her swift appearance. "Greetings, Boss Missouri," Chin Daba quipped playfully upon their meeting, her face adorned with a hint of a smile as she ushered him into the tea room. Once seated, Mo Fan, feeling a tad bashful, inquired, "Miss Chin, how has business been these past few days?" "Not too shabby. However, it pales in comparison to your recent trip to Rue City, where you've already hit a small milestone. You must treat me to a grand feast," she teased, her playful demeanor revealing that she was well aware of Mo Fan's profitable ventures at gambling stones. As she poured him a cup of tea, she jested, "Men truly are adept at deception, never uttering a single honest word." "Not at all. I merely had a stroke of luck. But your words do wow my heart. I saved our finest finds for you, and yet you perceive me in this manner. How utterly disheartening." He took a sip from his cup, feigning distress. "Huh." Chin Daba chuckled. "Now I must see what treasures you have in store for me." Mo Fan gestured towards the 2 stones resting beside him and remarked, "As for the good stuff, I was unable to bring it today. I shall return with it another time." Upon hearing Mo Fan's words, Chin Daba swiftly enlisted a craftsman to retrieve the stones. Following the areas Mo Fan had sketched, they commenced to open the windows of the stones while the 2 continued their conversation over tea. Chin Daba expressed her genuine concern regarding the events that had transpired in Rue City, having gleaned some insights from Uncle Hu. To be candid, she felt both anxious and intrigued about Mo Fan's experiences. Mo Fan also sought her counsel on certain jade-related expertise. Before long, the craftsman approached the tea room, announcing, "President Chin, President Mo, the stones have been opened. Please have a look." Upon hearing the craftsman's voice, they eagerly took the stones to examine them. The areas Mo Fan had delineated showcased the stone's most exquisite features, and after the windows were opened, the craftsman had even enhanced the light slightly. Under the natural light, the 2 stones revealed their exquisite jade texture at the open window, showcasing their quality. One of the openings was nearly the size of a coin, with the jade inside appearing crystal clear. With the naked eye, one could perceive the darkness, indicating that the quality of the jade reached the icy variety. Chin Dabao illuminated the stone, revealing a brilliant hue beneath. Truly remarkable. Another piece of icy jade, adorned with a clear base and ample water content. Splendid indeed. Mo Fan smiled quietly, observing the stone without a word. Noticing Mo Fan's calm demeanor, Chin Dabao playfully rolled his eyes and turned his attention to the second stone. As he shone the light upon it, a bright radiance emerged, revealing yet another icy material devoid of any base color. It belonged to the colorless category, yet under the light, distinct patterns could be discerned. This was indeed Mo Shisha's material. As expected, the King of Jade quality is not merely a title. Such remarkable patterns. Chin Dabao clicked his tongue in admiration, then cast a glance filled with an inexplicable smile towards Mo Fan. "Don't look at me. I won't sell these 2 pieces. They will be kept in the shop for you. I've set aside some excellent materials for you. I'll provide them in a couple of days. After all, you won't have enough time to prepare for the jewelry exhibition now." Chin Dabao surely wished to have more exquisite items for the exhibition, but with only a few days remaining, Mo Fan did not rush to acquire materials. The 2 continued their conversation until Master Chin Huaisher joined them briefly. After bidding farewell to Chin Dabao, Mo Fan exited the jewelry city. Upon reaching the shop they had just visited, he was greeted by Lao Tai's enthusiastic voice. "Brother Fan, it's all set. Later today, Xiao Yu and I will tidy up, and tomorrow we can buy tables and stools." The second floor was originally a warehouse, and we have quite a bit to purchase. I calculated, and we should be able to open within a week. Lao Tai's face beamed with excitement, and Xiao Yu appeared equally motivated. Their interactions had flourished, both being extroverted personalities, thus growing close swiftly. After hearing this, Mo Fan entrusted the shop's matters entirely to them. Just then his phone rang. Upon answering, He was surprised to find it was a call from the Labor Bureau. Mo Fan had previously lodged a complaint against his former company, expecting a swift response. However, he was taken aback that it had taken so many days for them to address it. The voice on the other end indicated that if he wished to pursue the complaint, he needed to fill out paper materials at their office and provide some evidence. After ending the call, Mo Fan felt it was a hassle and lost interest in the matter. After all, he was no longer in financial distress and had gained a more relaxed perspective on many issues. Just as he contemplated this, another call came in from Wang Cece. Upon answering, he was met with her sharp voice. Montauk Fen, how dare you actually file a complaint with the Labor Bureau? I'm telling you, withdraw the complaint immediately. Otherwise, don't expect to receive a penny of your wages from last month. Mo Fan, disinterested in hearing more, abruptly hung up. Truly, there are all types of people. Initially, he had no intention of pursuing the matter, even though their wages should have been dispersed by mid-month. Now, as the end of the month approached, he had yet to receive his salary. Originally, Mo Fan contemplated letting it go, but a phone call ignited his ire. After some reflection, he inquired if his friend had any acquaintances in the legal profession, as he intended to hire an attorney to directly handle the matter. Boss, I studied law. I possess a legal license. At that moment, He Xiaoyu timidly interjected. Her words took both Mo Fan and his friend by surprise. It was unexpected to learn that He Xiaoyu was a law major and held a lawyer's certificate. Throughout their journey, they had never inquired about her university specialization. This revelation was indeed fortuitous. Not only could she assist Mo Fan with this issue, but she could also handle any future legal matters for the company. Brother Fan, his friend exclaimed, slapping his thigh with excitement. No wonder you were so professional during the contract discussion with Sister Zhang. I thought you had prior knowledge. But it turns out you are a true expert. His friend wore an exaggeratedly enlightened expression, both humorous and amusing. Mo Fan could easily discern that his friend was overly enthusiastic about He Xiaoyu. However, he chose not to address it directly, instead smiling and sharing his situation with her. He expressed that he would entrust her with the full responsibility of the matter and would provide her with a separate remuneration. Furthermore, she would take on legal responsibilities within the company. Upon hearing this, He Xiaoyu hurriedly declined, but after Mo Fan's persistent insistence, she reluctantly accepted the 10,000 yuan he offered. Your base salary will increase by 5,000. Mo Fan informed He Xiaoyu, then turned to his friend to ensure he kept track of the adjustment when payroll was processed. Wow, now your base salary surpasses mine. His friend feigned jealousy, causing He Xiaoyu to blush with embarrassment. In the following days, everyone focused intently on the store, with He Xiaoyu assisting Mo Fan in organizing materials for the complaint to the Labor Bureau. Mo Fan also enlisted Qin DeBayo's help with the business license, a matter they had discussed previously. She arranged for her company's administration to assist Mo Fan in completing the necessary procedures. 3 days passed swiftly, and today marked the day of Qin DeBayo's jewelry exhibition. The event commenced at 2 in the afternoon, and in the morning, Mo Fan received a call from Qin DeBayo inviting him to join her for lunch before the exhibition. Mo Fan arrived at the venue, the International Hotel of Sun and Moon City, the largest hotel in the area, albeit somewhat distant from the city center, resulting in a nearly hour-long taxi ride. He contemplated purchasing a vehicle for convenience, as he possessed a driver's license. As he pondered, Qin DeBayo appeared to greet him. She wore a teal qipao adorned with simple floral patterns and had her hair elegantly styled. This ensemble lent her a classic charm. The jade necklace around her neck and the bracelet on her wrist showcased delicate shades of green, harmonizing beautifully with the emerald earrings she wore, creating a splendid ensemble. Exuding an air of elegance with a touch of opulence, the sight before Mo Fan was truly captivating. Isn't exquisite? Teased Qin Daba as he strolled over. Chapter 41. This place in verdant hues. Indeed, it is beautiful, grand, and fitting. Mo Fan generously offered his praise, and the two of them chuckled as they entered the grand hall together. Our exhibition is in the main hall on the second floor. But let us first dine on the first basement floor where Master Qin and her team are waiting, Qin Daba informed him. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Qin Daba exchanged greetings with Master Qin, and under his introduction, Mo Fan was introduced to the staff of Qin's jewelry. Everyone was aware that several pieces on display at today's exhibition were crafted from materials sourced by Mo Fan, and they expressed considerable goodwill towards him. After their meal, the atmosphere became lively as preparations for the exhibition were nearly complete. It was now time to place the jewelry into their respective display cases and adjust the lighting and sound systems. Mo Fan felt a sense of familiarity. His previous work had been in a similar vein. The overall theme of the event was imbued with the charm of Jiangnan aesthetics. And even the carvings of this batch of jadeite were predominantly inspired by this style. As each piece of jade jewelry was placed on the display stands, the hall was filled with the gentle and elegant melodies of the guzheng. Guests began to arrive, including peers from the jadeite jewelry industry and various socialites. It was evident that these individuals were well-to-do, as their attire suggested they had received specific invitations. Many attendees donned garments reflecting traditional Chinese elegance, with several ladies in kipeos, infusing the venue with an enriched sense of sophistication. Before long, the hall was bustling with guests, numbering at least a couple hundred. A fortunate circumstance given the spaciousness of the venue. As the host announced the commencement of the exhibition, Mo Fan took a seat in the tea break area to relax with a glass of orange juice, leisurely observing Qin Daba's speech from afar. Following Qin Daba's address, the event staff began to elaborate on several key pieces featured in the exhibition, including 2 large egg-shaped necklaces crafted from the material Mo Fan had provided. The prowess of the Qin family was undeniable, as other high-quality bracelets, rings, and beaded necklaces were also on display. These exquisite jade ornaments sparkled in the meticulously arranged display cases, radiating an aura of gem-like brilliance. At that moment, Qin Daba approached Mo Fan, inviting him to explore further. "Gome, let me show you your exquisite wuxia plaque. Once the display concludes today, you may take it home at your convenience." Following her lead, Mo Fan listened intently as she explained various adornments along their path. Indeed, the craftsmanship of Master Qin Huaishir was as renowned as rumored. Many pieces in the hall were born of his skill. They arrived in an elongated horizontal display case, showcasing 5 distinct wuxia plaques against a backdrop of a sinuous, robust wooden structure. The wood itself featured intricate craftsmanship, with 5 branches extending outward, each adorned with a unique plaque, each remarkable in its own right. Under Qin Daba's guidance, Mo Fan finally laid eyes on his own wuxia plaque, originally crafted from icy materials adorned with floating floral patterns. The piece selected by Mo Fan stands out as one of the finest. Furthermore, this particular area exhibits the least amount of floral embellishment. Under the skilled hands of Master Qin, the entire amulet emanates a translucent and lustrous quality, which Mo Fan deeply admires, longing to wear it immediately. As the host's narration progressed, the exhibition reached a new peak. Typically, jadeite jewelry exhibitions display clearly marked prices, but this time, the event curated by Qin Daba took a unique approach. Attendees were first invited to view the items, with only the names displayed on the introduction cards, leaving the prices undisclosed. The prices would be revealed later, accompanied by an estimation activity, where participants could appraise a piece of jade jewelry. Those whose estimates closely matched the final displayed price would enjoy a 10% discount and gain priority purchasing rights. Thus, while attendees browsed and engaged with the staff, many took to pen and paper to estimate the value of their favorite jade pieces. Participants with accurate valuations and genuine purchasing intentions could then proceed to make their acquisitions. The atmosphere of the exhibition grew lively, prompting Qin Dabo take to the stage once more to speak. Yet, Mo Fan remained at the display cabinet, curious about the price of his amulet. Finally, the staff began to unveil the price tags. Most amulets were priced above 100,000, with the cheapest at 120,000. Mo Fan's piece bore a staggering price of 1.66 million, marked as for display only, not for sale. The price of this finished product seemingly soared with external validation, igniting in Mo Fan the desire to open a retail store. However, he quickly reconsidered. After all, the journey from raw jade to finished product involves numerous steps, necessitating the assurance of material integrity and the selection of masterful artisans for both carving and polishing. Moreover, one must establish a reputable brand or event to lend credibility, and most importantly, encounter the right clientele to elevate prices. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke through his thoughts, accompanied by a sense of distaste. It was Wang Sisi again. Mo Fan, disinterested, decided to find a place to sit. Noticing his consistent disregard, Wang Sisi seemed to have forgotten their previous encounter and promptly blocked his path. Eager to confront him, Mo Fan, wishing to avoid disrupting Qin Dabotake's event, stated firmly, "Please mind the occasion. I have no time for this discussion, and I urge you to conduct yourself with dignity." With that, he attempted to leave, but Wang Sisi appeared ready to ignite a confrontation. Just then, her companion approached, a gaunt, slick-haired man who, judging by his attire, seemed to possess some wealth. Seeing Wang Sisi's demeanor, he assumed she was being bullied and protectively positioned himself behind her. Glaring at Mo Fan, "What is your problem? Are you trying to intimidate my woman?" What a classic display of foolish bravado. Mo Fan could only wish to escape, for the situation was becoming increasingly melodramatic. Indeed, Wang Cece spoke up. My dear, I will not be bullied. I merely noticed this person eyeing the coveted display plaque you desire. He happens to be a former employee of our company, dismissed by me, and I felt compelled to inform him that he should not aspire to such a prize, which he certainly cannot afford. Her words flowed out in a rush, leaving Mo Fan feeling quite overwhelmed. He already held a dislike for this individual, and her manner of speaking added to his discomfort, evoking a sense of unease within him. My dear, I shall purchase that plaque for you. Let him behold it. With that, she turned her gaze toward the display plaque Mo Fan had been admiring. Chapter 42. Consequences of One's Actions Indeed. Upon seeing the price tag of 1.66 million, the slender man furrowed his brow, though he quickly regained his composure. For beside the price, he read the words for display only, not for sale. Alas, I find myself with money and no means to spend it. I had my eye on this plaque, but it appears it is not for sale. What can I do, my dear? We are both victims of circumstance. Throughout this entire exhibition, this is the only item that has captured my interest. It is truly a pity that it is unavailable. The slender man wore a look of regret, prompting Wang Cece to take a glance at the price tag as well. Oh, no wonder it is not for sale. This is a masterpiece by Master Qin. Why sure. One cannot simply acquire works by Master Qin. Just observe the quality of his other pieces. This particular material, personally sculpted by him, is indeed a rare find. My dear, it is no surprise that you are poised to inherit the Leaf family's architectural legacy. Given your discerning taste in Master Qin's craftsmanship, unlike certain individuals who likely do not comprehend the intricacies involved, yet still attempt to present themselves as knowledgeable. She then recounted how Mo Fan had dared to file a complaint with the Labor Bureau after being dismissed, which only served to inflate the slender man's pride further. As no one can resist the allure of flattery regarding their aesthetic judgment, allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Wenyu, the Deputy General Manager of Li Architecture in Ryu City. Do not accuse me of neglecting you. As long as you heed Cece's counsel, withdraw your complaint, and issue a proper apology, I can arrange for you to find work at our construction site. It may be laborious, but the compensation is fair. Young people must strive diligently and refrain from pursuing dubious paths. Li Wenyu was undeniably exuberant, having gained favor in the presence of the woman while also taking the opportunity to belittle Mo Fan. On the other hand, Mo Fan found himself utterly speechless, preparing to leave when Qin de Bayos approached. He turned to Qin de Bayos and said, De Bayos, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Please have someone retrieve that plaque for me. He gestured toward the coveted display plaque within the showcase. Upon hearing this, Li Wenyu immediately objected, infuriated that this young man dared to disregard him. Pointing a finger at Mo Fan, he exclaimed, You insolent brat, who do you think you are? Do you possess any wealth? They have clearly marked it as not for sale. Even if you sold everything you owned, you would still be unable to procure it. Do you believe Qin Jewelry is some trivial establishment? Mo Fan shook his head, exasperated. He had thought such foolishness existed only in novels, yet here it was before him. I am uncertain whether Qin Jewelry is a small company, but I do know that Boss Missouri is a significant partner of ours at Qin Jewelry. I kindly ask you to conduct yourself with respect, sir. After finishing her speech, disregarding the expressions on Li Wenyu and the others' faces, she beckoned to the staff. The exhibition case was opened, and she took out a charm that bore no price tag. Not only that, but she also personally adorned Mo Fan with it. How exquisite! She adjusted it for him and smiled, showering him with praise. The two exchanged a knowing glance, leaving Li Wenyu and Wang Cece utterly bewildered. What was happening? The esteemed young lady of the Qin family was personally placing a charm on this dismissed scoundrel. Moreover, this charm was distinctly marked as not for sale. At that moment, Li Wenyu's discontent reached its zenith, and he angrily addressed Qin Daba. Miss Qin, are you not afraid of being ridiculed for such actions? Why bestow this non-sale item upon this impertinent boy? Are we to be toyed with? Li Wenyu was genuinely displeased. He had been maintaining an air of superiority. Yet this boy had brazenly received something without even a hint of intent to pay. Not only had he received it, but Qin Daba had also personally adorned him. Qin Daba was quite renowned in the jewelry circle, hailing from a well-established family business, and she was both beautiful and capable. Li Wenyu had previously entertained thoughts of pursuing Qin Daba, but he felt an insurmountable gap between their respective standings. Moreover, she referred to him as Sir, indicating she had completely forgotten him. How could he not feel enraged witnessing this scene? Excuse me, sir. This charm indeed belongs to Boss Missouri. It was crafted by Master Qin himself, and we borrowed it for the exhibition, hence the special note indicating it is for display only and not for sale. If he wishes to leave, he is entitled to take his belongings. Is there a problem? I refuse to believe it. He is merely a penniless worker. Just days ago, I dismissed him. How could he possibly afford such exquisite jade? Wang Cici's comments starkly contrasted with the decorum present. Qin Daba frowned slightly. Miss Wang, I recall your company discussing the upcoming exhibition with us. Initially, our positioning did not align. However, seeing your sincerity, we agreed to collaborate. But it appears I must reconsider your company's sincerity and corporate culture. Henceforth, all our collaboration shall be terminated immediately. I will instruct my colleagues to liaise with you regarding the dissolution of our partnership. Now, please escort this gentleman outside. Our event does not welcome those who disrupt. Wang Cici had believed that her company had a partnership with the Qin family and that she could negotiate. To her shock, Qin Daba had unilaterally terminated their collaboration. This was catastrophic. She had not informed General Manager Yang about today's exhibition, intending to accompany Li Wenyu instead. General Manager Yang was prepared to divorce his wife to be with her. If he found out, it would all be over. Please no. Mr. Qin, we acknowledge our mistake. You must not cancel our collaboration. We had an agreement. Before Wang Cici could finish, she and Li Wenyu were promptly escorted out by the staff at Qin Daba's behest. He was also unceremoniously ushered out, looking rather disheveled. So what do you think? Are you satisfied? Qin Debao inquired with a smile, gazing at Mo Fan. Satisfied? How could I not be? However, will this have any repercussions for your company? While Mo Fan felt a sense of relief, he was also troubled by the potential impact on Qin Debao's business. Not at all. A few insignificant characters cannot stir up much trouble. Are you really leaving? Don't you want to stay a little longer? Qin Debao's words seemed to suggest she wished for Mo Fan to linger. No, I truly have matters to attend to. You know my shop is being set up. I will need to invite you to celebrate the opening. Certainly, I will definitely attend. Has the date been set? 3 days from now. I wonder if I will have the honor of being present. The calm voice of Chun Taisho interjected. As Mo Fan turned to see him clad in a black suit, somewhat incongruous with the surroundings. Nevertheless, his overall demeanor was impeccable. Surprised to encounter him here, Mo Fan felt no trepidation. Although Chun Taisho exuded an aura of danger, they were in Ryu City, not at the border in Ruishi. Even with his reach, Chun Taisho could not extend his influence here, yet his presence did invigorate Mo Fan. Remember to bring a gift. Mo Fan jested lightly, making his way towards the exit. To his surprise, Chun Taisho followed, appearing quite relaxed. What is this? Do you have something else to attend to? Mo Fan queried, noticing Chun Taisho retrieving a cigar to smoke. I didn't expect you to know Miss Qin, but I advise you to keep your distance. Chun Taisho cautioned, lighting his cigar and taking a slow drag. What do you mean by that? Mo Fan frowned, perplexed. At that moment, their interaction bore no hint of animosity. Resembling that of old friends, Chun Taisho offered a cigar, saying, "Stick with me, and I shall enlighten you." Mo Fan declined the offer, pulling out his own cigar. Atashin, lighting it and exhaling a cloud of smoke. Our paths diverge. While you favor cigars, I prefer this Tashin. We are simply not aligned. With a smile, Mo Fan chose not to probe further. Regardless of whether Chun Taisho divulged anything, it mattered little to him. His feelings towards Qin Debao were ambiguous. There was an attraction, yet it had not reached the point of affection. Let things unfold naturally, without interference from others. Chun Taisho remained silent, leisurely puffing on his cigar while observing Mo Fan. If you choose not to speak, then so be it. I shall take my leave. Mo Fan dismissed him, uninterested in his air of mystery. As Mo Fan departed, Chun Taisho revealed the hint of a smirk. He then broke the cigar he had just offered to Mo Fan and carelessly tossed it into the nearby trash bin. Upon returning to the shop, Mo Fan found Lao Tai and others on the second floor directing movers in arranging tables and sofas. The first floor had long been set up, with a cutting machine positioned at the entrance for convenient slicing of smaller materials. In the center lies a grand table measuring 3 meters in length and width, flanked by a row of elongated counters. These can serve as a checkout station or display exquisite jade products and fine raw materials. At the far end, there is a workbench equipped with a jade carving machine and various polishing and engraving tools. The area in front of the workbench extends all the way to the shop entrance, lined with a long row of shelves. Here, some higher quality raw materials will be exhibited, while larger pieces will occupy the space beneath the shelves. These zones are meticulously delineated to showcase jade roughs, allowing for a clear view of the shop's layout to attract customers effortlessly. The second floor is of the same size as the first, but is divided into 2 rooms. The inner room serves as the boss's office, modest in size, but furnished with a tea table that accommodates 10 people for discussions. A large safe is also present to store high-value materials and essential goods. The outer room features several workstations arranged along the wall, leading to a small bar area equipped with a microwave and a kettle, essentially a quaint tea corner. Just barely sufficient, yet adequate. As the afternoon waned into dusk, the team finally completed their arrangements. This was the first venture for Mo Fan and Lao Tai, and gazing at the finished shop filled them with a unique emotion. He Xiao Yu, although inexperienced in startups, wore a flushed face from the busyness, yet her expression radiated joy. None had eaten, awaiting the arrival of the raw materials. Just then, Yin Mingxin called to inform them he was already in the city and would arrive shortly at the shop. He was personally delivering the goods. So Mo Fan and his companions were not in a hurry to dine together. Before long, the silhouette of a large truck appeared on the street. Due to the presence of guardrails, the vehicle could not enter the pedestrian area. Thus, Yin Mingxin found a nearby spot along the curb to park and unload. Upon seeing him exit the vehicle, Mo Fan and his companions approached, accompanied by 7 or 8 craftsmen who had helped move the furniture earlier. Mo Fan promised each of them 200 yuan to assist with unloading the cargo. The craftsmen, pleased with the generous offer, readily agreed to stay. Fortunately, the shop was not far from the street, merely about 100 meters away. Yin Mingxin accepted the cigarette Mo Fan offered, tucking it behind his ear, and greeted them, saying, "I heard the truck couldn't enter, so I brought 5 small carts. Let us work hard and finish this quickly." He then called upon the craftsmen to begin unloading the goods, transporting them to Mo Fan's shop with the small carts. An hour later, all the materials were unloaded, and the craftsmen helped to open 10 bags containing kilograms of material. Everything was neatly stacked on a large table on the first floor, filling it to the brim. The remaining items were placed in the cleared space of the backyard. After completing these tasks, Mo Fan decided not to retain the craftsmen any longer, allowing Lao Tai to settle their payment and generously offering an extra 100 for refreshments. The group then instructed Yin Mingxin to park his vehicle properly before heading out for a meal, as it was no longer as hectic at home with the elderly assisting in caring for the child. In the company, there were others assisting and overseeing matters, and Tai Huilan was also busy coming over. The group enjoyed a delightful meal together, and that evening, they stayed at a hotel. It was at this moment that Mo Fan realized he not only needed to purchase a vehicle, but also a residence. Otherwise, it would indeed become inconvenient in the future. Furthermore, there was He Xiao Yu, who had just arrived in Ryu City and was unfamiliar with her surroundings. For the past few days, accommodations had been arranged, but this was not a sustainable solution. Early the next morning, Mo Fan instructed Lao Tai and the others to neatly arrange the materials. He then set off alone to explore options for a car and a house, as these matters required urgent resolution. His first stop was the car market, where he visited several dealerships before ultimately selecting a BMW 7 Series and a Toyota Highlander. Fortunately, there were no dramatic incidents. The service was quite commendable. It wasn't that he was uninterested in purchasing more extravagant vehicles. Rather, he preferred to maintain a low profile. Additionally, he anticipated frequent trips to Rui City, and both models offered ample space for transporting materials. He had sufficient room for important items and materials, which could be conveniently stored. The BMW would be for his personal use, while the Highlander would be designated for company use, facilitating convenience for everyone in the future. With discounts available and promotional events at the dealership, he acquired both vehicles for just over 1 million. He instructed the staff to deliver the cars to Lao Tai while he drove the BMW to the real estate office. Upon arriving at the entrance, he unexpectedly encountered Bai Xiaonan. A young woman dressed in sales attire was escorting a group of potential buyers. Mo Fan instantly recognized her as his former colleague, Bai Xiaonan. He held a vivid impression of Bai Xiaonan, not solely due to her beauty, but because of the air of mystery that surrounded her. She had been part of the same cohort that joined the company shortly after his graduation, working in the planning department. Over the course of more than a year of collaboration, they had all come to know very little about her. Despite sharing work and meals daily, no one knew her place of origin or any details about her family or educational background. All that was known was her cheerful demeanor and her ability to get along well with everyone. Yet, outside of work, her private life remained a complete enigma. Now, seeing her again took Mo Fan by surprise. At that moment, Bai Xiaonan also spotted Mo Fan and approached him with a gentle smile. Mo Fan, what a coincidence! Are you here to view properties? Her tone was relaxed, and while her expression conveyed a hint of surprise, her voice and demeanor suggested familiarity, as though they had frequently met and anticipated this encounter. Indeed, what a coincidence. It has been a long time. You still exude such poise and grace. Just as Mo Fan struggled to find the right words, he sensed a powerful energy emanating from Bai Xiaonan's chest, which startled him momentarily, prompting him to exclaim a few words. Bai Xiaonan responded with a hearty laugh, her demeanor light and appreciative, and she naturally led Mo Fan into the sales hall. So, what type of property are you interested in viewing? Her tone and the aura she exuded conveyed a sense of intimacy and ease, creating an undeniably comfortable atmosphere. Despite the fact that they had not seen each other for nearly 2 to 3 years, Mo Fan felt as though she had not changed at all, allowing him to momentarily disregard the intense energy fluctuations emanating from her. He expressed his needs, seeking her recommendations for a larger room, ideally situated not far from the pedestrian street where he worked. Of course, no problem. Follow me, Bai Xiaonan responded without hesitation, leading Mo Fan out the door without taking a moment to pause for a drink. Once outside, Mo Fan remained silent as Bai Xiaonan guided him directly to his car, a smile illuminating her face. Don't be surprised. I just saw you parking, she remarked upon noticing the astonishment on his face. Confused, Mo Fan questioned his own memory. Had he truly not seen her leave as he parked? Perhaps he had misremembered the sequence of events. Dismissing the thought, they entered the car, with Bai Xiaonan directing him as he drove. Before long, they arrived at a residential complex located just behind the pedestrian street, separated by a single road. This community, neither particularly old nor new, featured a pleasant environment and was conveniently close to the bustling street. As they entered, Mo Fan observed that the building boasted 11 floors, an average height for the city center. In contrast to the surrounding clamor, this enclave exuded a serene atmosphere, enhanced by its verdant landscaping and well-maintained structures that lacked any sense of decay. The apartment they visited was on the 3rd floor, accessible via an elevator. Upon entering, Mo Fan found the layout appealing, with complete furnishings and a fresh ambience in terms of decor and amenities. The property seemed to align perfectly with his requirements, as he preferred not to venture too far away from the city center, wary of the chaos and noise that accompanied it. Yet, the residence Bai Xiaonan showed him was undeniably impeccable. The only concern now was the price, which once again took Mo Fan by surprise when Bai Xiaonan disclosed it. The spacious 168-square-meter apartment featured 5 rooms, 2 living areas, 1 kitchen, and 3 bathrooms, priced at 12,000 per square meter. The total came to 2,016,000 yuan. The landlord had recently completed renovations but was temporarily relocating abroad with his family. Hence, if Mo Fan could pay the full amount at once, the price could be settled at 188 million yuan. All documentation was in order, and the landlord was readily available for contact, presenting no hidden risks. Having conveyed this information in one breath, Bai Xiaonan struck a chord with Mo Fan's aspirations. With a budget of 2 million yuan, he sought a well-decorated, fully furnished place ready for immediate occupancy. Surprised, he glanced at Bai Xiaonan before decisively stating, "All right, let us contact the landlord for payment." The sales office, situated near the city center, has been bustling with activity for quite some time. Shortly, the landlord arrived, and with the assistance of Bai Xiaonan, the two swiftly completed the contract. It appeared that the landlord had made prior arrangements, as all necessary documentation was readily available. By around 4 in the afternoon, all formalities were concluded, and Mo Fan remitted the full payment to the landlord as stipulated in the contract. The agency fee was to be shared between both parties, amounting to a little over 10,000 each. The landlord left the keys and bid farewell, prompting Mo Fan to smile and say to Bai Xiaonan, "You're truly impressive." This landlord is quite agreeable. Bai Xiaonan chuckled softly, pausing for a moment before responding, "With both parties in accord in your prompt payment, it's naturally swift." In truth, Mo Fan wished to express that, evidently, the landlord's desires were as well understood by Bai Xiaonan as his own. Moreover, this understanding seemed to bring satisfaction and comfort to all involved. They continued their conversation, reflecting on their respective situations after departing from their previous company, as well as their current circumstances. Bai Xiaonan appeared unperturbed by Mo Fan's experiences, and he chose not to elaborate on his own. However, from her few remarks, he gleaned that over the past 2 or 3 years, she had changed jobs about 10 times. It seemed that each position had been satisfactory for her, as she sought to explore various industries. Indeed, she was distinctively unique, yet it appeared so effortlessly natural for her. As Mo Fan glanced at the time, he stood to take his leave, with Bai Xiaonan also rising to accompany him to the door. "See you in 2 days, Mo fan. I'll come by to congratulate you on your opening." Bai Xiaonan escorted him to his vehicle, and after he started the engine, she waved goodbye, saying, "Thank you. See you then." Mo fan was naturally pleased at the prospect of her support, but as he drove away, he suddenly slammed the brakes. He had never mentioned to Bai Xiaonan that his store would be opening in 2 days. Chapter 45, all set. With the screech of brakes, Mo fan immediately glanced in the rearview mirror, spotting Bai Xiaonan standing at the doorway, waving at him with a gentle smile adorning her face. It was evident that she was wearing exquisite jade jewelry, undoubtedly a piece of exceptional quality. Lao Tai and he Xiaoyu had nearly finished arranging everything, transforming the store into a completely new space. Mo fan stood at the entrance and gazed inside, where he was greeted by a plethora of jade stones of various sizes, all meticulously organized. The necessary supplies, such as bright flashlights and spray bottles, were all in place. The first floor of the store had even been equipped with a small bar, stocked with bottled water and snacks for both customers and staff. Thanks to their thoughtful adjustments, the neatly piled bags of raw stones were now visible from the entrance. The counter remained empty. Initially, they had planned to display some finished products, but they had yet to acquire any. Mo fan had arranged with Chin DeBeo to visit her company the following day to purchase some mid-range finished items. With everything else essentially prepared, electronic firecrackers for the opening, sound equipment for the store, and decorative flower baskets, the team was ready for the grand event. Observing their arduous efforts, Mo fan produced his keys, indicating that the house was secured and conveniently located nearby. The trio brimmed with joy, especially Lao Tai, who felt a surge of excitement when the dealership delivered a Highlander that day. He had always held a fondness for this vehicle and had previously expressed modest desires to Mo fan. He wasn't seeking luxury cars, but merely wished for a reliable mode of transportation. Hearing Mo fan discuss the housing situation brought them both immense delight, as they would no longer have to reside in rented accommodations. Mo fan had proposed that this house serve as a dormitory for the startup team, allowing future recruits to reside there as well. With only 3 individuals currently in the shop and 5 rooms available, the arrangement was more than sufficient. After this conversation, the 3 closed the shop and ventured out for a simple meal. Subsequently, Lao Tai drove the Highlander while assisting Xiaoyu in organizing their belongings. They discarded the old items and efficiently stored important possessions in a designated space. After coordinating with the landlord to return the rental, Mo fan arrived at the new community ahead of the others. During the day, he had not managed to inquire about the name of the neighborhood, but later learned it was called Qinyuan. He retrieved his belongings from the storage and selected a bedroom with an en-suite bathroom, arranging his items neatly. Moments later, he received a call from Lao Tai and descended to help them carry their possessions upstairs. Lao Tai's situation mirrored his own, with minimal luggage, as Mo fan had advised discarding outdated items. Xiaoyu also had little to carry, just a large suitcase. The trio spent a mere 10 minutes settling in and selecting their rooms before stepping out again, this time heading to a nearby supermarket to purchase new bedding and toiletries. They then visited a shopping mall, where Mo fan transferred 10,000 yuan to each of them. They intended to buy some new clothing, favoring a simple and comfortable style, making the budget sufficient. Both Lao Tai and Xiaoyu were elated. It had been a long time since Xiaoyu had bought new clothes, which made her feel slightly embarrassed. However, after Mo fan and Lao Tai shared a few lighthearted jokes, she happily accepted the gesture, reminding herself that she had already advanced a considerable amount of her salary and would continue to work diligently under her employer. Upon returning home, they each tidied up and retired for the night, feeling the fatigue of the past few days. The following day, Mo fan spent 1 million yuan acquiring a selection of jade ornaments from Qindaba and her associates. This was a carefully curated collection, as their company specialized in mid to high-end products. 1 million yuan would typically yield only a few exquisite pieces, but he opted for medium-quality items priced between 20,000 and 70,000 yuan, ultimately selecting around 30 pieces. He understood that while he didn't require an extensive inventory of finished products initially, having a few jade pieces was essential for his plans. After arranging these items, Mo fan began sifting through the raw materials, extracting several pieces with slightly stronger energy fluctuations from the larger batches. He placed them on the counter, personally labeling their prices, with the energy fluctuations ranging from 2 to 25. He set the pricing to commence at 800 yuan, emphasizing the uniqueness of these premium small-size materials. The kilograms of rough stones are abundant, and within them lie some hidden gems of considerable quality. However, Mo Fan cannot extract them all, for doing so would diminish the intrigue of the hunt. He has not scrutinized them closely, yet it is evident that this batch boasts a superior quality compared to what they previously procured from the bustling street market. As long as the standards are not excessively high and there are no cracks, virtually all of them can be fashioned into goods, albeit with modest value. The slightly better individual stones purchased later from the night market have been placed on another shelf. The kilograms of rough stones, however, are plentiful, and after deliberation among the three, they have decided to price these stones at 50 each during the opening period, with complimentary cutting services. They will not sell at a loss, which is a shortcoming that Mo Fan and his team must address by cultivating the expertise of Lao Tai or Xiaoyu. After all, Qin Dabao's company is not far from this shop, merely a 2 to 3 minute walk away. His confidence, bordering on audacity, stems from the fact that he intends to sell Qin Dabao a piece of top-tier material. This is also the reason why he was not in a rush to sell to her a few days prior. He meticulously prepared the necessary processes and items. Having also received the shop signboard, the name chosen for the establishment is Lao Mo Gambling Stones, and the sign is currently shrouded in red cloth, to be unveiled on the morrow of the grand opening. Truth be told, the name was suggested by Lao Tai and is consistent with the business license. Lao Tai had proposed inviting some well-connected friends and former colleagues, but Mo Fan outright declined. If it weren't for the auspiciousness and superficial appearances, he would not have bothered with an opening ceremony at all. He simply desires to quietly and discreetly manage a shop as a facade, while his primary focus remains on gambling stones. However, since Lao Tai is now involved in this endeavor alongside He Xiaoyu, it would be unfair for them not to profit. Thus, they resolved to hold a modest opening ceremony, merely following through with the necessary steps. The group retired early to rest and rejuvenate for the anticipated opening day. December 31st marks the grand inauguration of Mo Fan's shop, a celebration of the old year giving way to the new, a transition filled with hope and prosperity. Early in the day, Mo Fan and his companions arrived at the shop on the pedestrian street. The foot traffic was still sparse, primarily consisting of fellow shopkeepers. A few individuals meandered along the street, as the throngs had yet to materialize. Mo Fan and his team prepared diligently, arranging decorations and setting the stage. They placed 3 floral arrangements at the entrance and hung a banner proclaiming the grand opening sale, with raw jade stones starting at 50 yuan each, alongside complimentary stone cutting services. Once these tasks were completed, it was nearing 9 o'clock when Qin Dabao arrived with her entourage. She was adorned in a lovely floral dress, accompanied by Master Qin Huaishir and several employees from her store. "Congratulations, Boss Missouri. Wishing you a prosperous opening," Qin Dabao exclaimed joyfully, presenting the floral arrangements while also requesting the designated master to accompany Lao Tai and the others to familiarize themselves with the venue. Mo Fan welcomed them into the shop, guiding them on a tour. Initially intending to ascend to the upper floor for tea, the group expressed a desire to examine the stones on display instead. Mo Fan did not hinder the situation. As a result, the atmosphere in the shop became noticeably more vibrant. At that moment, a hearty laughter resonated from outside the door. Congratulations, Boss Missouri, on the grand opening. May your business soar across the seas." Mo Fan looked in the direction of the voice and discovered it was Boss Hu who was sending over a floral arrangement. "Oh, thank you, Uncle Hu. I didn't expect you to come. Please do come inside." Mo Fan was somewhat taken aback, as Boss Hu had not notified him of his visit. He had intended for the occasion to be rather simple. Nevertheless, Mo Fan was delighted by his presence, as Uncle Hu had always been a supportive figure in Rui City. Boss Hu entered with a smile, warmly greeting Qin Daba and Qin Huaishir, and joined them in examining the stones. Although they were all inexpensive materials, jadeite inherently holds immense potential. Thus, the group appeared quite spirited, particularly Qin Daba, who usually dealt with finished products or purchased cut materials. Such raw gambling stones were a rarity for her. "Fan Ye, it's almost time. You need to prepare for the unveiling." Lao Tai approached Mo Fan at that moment, inviting all the shop owners to gather at the entrance for the ceremony. Everyone proceeded to the entrance, where Lao Tai took on the role of MC, holding the microphone as he announced, "Auspicious day and good fortune. The Mo Gambling Stone Shop officially opens on December 31st. I extend my gratitude to all friends, neighbors, and our esteemed customers for their support. On this opening day, we are offering jadeite rough stones at rock-bottom prices, starting at just 50 yuan. Those interested may enter the shop to select their pieces. We will cut stones for free on site." After his announcement, applause erupted, accompanied by cheerful background music, creating a lively atmosphere. Now, let us welcome the owner of Mo Gambling Stone Shop, Mo Fan to unveil the plaque. Please give a warm welcome. Amidst the applause, Mo Fan approached the plaque, but did not immediately pull off the red cloth. Instead, he took the microphone from Lao Tai and said, I appreciate everyone's support. I would also like to express my gratitude to my good brother, Tai Yong. He holds a share in this shop and is also one of our owners. I wish to unveil the plaque together with him, wishing us both smooth sailing and prosperity in the future. After speaking, Mo Fan pulled over the slightly bewildered Lao Tai, and together, they unveiled the red cloth amidst the crowd's applause, revealing the plaque. Instantly, the sound of festive firecrackers echoed through the air. Due to regulations in the city center prohibiting the use of real firecrackers, people typically opted for electronic alternatives. Just as Mo Fan was about to invite everyone into the shop again, Chan Taisho, cigar in mouth and accompanied by two subordinates, approached leisurely. Mo Fan was not surprised by his arrival. However, before he could speak, Chen Taisho beat him to it. I may not understand why you chose to open this shop, but congratulations nonetheless. He then handed over a gift box adorned with blue and gold patterns. Mo Fan accepted the gift box, exclaiming, wow, you actually brought a gift. Thank you, Mr. Chen. He instinctively reached to pass it to Lao Tai, but Chen Taisho pressed down on the box, saying, Aren't you go to open it and see? After Chen Taisho finished speaking, he smiled at Mo Fan, who, feeling a tinge of curiosity, promptly unwrapped the gift box. The box was elongated, approximately 40 centimeters in length. The moment he opened it, he was immediately struck by a surge of intense energy fluctuations. His gaze narrowed as he peered inside, where a small black sword lay quietly on a dark velvet base. The sword was devoid of intricate embellishments, exuding a simplicity that felt both ancient and timeless. Most notably, Mo Fan could distinctly sense the energy emanating from the material of the sword. Indeed, it was clear that this was no ordinary item. Chun Taisho fixed his gaze on Mo Fan's expression the instant he laid eyes on the small sword. He knew Mo Fan must have perceived something extraordinary. This was a small sword crafted from inked jade. As for its origin, I cannot ascertain. I am unable to tell. But from your expression, I believe my gift has found its rightful recipient. I am becoming increasingly intrigued by you. Mo Fan, surprised by this revelation, found himself even more astonished as the small sword seemed to have captured the attention of the mysterious jade head in his mind. Maintaining his composure, he carefully stored the gift box and was about to invite Chun Taisho to his shop when another voice chimed in. You are not the only one intrigued by him. The melodic voice belonged to Bai Xiaonan, who approached gracefully. Although she was alone, every eye in the room was drawn to her presence. Dressed casually in loose, flowing attire, she nonetheless could not conceal her striking figure. What stood out most was her ethereal demeanor, seemingly untouched by the mundane world, yet exuding a natural charm. Like a gentle breeze, as she reached Mo Fan, she parted her lips slightly. Congratulations, Mo Fan. Allow me to be your assistant for a year. Consider it a gift. She introduced herself by Xiaonan. At her declaration, Chun Taisho's cigar fell from his mouth, and simultaneously, Qin de Beos stared intently at Bai Xiaonan, his hands subconsciously tightening. Yet, neither of them uttered a word. On the other hand, Mo Fan found himself perplexed. He was unsure of Bai Xiaonan's intentions, though he acknowledged her remarkable capabilities. Initially, he had intended to decline, wishing to keep his secrets hidden. However, upon seeing the faint smile on Bai Xiaonan's face, he relented. Sure, I will be delighted. Bai Xiaonan, brimming with familiarity, shook Missouri Fan's hand and quickly fell into her role. She effortlessly guided the guests towards the shop, occasionally calling upon her friends He Xiaoyu and others to prepare drinks, as if she had known them for ages. Meanwhile, Chun Taisho sat quietly to the side, and Qin de Beos approached Mo Fan. Montauk Fen, how do you know the Bai family? He asked curiously. The Bai family? I'm not quite sure what you mean. Mo Fan replied, somewhat bewildered. He sensed that there was more to Qin de Beos' words, but he could not discern the underlying meaning. Qin de Beos gazed deeply at Mo Fan before uttering softly, if you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. With that, he sauntered toward Bai Xiaonan, and in mere moments, the two were engrossed in lively conversation, appearing quite close. A sense of bewilderment enveloped Mo Fan, as he observed even Chun Taisho express gratitude upon receiving a bottle of mineral water from Bai Xiaonan. His curiosity regarding Bai Xiaonan intensified. However, it was not long before some customers who had entered the shop selected their jadeite rough stones, completed their transactions, and prepared for the cutting process. The master brought by Qin de Beos was surnamed Yang. After briefly conversing with the customers, Master Yang commenced the cutting of the first stone of the day. He exclaimed, "Let the machine roar. Fortune and prosperity await." With that, he activated the machine, and the blade began to spin, with a towel draped over the metal leaf to manage the resulting moisture. The stone was deftly pushed toward the blade by Master Yang, and a buzzing sound erupted, accompanied by a few sparks. In no time, the small stone was cleaved open, and Master Yang gently brushed it against the blade once more. After briefly immersing it in a small bucket of water, he presented the stone to the customer. This customer, a gentleman in his 30s, appeared to be attempting gambling on stones for the first time. Upon receiving the stone, he cautiously pried it open. All eyes turned toward the revealed stone, which, once opened, displayed a milky white jade flesh the size of an egg. He exclaimed in delight, "There is jade," and joyfully shone a flashlight upon it. Instantly, half of the stone illuminated, and a chorus of voices erupted around him. "Wow. Indeed it is. Is it valuable? Is it truly jade? Oh my, let me see. How much did you buy it for? Was the cutting free?" As a result of the commotion from the stone cutting, a throng of onlookers gathered. Master Yang took the flashlight to examine it further and remarked, "It's quite good, with a lovely texture. The two halves together could fetch over 1,000. If you wish to sell, we can make an offer." Upon hearing Master Yang's words, astonishment filled the crowd, with some even suggesting it was a setup arranged by the shop. Nevertheless, the customer insisted it was his first gamble, and he refused to sell, opting instead to transform it into a finished piece for his family. Master Yang promptly suggested visiting the jewelry center on the basement level, where several carving shops could craft the finished product. The gentleman readily agreed and cheerfully made his way to find a carving shop. This had been prearranged by Mo Fan and his associates, as they typically left minor pieces to their fellow jewelers in the jewelry center, fostering mutual support. For higher quality stones, or those willing to pay for craftsmanship, the masters on the Qin side could also take on the work. Mo Fan and his team primarily focused on gambling stones and the sale of certain finished products. As time progressed, an increasing number of customers began selecting and purchasing rough stones, and the cutting machines remained in constant operation. The old friend also rushed over to greet the customers, assisting in keeping an eye on them. With the crowd growing, he urged them to maintain a safe distance from the cutting machine to prevent any potential mishaps. Observing the increasing popularity of the store, Xiaoyu began showcasing finished products to a few customers. With her experience, she engaged effortlessly with them. An Mo Fan noticed that one customer was already ready to make a purchase. At that moment, Qin DeBeo approached and handed Mo Fan a bottle of water, making him feel a bit awkward. This prompted Mo Fan to remember something. He opened the bottle and took a hearty gulp before asking Qin DeBeo to wait a moment. He ascended to the second floor, entered the office, and opened the safe to retrieve a piece of material. Descending again, he approached Qin DeBeo and called for the old friend. The old friend came over with a beaming smile. And Mo Fan requested his cousin-in-law Yin Mingxin to assist with watching the customers. He had come to help out this morning, but Mo Fan and the others felt hesitant to impose on him. Therefore, he enthusiastically served water and snacks to everyone. "How's it going, Fangge?" the old friend asked excitedly, as the store was thriving, much to his delight. "Take this piece of stone. I'll mark the lines for you. Use the oil cutting machine to follow the lines and cut it. Once done, please have Master Qin Huaisher take a look and appraise it." After speaking, he raised an eyebrow at Qin DeBeo and continued, "This is a special gift for you, to be sold on this auspicious day." Qin DeBeo expressed his anticipation, and the old friend merrily made his way to the nearby oil cutting machine. The crowd, intrigued by his actions, followed to watch. The atmosphere in the store became increasingly lively, alleviating some pressure on Master Yang. Once he had everything set, the old friend closed the machine cover and, echoing Master Yang's earlier words, proclaimed, "Once the machine starts, gold will flow. Let us begin." He pressed the machine's switch, tightened the wheel, and the machine whirred to life. Bai Xiaonan maintained her charm and composure, having already sold several exquisite pieces from the shelves. She approached Mo Fan and gently said, "Boss, is there something valuable about to be released?" Mo Fan couldn't help but admire her cleverness, and curiosity got the better of him. "Miss Bai, what prompted you to suddenly become my assistant? You sold me a house just yesterday, and I'm quite intrigued. Rest assured, the house transfer will be completed today. Someone will come to deliver the full set of documents shortly. You need not worry about that. As for my decision, I have always pursued what I desire. It's advantageous for you as well. You may inquire with Miss Qin beside you." Bai Xiaonan remained calm and composed, her voice steady. Indeed, those associated with the Bai family are exceptional individuals. Her choice of you indicates your good fortune. Qin DeBeo remarked, deepening Mo Fan's curiosity about Bai Xiaonan's family background. "Not to worry, I'll visit your room tonight for a candlelit chat." Bai Xiaonan said with a smile directed at Mo Fan. Chapter 48, Yellow and Green. Mo Fan gazed at the enigmatic smile of Bai Xiaonan and the perplexed expression of Qin Daba, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. After a prolonged silence, just as the atmosphere was becoming increasingly awkward, Bai Xiaonan's voice broke through. Allow me to share my assistant plan for the upcoming year with you. You will undoubtedly find it beneficial. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan remained indifferent, though Qin Daba appeared to ponder deeply, casting a curious glance at Mo Fan. Seemingly intrigued by what could possibly captivate Bai Xiaonan's interest, Bai Xiaonan then cheerfully resumed her tasks, and everything felt remarkably natural. Mo Fan, unable to contain his curiosity, turned to Qin Daba and inquired. Qin Daba hesitated momentarily, but ultimately refrained from responding, instead taking a sip of water to mask his unease. Before long, Lao Tai had prepared the materials, and with a call, many gathered around. Mo Fan and Qin Daba joined them. Even Chen Taisho turned his gaze towards them. Lao Tai subtly glanced at Mo Fan, who nodded in acknowledgement. Lao Tai then produced a piece of material, and amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, he unveiled the stone. It shimmered with clarity, akin to a pristine spring, its colors vibrant. Within, the distinct yellows and greens intertwined beautifully. Lao Tai's excitement grew as he directed a prepared flashlight at the stone, illuminating it like a yellow-green lantern, dazzling even in the daylight. Wow! Amazing! Incredible! The chorus of admiration echoed, elevating the atmosphere to a lively crescendo. At that moment, Master Qin Huaisha approached, taking the stone to examine it closely. He remarked, indeed, this is an exceptional piece, high ice near glass quality, with a splendid yellow-green hue. It has been quite some time since I have encountered such material. The surface alone, with its icy yellow jade, is already quite valuable. To everyone's astonishment, the material from Dama can prove to be extraordinary, with its green reaching the vibrant level. Most notably, as previously mentioned, the quality of the water is outstanding. Once processed, it could achieve glass-level quality. Furthermore, the size is sufficient for a bracelet, rendering it highly valuable. My estimate could exceed 50 million. Master Qin eloquently articulated the qualities of the material, clearly enamored. These seasoned craftsmen possess an inherent fondness for exquisite materials. At this juncture, Qin Daba stepped forward and announced, this piece will be acquired by Qin's Jewelry for 60 million. Let the transaction commence. This declaration instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the crowd. Wow, I have never seen so much money in my life. Is this a joke? Are you out of your mind? Who could possibly produce such a sum? Have you heard of Qin's Jewelry? It's a prestigious brand. Amidst the fervent discussions, Chen Taisho's calm voice resonated. 65 million. The language may be simple, and the voice not particularly loud, yet it indeed allowed everyone to hear clearly. Mo Fan was taken aback. He had not anticipated this turn of events, as he originally intended to sell to Qin Debayos and her companions. Unexpectedly, Chen Taisho deviated from the norm. Nevertheless, the situation had reached this point, and Mo Fan felt it inappropriate to insist on selling solely to Qin Debayos. Thus, he remained silent and exchanged a glance with her, signaling her to be at ease. After all, he still had valuable materials at his disposal and would not lack for them in the future. Qin Debayos nodded in understanding and continued. As long as the quality of the materials is good, the Qin family will be pleased. 70 million. Her words resonated with grandeur, and she inadvertently promoted Qin's Jewelry in the process. Chen Taisho cast a deep glance at the smiling Bai Xiaonan beside him, choosing not to speak further. The atmosphere grew quiet, and Mo Fan seized the moment to speak. Then, congratulations to Miss Qin on this piece. Wishing you prosperity. Master Qin continued to examine the material, murmuring his approval. Qin Debayos promptly arranged for the transfer, and Mo Fan showcased the transaction record to everyone. Instantly, the ambience became more lively, with Lao Tai keenly playing celebratory electronic firecracker music. At that moment, good news arrived from Master Yang's side. A woman in her 40s had remarkably uncovered icy jadeite from a kilogram of raw material. Although it lacked a base color and was colorless, it indeed multiplied her investment several times over. When she received the transaction notification on her phone, she was momentarily dazed. Suddenly, the area around the materials was bustling with people. Xiaoyu, Lao Tai, and Bai Xiaonan resumed their activities while Master Yang's cutting machine had already processed several pieces. Chen Taisho said little, coolly stating, I'm leaving, and departed. Mo Fan chose not to linger either, joining in the flurry of activity. Finally, the sun dipped below the skyline, gradually dissipating the day's clamor. Slowly, the store's patrons began to disperse. After bidding farewell to the last customer, the lights shone brightly, marking the hour past 10. Montauk Fen, Lao Tai, He Xiao Yu, Bai Xiaonan, and Yin Mingxin, who spoke little yet accomplished much, gathered in the store, their gazes fixed on Bai Xiaonan. Since her arrival today, she had naturally assumed the role of summarizing all outcomes. With her calm and unwavering smile, she appeared unaffected by fatigue. Today, a total of 563 kilograms of raw material were sold, yielding 150 yuan, 26 premium individual pieces brought in 52,000 yuan, and 9 finished products garnered 286,000 yuan. Excluding the significant piece sold to Qin's jewelry, our total revenue for today amounts to 366,150 yuan. Upon her conclusion, applause erupted, and joyful smiles graced everyone's faces. For a store dealing in mid to low-end materials, today's revenue was indeed commendable. Certainly, this is also attributed to the pleasant atmosphere created by all the guests today. This gemstone shop is quite rare along this street after all these years. Moreover, today marks its grand opening, which has piqued the interest of local residents, merchants, as well as tourists and passers-by, given the low cost of experiencing it. Thus, the business flourishes, a stark contrast to the usual quietness. Mo Fan originally intended to invite everyone for a meal, but the guests expressed a desire for something casual. However, Mo Fan felt a bit awkward. "I hope you're not planning to sleep here tonight," he said to Bai Xiaonan, who smiled back at him. "I am now your assistant. Of course, I will be staying with you," she replied with a cheerful demeanor. "Shall we freshen up?" Bai Xiaonan continued. "There is another room available, but I have a place to stay in Dayua City. After purchasing some daily necessities tomorrow, I will move in." Mo Fan sighed in relief. This was better, or he would have felt quite embarrassed, although they were acquaintances and former colleagues. This sudden turn of events had left him somewhat perplexed as to why this enigmatic former colleague had become his assistant. Sensing his confusion, Bai Xiaonan invited him into the room, and they sat on the bed. The next scene astonished Mo Fan even further. Bai Xiaonan unbuttoned one of her upper garments, revealing a jade pendant hanging around her neck. The pendant exhibited a delicate sky blue hue, undeniably translucent. It was evident that the outer edge of the pendant exuded a remarkable rigidity, possessing a profound metallic texture while appearing to be a piece of exquisite jade jewelry. "You should be able to sense the difference, right?" Bai Xiaonan remained composed, yet her expression suggested that she had seen through him. Mo Fan, though uncertain, replied, "Indeed, I can definitely sense the difference." He awaited her next words. This particular quality in jadeite is professionally referred to as dragonstone. Dragonstone jadeite is virtually unseen in the market, and the term itself carries a certain legendary allure. Some even question the existence of dragonstone in this world. Yet this is not mere hearsay. Jadeite of such quality has existed for quite some time, and there are indeed several examples. The reason it remains largely unfamiliar to the public is due to the immense energy contained within dragonstone gemstones. Here, Bai Xiaonan was not merely discussing jadeite, but rather gemstones in general. Mo Fan had always sensed a strong energy fluctuation emanating from her pendant. He remained silent, waiting for Bai Xiaonan to elaborate. Seemingly understanding his gaze, Bai Xiaonan continued. Dragonstone gemstones harbor tremendous energy. This energy can be absorbed by the human body, yet it is exceedingly rare, and few are fortunate enough to obtain it. However, the energy within can invigorate one's spirit and enhance mental clarity, making it conducive for focus. This is why there exists the notion that jade nurtures its bearer. Throughout history, numerous legends have emerged surrounding its mystique, such as the He Bai, the ring of the king of Qin, the waist token of the Han Emperor, and the pearl necklace of the Tang Emperor, all of which bear the essence of dragonstones. However, not everyone can harness their potential. Only those capable of absorbing or utilizing their inherent energy can truly unlock their powers. Nevertheless, even ordinary individuals can experience enhanced well-being through prolonged wear. You may find my words perplexing, yet the moment I laid eyes on you a couple of days ago, I sensed a wave of energy emanating from your being. You undoubtedly possess the ability to absorb or wield such energy. After articulating these esoteric notions in one breath, Bai Xiaonan gazed deeply at Mo Fan. And then, Mo Fan neither affirmed nor denied her assertions, as he was still processing the information. Those who can absorb the energy from dragonstones are truly gifted. Many renowned figures throughout history have shared this trait. Feeling this energy within you, I believe you could become a person I can rely on and assist. Our Baixia family members can generally absorb the energy contained within dragonstones, which enhances our physical attributes beyond the ordinary and sharpens our intellect. However, we have never produced a warrior of notable prowess. Thus, we choose to support those who can similarly harness the energy of dragonstones to achieve great endeavors together. This is the very reason I sought you out. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan posed a few more inquiries, and a clearer understanding began to dawn upon him. Different dragonstones harbor varying energies, each imparting distinct abilities. However, he had yet to encounter many, including those Baixia had seen. Her revelation regarding the Qin de Bao family, which also boasts individuals capable of absorbing dragonstone energy, astonished him. Mo Fan refrained from divulging much about himself, and instead requested Baixia to remove her pendant, so he could experience its energy firsthand. Indeed, its potency was palpable, albeit at a level of approximately 50. Further conversation revealed that dragonstones are diverse. Jade is merely one type, albeit the most prevalent among them, constituting 70 to 80% of dragonstones, including varieties such as emerald and Hutian jade. By roughly 1230, Baixia indicated that they would gradually explore these matters. As she too had much to learn, they would discuss further when the opportunity arose, but it was clear that those capable of absorbing dragonstone energy are exceedingly rare. Mo Fan longed to clarify that he was not among them, attributing his abilities solely to the enigmatic Jade head. Yet, such thoughts were best kept to himself. As time pressed on, Baixia prepared to depart, suggesting they meet at the shop the following morning. After bidding her farewell, Mo Fan found himself lost in contemplation within his room. However, he quickly came to terms with the advantages he possessed, which were undeniably significant. Not only could he absorb energy from dragonstones, but he could also draw from the energies within emeralds. He resolved to adhere to his original plan, prioritizing a discrete accumulation of strength, regardless of whether it is the accumulation of wealth or the gathering of high-energy jade. The foremost requirement is to possess sufficient financial resources and strength. Although he remains uncertain about the nature of his own capabilities, he is confident that he can swiftly amass wealth through stone gambling. Early the next morning, at Old Mo's stone gambling shop, several individuals had already assembled, all awaiting Mo Fan's directives. He wasted no time and stated directly, "First, Lao Tai will be responsible for replenishing stock from Rue City based on sales over the next few days. Xiaoyu will oversee all sales within the shop. Thirdly, Baixia will accompany me as we plan to continue sourcing materials in Rue City. The shop primarily deals with bulk and conventional materials, but our future development must shift towards high-quality, premium materials to secure profit margins. Fourth, Yingge, I will have Lao Tai sign a long-term cooperation contract with you shortly, as we will require your assistance in transporting materials from Rue City in the future. Lastly, should our business flourish, Lao Tai will take charge of personnel matters. This includes managing the shop's operations. Whether I am present or absent, he will have the final say. My visits to the shop may become less frequent." Having conveyed all of this in one breath, everyone set to their respective tasks, preparing for the day's business. Given the prior groundwork laid, they all accepted their roles readily. However, Yin Ming's new vehicle could not accommodate 3 people, so Mo Fan and Baixia opted for alternative transportation. Upon exiting the pedestrian street, Baixia suddenly said to Mo Fan, "May I take a look at the small sword that Shun Taisho gifted you?" Chapter 50, Returning to Rue City. His thoughts lingered on the words spoken by Baixia. Yet, he found that the quality of the sword was not as exceptional as he had expected. Both the energy intensity emanating from the sword and its ability to resonate with the Jade head in his mind warranted further investigation. He also needed to understand the intent behind Chun Taisho's gift of the small sword. The two departed the pedestrian street and drove back to their residence. Along the way, Baixia suggested that Mo Fan should consider purchasing another property for living, as it would be prudent to avoid attracting attention to their forthcoming endeavors. Mo Fan pondered this, realizing that with their imminent trip to Rue City, he might not have time to thoroughly search for a house before the year's end. Demonstrating her prowess as an exceptional assistant, Baixia made a few phone calls and declared that she had successfully arranged the matter. Mo Fan, without hesitation, inquired about the cost and promptly transferred 20 million to her. Although the property did not require such a substantial sum, only a little over 10 million, he recognized that with Baixia serving as his assistant, many tasks would necessitate her involvement. Remarkably, after just a day of interaction, Mo Fan found himself placing considerable trust in Baixia. Had it been anyone else, he would not have readily entrusted such a large sum of money. Having experienced poverty, he had developed a keen appreciation for wealth, and thus, He considered his level of trust in her quite significant. Bai Xiaonan, upon receiving the transfer, offered nothing more than a gentle smile, maintaining her composed demeanor. Once inside the room, Mo Fan instructed Bai Xiaonan to wait in the living room while he retrieved the item, merely extracting it from his spatial storage. This secret, he vowed not to share even with Bai Xiaonan, nor with his own parents. Upon reopening the box, the small sword lay quietly within. Bai Xiaonan reached out to examine it closely. Closing his eyes to attune himself, he reopened them, realizing, this is not a dragon stone. I cannot sense the energy within, nor can I absorb it. However, its quality is commendable, being a piece of exquisite. This revelation eased some of my concerns, yet I discerned the sword's antiquity. It must indeed be an ancient artifact. Mo Fan took the small sword, toying with it while also keenly sensing its essence. The energy intensity hovered around 4. He felt the energy within was ripe for absorption, yet refrained from doing so to avoid drawing attention. A subtle fluctuation stirred in his mind. The jade head resonating inexplicably with the sword. Could this be a weapon left behind by someone of your? He inquired, eliciting a light chuckle from Bai Xiaonan. You are overthinking it. It is not so mystical. This is a piece crafted from quality materials, albeit not reaching the caliber of dragon stone, fashioned into a tool. Typically, such craftsmanship is more common in jewelry. Swords like this are quite rare. Such antiquities, when in the possession of those capable of absorbing dragon stone energy, gradually acquire some of its essence and aura. The most crucial factor lies in what the wielder imparts to it. To the untrained eye, these subtleties remain concealed. After listening to Bai Xiaonan's explanation, Mo Fan felt he had squandered a bit of time, as the discourse was rather nebulous, leaving him none the wiser. Bai Xiaonan urged Mo Fan to keep the small sword safe, as it might prove useful in the future. The two then proceeded to the newly designated residence, located in a neighborhood just outside the second ring road. This complex featured 2 apartment buildings adjacent to the road, with the remainder comprising small villas. The house they had chosen was nestled among these, specifically at Villa number 33, which Mo Fan found quite satisfactory. The structure boasted 3 above-ground levels and 2 subterranean levels, totaling 5 floors, each spanning 200 square meters. Additionally, it included 2 small courtyards, which appeared to be well maintained. Upon entering, they discovered all the furnishings were new and prepared, with Bai Xiaonan's luggage and personal items already inside. Let us reside here for the time being, Bai Xiaonan remarked. The house is priced at 12 million, which is quite a bargain. She awaited Mo Fan's instructions, embodying the role of a considerate assistant. Mo Fan chuckled softly. Please, your demeanor makes me seem like I am trying to embody a domineering persona. I prefer your natural self. The two then chose separate rooms. Mo Fan settled in the master bedroom on the 3rd floor, while Bai Xiaonan took the bedroom on the 2nd floor. After a restful slumber, though not particularly fatigued, he awoke feeling rejuvenated. Later that afternoon, Bai Xiaonan had arranged for their meal. Following their dinner, they headed to the airport, taking a flight directly to Mang City. Upon their return to the land of Ruishi, it was still not yet 10 o'clock in the evening. After successfully checking into the hotel, they decided to explore the night market. During their previous visit, they hadn't taken the time to truly appreciate it, so this time, Mo Fan was determined to procure some materials. Upon arriving at the bustling market, Mo Fan, having visited before, felt a sense of familiarity, while Bai Xiaonan appeared calm, suggesting she had been here as well. Through their recent interactions, Mo Fan had discerned that Bai Xiaonan possessed a certain knowledge of Jade, effortlessly employing various specialized terms, and her insights were quite astute. The two began to meander through the stalls, with Mo Fan occasionally picking up pieces to study and feel. When he encountered materials exhibiting favorable energy fluctuations, he would bid to acquire them. In no time, they had procured 3 pieces, each having energy fluctuations ranging from 25 to 30. The prices were reasonable. He spent less than 30,000 in total, effectively scoring a bargain. Bai Xiaonan attentively accompanied Mo Fan, refraining from speaking while he examined the materials. Only after he had concluded his negotiations did she engage in a brief discussion. She sensed that Mo Fan had his own ideas regarding the materials. Interestingly, he posed fewer questions about some promising pieces, yet he chose to purchase one that appeared less impressive to her. She found herself intrigued, seemingly waiting for Mo Fan to slice it open to reveal its true nature. Soon, they arrived at a particular stall that offered both raw and modified materials, with only 5 or 6 pieces that were completely unrefined. Mo Fan casually picked up one piece, sensing an energy fluctuation of around 15, before setting it down. He then reached for another, irregularly shaped piece, which had pronounced edges on two sides. The outer skin appeared grayish-white and sandy, with fine granules and no visible large cracks. As he held this piece, the energy fluctuations surged to approximately 35. Just then, a pair of hands suddenly grabbed the stone, attempting to snatch it from him. Chapter 51. The Conscience of Size. Mo Fan held on tightly. After several futile attempts to wrest it away, a laugh rang out. Wow, huh? Boss Missouri is impressive. I was just trying to startle you. Your grip is truly strong. Upon hearing the voice, Mo Fan recognized it instantly. He looked up to see Lao Bu, who had released his hold and was grinning at him. Lao Bu, that is quite underhanded of you. I thought someone was causing a ruckus. Montag Fen remarked, pulling the stone closer. Lao Bu then explained that this was indeed his stall, and they had fortuitously crossed paths again. Glancing at the woman behind the stall, Mo Fan noted that she was also smiling at them. She wore a traditional outfit reminiscent of Myanmar, her complexion reflecting the same cultural essence. This is my cousin. She is currently unemployed, so I asked her to help me tend the stall. Lao Bu whispered to Mo Fan, giving him a knowing look. Mo Fan seemed to comprehend, casting a glance at the woman, whose gaze towards Lao Bu was unmistakably affectionate. Unexpectedly, this old Bu possesses such charm, and Mo Fan could not help but harbor a slight doubt regarding the term cousin. Nevertheless, encountering old Bu is a stroke of fortune, for he has indeed procured many fine materials from him. Moreover, the piece of dry green jade resting in his space remains one of Mo Fan's most significant acquisitions. Well then, old Bu, since this is your stall, I must tend to your business. Pray tell, how much for this piece? Let me initiate our transaction. You must also show me the good materials thereafter. Mo Fan, half in jest, inquired about the price with old Bu, old boss Missouri. We are good brothers. As for the material, I won't ask for much. If you fancy it, take it for 200,000. Old Bu proclaimed, without even glancing at the jade, thumping his chest with a display of camaraderie. Mo Fan, accustomed to his friend's audacious pricing, gently probed his own conscience and replied, Isn't that a bit excessive? I notice you've gained some weight, but your sense of fairness seems to have shrunk. I haven't even examined the piece thoroughly. How exorbitant can it truly be? Let us negotiate. Would you accept 20,000? Deal. Good brother. Mo Fan mused, feeling his conscience still somewhat intact. Bai Xiaonan stifled a laugh beside him, confident in Mo Fan's ability, and refrained from intervening. I'm at a loss. Is your cousin collecting the money, or are you? Mo Fan feigned a pained expression, though it was evident his acting skills had improved. How delightful. You think you've profited, but I must let you believe you have. Just transfer it to me. My cousin isn't fond of spending. Old Bu, now more playful than before, exhibited a familiar ease owing to their previous collaborations. Ignoring his cousin's reproachful gaze, he pocketed the payment and, with an air of mystery, confided in Mo Fan, in 3 days. I will contact you. There will be something extraordinary. Very well. Please inform me in advance of what I should prepare. Mo Fan replied, then picked up several more pieces on the stall for inspection. Finding nothing of interest, he decided to peruse other stalls. However, old Bu hastily grabbed his arm and said, Old boss Missouri, allow me to lead you to a splendid place. Will you accompany me? With a conspiratorial smile, old Bu spoke, seemingly unfazed by the presence of Bai Xiaonan beside Mo Fan. Wait, you must clarify what sort of splendid place this is. I am a serious businessman. Old Bu glanced at his cousin, then pulled Mo Fan a few meters away. I'm taking you to see my other cousin. She has some excellent goods, all high-quality finished products, including imperial green rings. Interested? Ah, so you have another cousin. I care not for your relatives. I am merely interested in the raw materials, as I have little fondness for finished products. Mo Fan attempted to politely decline old Bu's invitation, but to his surprise, old Bu produced his phone and displayed a photograph for Mo Fan to see. The background of the image was somewhat chaotic, suggesting a residential setting. However, the focal point was a woman's hand adorned with 7 or 8 rings, each featuring a green stone. In terms of size comparison, the largest piece could roughly measure up to an 8, while the smallest should be around a 4 or 5. Judging by the photographs, the quality of the material appears commendable with a vibrant color, yet it falls far short of the so-called imperial green touted by Lao Bu. Just as he contemplated a refusal, a piece of dry green material on a cabinet behind the hand in the photo caught his attention. Its resemblance to a piece in his own collection was striking, prompting him to inquire, Lao Bu, where's this? What is the price? If the price isn't appealing, I want to pursue it. Upon hearing Mo Fan's inquiry about the price, Lao Bu perked up immediately, confidently thumping his chest and assuring him that the price would indeed be attractive. However, Mo Fan insisted on inspecting the goods before discussing the price. After a brief exchange, Lao Bu shared a few words with his cousin, which elicited a cheerful laugh from her. Upon arriving at the hotel, Mo Fan instructed them to wait in the lobby while he went upstairs to store the materials. He arranged the 3 pieces he had purchased earlier and placed the one he acquired from Lao Bu directly into his collection. Subsequently, the trio regrouped to seek out the cousin. Shortly thereafter, in a rather ordinary residential area near the border, they found themselves before an unremarkable building. Lao Bu unlocked the door with a key, but the scene inside left them utterly stunned. Lao Bu's cousin lay motionless in a pool of blood, a knife protruding from her chest. Mina! Lao Bu rushed forward to check, only to discover that the cousin named Mina had already succumbed. He scanned the room for clues, but found none, except that several green ring faces had vanished. Mo Fan and Bai Xiaonan refrained from entering. Upon glimpsing the scene, they halted at the threshold. Exchanging a silent understanding, Mo Fan peered inside. He noticed that the piece of dry green material on the cabinet remained, and he chose not to comment, as the situation was decidedly unforeseen. After a thorough inspection, Lao Bu approached, pulling out his phone to make a call. Speaking in Burmese, his tone was evidently agitated. After ending the call, while dialing emergency services, he addressed Mo Fan and Bai Xiaonan, "I apologize, Boss Missouri, but Mina has been murdered, and my goods are missing. I will report this incident. The police may take some time to arrive." He added hastily, "But rest assured, Boss Missouri, although today has been a wasted trip, I will ensure to show you something remarkable in a couple of days." Before long, a multitude of police officers arrived, and the leading officer, upon recognizing Mo Fan, expressed surprise. "Oh, it's you again." This officer was the same one who had taken Mo Fan's statement previously. Indeed, what a coincidence. Given the gravity of the situation, they understood it was imperative to await a thorough investigation by the police before proceeding further. After some discussion, Lao Bu accompanied the officers to the police station, while Mo Fan and Bai Xiaonan were permitted to leave following their inquiries. However, today he inquired about the name of the officer, who bore the surname Ma, as he had been uncertain about how to address him. The plan for tomorrow involves visiting the morning market in the community, as he had not had the opportunity to explore it previously. Mo Fan had long desired to make a proper visit. The small ink-green sword appeared in his hand, and he began to examine it meticulously. Focusing his mental energy, he activated his ability to see through objects. Gazing at the sword's blade, he was finally able to discern something. On the surface, the sword appeared unremarkable, yet within its body lay a rune that traversed the entire blade. The rune was simple, with flowing lines, and under his penetrating gaze, it emanated a crimson glow. Just as he concentrated on his vision, the rune gradually illuminated. Mo Fan felt the energy within him converge towards the sword body. Soon, the entire rune blazed to life. The small sword floated serenely in mid-air, as if intertwining with his mental energy. Mo Fan attempted to manipulate it with his thoughts, and indeed, the sword advanced slightly in the air. He then endeavored to command the small sword to perform various maneuvers, gradually achieving a level of control akin to that of his own limbs. However, he suddenly felt a wave of emptiness within him, and his mind became somewhat heavy. The thirst for energy surged once more. He hastily set the sword aside and retrieved several pieces of jade he had purchased earlier that day, beginning to absorb their energy. Yet, the jade seemed unusually lively today, absorbing energy at a notably accelerated pace. He endeavored to control its flow towards his body, gathering it into the jade. Initially, he believed that absorbing 1 or 2 pieces would suffice, but the jade's insatiable appetite nearly drained Mo Fan completely. It was only after he had absorbed the piece with approximately 35 units of energy fluctuation purchased from Old Boo that the jade finally ceased its demand. Mo Fan, however, felt remarkably invigorated. With a thought, the small sword once again floated in the air, and this time, Mo Fan seemed to attain a moment of enlightenment. As his mental energy enveloped the sword, the blade was instantly coated in a radiant glow, revealing its sharpness. Under his command, it gently grazed his fingertip, drawing forth a droplet of blood. The rune on the sword absorbed it, the crimson hue spreading until the rune was completely filled. Then, under the pull of his mental energy, the sword transformed into a streak of light, swiftly disappearing into the depths of Mo Fan's mind, where it settled quietly. The wound on his fingertip began to staunch, aided by his robust physical constitution. He closed his eyes and felt the small sword slowly orbiting around the jade. Just as he was about to gather his thoughts and prepare for rest, Old Boo suddenly called. Hello, Boss Missouri. I just received notification that the goods inspection in a couple of days has been relocated by the big boss. It was originally set at the previous location, but due to recent events in Myanmar, the big boss has requested to conduct the inspection there. Could you see if you can make a trip to Myanmar? After delivering this message, Old Boo fell silent, seemingly awaiting Mo Fan's decision. After a moment of contemplation, Mo Fan asked, please provide an overview of the current situation regarding the materials and the location in question. Following that, I will contemplate whether or not to proceed. After Mo Fan spoke, it appeared that Lao Bu was also in deep thought. There was a silence on the other end of the line for several moments before Lao Bu's voice finally emerged, indicating that the materials in question were sourced directly from a local miner. Typically, they would be exported directly or sold to intermediaries. However, due to unforeseen circumstances within the miner's family, some of the materials were made available for sale. Lao Bu had not seen the specifics of the materials, but those retained by the miner are generally rare, consisting of either old stock that is seldom encountered in the market or pieces deemed top tier by the miner's assessment. The location was chosen because the miner was currently unable to leave, as the local power dynamics were quite complex. For safety reasons, a transaction was arranged to occur within his home, with the stipulation that payment must be made in Myanmar currency and in cash. After some contemplation, Mo Fan decided to first gauge the situation and see if Boss was available. If he was present, Mo Fan could seek his counsel before making a final decision. And so he agreed with Lao Bu. By the time they concluded their phone call, it was already past midnight. As he contemplated resting, the doorbell suddenly rang. Mo Fan remembered to activate his X-ray vision and glanced outside. There stood a woman at the door, her figure fully revealed due to his enhanced vision. However, he did not linger on her appearance, as he noticed she was armed with a dagger. Just as he pondered her intentions, the door across the hall swung open, revealing Bai Xiaonan. Mo Fan's heart raced. If the woman had ill intentions, Bai Xiaonan could be in danger as well. Indeed, the moment Bai Xiaonan opened the door, the woman kicked sideways, forcing her way into the room. Mo Fan quickly opened the door, hurling his phone at the woman's back, which momentarily halted her advance toward Bai Xiaonan. Reacting swiftly, she drew a dagger from her thigh and spun around, launching a rapid and fierce attack. Most would likely have been struck, but Mo Fan was already aware of her weapon and prepared for her assault. He sidestepped, surged forward, and seized her wrist. With a sudden knee strike aimed at her groin, he delivered a blow that was both swift and devastating. The woman barely managed to utter a word before the intense pain and a rush of humiliation interrupted her. She was propelled backward, crashing to the ground, and Mo Fan seized the dagger from her grasp. The room fell silent, with only the woman's bloodshot eyes, bulging in shock, breaking the stillness. Bai Xiaonan was stunned, as was Mo Fan. He had not anticipated his instinctive defense would escalate to such a degree, nor had she foreseen the extent of his counterattack that would lead to her current predicament. Perhaps I should assist you in getting up before binding you, he suggested. Chapter 53, The Morning Market. Mo Fan picked up the strap from Bai Xiaonan's pajamas lying on the bed and spoke somewhat awkwardly. Bai Xiaonan responded, indicating that she was still recovering from the shock, her body trembling slightly at Mo Fan's words. Unsure whether her reaction stemmed from joy or sorrow, Mo Fan handed the dagger back to her, then swiftly tossed the woman onto the bed, binding her feet securely. He wrapped her tightly in the bed sheets and blankets, leaving only her head exposed before sitting down on her back. Lacking sufficient rope, this was the only means to prevent her escape. He instructed Bai Xiaonan to call the police. It was indeed Officer Ma who answered. Hello, we received your call. Oh, it's you. What's going on? Mo Fan briefly recounted the events. Officer Ma arranged for the hotel corridor surveillance footage to be reviewed, confirming that the woman had initiated the conflict. Upon discovering that the dagger she carried matched the one belonging to Old Boo's cousin Mina, they immediately became alert. However, when they attempted to take the woman into custody, she offered no resistance, her eyes reflecting a hint of madness as they gazed at Mo Fan. Yet, she could not move. A female officer accompanying Officer Ma noticed that the woman appeared to be bleeding from her lower body and promptly transported her to the hospital, after which Mo Fan accompanied them to the police station. Their presence was essential, both as involved parties and due to the case's connection to a homicide. In a separate room, a female officer was taking Bai Xiaonan's statement. Officer Ma sat across from Mo Fan, documenting his account while answering a phone call. His expression turned uncertain as he looked at Mo Fan. Mr. Mo, the suspect has just completed her examination at the hospital. She has fractures in her pubic and ischial bones, along with tissue damage and internal bleeding. Do you usually strike with such ferocity? Though he might not be classified as the victim, It was indeed troubling. No, Officer Ma, I have never advocated for violence. I prefer reasoned discourse. Each time I have acted in self-defense, it has been a matter of life and death for me. I never desired this. After some time, the statement was finalized, and a few minutes later, Mo Fan was reunited with by Xiaonan. Officer Ma approached them, indicating they could leave, having clarified the situation. The woman who attacked them was a heavily wanted criminal from Myanmar, responsible for numerous deaths. Not only was she an assassin, but she was also entangled in various crimes, including human trafficking, telecommunications fraud, and drug trafficking. Unfortunately, she remained mute, revealing nothing, and the police only had access to prior internal reports. There was no need for Mo Fan and Bai Xiaonan to know more, but Officer Ma advised them to remain vigilant, especially since Mo Fan had already been targeted multiple times. He urged Mo Fan to contact the police immediately if any further incidents occurred. Finally able to rest, the two arose at 6:30 the next morning and made their way to the morning market. Mo Fan, possessing robust physical resilience, found a few hours of sleep inconsequential. To his surprise, Bai Xiaonan appeared to be in good spirits, although there was an inexplicable glint in his eyes. "Aren't you tired? Would you like to grab a bite for breakfast?" Mo Fan inquired, gesturing towards a few breakfast stalls at the market entrance. "Aren't you tired either? With the dragon stone? I can absorb some energy. Staying awake all night is no problem for me. Then let's go buy some grilled rice cakes." With that, the two of them purchased 2 portions of grilled rice cakes from a nearby stall. As they ate, they made their way into the market. It must be said that despite Bai Xiaonan's exceptional background and lineage, he remained remarkably down-to-earth. The soft and glutinous rice cakes, paired with crispy fried dough, temporarily dispelled the lingering discomfort from last night's ambush. Bai Xiaonan continued to follow Mo Fan, both of them examining the materials. The morning market was less crowded than the evening one, with attendees generally appearing more confident, and there were more industry insiders present. Moreover, the variety of materials available in the morning market was evidently greater than that of the evening market. Not only were there raw stones, but also bracelets, pendants, and slabs. Among others, the quality of the materials appeared to be quite exquisite, with most showing promising characteristics. Mo Fan noticed that discussions regarding bracelets or slabs were often conducted in a wholesale manner, revealing a number of exceptional items. They approached a stall selling raw materials, where the vendor greeted them warmly and enthusiastically invited them to examine the stones, providing clear descriptions of each stone's characteristics and encouraging them to use a light to inspect them. Mo Fan picked up a piece with several patches of pine flower. It was not large, roughly the size of a palm, and felt substantial in hand. The color of the pine flower was vibrant, and a faint fold extended along one side of it. This indicated a clear water channel, and when illuminated, the water quality and texture became apparent. Additionally, the outer skin was black, the granules fine and hard, with some areas exhibiting a smooth, waxy feel. It exhibited remarkable characteristics, and the market was indeed favorable for Mo Wanji. Mo Fan sensed the energy fluctuations. One side measured around 25, while the other registered only 2. This energy sensation was indicative of a variant. However, the energy flow was not smooth, and there were numerous internal fractures. Upon inquiring about the price, the vendor quoted 800,000. Mo Fan chuckled, placing the stone back down and continuing to examine other materials. "How much are you offering? This stone shows such promise. It's worth acquiring. It was just brought in this morning, and few have seen it. A rare find, my friend." The vendor continued to pitch the stone. Had Mo Fan been an ordinary person, he would have been undoubtedly swayed. However, he found himself captivated by another piece. This particular material measured approximately 30 centimeters in length, 20 centimeters in width, and around 15 centimeters in thickness, quite a commendable size for a yellow skin material. When illuminated, it displayed decent translucency, with a hint of delicate spring colors, though it appeared somewhat hollow and the light seemed muted. Typically, this indicated a misty layer, which beginners tended to favor. However, seasoned experts would likely not share the same enthusiasm. Due to the nature of this material, it is not insignificant, and the lighting effects vary depending on several different angles. This piece exhibits traits of mutation, is somewhat tender, and is prone to fading under light. Originally, Mo Fan was not inclined to pick it up, finding it somewhat unappealing. However, upon handling it, he was astonished to discover that one side displayed merely 18 energy fluctuations, while the other exhibited around 25. Most remarkably, the energy fluctuations in the central part of this piece reached approximately 38. Mutation was indeed certain, but regarding this central section, its value was considerable. He inquired about the price from the vendor, who quoted 380,000. Mo Fan did not respond immediately, but continued to observe, occasionally furrowing his brow and lightly tapping it with a flashlight. The vendor, unperturbed, approached him to extol the virtues of this material. It had excellent sand quality, ample water content, and a touch of spring essence. Noticing Mo Fan's silence, the vendor grew anxious, urging, "Come on, name your price. I can offer you a discount." Chapter 54. Securing the deal. Mo Fan smiled at the vendor, then put away the flashlight. "Sir, this material has severe mutations. The risk is substantial. And look at the skin. It's too tender to produce anything of value." Upon hearing this, the vendor counted a few points before conceding. "Oh, come on. I won't ask for much more than 300,000. Just take a good look. Such a large piece can yield many bracelets. Spring-colored bracelets are quite valuable." The vendor, eager to make a sale to someone as rare as Mo Fan, thought it prudent to secure a good profit. "I can go as low as 280,000. If it sells, great. If not, so be it." Mo Fan feigned indifference, casually placing the stone down and awaiting the vendor's response. The vendor appeared hesitant. He had already covered his costs and made a small profit, albeit not substantial. Just then, Bai Xiaonan stepped forward with a gentle smile and said softly, "Sir, please sell to us. We are also in the jade business and can collaborate well in the future, allowing us to frequently source materials from you." Her words, though seemingly ordinary and something anyone could say, dispelled the vendor's hesitation and struggle. "All right, I'll sell it to you. Please take good care of my business in the future." "Great. Thank you, sir," she replied, playfully nodding at Mo Fan, who promptly completed the transaction without further ado. Bai Xiaonan then spoke first. "Sir, I know you're curious. This is just a small ability of mine. When I speak, I can imbue my words with a touch of mental energy, which inspires trust in others. As long as what I say is reasonable and logical, most people will comply. However, those with strong willpower may be less affected." Upon hearing this, Mo Fan finally understood. No wonder she excelled in every field she ventured into. "How is it that you managed to work in so many different industries?" he inquired, voicing a question that had long piqued his curiosity. "In truth, our family members are generally inclined to explore various industries and meet a multitude of individuals. They seek those capable of absorbing the energy of dragon stones, while simultaneously enriching their own knowledge, experiences, and wisdom." Upon hearing this, Mo Fan couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. It seemed he had stumbled upon a treasure. Aside from concerns about her own secrets, Bai Xiaonan's apprehensions diminished significantly. As they conversed, they continued to browse, intending to purchase suitable raw materials or finished products for their shop. However, by the time they concluded their visit to the morning market, they had only acquired a batch of 12 unpolished bracelets, which were reasonably priced, suggesting that the seller was eager to part with them. Mo Fan assessed the quality and size of the pieces, finding them satisfactory with minimal flaws. He then instructed Bai Xiaonan to negotiate the price. After some calculations, he anticipated that once polished, the bracelets could yield a profit of nearly double their investment, totaling around 720,000 yuan, approximately 6,000 yuan per piece, with potential retail prices ranging from 150,000 to 220,000 yuan. He planned to entrust the polishing to his associates. Upon learning that he was at the company, the duo made their way to Mr. Hu's office. Shortly thereafter, they found themselves seated at Mr. Hu's tea table, sipping tea together. After exchanging pleasantries, Mo Fan broached the subject of the mine owner related to Old Bu, inquiring if Mr. Hu had any knowledge of him or if there were any recent development from Myanmar. Mr. Hu pondered for a few moments before refilling their cups and taking a sip of his own tea before responding. He revealed that Old Bu had indeed contacted him previously, but the meeting location had changed. He and his partner were currently deliberating whether to visit. After Mr. Hu spoke, he set down his cup and fiddled with the tea utensils. Mo Fan felt assured that he had posed the right question. Indeed, Mr. Hu had also received an invitation. This meant that through Mr. Hu, Mo Fan could gauge his suitability for the trip. Observing Mo Fan's silence, Mr. Hu continued, "Initially, my partner and I considered inviting a few more individuals, but there are not many who have received invitations. Among those we know, there exists a competitive dynamic, which complicates our decision." Mr. Hu appeared somewhat hesitant, but after another sip of tea, he elaborated, stating that the mine owner was involved with a certain influence in Myanmar. It appeared that this faction was in urgent need of funds, prompting the mine owner to sell his materials. The mine owner's name was Balmo, and he was commonly referred to as Old Mu, being one of the more established mine owners in the region and having contracted the mine for a considerable period. Thus, the quality of his materials was assured. However, safety remained a paramount concern. Once there, ensuring their security would be of utmost importance. This was also the reason for Boss Hu's hesitation. He feared for Mo Fan's safety. However, having witnessed Mo Fan's skills, he believed he would be fine, which left him in a state of indecision. To be honest, we are in need of someone like you. I genuinely wish for you to go, and you have indeed received an invitation. Those without an invitation may not even have the opportunity to join. Yet, I am concerned that something unforeseen might occur, which I would find difficult to explain. After finishing his statement, Boss Hu quietly regarded Mo Fan. Mo Fan cast a glance at Bai Xiaonan, who remained calm, still wearing a cheerful smile. Perhaps you should refrain from going. I can accompany Boss Hu and the others myself. Mo Fan suggested to Bai Xiaonan, his eyes reflecting inquiry. Certainly, you are my superior, and I shall follow your directives. Bai Xiaonan understood that should she attend, any potential danger could be managed by Mo Fan alone, but her presence might hinder him. Thus, she rationally chose not to go. After Mo Fan had settled the matter with Bai Xiaonan, he turned to Boss Hu and said, "So, Uncle Hu, we shall go together this time. I would like to request your assistance with something over the next couple of days. This is my assistant, Bai Xiaonan. She has been helping me with work in Rue City. When a need arises, I would appreciate it if your company could lend her a hand. Rest assured, this is no problem." Upon hearing Mo Fan's words, Boss Hu readily patted his chest in agreement. The two then took their leave to prepare for two tasks. One was to exchange cash for Myanmar currency, and the other was to quickly find some bargains, lest they run short on funds. As they reached the entrance, Bai Xiaonan suddenly smiled and said, "Boss, you need not worry about my safety. You will come to know me better in due time. We have a year to assess each other." The mention of a year puzzled Mo Fan somewhat. Just as he was about to inquire further, Bai Xiaonan had already hailed a taxi. Upon arriving at the hotel, after enjoying lunch, Mo Fan said to Bai Xiaonan, "I am entrusting you with two tasks. First, I will transfer you 110 million. Please find a way to exchange it for 100 million in Myanmar currency. Do not concern yourself with the details, just ensure that it is delivered to the hotel, and then call me. Secondly, after completing this task, I need you to purchase a villa in Rue City, preferably close to the market, with a budget of no more than 10 million. You may decide on the interior design, but I require a spacious basement that can serve as a warehouse." After speaking, Mo Fan gazed at Bai Xiaonan, eager to discover just how capable this woman truly was and to understand the extent of the Bai family's influence. This would help him determine whether to entrust her with further responsibilities. "Certainly, no problem. The Bai family has a certain standing here, and although they cannot assist me directly this year, I can handle the cash exchange myself with some dignity. Rest assured, I will have it sorted out by nightfall tomorrow." Her immediate acceptance, coupled with her expression, indicated that she was confident in the task's feasibility. Bai Xiaonan then parted ways with Mo Fan to attend to the matters he had entrusted her with. Mo Fan placed a call to Old Bu, informing him of his decision to visit Myanmar to inspect the raw materials. He also inquired about the current status of his cousin's situation. Given his recent encounter with a female assassin, Mo Fan deemed it prudent to gather more information. Old Bu informed him that there were no significant updates on his end, aside from the disappearance of a few high-quality rings. He suspected that the rival of the big boss might be involved, thus indicating that the trip to Myanmar carried certain risks. Old Bu reiterated the dangers associated with the venture, mentioning that several buyers he had notified had encountered various degrees of peril, with one even hospitalized, advising Mo Fan to remain vigilant in the coming days. However, a particular statement from Old Bu solidified Mo Fan's resolve to undertake this journey to Myanmar. Old Bu revealed that the big boss, upon learning of the recent dangers faced by several buyers, was determined to offer a substantial amount of high-quality materials. Moreover, he would present a piece he had treasured for many years, one that had a significant probability of yielding a dragonstone type of jade. Initially skeptical, Mo Fan was reassured by Old Bu's assertion that the big boss typically did not speak lightly. If he claimed to have it, there was a high likelihood that it was indeed true. Consequently, Mo Fan decided to make adequate preparations. After concluding the call, he visited the hardware market and purchased several large shovels and military-grade spades, along with provisions, drinking water, some essential living supplies, and emergency materials. He intended to store all these items in his space. However, the current size of his space was insufficient to meet his needs, as he also intended to keep some cash inside. He planned to inspect more materials and purchase a batch to absorb, thereby expanding the area of his space. With this in mind, he dialed Chin Daba's number, seeking her assistance in locating any collectors in Rue City. Hello, dear Ms. Chin, are you busy? I have a favor to ask. Mo Fan cheerfully greeted her upon connecting. Ah, our busy person still finds time to call me. Is there something your beautiful assistant can't resolve that you need my help with? Chin Daba responded, half jokingly. I've come across a good piece of material here in Rue City. Aside from Boss Who, do you know of any other collectors who might be interested? Mo Fan stated his purpose, eager to quickly convert the piece he had acquired into cash. After transferring over $1 billion to buy Xiaonan, he found his funds dwindling and needed substantial money for his next purchase. It wasn't that he was unwilling to absorb this piece. Rather, it was rare and could fetch a high price. He chose not to sell to Boss Who since he too required funds and could not offer a competitive price. He calculated that selling the material would allow him to acquire more jade for absorption. A silence followed on the line as Chin Daba pondered his request. After a few seconds, her voice finally came through. Where are you? Send me your location, and I will come and find you. Oh, you're also in Rue City? Very well. I shall send you my coordinates. After concluding the call, within half an hour, Chin Debeos arrived at the hotel where Mo Fan was staying. What brings you to Rue City? Mo Fan was somewhat taken aback by Chin Debeos' presence, and his surprise only deepened upon seeing her in person. Why shouldn't I come? My family has business here, you know. After attending your opening, I came down to deal with some matters at the branch office. And what about you? Chin Debeos replied with a question of her own. I am here to collect some materials. The two found a CF, settled in, and began discussing business over their coffee. Since you are here, it's fortuitous. I have a piece of spring material that I wish to sell. As per our usual practice, shall we find a place to cut it and then appraise its value? Mo Fan, feeling somewhat anxious, initiated the conversation even before their coffee arrived. Chin Debeos, with her sparkling eyes, glanced at him and then sighed. Alas, I thought you were quite wealthy. Why the rush to sell materials? Are you in need of funds? She was well aware of the money Mo Fan had earned from Boss Who. Moreover, ever since Mo Fan began associating with Bai Xiaonan, she had been subconsciously seeking a reason to provoke him, though she could not quite understand why. Thus, she instinctively assumed Mo Fan was spending extravagantly on Bai Xiaonan, which led to her sighing. That's not it. I simply need to prepare some funds, as I'll be viewing a batch of materials in a few days. Mo Fan, feeling uncertain about her unusual demeanor, could only muster an explanation. He also noticed that Chin Debeos seemed to be in an unusual mood today. To his surprise, upon hearing that he would be viewing materials soon, Chin Debeos became anxious. She immediately set aside her belongings, her expression growing serious. You're not planning to go to Myanmar, are you? How did you know? Mo Fan was equally puzzled, noticing the sudden shift in Chin Debeos' demeanor. He became curious, as he had originally thought that few people were aware of this trip to inspect materials. To his astonishment, it seemed that the two groups he was acquainted with were both informed, prompting him to contemplate the matter more seriously. The word is indeed out. Although not widely known in the industry, the leading companies are essentially aware, and several individuals will be attending. Chin Debeos explained to Mo Fan, continuing, It is quite dangerous over there right now. Perhaps you should reconsider your plans. Chapter 56, Elegant Purple. Upon hearing Chin Debeos' words, Mo Fan was taken aback. Realizing there was much more to the situation regarding his upcoming visit to inspect materials than he had previously understood. From her remarks, it became evident that the top jewelry companies in Rue City had dispatched personnel to the event. Coupled with the information from Lao Bu, it appeared that everyone else involved was safe, apart from himself. He was uncertain about the dangers others faced, as few possessed his current level of strength. However, he was aware that he was confronting a female assassin, one burdened with numerous lives lost, as suggested by information from the police. The woman approached with a clear intention to claim a life, as evidenced by the dagger she brandished. It is highly probable that Old Boo's cousin met her demise in a similar fashion. In contrast, other buyers have merely experienced hospitalization at worst. This compels Mo Fan to ponder whether he has inadvertently revealed something about himself, or if he is simply perceived as an easy target. I wish to go. Could you provide me with more information from that side? Mo Fan mused for a moment before articulating his thoughts, fixing his gaze intently on Chin Debeos' eyes. Feeling somewhat bashful under his scrutiny, Chin Debeo nonetheless continued. Currently, the primary issue there is the turmoil among local factions, and the mine owner is named Balmu. Although he is of advanced age, his experiences and background are quite intricate. He has spent the longest tenure managing the Jadeite mine and has the most complex relationships with various powers. Moreover, his own connections run particularly deep. If you truly wish to go, you may join Uncle Hu and his entourage. Our Chin family has members heading there, but they are not from my branch. so it would be unwise for you to accompany them. I fear it might bring you harm. Chin DeBeo expressed a flurry of thoughts in one breath. Just as the coffee was served, both took a few sips to compose themselves before discussing further developments in Myanmar for nearly half an hour. The two then proceeded to the Chin family's company in Rue City, with Mo Fan making a brief detour to a hotel under the pretense of retrieving some materials. This company is situated within the jadeite wholesale market, and along the way, Chin DeBeo elucidated that the Chin family has numerous establishments in Rue City. They're not only present in various markets, but also have a significant presence in the largest local shopping mall. Their destination that day was a processing area, where Chin DeBeo introduced him to the master craftsman there. The master, surnamed Guan, has been engaged in the jadeite industry for over 20 years. Mo Fan promptly offered him a cigarette, helping to light it, and then produced his own materials. When the jadeite was extracted from the black plastic bag, Master Guan frowned slightly. Chin DeBeo also appeared puzzled. She was aware of Mo Fan's exceptional skills in stone gambling. However, this particular piece, based on its exterior, was evidently of subpar quality. From its surface, one could discern the muted spring hues. While jadeite is not deterred by coloration, the presence of spring hues is often frowned upon by many connoisseurs in the industry. Spring hues, representing purple in the jadeite spectrum, are considered relatively high-end, with some asserting they rank just below green. Others believe it to be a woman's favorite. In fact, if imperial purple were to emerge, it could surpass the green spectrum. There are countless tales and legends surrounding the purple hue. Yet, why are yellow, red, and blue not placed at the forefront? This is due to the duality of purple's opulence and the rarity of exquisite purple jadeite. A common adage within the community is 9 out of 10 springs are wood. Spring hues are particularly affected by the quality of the jade, distinguishing them from other colors. In other color variations, it is generally observed that where dragons roam, water is invariably present. In areas rich in color, the flesh tends to become more refined. However, when it comes to the purple hue, the quality of the material often deteriorates, resulting in a coarser texture. Consequently, many industry experts regard purple as possessing a higher degree of risk and unpredictability compared to other colors. Boss Missouri, where did you acquire this material? Master Guan inquired, lifting a flashlight to examine it closely. I purchased it at the morning market. I simply bought what caught my eye. Montag Fen replied. Noticing that Chin Daba and Master Guan had begun to scrutinize every facet of the stone. With each turn, their expressions grew increasingly grim. Before long, both paused. Chin Daba wore a look of uncertainty mingled with anticipation, while Master Guan hesitantly remarked, Boss Missouri, did you pay a hefty price for this piece? It appears to exhibit considerable variations. Mo Fan, aware of the material's condition, anticipated their reactions after their inspection. Thus, he remained silent, picking up a marking pen from the side and began to draw upon the stone. Master Guan observed as he marked a line on both the left third and the right third of the material, curiously asking, 2 cuts? Indeed, Master Guan, I believe there is something valuable within this central mass. Let us proceed with the cutting. Master Guan did not hesitate, instructing the crew to secure the material in the cutting machine before commencing the operation. As the machine whirred to life, Master Guan exclaimed, gold weights, and personally pressed the switch to begin cutting. After a brief tea session, Mo Fan wandered around the room, discovering some discarded scraps and examining them. He found that these remnants held a certain energy, and due to their abundance, they possessed a notable quantity of it. He then approached a corner piled with refuse, where the materials included some that, upon being cut, revealed a bean-like quality, others with spider cracks, and a few that were of inferior quality, such as dry oil green and various other unsatisfactory types. These materials did not align with the standards set by the Chin family. Either their quality was too poor or they were too cracked to be usable. Mo Fan sensed that the energy within these materials was quite meager. Only a few pieces with decent quality and many cracks retained some energy, while the rest amounted to little more than refuse, lacking the vitality of even a single piece of ice-grade material. It seemed prudent to consider the pricing of these scraps in the future, if the price were reasonable. It might be worthwhile to acquire some for personal energy absorption. Just as he was contemplating, the cutting machine came to a halt, and Chin Daba beckoned Mo Fan to inspect the results. Approaching the cutting machine, Master Guan gestured invitingly. Mo Fan, unreserved, lifted the lid of the machine. One side had been successfully cut, and he extracted the material for inspection. As anticipated, a glistening jelly-like substance was ensconced within a cotton-like exterior, revealing an enchanting purple hue. Wow! Chin Daba exclaimed, quickly covering his mouth in astonishment. Mo Fan examined the stone further, noting that the outer shell was excessively thick, measuring nearly 4 centimeters in depth. After a full rotation, nearly 8 millimeters in width had been compressed. The material was approximately 15 centimeters thick, and, after removing around 8 centimeters, only about 7 centimeters remained intact. Master Guan, upon observing this, appeared somewhat astonished, his expression one of disbelief as he examined the cut-off piece. As for the material in Mo Fan's hands, he gazed at its visually striking, vibrant purple hue and expressed his delight, saying, "Let us cut the other side." Chapter 57. Enchanting Elegance. He did not enlist anyone else's help, but rather secured the material himself and carefully closed the machine cover once more. He murmured, "Once the machine starts, gold will flow." The machine resumed its operation, and Mo Fan moved closer to Master Guan, watching together as the material was sliced. Mo Fan recalled that this particular piece had an energy level of 25. Thus, despite being only partially transformed to a translucent state akin to glutinous ice, the richness of its color was truly remarkable. The outer shell of this material had a thicker mist layer, with a central thickness of approximately 5 centimeters. It had indeed melted, albeit not as thoroughly as the central piece. Nonetheless, it was already quite rare. Noticing Master Guan's contemplative gaze upon the stone, Mo Fan offered him a cigarette and cheerfully suggested, "Master Guan, if possible, I believe we should remove the entire mist layer and see what remains inside." Upon hearing Mo Fan's words, Master Guan's expression brightened noticeably. He too was unsure of the quality of the jade flesh contained within this piece, but its color was undeniably exquisite. Without hesitation, Master Guan picked up a flashlight, illuminated the areas to be cut, and then proceeded to slice directly at the design station. This piece measured approximately 10 centimeters in length, and soon, Master Guan had removed the mist layer. Once the mist layer was eliminated, the radiant purple revealed itself. In Master Guan's hands lay a piece of nearly egg-sized, fully purple jade flesh. After stripping away the outer shell and mist layer, the quality became evident, reaching a near glutinous ice standard. The color was breathtaking. Having worked with jade for many years, Master Guan reflected on how rare it was to encounter such a vivid shade of purple. He then handed the piece to Mo Fan, who, upon receiving it, felt a wave of astonishment. Its purple hue was not bluish, but rather a pinkish purple, giving it an enchanting allure. This is the very essence of what many refer to as demonic purple. Typically, as the quality of purple jade increases, the colors and roots within tend to become lighter. However, while this piece's quality may not be the highest, it certainly stands out among violets. Most importantly, the color remained steadfast and did not fade. Mo Fan deliberately compared it under natural and sunlight, and the results were indeed remarkable. There was no sign of light-induced fading, nor did the color diminish. As he finished his examination, Chin DeBeo approached and began to scrutinize it closely, a look of delight evident on her face. Indeed, few women are unaccustomed to this captivating shade of purple. Guess the price. Upon witnessing her infatuation, Mo Fan chuckled and remarked, "I absolutely adore this color. However, the quality is still lacking, only reaching the level of glutinous ice. At present, the jade is of a reasonably decent size, akin to that of an egg, suitable for crafting egg noodles or even pendants. Yet, the water quality is indeed not that impressive. This piece can only be valued at a maximum of 300,000. After speaking, Chindaba looked a bit sheepish, recalling that her previous transactions with him involved pieces worth several million. Offering merely 300,000 now made her wonder if Mo Fan would be displeased. "Huh, remarkable. This little corner can actually fetch 300,000. Just kidding. This piece is a gift for you." Mo Fan smiled and promptly declared that the jade could be bestowed upon Chindaba. Upon hearing this, her face brightened, though she still hesitated, stating that she could not accept his jade without giving something in return. Nevertheless, after Mo Fan insisted that he merely wished for her to offer a higher price for the subsequent piece, she graciously accepted it. With the small piece from Mo Fan now in her possession, Chindaba appeared significantly more cheerful. She had indeed encountered such quality before, having seen far more than Mo Fan. Yet, this particular jade's color was exceptionally stunning. Moreover, it was a gift from Mo Fan, which brought her great joy. Before long, the oil-cutting machine had finished its task. The group gathered around once more. Upon lifting the lid, Mo Fan retrieved the jade. first giving it a thorough wash in a nearby bucket before placing it on the table for examination. The color was an enchanting, rich pink-purple when illuminated by a flashlight. A vibrant, mystical purple burst forth, tinting Mo Fan's face with a shade of purplish red. Indeed, a purplish red. This pink-purple had grown so intense that it approached the hue of pink. Yet, it exuded an unparalleled elegance, so exquisite it seemed almost otherworldly. It was nearly indistinguishable from the fabled imperial purple. Absolutely stunning. This statement did not originate from Mo Fan or Qingdaba, but rather from the excited voice of Master Guan. Mo Fan quickly stepped aside, allowing Master Guan to examine it personally. The quality of this jade had nearly reached that of high ice. Even without light, it appeared somewhat deep black, an indication of the jade's quality. Miss, this jade must be secured. I can hardly wait to call Brother Qinhuai. Listening to Master Guan's words, Qingdaba regained her composure, having been momentarily captivated. She dared to assert that she had indeed seen imperial purple before, though this piece might not be of that caliber. It was challenging to discern which was superior based solely on color. It was more vibrant and profound than imperial purple, possessing a fuller hue. The reason imperial purple is esteemed as such is that, in addition to its deep color, its water quality is also exceptional. Thus, this stone fell slightly short in terms of quality. The composition of jade invariably influences its color presentation. In the realm of jadeite, quality, water, color, base, and texture often complement one another. Mo Fan, without any unnecessary chatter, directly requested Master Guan to remove the outer layer from the material and eliminate the cloudy surface. This would facilitate their assessment and maximize its value. Master Guan took a deep drag from his cigarette before extinguishing it, meticulously observing the material. He marked the lines and adjusted the cutting machine, opting for the thinnest blade. He then commenced the peeling and removal of the cloudy layer, moving with greater caution and deliberation than before. After every 2 cuts, he would lift a flashlight to inspect the progress before continuing. After a considerable time, he finally stripped away the outer shell and the cloudy layer, revealing approximately 2/3 of the original brick-sized material. Initially, there was concern that removing the outer layer might lighten the color, but to their surprise, it had indeed become slightly paler while gaining a touch of translucence. The overall appearance was even more appealing than before. Qingdaba's first instinct was to check for the presence of bracelet sections. However, before she could measure the circumference, Master Guan interjected, "Miss, this material cannot be simply categorized as suitable for a bracelet. I believe we should invite Brother Qin to collaborate on this. If we can finalize a deal, it could be showcased at the headquarters." Upon hearing this, Qingdaba promptly took out her phone, made several calls, and captured a few photos and videos. After a considerable flurry of activity, she approached Mo Fan and said, "Boss Missouri, the Qin family is willing to offer 50 million for this material. I hope you'll part with it." "Ah, Miss Qin, you flatter me. I brought this with the intention to sell, and I trust your offer. No problem. Just transfer the funds directly to my account." "Great. I'll arrange the payment immediately." After Qingdaba finished speaking, she set about organizing the transfer, while she held the material in her hands, captivated by its allure. Although not much of the high-quality portion remained, the potential for maximizing profit was substantial, as 2 bracelets could be crafted from it. Furthermore, the leftover material could be fashioned into a magnificent large cabochon and several other polished pieces. In the current market, the value of simple polished items had risen significantly, as shifting aesthetic preferences had led to increased demand from buyers and collectors alike. Mo Fan, wishing to avoid wasting more time, shared his decisions and thoughts with Qingdaba. He planned to travel to Myanmar in a couple of days alongside Boss Hu, as the rumors had become rather intriguing. As the saying goes, nothing ventured, nothing gained, and Mo Fan was determined not to miss this splendid opportunity. Moreover, he possessed the ace up his sleeve which he believed would enable him to navigate any potential dangers adeptly. He asked Qingdaba if she could inquire about sources for jade edge materials that were abundant and reasonably priced, although she was uncertain about Mo Fan's intentions. Qingdaba thought for a moment and replied, "I don't know many myself, but Master Guan and his associates might have some connections. I'll ask them right away." As Mo Fan indulged in a moment of contemplation with a cigarette, Qingdaba had already established contact. He provided Mo Fan with a phone number and address, assuring that arrangements had been made with the other party. The rapport with Master Guan was quite amicable, and they were currently at the factory, allowing Mo Fan the liberty to visit at his convenience. Without hesitation, he set off, but not before purchasing 2 boxes of Chongjio to express his gratitude to Master Guan. He then hailed a taxi, reaching out to the proprietor to confirm his arrival time, and proceeded towards the designated location. Approximately 20 minutes later, Mo Fan arrived at a vast industrial complex. This facility specialized in the processing and carving of jade, and its scale was evidently larger than many shops and companies in the market. The grand signage read, Relics Jade Processing Plant. Upon reaching the entrance, he was greeted by two towering iron gates, standing nearly 6 meters high, a clear remnant of a large factory repurposed for modern use. The individual he had contacted was already awaiting him at the gate, and upon his approach, he was met with a warm reception. Hello, you must be Boss Missouri. I'm Zhang Fei, the one you spoke with. Just call me Lao Zhang. Greetings, Mr. Zhang. I wouldn't dare address you so formally, if you don't mind. I'll refer to you as Uncle Zhang. Mo Fan responded, extending his hand with utmost politeness and offering a cigarette. Zhang Fei's name carried a certain gravitas, reminiscent of Master Wan. In his 50s, he maintained an impressive physique, showing no signs of middle-age spread, his face adorned with a welcoming smile. His thick, lustrous hair was devoid of the typical signs of male pattern baldness, exuding vitality. Mo Fan could not help but wonder if they had a friend by the surname Liu. A fleeting thought that crossed his mind. Our factory director Liu is aware of your interest in purchasing scrap materials and has been expecting you inside. Please, allow me to escort you. With that, Zhang Fei graciously accepted the cigarette, lighting it and instantly bridging the gap between them. Indeed, another director Liu. As they entered the factory, Mo Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. Several large trucks were stationed in the open area of the complex, and numerous workers were busily loading them with jade products. There were pendants, beaded strings, bracelets, and the quantity was substantial. However, upon closer inspection, Mo Fan noted that the quality of the materials was rather average. Some individuals were tasked with transporting the items, while others were responsible for packaging and loading them onto the trucks. Their efficiency was remarkable, and the swift packaging process left him unable to discern the finer details. Noticing Mo Fan's gaze, Zhang Fei offered an explanation. These are all finished product from our processing plant, destined for various locations across the country. Most are machine-carved, subsequently refined by artisans. Thus, their quality is generally standard. Higher-grade materials are personally sculpted from the outset by skilled craftsmen. As they conversed, they ventured deeper into the factory, where Mo Fan beheld dozens of machines tirelessly carving jade. Each machine was equipped with trays containing a dozen or more pre-cut stones, undergoing transformation through mechanical artistry. After passing through the machine carving section, they entered a spacious sculpting area, bustling with more than 20 artisans diligently at work. Surrounding them were numerous jade ornaments extracted from the machines, awaiting the final touches. Certainly, this is merely what Mo Fan observed along the way. Before long, they arrived at an office on the second floor, where he met Director Liu. In her 30s, she possessed a cascade of languid, wavy hair cascading over her shoulders. Her fair complexion and striking features were accentuated by minimal makeup, giving her a natural and comfortable appearance. Rather than being conventionally beautiful, she exuded an air of comfort, reminiscent of the former starlet Qingxia. Upon seeing Mo Fan and his companion, she rose with a smile to greet them, clad in loose, elegant black leisure wear that perfectly complemented her figure. The overall impression she left on Mo Fan was one of grace and warmth, creating an inviting atmosphere. Hello, Mr. Mo. I am Liu Bei. Would you prefer tea or coffee? Her voice was steady and dignified. Thank you, Director Liu. Water will suffice for me. Liu Bei, unfazed, had someone bring 3 bottles of mineral water. The trio then settled down for a brief introduction before getting straight to the point. Let us address the main matter. I will have Manager Zhang take you to examine the leftover materials. The quantity is rather substantial. We have been at a loss regarding how to manage it. If you find it appealing, we can negotiate the price. Certainly. Let's take a look at the materials. A few minutes later, Manager Zhang led Mo Fan to a large warehouse on the factory premises. The warehouse was approximately 500 square meters, densely packed with leftover materials. Mo Fan scrutinized the assortment. Some pieces were fragmented, while others were sizable, likely due to the nature of the processing plant. However, most of the remnants were diminutive, as even the smallest quality could be utilized for crafting small beads. The slightly larger pieces were of inferior quality, primarily consisting of bean and glutinous varieties. A distinct feature was their prevalent fissures, rendering them unsuitable for crafting. Mo Fan surveyed the space, exclaiming internally at the sheer volume. The area was nearly filled to capacity, amounting to dozens of tons. Moreover, he learned that this was merely what remained after an initial processing round. Mo Fan reached out to gauge the energy intensity, feeling a surge of delight. Though the energy fluctuations were not significant, on average, they hovered around 15, which far exceeded his expectations. Initially, he presumed that the remaining materials, especially in such quantity, would be of poor quality. Some of the smaller fragments even reached energies of 2 to 25, albeit sparingly. Mo Fan inquired of manager Zhang, "How do you price these leftover materials?" After pondering, Zhang offered Mo Fan a cigarette, and once both had lit up, he continued, "You were referred by Lao Guan. To be honest, he is a close friend of Director Lu's father. Lu Gu is a few years our senior and has guided us in the jade industry for over 2 decades. I have also discussed this with Director Lu. We intended to dispose of these leftover materials, so we are not asking for an exorbitant price. There are over 20 tons in total, accumulated over the years. To be frank, we have already sold some of the better quality pieces. Thus, we propose a bundled price of 300,000 for you to take it all." Upon hearing the price, Mo Fan felt as though he had stumbled upon a remarkable opportunity. The inventory was devoid of any materials suitable for further production, with the only items available being those of negligible value, costing mere pennies in the tourist areas. Such scraps are typically disregarded by most jade merchants, often discarded for foundational fill, a practice that has fallen out of vogue. However, for Mo Fan, these remnants represented potential energy. He immediately agreed to the transaction, assuring them of prompt payment, albeit with a request for assistance in transportation. Mr. Zhang swiftly contacted factory director Lu, who, upon learning that Mo Fan did not haggle and was ready to settle, graciously offered to facilitate the shipping at a further discount of 50,000. This sum was initially set aside as a bargaining margin. In business, such exchanges are customary. To Mr. Lu's surprise, Mo Fan's honesty and the fact that he was introduced by the esteemed Mr. Guan led him to adjust the price to meet his expectations. Without hesitation, Mo Fan transferred the funds, recognizing the offer was indeed reasonable. Over 20 tons of goods calculated to approximately 10 yuan per kilogram. He immediately called Bai Xiaonan, instructing her to rent a warehouse to facilitate the transport of the items. After explaining the situation, Bai Xiaonan expressed no doubts or curiosity, promptly agreeing to the task. She later called back to confirm that everything was arranged, sending Mo Fan a location pin indicating that the items could be collected immediately. After discussing the situation with Mr. Zhang and exchanging WeChat information, Mo Fan shared the location, prompting Mr. Zhang to organize the necessary vehicles for transport. The site was conveniently close, and with several trucks dispatched, the entire load was successfully delivered in one trip. Mo Fan accompanied the convoy, ensuring to exchange contact details with Mr. Lu before departing. As dusk approached, the unloading was completed, with all items neatly stacked in the warehouse rented by Bai Xiaonan. Mo Fan expressed his gratitude to the driver and the laborers, awarding each a red envelope of 200 yuan and a pack of cigarettes. With smiles, they departed, leaving Mo Fan and Bai Xiaonan alone in the warehouse. The facility was merely a 10-minute journey from their hotel, as the city of Rui was rather compact. Bai Xiaonan refrained from questioning Mo Fan about the acquisition of such scrap materials, opting instead to efficiently execute her tasks, which elevated Mo Fan's regard for her. She displayed no curiosity, simply following instructions. At that moment, Bai Xiaonan received a phone call, stating, "Boss, the matters you entrusted have been addressed. The cash is ready, and the vehicle is parked at the hotel under watchful care. The property has been confirmed, and we can complete the transfer by tomorrow morning. If you wish, we can move in then." Mo Fan, upon hearing this, was impressed by the efficiency displayed. Initially, he intended to test Bai Xiaonan's capabilities, yet she had indeed fulfilled her promises. He did not hesitate to express his admiration, exclaiming, "Well done. Impressive. I truly feel as though I have discovered a treasure." Bai Xiaonan smiled mysteriously and replied, "You are too kind, boss. The real treasure will be what I gain from working with you." After speaking, he smiled enigmatically. It is often said that women who laugh are the most beautiful. In this manner, you should have the cash transport vehicle brought here. There is sufficient space in the warehouse to accommodate it. I will contact Boss Hu shortly, and when the time comes, I will accompany them. The driver will need to be one of theirs for added safety. Mo Fan's words seemed somewhat reluctant, but since he had made such arrangements, Bai Xiaonan followed his instructions and had someone drive the vehicle over. Once this was accomplished, she inquired of Mo Fan, "During your days in Myanmar, what shall I be responsible for?" "There's no rush. Tomorrow is another day. I will take you to purchase a substantial quantity of jade rough stones. You will use these stones to seek out buyers. Apart from Chin's jewelry and Boss Hu, We also need to cultivate several new partnerships. I will soon have larger batches of rough stones to sell, and I do not wish to limit myself to a single buyer. Of course, there are advantages to working with just one, but my vision is for you to assist me in selling the materials in the future. Beyond Cheens and Boss Who. I intend to step back from direct involvement. This is my thought. Upon hearing Mo Fan's words, Bai Xiaonan contemplated briefly and understood. This indeed allows for greater discretion. I have faith in your confidence and your selection of materials. Therefore, I support your idea. However, I have a suggestion. Since you wish for me to oversee this matter, my presence beside you will need to diminish significantly, perhaps even to infrequent appearances. Bai Xiaonan's words struck a chord with Mo Fan. This was precisely what he had considered. Without a doubt, he would have an abundance of materials in the future, and the quality would be unquestionable, making it essential to find an agent. Bai Xiaonan grasped his thoughts and contemplated even further. In truth, Mo Fan's current concern was his limited understanding of Bai Xiaonan. There were many facets he was yet to comprehend. For instance, what kind of family was the Bai family? The secrets of the Dragonstone were still but a mere ripple on the surface for him. However, these were matters for him to explore gradually. For now, his focus must be on self-improvement. Before long, the vehicle arrived and parked securely at the warehouse. Mo Fan instructed Bai Xiaonan to arrange for the driver and the security personnel to depart. Of course, this was merely an excuse. After Bai Xiaonan left for the hotel, Mo Fan turned and entered the warehouse, securing the door behind him. Gazing at the abundant energy surrounding him, he let out a cry and rushed forward. Chapter 60. The expansion of space. Finally, he could absorb energy without restraint. It wasn't that he had previously refrained from doing so. Rather, he wished to avoid drawing attention and felt it improper to absorb others' materials. It wasn't that he considered himself overly kind-hearted. Rather, he believed in reciprocating both kindness and enmity, while remaining uninvolved with those who bore no ill will towards him. Surveying the vast expanse of Jade, Mo Fan carefully selected a convenient spot and reclined upon the pile of materials. He began to absorb the energy, and, as he did, the colors of the stones nearby began to change. As he absorbed the energy, he directed it into the space within his mind. With each influx of energy, that space gradually began to expand. As time gradually elapsed, Mo Fan shifted his position while intensifying the rate of energy absorption. The scraps on the ground began to transform, area by area. Finally, he opened his eyes and slowly exhaled a breath of murky air. The once solid scraps had completely transformed into loosely textured waste. This time, Mo Fan spared no effort, engaging in a thorough absorption process. He concentrated and discovered that the space had expanded to over 50 cubic meters. Moreover, his physical prowess far surpassed that of his previous self. He could not yet fathom the extent of his newfound strength. He merely sensed an extraordinary vitality coursing through him. Glancing towards the entrance, he noticed faint rays of sunlight filtering through the cracks. He realized that a night had passed, and during that time, Bai Xiaonan had called, to which he had replied that she need not wait for him. Now, Mo Fan had completely absorbed the energy from over 20 tons of scraps. After acclimating to his enhanced strength, he approached the truck laden with 8 billion shots. Upon opening the door, he noted that the cash comprised denominations of 10,000, totaling slightly over 3 tons. He first stored the 3 tons of cash within the spatial realm, eager to test its capacity. To his surprise, even after placing such a substantial amount of money inside, the space remained ample. The truck transporting this cash was quite substantial as well, and Mo Fan contemplated how Boss Who and the others would manage its transport. Bai Xiaonan had already rented the vehicle for a month, intending to hire someone to drive it when the time came. Once he had organized everything, he contacted Boss Who, and they discussed their plans. Boss Who would drive an off-road vehicle accompanied by his partner and a driver who also doubled as a bodyguard. If Mo Fan chose not to hire a bodyguard, he could conveniently ride with them. They also arranged for a large truck to transport the cash. Each had prepared 50 million renminbi, amounting to a total of 100 million. When converted to chats, it equaled Mo Fan's sum. However, their denominations included not only 10,000, but also some 5,000 notes. Consequently, their overall quantity exceeded Mo Fan's, prompting him to take stock of the situation. Boss Who would find a driver from his own team to operate Mo Fan's truck, who would also serve as a part-time protector for him. Thus, Mo Fan would accompany the cash truck. Furthermore, he confirmed with Olbu that their arrival was scheduled for before 11 a.m. the following morning, altering their departure time to 8 a.m. After finalizing the arrangements, Mo Fan instructed Boss Hu to contact him upon their arrival the next morning, bringing along the assigned driver to meet at the warehouse before setting off together. After concluding the call, Mo Fan noticed ample space remaining, so he exited the warehouse and took a taxi to the hotel. He first placed the items he had previously purchased in the spatial realm, and then invited by Xiaonan to join him for a meal. Following their repast, the two proceeded to the Jade rough stone market to begin their exploration of Jade. Before embarking on his journey to Myanmar, Mo Fan decided to procure a batch of raw materials, entrusting by Xiaonan to handle them initially. His primary objective was to utilize these materials to facilitate by Xiaonan's connections with various gemstone dealers. After an entire day of exploration, they managed to acquire a total of 26 pieces, none of which stood out remarkably in quality. The energy fluctuations range from a minimum of 28 to a maximum of approximately 36. Mo Fan expended around 3 million, a price he considered a fortunate bargain. This experience made him acutely aware of the challenging nature of purchasing quality materials in the market. Despite the general scarcity, he sensed that there were indeed 2 pieces with energy level surpassing 4. However, their surface quality was extraordinarily high. One piece in particular had almost reached the clarity of a finished gem. Consequently, the seller's pricing was exorbitant, leading Mo Fan to conclude that the cost-to-value ratio was unsatisfactory. Thus, the opportunity to find a bargain would require serendipity. He noted that any exceptional materials currently available were likely hoarded, as many individuals anticipated further price increases and feared they might not encounter such quality again. This realization reinforced his decision to travel to Myanmar. Due to various uncertainties surrounding jadeite mines, most premium materials are handled by miners and local authorities. This implies that the general public seldom encounters top-tier gambling stones. To procure quality materials, one typically must participate in jadeite auctions. However, the stones available at these auctions are often already cut or modified. While uncut stones do exist, they are rare, as the majority of participants are jade merchants who prefer processed stones for better risk management. After securing transportation to their new villa, Mo Fan finally beheld his residence in Rue City. It was quite commendable, being a standalone house complete with a spacious yard. The villa's first floor was particularly generous in size. Due to the unique topography of Yunnan province, the villa community was constructed on a gradient, resulting in the first floor being elevated above the ground level, while the basement was below. The garage and storage were located in the basement, accessible directly from the lower road. Mo Fan appreciated this arrangement, as it would facilitate the transport of goods to the basement conveniently. After organizing the materials, he instructed Bai Xiaonan to purchase a vehicle the following day, which would ease their mobility in the area, as relying on taxis daily proved cumbersome. Following this, he intended to indulge in a thorough cleansing and well-deserved rest, having spent a long and laborious day, leaving him quite disheveled. The previous night's energy absorption had likely resulted in the expulsion of numerous impurities from his body. After a rejuvenating night's sleep, he greeted Bai Xiaonan the next morning, urging her to prepare for the day's agenda. He then proceeded to the warehouse, where his phone rang, signaling the arrival of Boss Hu and his team, who promptly reached the location Mo Fan had shared. He had already placed half of the cash in the delivery truck, and as Boss Hu and the driver arrived, he took his seat in the passenger side. Their journey commenced. Chapter 61. The Great Deity of Heaven and Earth. Soon, they arrived at the border, where the necessary paperwork had already been arranged by Boss Hu. After a thorough inspection, they crossed the border line and set foot on the soil of Myanmar. Mo Fan, seated in the passenger seat, was accompanied by the driver, a jovial man named Wang Kai, in his 40s. He preferred to be called Lao Wang, a name he found endearing. As they drove, the two remained vigilant while engaging in conversation. Lao Wang frequently traversed the routes leading to Myanmar, thus possessing a commendable understanding of the road conditions. After all, Boss Hu and his associates were involved in the jade business, often conducting transactions in this region. Boss Missouri, Lao Wang remarked, there are certain customs here in Myanmar that you should be aware of. For instance, they hold their heads in high regard and dislike having others touch them. Furthermore, they exhibit profound respect for monks, many of whom occupy elevated positions in society. Notably, some influential figures are devout Buddhists. Lao Wang shared these local customs with Mo Fan, who listened with keen interest and posed several inquiries, all of which Lao Wang addressed. He cautioned, this area can be chaotic, with numerous factions at play, unlike our homeland. You see, many women from Myanmar aspire to marry into families here. Given your handsome appearance, I'm certain you would attract many admirers. However, exercise caution, as some may harbor biases against us. Prejudice exists everywhere. Perhaps due to Mo Fan's amiable nature, Lao Wang continued to share stories with him. Before long, their vehicle approached a checkpoint. They presented the documents prepared by Lao Bu to the local government soldiers armed with rifles, who conducted a brief inspection. Boss Hu's vehicle led the way, with Mo Fan's truck situated in the middle and another truck following closely behind. After a sequential inspection, they turned onto a different path, avoiding the main road. The terrain became increasingly bumpy, and Lao Wang's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Although their destination was relatively peaceful, the unpredictability of a foreign land lingered in the air. Fortunately, no incidents occurred during their journey, and after passing several checkpoints, they finally reached their destination, just before 11 o'clock. What lay before them was an opulent complex nestled within towering trees. The term complex was fitting, for it was vast. The buildings, adorned with distinctive red roofs and golden pillars, formed an almost seamless expanse. Unlike the desolate surroundings they had encountered earlier, this place buzzed with activity, framed by robust trees that intertwined harmoniously with the architecture, exuding an exotic Southeast Asian charm. Mo Fan and his companions soon spotted a clearing where several vehicles were parked, indicating that others had arrived ahead of them, and the presence of many people suggested that competition would be stiff. After gesturing to Lao Wang about the parked cars, the three of them, along with the bodyguards of Boss Hu, alighted from their vehicle. Security personnel were stationed at the designated parking area, ensuring safety. They were met by a contact who had been arranged to escort Boss Hu and Mo Fan to the largest building nearby. The old Myanmar language spoken here is quite commendable, which has certainly reassured Mo Fan. He was apprehensive about the possibility of being unable to communicate effectively. Along the journey, Boss Hu engaged Mo Fan in conversation, sharing insights about the local customs and conditions, which were in line with what Old Wang had mentioned. He then introduced his partner, Ma Fuhai. Although Ma is 4 or 5 years senior to Boss Hu, the two have known each other for over 20 years and have traversed many experiences together, thus forming a partnership in the Jade business. Greetings, Uncle Ma. I am Mo Fan, and I look forward to your guidance in the future. Mo Fan initiated with a polite greeting, as it is customary to approach others with a smile. Although he was not well acquainted with Boss Ma, he regarded those associated with Boss Hu as allies. You are too modest. Old Hu often speaks highly of you, youthful and accomplished. Excellent. However, we must exercise caution today. Let us assess the situation and discuss our strategy among the three of us. Boss Ma replied amiably, formally introducing himself to Mo Fan while also advising him on how to proceed. In Mo Fan's perception, within their business dealings, Boss Ma seemed to hold more sway, as it was evident that Boss Hu was entirely deferential to him. Before long, they arrived at the venue and met the mine owner, Old Mu, who appeared to be in his 60s yet possessed a robust physique. He was clad in a short-sleeved white shirt and local longi. With a warm smile, he greeted the trio and invited them to take a seat at a long table. He then excused himself to welcome others, and the table was already occupied by 3 groups of individuals. There was little conversation among the attendees, merely nods of acknowledgement. 2 individuals were recognized by Boss Hu, who exchanged a few polite words with them. Shortly thereafter, Old Mu returned with several additional groups, bringing the total to 8. Mo Fan did not recognize any of them, though Boss Hu was familiar with several parties and briefly informed Mo Fan about their backgrounds. Unexpectedly, the attendees comprised executives from prominent jade and jewelry companies, leaving Mo Fan as the sole representative of a smaller enterprise. At that moment, a new group was ushered in by Old Mu, consisting of 3 men, one of whom appeared to be relatively young, likely around Mo Fan's age, making them the only 2 youths present. The trio seemed to gravitate towards the younger man, who was identified as Qin Tianming, the third in line of the Qin family's younger generation. As Boss Hu concluded his remarks, he acknowledged the individuals from the Qin family. On the surface, the 2 companies maintained a collaborative relationship. Tianming, I didn't expect you to lead the team this time. Do be sure to give a little leeway to Uncle Hu, exclaimed Boss Hu, recognizing the youthful vigor of the young man. Uncle Hu, you flatter me. How could I dare to compete with you? It is you who should extend some consideration to me, Tianming replied, projecting a demeanor that struck Mo Fan as somewhat insincere. Indeed, after the pleasantries, Boss Hu leaned in to confide in Mo Fan. Let me tell you, among the Bao and her siblings, this young man is the most disingenuous and cunning. The spirit of the venerable Master Qin from years past, who established the grand venture of the great might heavenly dragon, is sorely lacking. The previous statement was understood by Mo Fan, yet the latter left him puzzled, prompting him to gaze quizzically at Boss Hu. Observing this, Boss Hu continued, It pertains to the Qin family. When Bao and her generation were born, it coincided with the time when the 4 branches of the family were all welcoming children. There were 4 of them, which brought great joy to Master Qin, who personally named them the Great Might Heavenly Dragon. Qin de Bao embodies the character De, while Qin Tian Ming represents Tian. However, as these 4 children grew, their personalities turned out to be remarkably distinct from one another. After listening to Boss Hu, Mo Fan finally comprehended why Qin de Bao's name, though not particularly melodious, remained unchanged over the years. While he pondered this at that moment, Old Mu entered with 2 individuals. Upon seeing Mo Fan, one of them smirked, taking a seat at the empty spot opposite him, lighting up a familiar cigar. What a coincidence. Chapter 62, Dining. Indeed, it was quite a coincidence. Mo Fan had not anticipated that nearly everyone he had encountered during the opening in Ryu City would now be gathered here. Observing the slight smile on Chun Taisho's lips, questions began to swirl in Mo Fan's mind. Was Chun Taisho truly omnipresent, or was this merely a stroke of fate? Yet, he had little time to deliberate as Old Mu, accompanied by an elegantly dressed woman, settled at the head of the dining table. He lifted a fork and gently tapped it against a goblet, producing a clear, resonant sound that gradually brought everyone to silence. "Thank you all for coming. Welcome," he proclaimed, smiling at those present. The woman beside him began translating, conveying the essence of her words. She was Old Mu's wife, and together they had prepared a plethora of exquisite ingredients for the gathering. They acknowledged having heard of some attendees facing attacks or unfortunate incidents, attributing these to rival forces and expressing their apologies. They assured everyone that security measures had been thoroughly established for the event. Furthermore, as a gesture of goodwill and gratitude, they would present treasure materials collected over decades for auction. After a brief pause, she clasped her hands together in a gesture of respect, indicating that lunch was now ready. And after a brief respite, the Jadestone auction would commence. As soon as the words were spoken, the staff began serving food and drinks. The couple raised their glasses in a toast to the assembly. Following a collective sip, everyone commenced their meal. Mo Fan and his companions arrived early and were quite famished, so they eagerly indulged in the local delicacies. Initially, Mo Fan had pondered whether there might be any issues with the food, but his concerns were unfounded, as the majority present dove into their meals without hesitation. Noticing Mo Fan's apprehension, Boss Hu leaned in and whispered to him, "Rest assured, although my interactions with this old fellow are somewhat limited, it is evident that his mining operations have collaborated with everyone present here, save for you." Historically, his wife. The woman seated beside him, named Leah, who possesses half of Xia's lineage, has represented him. Thus, you can be assured of the longevity of these partnerships. After hearing this, Mo Fan grasped some aspects, yet he remained perplexed as to why Old Mu had invited him. After a while, as everyone had nearly finished their meal, Old Mu gestured to a security guard by the door. Shortly thereafter, an individual entered, pushing a small dining cart, which did not bear food, but rather an assortment of jewelry boxes. The attendant distributed a box to each person present. Curiosity piqued. Those who received the boxes eagerly opened them, and laughter and exclamations of surprise filled the room. Mo Fan also received a box, and upon opening it, he was greeted by a striking jade green ring. Its size was approximately between 7 to 8 carats, with a thickness of around 3 carats. The ring, already set, shimmered brilliantly in the natural light, both the stone and the band radiating a lustrous glow. The voice of the mine owner's wife, Leah, resonated. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a token of our meeting today. I hope you find joy in it." Within each jewelry box, alongside the jade ring, lay a note indicating each person's bidding number, which would be utilized during the auction. Thus, she urged everyone to keep it safe. "In a moment, we will verify your numbers against the corresponding ring styles to determine the final winners. If you have finished your meal, please proceed to the parlor, as we are about to commence our auction." After allowing a few seconds for her words to sink in, she assisted Old Mu in rising, and the pair led the way outside. Mo Fan observed the rings of Boss Hu and Boss Ma. Indeed, their quality was comparable, yet their designs varied significantly. This prompted him to recall Old Mu's mention of the imperial green cousin and the batch of rings. He lifted the black cushion within his box, revealing his bidding number, 7. However, just as he intended to display it, Boss Hu restrained his hand and closed the box for him. "You only need to remember your number. Do not disclose it to others or allow anyone to see it, including Ma and me. We have experienced such a format before, and it will benefit you." It appears that collaboration today has transformed into a solitary endeavor, and there's a chance that what lies ahead is truly exceptional. As boss who elucidated this to him, he guided Mo Fan towards the parlor. Soon, all had gathered in the spacious room, which had evidently been specially arranged for this auction. At its center stood a long table draped in a rich black velvet cloth. To one side, separated by a screen, were 10 small tables, each adorned with a small iron box, which featured a slit and was secured with a lock. This time, I believe familiar friends have already guessed it. We are adopting a dark auction elimination style. Shortly, I will have the host introduce the rules to everyone. I wish you all a bountiful return today. Upon seeing that everyone had arrived, Leah delivered a few words before taking a seat on the opposite sofa alongside old Moo. A young female host then approached the gathering. It was only then that Mo Fan realized he had not paid much attention to her silence. Now that she stood before them, he recognized her as a woman imbued with a touch of Eastern charm. She wore a traditional Burmese sarong, her makeup exquisitely done. By all accounts, she should have attracted considerable attention. Mo Fan began to observe her more closely, and sensing his gaze, the woman offered him a polite smile. Hello, everyone. I am Alalai, the host for today's Jade Rough Stone auction. I believe you're all aware that our boss enjoys some intriguing auction methods. Many of you may have experienced this before. However, we also have new friends joining us today, so allow me to explain the upcoming process and rules. She then proceeded to elucidate the rules and procedures of the auction. Today, there are a total of 30 batches of materials, comprising 30 rounds of bidding. The first 20 rounds will be conducted through dark bidding, while the subsequent rounds 21 to 25 will be open bidding. The final 5 rounds will be indicative bidding. Mo Fan understood the initial rounds, yet the details of the later indicative bidding were unclear to him. Nevertheless, Alalai continued with her explanation. For the last 5 rounds of materials, should any of the esteemed participants wish to increase their chances of winning, they may place bids into others' bid boxes, provided their price surpasses the existing bid, thereby eliminating that participant. The eliminated individual will forfeit their eligibility for all subsequent rounds. Chapter 63 indeed promised valuable items. Typically, the last 5 rounds feature the main attractions of the auction. Furthermore, the previously mentioned possibility of uncovering dragonstone materials also lies within these final rounds. After Alalai concluded the rules, she instructed someone to distribute 30 bid slips to each participant. The 10 small compartments, separated by screens, represented the participants' numbers, namely 1 through 10. If one wished to place an indicative bid later, they could simply deposit their bid into the corresponding numbered box, as the participants were unaware of their assigned numbers. An element of gameplay and randomness was introduced. Having explained the rules, Alalai ensured everyone was prepared while also providing sofa chairs. The first piece of material was brought forth. Indeed, it was carried in. The stone was too large to be placed on the table and instead rested on the adjacent floor space. This particular piece, even before Alalai began her introduction, was already recognized by many as originating from the Mashi sand pit. It was approximately the size of a large basin, measuring around 50 centimeters in length, width, and height, and was estimated to weigh 300 to 400 kilograms. Once set down, Alalai began her introduction. This piece is a large stone from the Mashi sand pit. In recent years, there have been few notable large stones in the market, and this piece has been kept in our boss's collection since it was excavated from the mine 5 years ago. Above, there are 2 rough stones, each slightly wider than a finger, adorned with a white sandy shell, which all may observe at their leisure. Next, we shall present the 2nd and 5th pieces of material, each marked with a number on its surface. A labeled box will be placed beside them, allowing everyone an hour to observe and complete the registration form. A timer will be set, and upon its signal, the submission of forms will cease. During this time, participants may freely observe and move about, as long as they remain within the room. Light snacks and beverages are also provided for everyone's enjoyment. After introducing the first large piece, Ollie continued to have the subsequent 4 batches of material brought forth and placed upon the table, then stepped aside, inviting all to proceed as they wish. This was Mo Fan's first encounter with such an auction format, distinct from any he had previously witnessed or heard of. The advantage of this method lies in its suitability for smaller venues, as in this case, allowing ample time for all. There exists a competitive spirit, yet participants remain unaware of each other's numbers. Mo Fan learned from Boss Who that the conclusion of the auction would lead to a random drawing for departure, with each individual allotted a half hour to exit. This arrangement ensures that once the auction concludes, no one is privy to each other's gains. With 10 batches of people bidding, everyone moved forward to scrutinize the stones. The 5 batches presented comprised single pieces, while the subsequent offerings included 4 stones of similar size to basketballs, originating from various locations. All examined collectively, the 5 stones were observed with mutual courtesy. An hour proved sufficient for this endeavor. The first large piece of marshy sand was the most captivating. Surrounded by 4 or 5 individuals in observation, there was no contention. A harmonious balance was skillfully maintained. Mo Fan chose not to gaze upon it. Instead, he approached a piece of black-skinned Mowanji material. Illuminating it with a flashlight, he began his examination. The skin was not thick, revealing a misty layer. The mist exhibited commendable qualities, a yellowish hue with good translucency and rigidity. The overall quality seemed promising, though it bore the uncertainty of potential fissures. As the piece showed no vivid coloration, only a few spots exhibited small flecks of color, yet the unpredictability of the material left all possibilities open. Mo Fan sensed an energy fluctuation of approximately 35, confirming its exceptional nature. He assessed the fissures, noting them to be significant. But only further examination post-cutting would reveal the true condition within. After mentally cataloging his observations, he turned his attention to another piece. This one was an old Peigang stone, increasingly rare in today's market. The characteristics of material from this location typically include a fine texture and abundant water content. Most notably, its colors are remarkably diverse, likely encompassing every hue found within Jade. The piece Mo Fan was currently inspecting was distinctly a white sandy shell material, its surface smooth and lustrous. Under natural light, he could discern a subtle green hue beneath the glistening white sandy shell at its center. This is indeed quite captivating. 2 individuals had already examined this piece, and upon seeing Mo Fan approach, one of them friendly nodded and set the materials aside for him to inspect, while he himself wandered off to scrutinize other specimens. Initially, everyone tends to swiftly peruse all the materials, subsequently focusing on each piece in detail. Therefore, the time spent at each specimen is brief. When Mo Fan received this particular piece, he immediately sensed its potential. It was a sample material. The weight was undoubtedly that of Jade. Yet the energy fluctuations he detected were merely around 25. For such a high-end gathering, this was somewhat disappointing. He did not linger long, turning his attention to the next piece of Mashi Sha material. Now, this was impressive. Mashi Sha's old elephant skin. Just the exterior exuded a solid texture. That tantalizing allure of something partially concealed, prompting an irresistible urge to delve deeper. Moreover, it was remarkable for a piece of old elephant skin to be of such size. After all, old would signify an experienced miner. Such materials are indeed rare to encounter nowadays. Upon handling it, Mo Fan found that the energy fluctuations reached around 4, exceeding his expectations. Although this material belonged to Mashi Sha, typically, if there are any cracks, they do not penetrate deeply. Mo Fan took a moment to assess it. And indeed, the internal condition was commendable, with minimal cracking. Another piece was from Muna, which dazzled under the light. Its translucence was superb, showing no other remarkable traits. But the advantage lay in the fact that this quality enveloped the entire stone. It was as if the entire mass glimmered, indicating a lack of variations. There were no further notable characteristics, leaving ample room for imaginative speculation. Mo Fan sensed energy fluctuations at 38. Next, he approached the largest piece of Mashi Sha. Mimicking others, he employed a flashlight to inspect various areas of the stone. To be frank, the shape of the stone was acceptable, yet lacked sharp angles, appearing somewhat rounded instead. Thus, despite its size and the number of onlookers, several individuals remained skeptical. For instance, Boss Hu and Boss Ma merely conducted a cursory examination before moving on to other materials. Observing that only one person was still studying this piece, Mo Fan quickly scanned it and lost interest, adopting a rather lackluster demeanor. He wandered to the side, sat down, and casually pulled out a cigarette, offering one to Boss Hu and Boss Ma. Yet, his heart raced with anxiety. The largest piece exhibited energy fluctuations of 42. Chapter 64 marked a significant moment. After all, this substantial stone had garnered considerable interest, and its performance was exceptional. First and foremost, its size was a notable attribute. Larger pieces have always been favored by jade merchants, as a successful gamble could yield substantial returns based on size alone. Furthermore, the quality of this piece was impressive. With an even distribution of skin and gravel, it felt notably robust to the touch. There remained 2 conspicuous rough bands, although devoid of color. They're merely faint mossy streaks. However, Moss possesses an inherent unpredictability. There exists a well-known adage: moss yields vibrant hues. Despite the fact that these two rough bands predominantly suggest moss and lack any coloration, the water quality has revealed everything. These are indeed two flesh-colored roughs. Typically, rough bands are characterized by their colored nature, displaying visibly vibrant streaks to the naked eye. Flesh-colored roughs, however, can also be discerned by experienced connoisseurs through their expertise. Generally, the gravel and skin atop such watercourses are uniformly delicate, and the underlying jade flesh is equally refined. This quality significantly enhances the overall texture, adding to its allure post-extraction. When illuminated, these two rough bands exude a strong translucence. Although lacking in color patterns, their colorless rigidity is undeniably captivating. Fan observed a few individuals who appeared somewhat skeptical after their examination. It was unclear whether they were merely feigning uncertainty or were genuinely in doubt. Consequently, he felt an intense desire to acquire this stone without appearing overly eager. The prospect of such a substantial stone was truly tantalizing. The first 5 lots were indeed attention-grabbing. Any single piece would surely incite fierce competition in the market. Here, at the outset, 5 remarkable pieces had already been presented. With approximately half an hour remaining, Ali interjected, "For the first 5 lots, there is no reserve price. You may bid at your discretion and simply place your bids in the corresponding iron box before each piece. Once the time is up, we will conduct the bidding on-site. The successful bidders can settle payments collectively at the conclusion." Fan exchanged glances with Boss who spoke first. "What do you think, Xiao Fan? Have you spotted any promising materials?" Boss Ma also cast a curious gaze in Fan's direction. After a moment of contemplation, Fan replied, "Among these materials, I find them all quite commendable, though there are still some I do not fully understand. I have yet to decide which piece to bid on. Do you two have any insights to share?" Upon hearing Fan's words, the two men shared a glance before Boss Ma remarked, "Everyone desires the larger stones. Then there rests that piece of old elephant skin. Provided the price is right, it will undoubtedly be profitable to sell it, as is without cutting it. The remaining pieces are up for grabs, based on individual acumen and pricing." Fan regarded Boss Ma with a deep gaze. His experience was indeed substantial, and his advice resonated with Fan's own inclinations. This is precisely why some individuals in the jade business, devoid of any supernatural abilities or advantages, can still thrive and expand. Their logical reasoning and understanding are both precise and sound. Fan nodded in agreement, and everyone began to observe the expressions and actions of others, hoping to glean some valuable information. Fan, in this situation, aside from the final 5 lots, we can assist each other. The preceding markings must rely on one's own judgment. I am aware that you possess your own perspective on the gambling of stones. In my view, your prowess in this realm is commendable. Thus, from this moment forth, you are free to follow your own inclinations without regard for my or Lao Ma's opinions. Feel free to express yourself fully. We can reconvene later for any necessary coordination." Boss Hu, concerned that Fan might harbor reservations. After all, we have all come together, decided to address this beforehand, alleviating some of his concerns and encouraging him to unleash his potential. Upon hearing this, Fan indeed felt a significant reduction in his apprehensions, for the current circumstances were most advantageous for him. Firstly, the material presented was of exceptional quality. Secondly, he possessed the ability to discern the quality of the stones. Thirdly, he had a considerable amount of cash on hand. Most importantly, he could observe the bidding prices for the marked boxes. Rather than continuing to scrutinize the materials, he settled into a relaxed posture on the sofa, taking the opportunity to observe the individuals present. There were several others like him, including Chan Taisho, who hardly moved to examine the stones. Instead, he delegated the task to a middle-aged companion who accompanied him, merely seeking their opinions while directing his gaze predominantly towards Fan. Fan remained uncertain as to why Chan Taisho focused so intently on him. Yet he lifted a drink and took a sip. Before long, over 50 minutes had elapsed, and 3 companies had already submitted their bids into the iron box. Fan, utilizing his perceptive abilities, discerned their prices. Currently, the highest bid for the large material stood at 800 million shots. He glanced at the others, each holding their bid sheets in contemplation. Chun Taisho and his associates had completed their submissions, adhering closely to the advice of the middle-aged man, exuding confidence. Indeed, the highest bid of 800 million shots for the large material originated from them. Meanwhile, another piece, the old elephant skin, had its highest bid placed by a robust gentleman with a beard amounting to 3. 5 billion shots. Mo Wanji's highest bid reached 1 billion. The piece from Moon Na garnered significant interest, with its price being the second highest at 2 billion. As 3 minutes remained, the majority had submitted their bids, and the highest prices remained unchanged. Seeing that he was the last, Mo Fan swiftly retrieved his pen and inscribed his prices. 2 billion for the large Mo Shisha, 6 billion for the old elephant skin, and 5 billion for Moon Na's piece. Even for the energy wave piece, which resonated at 5, he placed a bid of 2 billion. Thus, barring unforeseen circumstances, these 4 pieces would likely be awarded to him. At that moment, the host approached and instructed the staff to open the iron box and commence the announcement of the bids. For the first piece, the Mo Shisha large material, the highest bid is 2 billion. Congratulations to the winning bidder. For the second piece, Mo Wanji, the highest bid is 2 billion. Congratulations to the winning bidder. For the third piece, the Old Pagon, the highest bid is 2 billion. Congratulations to the winning bidder. For the fourth piece, the Old Elephant Skin Mo Shisha, the highest bid is 6 billion. Congratulations to the winning bidder. For the fifth piece, Muna, the highest bid is 5 billion. Congratulations to the winning bidder. With each announcement, Ali merely stated the highest bid, omitting the specific number of the bid. Upon concluding his remarks, everyone furrowed their brows, including Mo Fan. The expressions on their faces were strikingly uniform, indicating that all were quite adept in their respective performances, including the owner of the distinguished Lao Pagon. Chen Taisho, after a brief moment of contemplation, immediately turned his gaze towards Mo Fan. At this juncture, Ali's voice resonated. We extend our congratulations to the successful bidder above. The materials will soon be dispatched for marking and packaging. Next, we present our lots number 6 and 10. We invite our staff to bring forth the materials. Following her announcement, 5 beautiful women gracefully entered, each holding a piece of material covered with a red cloth. They sequentially placed the materials on the table and stood beside them with poise. Ali then commenced her introduction. Behold the material for lot number 6. As she spoke, the beauty beside the material unveiled the red cloth. This piece hailed from the Hojiang region, weighing 8 kilograms, with a remarkably thin skin. Under the light, it exhibited a full green hue. With a starting bid of 1 billion, she continued, for lot number 7, please observe this piece from Ashisha, weighing 10 kilograms, adorned with a circular band of color. Also starting at 1 billion. With poise, Ali presented the basic details of these 5 materials, all of which were color materials, showcasing impressive characteristics, either fully green under light or displaying a surrounding band of color or exhibiting rich pine flower patterns. Moreover, all materials originated from reputable old sites, demonstrating commendable quality, with an average weight of approximately 10 kilograms, and each starting at a base price of 1 billion. This round of materials evidently piqued everyone's interest, with participants eager to engage. Though color materials were not entirely absent from the market, those from the old sites were indeed rare finds. The rules remained consistent with the previous round, with the stipulation that bidding could not fall below the base price, and the time frame remained unchanged. Participants were free to inspect the materials that intrigued them, albeit this time, they appeared to dedicate more time to their examination. Viewing color materials differed distinctly from other types. It demanded a keen eye. The adage holds true. A slight variation in color can result in a vast price disparity. For colored materials, the price disparity between larger and smaller pieces can be pronounced. Thus, bidders approached their offers with considerable caution. Mo Fan also approached to inspect the pieces, all of which exhibited notable green characteristics. Indeed, these materials were predominantly within the green spectrum, devoid of yellow or purple hues. He was particularly drawn to the Hojiang and Mashisha materials, both of which showcased remarkable performances. The Hojiang material boasted an aged skin and was evidently a water stone with a thin shell, demonstrating exceptional clarity under light. Though there were a few visible cracks to the naked eye, they did not diminish its esteemed status among the onlookers, as its green hue reached the level of Huanyang green. While it may not belong to the upper echelon of green materials, its quality was commendable. Furthermore, in the context of Hojiang, this piece was considered substantial, and the conditions of the cracks, when illuminated, appeared favorable for substantial yields. As for the Mashisha piece, its allure was immediate. Under the light, the colors of its band reached the vibrant hue of apple green. Moreover, the ribbons are quite wide, and the leather casing exhibits commendable quality. Being from the Mashi sandfield, it is highly favored by all. The other three pieces are also of colored material, yet their performance pales in comparison to these two. However, they're slightly larger, each weighing around 12 kilograms. The colors they display are of a yellow-green grade, and everyone is engaged in study. Even in the previous round, a delicate harmony was maintained, but now it is gradually being disrupted. Brother, hurry up. You've been watching for so long. Let me have a look. Don't rush. Look at the others first. I picked this one, and I haven't fully assessed it yet. The room began to fill with sounds, and while the participants still maintained some politeness, it was evidently waning. Fan also took a turn handling each piece, but found no further opportunity to examine them closely. Nevertheless, his objective was achieved. He understood the energy fluctuations of nearly every material. The energy fluctuation of the Hojiang piece was approximately 36, which is quite good. The Mashi Sand's fluctuation stood around 32, reaching a state of icy clarity. However, without color, the probability of appreciation diminishes, ultimately hinging on price. Among the other three pieces, one exhibited an energy fluctuation of 41, indicating it is at least of high ice glass quality. Yet, this material has the drawback of numerous large cracks, allowing only for small items to be crafted, such as bracelets. The performances of the other two pieces were mediocre, one showing around 28 in energy fluctuation and the other a mere 3. While they displayed some color, their quality was insufficient unless the color was exceptional. Otherwise, the chances of appreciation are not substantial. Indeed, the risks associated with color materials are significantly greater than those of other types. Yet the potential for profit is also considerably higher. In this round, Fan held a favorable view of the Hojiang and the piece with the energy fluctuation of 41. As time progressed, he activated his insight to observe the pricing set by others. The highest bid for the Hojiang piece was made by Qin Tianming at 2.5 billion. For the Mashi Sand, it was offered by Chun Taisho at 2 billion. The highest bids for the other materials were all below 2 billion. Notably, one piece with pine blossom had a staggering bid of 19.8 billion from Boss Ma. Fan recalled that this piece had an energy fluctuation of around 3. After surveying the bids, Fan placed a bid of 2 billion for the piece with a 41 energy fluctuation. For the other materials, he only offered a moderately priced bid. His ability to sense energy fluctuations only indicated the quality. However, whether the cut would reveal color remained uncertain. Thus, in this round of colored materials, he opted for a relatively conservative strategy, selecting only one piece with assured quality, preferably with color, but potentially profitable even without it. His hesitance in using his insight on the other pieces stemmed from the concern that if he activated it every round, he might lack sufficient energy or cash to bid on superior items in subsequent rounds. Since all bids must be settled in cash on the same day, even if one possesses wealth, inadequate cash preparation or excessive spending earlier could result in losing out on valuable finds. Soon, Ali announced that time was up and commenced the bidding. At the end of this round, the expressions of everyone remained much the same as before. It must be said, everyone is not only professional, but also exceptionally talented. In this round, Ali has once again refrained from announcing the numbers of the stones available. Fan is uncertain whether she will continue this practice in the upcoming rounds or if it is merely a temporary decision. Nevertheless, the current situation is advantageous for him, as he has already secured half of the materials based on the established ratio. He exchanged glances with Boss Hu and Boss Ma, both of whom exhibited remarkable acting skills. On the surface, there were no apparent signs of winning bids. Ali's voice resonated once more. The next 5 pieces, numbers 11 and 15, are recut materials, previously sliced by our boss. Their quality is unequivocal. It solely depends on how each of you chooses to bid. Please take a look. Upon her words, the stones were raised one by one, all having been meticulously cut from the center. They had undergone polishing, revealing bright and lustrous surfaces. Fan observed that none appeared to fall below the ice jade grade. Particularly noteworthy was the third piece, number 13, which displayed a stunning sky blue under normal light. When the fifth piece, number 15, was brought forth, everyone stood up abruptly. This piece measured nearly 1 meter in length and 60 to 70 centimeters in width. Its surface cloaked in a black shell. The polished front showcased a gleaming cut, but what captivated attention most was a color band, spanning several centimeters, resembling a sinuous azure dragon across the entire surface. The color of the band was rich and uniformly vibrant, although the surrounding jadeite quality was somewhat lacking. There is a saying, where there is a dragon, there must be water. In the area just 2 or 3 centimeters from the color band, the jade began to darken, indicating a transition to the ice jade state. All eyes were fixated on this piece, for the mere width of the color band could yield a fully green bracelet. Provided there were no cracks, the potential of this piece was indeed tremendous. As the collective gaze remained on the stone, Ali's voice echoed once again. All 5 of these pieces are recut, and their quality is evident. The starting bid for the first 4 pieces is 3 billion. The final piece has no starting price, but if the bids do not meet expectations, the owner will halt the bidding. Upon hearing this, everyone pondered deeply. The quality of the initial pieces was already impressive. Moreover, irrespective of the jade's quality, the value of that large color band alone was substantial. After Ali concluded her announcement, she stepped aside, maintaining a poised demeanor. Mo Fan, initially indifferent towards the recut materials due to their lack of cost-effectiveness, found himself intrigued by the dynamics of bidding for that prominent color band. For these jade merchants, purchasing materials involved not merely profit considerations, but also factors such as rarity and specific company needs. As everyone gathered around that grand piece of jade, Mo Fan wandered over to examine the other recut materials. The essence of the jade was undeniable, primarily consisting of ice varieties. He sensed the energy fluctuations. One piece registered at 38, another at 35, and astonishingly, one barely reached around 3. This indicated the presence of a variant below, with only the surface cut exhibiting the finest jade quality. The other areas likely transformed into a glutinous ice or a similar texture. There was also a piece of sky blue material that particularly piqued Mo Fan's interest. When illuminated by his flashlight, its ethereal blue glow emanated a bright white halo, revealing a substantial water content of over 10 centimeters. Upon sensing the energy fluctuations of this material, he noted that the cut reached an impressive 38. As he focused, he vaguely perceived an unusual energy fluctuation. Slightly tilting the stone, he extended his hand towards its base. His gaze narrowed as he felt the energy fluctuation surge to an astonishing 42. What did this signify? Merely 3 words: glass quality. Glass quality is indeed unique. It is not simply a matter of being categorized above ice varieties. Its rarity means that sometimes a piece may be high ice quality, yet if it is sufficiently aged and crafted skillfully by the sculptor, coupled with expert polishing, it can exhibit a glass-like effect, thus earning the designation of glass quality. Consequently, a significant portion of what is commonly referred to as glass quality in the market derives from this phenomenon. Authentic glass quality jade, once cut and fashioned into conventional forms, invariably displays a glass-like effect. The current energy fluctuations indicate that this piece possesses the potential quality of glass jade. Mo Fan contemplated that energy fluctuations around 4 typically signify glass quality. He pondered the tangible manifestations of the span between 4 and 5 in finished products. He had encountered various qualities of ice quality products, yet glass quality remained elusive, leaving him with few references. This sky blue piece held promise and potential. He then approached a material with large color bands, where several individuals were still observing. He shone his flashlight upon it, confirming its allure. It was a true green. The vibrancy of this green was striking, and the water content was substantial. Furthermore, it appeared nearly devoid of cracks within the color bands. Upon extending his hand to feel it, the energy fluctuation registered around 35. Nearby, the areas where the jade flesh darkened exhibited energy fluctuations of about 32. The other regions were predominantly white flesh, though the quality hovered between glutinous ice and glutinous texture. He reached out to touch it, almost instinctively frowning, yet he restrained himself. He sensed that beneath the color band, as he traced his fingers from the skin, the energy fluctuation plummeted sharply. It barely reached 1.15, with some areas even dipping to a fluctuation of 0.5. This revelation ignited Mo Fan's curiosity. It suggested that while the color band appeared to extend across the entire cut surface, it might also carry some impurities. Additionally, he had observed that this section of the skin bore a patch of moss. It is said that moss can grow tall, yet moss also consumes flesh. Perhaps it has encountered deceased moss. Of course, this is merely a conjecture. Without a dissection, no one can ascertain for certain. He can only rely on energy fluctuations to gauge the quality of the material. Contemplating this, he resolved to relinquish his competition for this particular specimen. After all, there were too many competitors vying for it, and given its exceptional display, everyone would likely bid exorbitantly. Moreover, based on the recent energy fluctuations, there was a significant probability that it might collapse. As time passed, the participants began to fill out their bid sheets. Since the material was already cut, The bids were relatively close. For the first piece, with an energy fluctuation of 38, bids hovered around 4 billion, peaking at 4.18 billion. The second piece, with an energy fluctuation of 35, saw bids around 3.8 billion, with a high of 3.85 billion. The third piece, exhibiting an energy fluctuation of approximately 3, attracted bids around 3.5 billion. Although its quality was evidently inferior to the others, its considerable size and lack of fissures rendered it quite rare. Thus, despite the lower quality, the highest bid reached 3.6 billion, closely mirroring that of the second piece. Then came the sky blue specimen, with its color enhancement. Its quality was inherently superior, and bids were around 4.5 billion, peaking at 4.58 billion. The fifth piece, universally favored, saw bids reach around 6 billion, with a maximum of 6.2 billion. Mo Fan did not select any other materials, choosing solely the sky blue specimen, enhancing it with an additional 0.2, and bidding for 6 billion. For the other stones, he placed an average bid, not too high nor too low, ensuring he would not win the bid. It seemed he was brimming with confidence. Chapter 67, Three Colors. Mo Fan turned to find Chun Taisho seated beside him, unbeknownst to him. What leads you to this conclusion? He inquired. I have observed you for quite some time. You assess materials swiftly and with an air of nonchalance. Yet, you only glance once and do not revisit. And yet you are the last to fill out your bid sheet. Thus, you are either a pretender with no understanding or exude utmost confidence in your discerning eye. Chun Taisho rarely spoke so extensively, eliciting a light chuckle from Mo Fan. Thank you for your esteem. I have always held you in high regard, Mo Fan replied. Subsequently, the two fell silent, ending their mundane exchange. At that moment, Ali emerged to announce the bids, similarly withholding the identification of the winning number. He merely disclosed the highest bid for each piece. The next 5 bids required careful attention, as they would be auctioned collectively. The 5 pieces would be sold together, awarded to the highest bidder. After Ali's announcement, discussions erupted within the hall, and, at this juncture, Boss Hu approached Mo Fan. Mo Boss, how much cash have you brought this time? Boss Ma inquired directly. It was evident that Boss Ma and Boss Hu intended to ally with him. Likewise, other buyers began whispering among themselves, seemingly in search of allies. How much did you bring? Mo Fan did not respond immediately, but countered with a question directed at the two bosses. They exchanged glances and nodded. Then Mr. Hu lowered his voice and remarked, in fact, we each brought 20 billion shots in cash, which is approximately 70 million daxia coins. When you inquired earlier, we mentioned 50 million daxia coins. But we decided to prepare a bit more for safety. Mo Fan chuckled awkwardly, observing Mr. Hu's somewhat embarrassed demeanor. Indeed, prior to their arrival, they had indicated around 50 million daxia coins to Mo Fan, which amounts to over 140 billion shots. Truly, they were two cunning old foxes. Mo Fan was unperturbed and said, I have prepared 15 billion shots. What are your plans now, gentlemen? Upon hearing this, the eyes of the two men brightened, as if to convey a mutual understanding. Mo Boss, let us collaborate. I will make the bid. We each contribute 8 billion, while you contribute 4 billion to form a budget. The goods acquired will be distributed according to our investment proportions. What do you say? Are you sure you can manage the 4 billion? Mr. Ma's words were clearly probing. He sought to draw Mo Fan into the partnership, while also inquiring if Mo Fan had previously secured any items. Mo Fan readily replied, of course. I haven't secured anything at all. My cash remains intact. A hint of a smile appeared on Mr. Ma's face. Excellent. Mo Shinji, you can trust us. We will not disappoint you, and we should engage more in the future. Both Mr. Ma and Mr. Hu seemed to possess a sense of control over the situation, awaiting Alali's presentation of the materials. As the discussion unfolded, Alali remained quiet, patiently waiting for everyone to finish their conversations before stating, Now, we shall present the materials. Please remember, we will auction 5 pieces simultaneously, so the viewing time will be halved. All right, please bring forth the materials. The 5 pieces were all of the tricolor variety, originating from the same source, at the same time, from the same mine. As she spoke, 5 beautiful women each held a piece and placed them on the black cloth on the table. Among these 5 pieces, the largest was the size of a basin, while the smallest was merely the size of a bowl. However, it was impossible not to remark that all 5 pieces exhibited significant signs of sand shedding. On the materials, one could discern various hues, veining, and layers of yellow-red jadeite. These pieces were mid-grade materials from Damakin, produced a decade ago, with several others released simultaneously. Over the years, a few have been sold, The most famous being a renowned Daxiao merchant who once purchased a tricolor jade bracelet at an auction, intended as a gift for his wife. That bracelet was made from materials sourced from this batch. Of course, with stone gambling comes uncertainty, so it ultimately depends on everyone's discernment. Now, the starting price for this batch is 15 billion. Please begin. Mo Fan approached to examine the materials, and to his surprise, Chun Taisho also rose from his seat, walked to his side, casually observing the materials while asking, "How do you find that little sword? Does it meet your expectations?" When he uttered these words, he remained unhurried, and his gaze did not meet Mo Fan's. Yet a shiver ran through Mo Fan's heart. Indeed, this Governor Chun must possess some knowledge. Otherwise, he would not repeatedly test him in such a manner. Indeed, I quite like it. I keep it displayed in my room every day. Mo Fan approached Boss Hu and his companion, who were examining the largest piece of jade. The jade had undergone sand removal, and when illuminated, different areas revealed a spectrum of colors. Presently, it appeared that the water and quality had essentially reached the foundation of ice type. Mo Fan also took a moment to inspect it. The energy fluctuation hovered around 35. The other four pieces similarly exhibited energy fluctuations above 3, yet none exceeded 35. However, the smallest piece, about the size of a bowl, displayed an additional hue, spring color. Moreover, it was of the kind that does not fade in light. And the spring section's quality had also attained the ice type. Thus, despite its diminutive size, this small piece astonishingly boasted 4 colors: yellow, green, white, and purple. The legendary symbols of wealth, prosperity, longevity, and joy. This rendered it the most sought-after piece. Soon, everyone had assessed the jade and began filling out their bid sheets. This time, Mo Fan refrained from entering a substantial amount and did not use his vision to scrutinize others' bids. His eyes had grown weary from overexertion, and he felt a subtle yearning for energy within his body. He simply wrote down a base price and then showed his bid sheet to Boss Hu and his companion. They nodded and conferred among themselves, ultimately settling on a price they deemed reasonable: 8 billion. Perhaps due to the perceived lack of distinct quality, they did not cite their originally established maximum price. After submitting their bids, the highest bid announced was 2 billion. The two expressed regret, but did not feel significant disappointment. The pricing of this batch of jade was quite evident, primarily due to the favorable sand removal, and everyone could ascertain its condition reasonably well. Thus, the cost-effectiveness was apparent, leaving no room for further price escalation. Our final 10 pieces will be presented to everyone shortly, with 1 hour allotted for inspection. Afterward, each piece will be auctioned off, and participants may freely raise their bids. The highest bidder wins. Please present the jade. Upon concluding her speech, Ali revealed the remaining 10 pieces. When the 9th piece was unveiled, Mo Fan suddenly sensed a powerful energy fluctuation, reminiscent of the pendant worn by Xiaonan. As the 10th piece was brought forth, another wave of intense energy surged. Remarkably, there were 2 pieces. Chapter 68, Conditions of the Jade. Mo Fan had already sensed the energy without even handling it. It seemed that the most essential objective of this journey had emerged. Moreover, the presence of 2 pieces was entirely beyond Mo Fan's expectations. With Ali's words, all the jade was laid out on the table. She continued, "Next, it is time for everyone to examine the jade. There is a total of 1 hour for the 10 pieces. We shall commence the auction of our materials on the 21st and 25th, and this time it will be a public auction. Each piece will be assigned a starting price, and the bidding duration for each will be 5 minutes. The highest bid within this time frame will secure the piece. As for the final 5 pieces, we will follow the previously discussed intention voting method. Participants may submit their bids into the 10 prepared iron boxes, with each box accepting only the single highest bid. All other bids within the same box will be discarded, disqualifying those bidders from subsequent auctions. After outlining the rules, Ali signaled for everyone to begin inspecting the materials. Each of the 10 pieces bore a designated number, and their sizes varied significantly. Notably, among the last 5 pieces, 2 exhibited remarkable potential. Upon hearing Ali's rules, many began to ponder, causing the inspection pace to slow considerably. With the upcoming open bidding, everyone would be aware of who secured the bids, thus allowing others to gauge the remaining cash reserves. Typically, the participants here carry around 20 billion shots. As carrying more is cumbersome and exchanging larger sums is not as straightforward. Hence, most attendees bring approximately 20 billion shots, which is already quite substantial. Some even possess less than that, enabling shrewd participants to devise strategies. Observing that others were still deep in thought, Mo Fan wasted no time and approached the table to examine the materials. With him, there were now 4 or 5 individuals inspecting. He noted that among the first 5 pieces brought in, 3 were entirely speculative materials. 2 were previously opened, revealing their contents. Among the 3 speculative pieces, he recognized one as being from the Muna mine, another from the Mwangji mine, and the last from the Momalite mine. The Momalite material is rarely seen, but is known for its high-risk potential. It can yield exceptional quality stones, as well as those of inferior quality. In truth, every mining site has both high-quality and subpar materials. To accurately represent a site, one must consider the characteristics of the older materials from established sites. Presently, he was faced with a piece of old Momalite material. Its exterior was a blackish gray, exhibiting a pronounced glossy sheen, reminiscent of a wax surface, interspersed with rust lines crisscrossing across it. Based on conventional gambling stone experience, it was highly probable that it contained yellow or red hues, commonly referred to as yellow-red jade. The 2 open pieces included one that was clearly opened along a vein, with the opening polished. Judging by the weathering of the exterior near the opening, it seemed to have been exposed for several years. The exposed area revealed a vibrant green hue, exceptionally bright, even under natural light, showcasing a remarkable luster. Mo Fan illuminated the piece, revealing an eye-catching imperial green. The size of the opening, comparable to a ping-pong ball, was already valued at over $1 million. The stone evokes boundless imagination. Another piece, a windowed material, is a block of black jade, approximately the size of a football, featuring multiple openings. It has been polished, and under natural light, it reveals a deep, dark texture. When illuminated, it astonishingly emanates a green halo measuring 3 to 4 millimeters. This specimen surpasses typical black jade significantly, particularly in terms of quality, exhibiting a remarkable translucence while retaining its profound darkness in natural light. Mo Fan examined several of these materials. The one with the brightest energy fluctuations was the polished piece, registering around 41. However, the energy feedback was rather intermittent, leading Mo Fan to lament the potential of this material, as its quality is exceptional but marred by numerous cracks. Nonetheless, its surface displays particularly well, attracting considerable interest from several researchers. Next, the piece from Mo Wanji exhibited the strongest fluctuations, reaching approximately 38. The others hovered around 32, prompting him to approach the final 5 specimens. Among these, one particularly large piece weighed over 100 kilograms. This specimen displayed certain characteristics, including water veins, albeit in a solid color, with uniformly distributed sand shells. The peculiarity of this material lies in its complete lack of color variation, yet one side features a significant break. Judging by the degree of weathering at the break, it has been fractured for quite some time. However, when illuminated, it performs remarkably well, showcasing a long waterhead and rigidity in the halo. Mo Fan sensed energy fluctuations reaching around 45, which pleasantly surprised him. Indeed, both large stones of the day exhibited commendable quality. The remaining 2 pieces were also from Mo Wanji, both windowed, with openings performing similarly to the previous piece. However, these 2 boasted multiple windowed sections. Each of these specimens presented openings on nearly every side, all exhibiting equally commendable performance, with energy fluctuations around 38. This indicates that the material has not undergone any mutation and may potentially yield vibrant green hues. Thus, Mo Fan surmised that these 2 pieces would likely become the focal point of competition among the crowd. Finally, 2 pieces remained, from which Mo Fan could directly perceive energy fluctuations. One was only the size of a bowl's mouth, yet radiated an energy Mo Fan recognized, akin to the pendant carried by Xiaonan. Indeed, upon handling, the energy fluctuations measured around 52, even slightly surpassing Xiaonan's piece. The entire material, upon inspection of its skin, bore no indication of its origin, as the surface grit felt exceptionally hard, possessing a somewhat jade-like quality. This appearance resembled a fine mist layer, reminiscent of jadeite accompanied by water jade. To the untrained eye, had it not been for the weight in hand, one might indeed question its identity as water jade. Lastly, the final piece was the size of a duck egg. However, this material had nearly shed all its sand. Its shape was angular and rectangular, resembling a natural large plaque, albeit with a thickness of 5 to 6 centimeters. If there are no cracks, several brands can be obtained. Mo Fan sensed that this material's energy fluctuations reached around 5. According to Bai Xiaonan, this material precisely met the standards for Dragonstone. As for the piece with a rating of 52, Mo Fan was determined to acquire it. Having encountered two pieces of high-energy materials in succession, the desire within Mo Fan to absorb energy intensified. Chapter 69, The Intention Bid begins. He glanced at the previously overlooked piece, riddled with cracks, yet possessing an energy level of 41, which had just been set down by another individual, while the others were preoccupied with different materials. Thus, he approached, feigning casual interest as he picked it up to examine further, and without hesitation, began to absorb the energy within. As the cool energy flowed into his body, Mo Fan felt his previously depleted energy replenished. Moreover, his mental state grew significantly better. He controlled his absorption to leave some energy to maintain the stone's surface appearance before setting it down. Soon the time arrived, and all present began to feel a sense of tension, as the next phase was the bidding. Ali gracefully approached, cleared her throat, and announced, "Esteemed patrons, I trust you have all thoroughly examined the materials and have your favorites in mind. We shall now commence the auction for Lot 21, conducted in an open bidding format, with 5 minutes allotted for bids. The first piece is a material exhibiting from the Huika venue, featuring 6 openings, each side presenting a glimpse of potential full-bodied. The starting price is 2 billion. Please place your bids." As Ali's words concluded, a hush fell over the room. No one immediately bid, as they remained observant. However, she was unperturbed, smiling amiably at the gathered crowd. After approximately 2 minutes, a bid was finally placed. 1 billion. The bidder was a burly man with a thick beard, adorned with an antiquated amulet around his neck. He appeared calm and self-assured, accompanied by a jovial middle-aged gentleman. Mo Fan noted this uncle's professional eye for materials. Their approach was characterized by a tendency to only focus on what they favored. Materials of lesser interest were often disregarded entirely, while those they liked were scrutinized for extended periods. This was one they examined for quite some time. As their bidding commenced, others began to follow suit. 5 billion. 6 billion. The price quickly escalated to 2 billion, with approximately 1 minute remaining. The atmosphere fell silent for several seconds, as if everyone was poised for a last-minute steal. With just 5 seconds left, Chen Taisho suddenly interjected, 25 billion. 3 billion. Following his declaration, the first bidder quickly countered. At that moment, the clock struck its final second. 35 billion. As Chen Taisho's voice rang out, the time ended with a series of beeps. Congratulations to Boss Chun for successfully acquiring this material for 35 billion. Well done. Ali's words marked the conclusion regarding the ownership of this material. Chen Taisho remained expressionless, while the man beside him shook his head in disappointment, choosing to remain silent. Soon, the second piece, belonging to Muna, followed the same procedure and was acquired by another bidder for 5 billion. Then came the open-windowed MO1 base color material, which fetched an astounding price of 4 billion, ultimately claimed by Boss Hu and his associates. The material with the highest luster was won by Qin Tianming, with Mo Fan participating in the bidding twice, both times prompted by Chen Taisho's offers. Initially, he intended to outsmart Chen Taisho, but it seemed they shared similar strategies. After 2 rounds of mutual raising, Mo Fan ceased his bids, and Chen Taisho followed suit, leaving the prize to Qin Tianming. Mo Fan couldn't help but feel a tinge of frustration. The piece of MO1 base color without an open window, however, was sold for the lowest price of 3 billion, a clear advantage of transparent bidding, allowing those who found no competition to acquire it at a relatively modest price. This piece was also secured by Boss Hu and his team, prompting Mo Fan to refrain from bidding against them. By now, it was evident to all who the successful bidders for the transparent materials were. Consequently, during the upcoming intention bids, everyone began to observe one another cautiously. Ali stepped forward. As for the final 5 bids, I must inform you that one of these pieces has the potential to reveal the legendary Dragonstone variety. This is a special offering from our boss to express gratitude to all present. However, which piece it is will depend on your discerning eyes. Additionally, allow me to reiterate, those who do not place bids or whose bids in the same box are lower will forfeit their chances for the subsequent materials. Furthermore, for each elimination, the corresponding bidding box will be withdrawn and the individual must leave the room. Once eliminated, you will be escorted to verify today as items and transactions. And after settling the payments, you may dine and depart. Upon concluding her remarks, Ali approached a piece of color material with an open window. The exterior was a blackish gray, and according to Mo Fan's previous observations, This material appeared to be from the same source as another piece. Both exhibited energy fluctuations around 38, with multiple open windows and no variations. Indeed, Ali announced that this piece, along with another open-windowed color material, originated from the Mo-Shisha quarry. The attendees recognized this, as Mo-Shisha was renowned for its many legendary qualities. The green materials from Mo-Shisha were truly exquisite, exhibiting both color and variety. This piece had a starting price of 5 billion. Please fill out your bidding forms and submit them into box numbers 1 and 10, corresponding to your respective numbers. If you wish to avoid elimination, ensure that the highest bid in your box is your own. You have 5 minutes. Begin. As Ali finished speaking, the attendees began to contemplate their strategies, clearly ignited by the presentation of such a significant and high-quality material right from the outset. Several bosses have begun to look towards Boss Hu and his associates, primarily because Ming Biao, who participated in the previous round, was one of the significant spenders. However, everyone is currently unaware of each other's numbers. At this moment, Qin Tianming stood up, clutching a prepared bid, and confidently approached the number 8 bid box to cast his vote. Everyone nodded in agreement. The first round was a chaotic frenzy, each person keenly observing their respective bids. Mo Fan noticed that most had swiftly completed their entries before proceeding to vote. Activating his perspective ability, he scanned the room and discovered that Qin Tianming had placed the highest bid of 8 billion. This fellow truly possesses considerable wealth. Thus, he inscribed his bid of 7 billion and deposited it into his own bid box, where the highest bid was currently 8 billion. Although he was unlikely to win, securing his position was crucial. Otherwise, the upcoming competition for the Dragonstone would become even more fierce. You seem quite optimistic about this bid box. I shall also place a bid for it in the next round. Chun Taisho's indifferent voice drifted over, laced with a hint of provocation. Mo Fan looked up to find Chun Taisho had somehow appeared beside him. Very well, I am indifferent, Mo Fan replied without hesitation. Seeing that he had not managed to unsettle Mo Fan, Chun Taisho meandered away, seemingly disinterested. So the first bidding intent concluded, with Qin Tianming securing the bid at 8 billion. Unexpectedly, Qin Tianming turned his gaze towards Mo Fan, his eyes brimming with a restless excitement, quickly subdued. Before Mo Fan could process this, Ali's voice resounded again. In this round, bosses 1 and 8 have been eliminated. The eliminated bosses will be escorted by dedicated staff for settlement. Following the settlement, we have prepared a sumptuous dinner for everyone to enjoy. Next came the second piece of intended bidding, a remaining piece of material similar to the previous one, albeit slightly smaller. Yet the base price was also set at 5 billion, and the participants commenced a new round of bidding. This time, the pace slowed slightly. Qin Tianming approached the 2 pieces of material, examining them carefully. Subsequently, he filled out a new bid and directly walked to the number 7 bid box, where Mo Fan had previously cast his vote. He flashed a smirk in Mo Fan's direction before submitting his bid. With a sense of satisfaction, he sauntered over to Chun Taisho, saying with feigned innocence, I've lent you a helping hand. I know this kid is at odds with you. No need for thanks. At these words, Chun Taisho's expression darkened slightly, while Mo Fan furrowed his brow. Qin Tianming's actions were merely an attempt to signal his allegiance to Chun Taisho, inadvertently suggesting an alliance that could facilitate their future dealings. Chun Taisho's forthcoming actions would undoubtedly bind him to Qin Tianming, revealing the undercurrents of their alliance. Meanwhile, Mo Fan remained composed, contemplating how to formulate his bid. Gradually, as time elapsed, Chun Taisho cast his bid into the number 6 box. Others had also chosen their respective bidding stones, and, surprisingly, one stone was left unclaimed. It was the number 10 stone. However, Mo Fan had yet to cast his bid. He had observed sufficiently by this point and picked up the pre-prepared bid sheet. Then he approached the 2 color materials, emulating Qin Tianming, and examined them. Yet, he lingered for a few more seconds than Qin Tianming had. After setting down the stone, he proceeded toward the number 6 stone and submitted his bid. This action drew the attention of everyone in the room to him and Qin Tianming. Qin Tianming narrowed his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing across his face. Mo Fan was oblivious to the reason behind Qin Tianming's animosity towards him, but he was unfazed. When he had picked up the stone earlier, he had already absorbed the energy from the piece that Qin Tianming had selected, leaving behind only a thin layer at a few of the openings. This stone was bound to be a loss for Qin Tianming. As for the smaller piece, he did not absorb its energy, for he was certain it was his to claim. He had already utilized his X-ray vision to ascertain that Qin Tianming's bid was set at 9 billion, the highest in the room, and significantly above the second highest bid from Chun Taisho. This price was already considered exorbitant in typical bidding contexts, and for Jade merchants, it left little room for profit, unless the stone was entirely green and devoid of cracks. He had just inspected it, and indeed, there were no cracks. Whether it was entirely green would only be determined once it was cut. Regardless, he had not incurred any loss, having already absorbed the energy of the stone, which he had fully channeled into the jade part of his mind. This enhancement had invigorated his mental faculties. He had also filled out his bid sheet, merely exceeding the previous bid by 10,000 chots. It was not that he wished to irritate Qin Tianming with a bid that was only 1 chot higher. Rather, it was due to the fact that the cash he had brought consisted solely of 10,000 chot notes. According to the rules, he was still in the running for the bid. The auction began. As anticipated, when Qin Tianming's bid of 9 billion was announced, sympathetic glances were cast towards Mo Fan. To many businessmen, this price was exorbitantly high. They viewed it as a price that would undoubtedly incur losses. Nevertheless, they believed this was part of Qin Tianming's strategy to eliminate Mo Fan. A smirk of disdain graced Qin Tianming's lips, as if he regarded Mo Fan as inconsequential. Boss Hu and his companion sighed and shook their heads slightly, likely aware of some insider information. Although Qin Tianming and Qin Daba were of the same generation, a fierce competition existed between them. Their rivalry was particularly intense, as they were responsible for overseeing the family businesses in the northern and southern regions, respectively. With Mo Fan's assistance and his own efforts, Qin Daba had made significant strides in both new stores and jewelry exhibitions, which undoubtedly alerted Qin Tianming to Mo Fan's presence. Thus, Boss Hu and his associates felt a sense of regret. They had initially planned to collaborate with Mo Fan if he managed to endure without being eliminated. Just then, a somewhat surprised voice from Ali broke the tension. Boss Missouri has placed a bid of 9.01 billion. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianming's expression darkened immediately. He had initially intended to compete for the final prized item, but unexpectedly found himself eliminated in an attempt to outmaneuver Mo Fan. Under the bidding system of 1 box per person, everyone could have advanced to the next round. However, he never anticipated that his bid, nearly at a loss, would be surpassed by Mo Fan's by a mere 10,000, filling him with immense anger and regret. At this moment, Chen Taisho observed the peculiar exchange between Mo Fan and Qin Tianming. Although he maintained a seemingly indifferent demeanor, his curiosity towards Mo Fan grew increasingly evident. In this round, it was Boss Missouri who triumphed. Congratulations to Boss Missouri for acquiring this item at the price of 9.01 billion. Regrettably, Mr. Qin is eliminated as he was in the same bidding box as Boss Missouri. We kindly ask Mr. Qin to settle his account with the staff before dining. Furthermore, the vacant box number 10, lacking any bids, has led to its owner's elimination as well. Thank you for your participation. As soon as the announcement concluded, Qin Tianming left with a blank expression. Congratulations. You truly did not disappoint me. Why? Do you not wish for my elimination? I aspire to defeat you with my own merits, openly and honorably. The bidding for the third item commenced. This time, they were auctioning a piece with an energy fluctuation reaching 52. This substantial item exhibited a shell that was on the verge of becoming jade-like. The light cast upon it seemed to be obstructed, yet held in allure. There were no other notable features, and if one were to merely observe the shell without employing their abilities, Mo Fan found himself curious as to why it had been placed in such a crucial position. Ali's voice then dispelled his uncertainties. This piece was discovered by our boss long ago amidst a collection of top-quality materials at the mine. Although it may not appear particularly impressive, even resembling something other than jadeite, there are no significant issues regarding its origin or texture. Over the years, many jade masters have been invited to assess it, yet none have provided a definitive conclusion. The boss holds a great fondness for this piece, believing it can serve as a collectible without needing to be cut, thus preserving its mystery. It has remained uncut, and this time, due to certain circumstances, it has been brought forth for auction. He hopes that the future owner will share the cutting experience with him. After a brief pause to gauge the expressions of all present, Ali continued, "All right, the boss has stated there is no reserve price for this piece. This is the only item that the boss will intervene in the bidding. Please place your bids." As Ali's words echoed in the room, the remaining attendees began to murmur amongst themselves, their curiosity piqued. This particular piece of material, while indeed peculiar compared to what one typically encounters, is hardly mysterious to those who have spent years in the jadeite rough trade. It can only be described as strange, yet not so enigmatic. It is either a worthless chunk or it contains jadeite within it. Naturally, this is the prevailing sentiment among most merchants. However, someone like M.O. Fan, who possesses a deeper understanding of the material's condition, surely harbors a different perspective. His current contemplation revolves around whether the mine owner will set a reserve price if he successfully bids on it, and how he might justify his reasoning to persuade the owner. At this juncture, bidding has commenced. I am indifferent to the stories surrounding this piece. What piece lacks a tale of its own? Why all this mystery? I have yet to even take a liking to this material. Everyone, hurry up. I am anticipating the subsequent exquisite piece that is to come. The speaker is a rather boisterous businessman who has come alone, accompanied only by his driver, who remains in the parking lot to guard the vehicle. However, one does not achieve such success in this industry without a measure of acumen. As the atmosphere lightens somewhat, several other businessmen chime in, completing their bid forms, each submitting a metal box. They then watch M.O. Fan and Chun Taisho with a mix of anticipation and anxiety. For M.O. Fan had previously caught them off guard, while Chun Taisho's personality and style instill a sense of caution among them. M.O. Fan glanced at Chun Taisho and noticed that he had completed his bid form, revealing a price of 5 billion. This figure is neither exorbitant nor trivial. It is evident that he holds little interest in this stone, likely diverting his focus to the coveted instead. The other bids are similarly modest, indicating a general lack of enthusiasm for this piece. If it were to reveal itself as a mere water bubble, it would indeed be a cause for lamentation, especially since it was previously stated that all stones bid on today would rely solely on visual assessment. M.O. Fan observed that the current highest bid stood at 5.8 billion, submitted by the bearded businessman who had previously bid on. Noticing that only Chun Taisho and he remained in contention, he decided to place a bid of 58.01 billion, which subtly signaled to others that he might be the seventh participant. This, however, is part of his strategy, for no one knows how much cash remains with each bidder. Yet, with each round, he can ascertain a rough estimate of everyone's liquidity, assuming that each participant has around 2 billion. Ultimately, once he secures this piece, he will be left with just over 5 billion. The last piece will likely be a more formidable challenge, and should he win this piece but face a reserve from the owner, he would still retain around 11 billion, providing him a glimmer of hope for the final. Following Qin Tianming's elimination, the businessman number 10 was also ousted, leaving only 6 bidders in attendance, all of whom had previously won bids. A considerable sum has been spent, thus the remaining cash among everyone is rather similar, with even 2 individuals likely not possessing 10 billion. Hence, whether it be 2 pieces of dragonstone or a large boulder, he still has at least one opportunity. At this moment, Ali's voice resonated. In this round, we congratulate Mr. M.O. for winning the bid at the price of 581 billion. Upon hearing her words, one proprietor, the bearded gentleman who had bid 5.8 billion, appeared utterly bewildered. However, he quickly found solace in the fact that not winning was perhaps a blessing, as he too was gambling. Avoiding this risk was a relief. Who in the jade business lacks a stout heart? There are many matters one can take in stride. Ali continued speaking, casting a few more glances at M.O. Fan. As the host of the day, she had a general understanding of the bidders. To be candid, thus far, the most fortunate one is undoubtedly the young Mr. M.O. before her. Curiosity piqued, she wondered what words he would utter. I simply feel a connection with it. It truly appeals to my eye. I like it. It's just that simple. Ali was evidently taken aback, as this was an unexpected declaration. The expressions on the faces of the others were a blend of amusement and acknowledgement. Indeed, this piece of material did not exhibit much. If someone truly wished to acquire it, it was likely due to personal affection. The humor lies in M.O. Fan's straightforwardness. Typically, business people would at least utter a few pleasantries. Yet M.O. Fan conveyed it with such simplicity. Place the bid. Old Moo, the miner who had remained silent, suddenly uttered these 2 words, then regarded M.O. Fan with a smile. M.O. Fan turned to him, returning the smile and offering a respectful gesture of thanks. Had Old Moo not spoken, M.O. Fan might have thought him absent from the proceedings. All right, congratulations to Mr. M.O. for securing this piece. No proprietor has been eliminated in this round. Next, we present this large, broken material. The starting price is 3.5 billion. Everyone, please submit your bids. As Ali's words concluded, the auction progressed to the penultimate round. Chapter 72 ended here. Hearing this, M.O. Fan maintained a calm demeanor, though a twinge of anxiety lingered within. His funds had dwindled to just over 5 billion. Fortunately, the other bidders had significantly lowered their guard, believing that MO fans' cash reserves were nearly exhausted, making the upcoming bids seemingly easier. Most remaining proprietors were concentrating their efforts on the final piece of Dragonstone. Consequently, they were reserving the majority of their funds for that last bid, which inadvertently afforded MO fan a few fleeting opportunities. This large boulder was primarily notable for its size, possessing a break with some water content and quality. However, the overall mist layer appeared somewhat thick, as evident from the break. Yet the skin's performance was commendable, with satisfactory gravel conditions and water routes present. Thus, its price was considerably higher than that of the previous large stone. As the bidding sheets were filled out, the pace slowed among the bidders. In contrast, MO Fan was the quickest, entering nearly all of his remaining cash. 5 billion. He leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to rest. Yet he occasionally opened them to glance at the bids. Through his keen perception, he assessed the prices submitted by the others. As he had anticipated, the bids were rather conservative this round. So far, the highest bid, apart from MO fans, was submitted by a previously inconspicuous boss, amounting to 4.8 billion. However, with Chun Taisho and boss who yet to submit their bids, MO fan felt a twinge of concern. Observing that others were still deliberating, he took the initiative to rise and approached box 7, where he promptly submitted his bid. Soon after, the others began to submit their bids in turn. Chun Taisho cast a glance at MO fan, and to MO fan's surprise, Chun Taisho submitted his bid to Boss Who's box. Upon inspection, MO fan noted that Boss Who's bid was at 4.6 billion, while Chun Taisho's was an impressive 4.88 billion. It appeared that Boss Who and his associates were destined for elimination. Exchanging glances, Boss Who and Boss Ma shook their heads in resignation, letting out a sigh. Once all bids were submitted, Ali commenced the bid announcement. As MO fan had predicted, his bid remained the highest, securing him the coveted large raw material. The crowd regarded him with astonishment, having not anticipated he possessed such substantial cash reserves. Congratulations to MO Boss for winning the bid at 5 billion. In box 3, there were 2 identical bids, with the lower bid being from box 3. Consequently, the owner of box 3 was eliminated and asked to proceed with the staff for settlement and dining. Bossu and Boss Ma exchanged bittersweet smiles and greeted MO Fan. Approaching him, Bossu whispered, Xiao Fan, together we have over 10 billion. If you find yourself short later, we can invest and split the profits equally. With a smile, he patted MO Fan's shoulder, and both exited. Hearing this, MO Fan's heart soared with joy. Indeed, with Boss Who and his team eliminated, the cash remained available, granting him a chance to compete for the final piece of material. At that moment, Ali re-emerged, announcing, Next, we present the final piece of our auction, which is also the highlight of today's bidding. Although the piece is modest in size, the jade revealed from the sand suggests it may contain the legendary Dragonstone variety. Our owner has cherished this material for many years and has decided to auction it as a gesture of gratitude for your attendance. This piece also has no reserve price, but we trust that the bids will reflect its value. Let's begin. This time, the remaining 5 participants, including MO Fan, gathered once more around this exquisite piece. Truly magnificent, it requires no cutting or carving. Its beauty alone is priceless. However, it must undergo processing to truly reveal its worth. As they exchanged thoughts, the room gradually fell silent. This round was crucial. Many had endured hardships or unexpected events to be present, primarily drawn by the allure of the Dragonstone's fame. Some individuals had previously held back in their bidding, reserving their strength for this final push. Consequently, everyone filled out their bids with great caution. Chun Taisho silently observed MO Fan, who seemed to be in a state of hesitation. Given MO Fan's performance in the previous rounds, which had been remarkably strategic, Chun harbored a lingering suspicion that MO Fan possessed a secret. The multiple attempts to probe this mystery only heightened his curiosity. MO Fan's display of personal prowess and his remarkable talent for assessing the gambling stones felt extraordinary. While one might attribute it to luck, such an explanation felt rather tenuous. Having encountered individuals of exceptional ability himself, Chun had glimpsed a different world, which only intensified his intrigue regarding the nature of MO Fan. As time trickled away, with less than 2 minutes remaining, a palpable tension enveloped the room. Participants frequently glanced at one another, seemingly attempting to glean insights from their expressions. However, the seasoned professionals present concealed their emotions adeptly. Eventually, someone could no longer contain themselves. With a firm resolve, they filled out their bid and submitted it to the designated box. Coincidentally, they chose the number 7 box, which had recently been fortunate, yielding several successful bids. Since this was the final round, Any bid would suffice, so why not seek a bit of luck? With a sense of relief, the bidder leaned back in their chair. Other participants followed suit, submitting their bids to box number 7 as if in tacit agreement. Ultimately, only Mo Fan and Chun Taisho remained, both aware that only 30 seconds were left. They simultaneously picked up their pens, inscribing their respective prices. Mo Fan activated his X-ray vision and scanned the bids. The highest bid had reached an astonishing 16.8 billion, Chun Taisho's offer. Thus, Mo Fan found himself at an impasse, as the cash available to Hu and his associates was insufficient. They had already acquired another piece, leading him to calculate that they could not muster even 15 billion. With a resigned sigh, he wrote down 666 and submitted his bid. When the results were revealed, it was Chun Taisho who emerged victorious. All bids, apart from Mo Fan's, had soared high, each exceeding the 100 billion mark. Nevertheless, Mo Fan had already reaped substantial rewards. There was little he could do about this final bid. However, it was for the best, as acquiring such a dragon stone would complicate matters of division, given that there was no standard price to reference, and the market lacked comparable items. Congratulations to Boss Chun for winning the bid at 16.8 billion. Please proceed to settle your accounts with the staff. A reminder was issued. Should cash be insufficient, all winning bids would be rendered void. Afterward, a subtle glance was cast toward Mo Fan. As the host, Ollie was acutely aware of the number of bids Mo Fan had won and harbored genuine concern about his ability to produce such a sum in cash. Mo Fan exited the venue first, accompanied by a staff member to a room where he would calculate all his winning bids. Total, 28,501 billion. Mo Fan instructed his staff to meticulously count the stones he had won in the bid. He then went to summon the driver to bring the vehicle for transporting the cash. The staff readily agreed, as he had indeed secured a considerable amount. Upon arriving at the parking lot, he greeted Old Wong before checking the cash in the vehicle, while simultaneously retrieving the remaining funds from the compartment and placing them in the car. The cargo space was filled to the brim. Shortly thereafter, the vehicle arrived, and after the staff unloaded and meticulously verified the cash, the staff member, who had initially been concerned about a potential cash shortfall, breathed a sigh of relief. Once all the receipts were finalized, the materials were transported into Mo Fan's truck. The large trucks that had arrived today were primarily box-type and fully enclosed, ensuring that the contents remained concealed for security reasons. Given the substantial quantity of stones Mo Fan had procured, including 2 large pieces, a small crane was employed for the lifting process. Once everything was settled, Mo Fan instructed Old Wong to drive the truck back to the previous parking lot and mentioned he would check on things once more. He entered the cargo area, closed the door behind him, and carefully stored all the materials in the compartment before descending and securely locking the truck door. For safety, Mo Fan chose to rely solely on himself. At that moment, several more large trucks began arriving in the parking lot, all belonging to the various bosses present, as each had different settlement locations. Besides the announced bids and final intentions, no one knew who among them had acquired the preceding 20 pieces. At this juncture, Old Moo, the mine owner, sent someone to summon Mo Fan and the other bosses who had finished later for dinner. The time had already approached evening, nearing 7 p.m. When Mo Fan entered the restaurant with the server, he noticed that none of the 10 bosses had departed. They all remained. Upon seeing Mo Fan, many bosses cast their glances in his direction. Although Mo Fan had not won the announced bid today, he had successfully secured 3 pieces in the intention bid, prompting many bosses to smile at him. He found a seat next to Boss Hu and settled in. Shortly thereafter, other bosses approached to greet him, including the rugged, bearded boss who had lost 2 pieces, along with his partner, a stout middle-aged man. Mo Boss, greetings. Truly a promising young talent. I am Zhao Qingshan. My name should be easy to remember. However, my friends jokingly refer to me as Young Master Zhao. This is my partner, Hu Yitong. If you don't mind, we could become friends and exchange insights in the future. Most attendees opted against alcoholic beverages, favoring fruit juices and soft drinks, particularly in light of the significant nature of their dealings. Only Chun Taisho poured himself a glass of fine liquor, indulging in a cigar while sipping. Within a minute, another boss approached Mo Fan, a man characterized by his bold demeanor and rugged appearance. After a brief introduction, he introduced himself as Wu Xingchuan, a bit older, requesting Mo Fan to call him Wu Ge, as that is how everyone referred to him. However, Qin Tianming sat there, engrossed in his meal, offering little conversation and scarcely interacting with his team. The mine owner, Old Moo, had not arrived. Instead, he had sent Leah to greet everyone, citing his ill health and need for rest. Xiao Fan, Is that last piece marked by Governor Chun? Boss Hu lifted his juice glass to clink with MO fans before inquiring. Boss Ma also turned his attention. Their curiosity piqued upon learning that the final piece was indeed marked by Governor Chun, leading them to engage MO fan in conversation. Indeed, his bid was rather high. I calculated that your combined cash wielding T surpasses. Upon hearing MO fan's words, the two instantly perked up. Boss Hu eagerly replied, then we must acquire it. Initially, I intended to bid on several pieces, but I ended up securing only 2. I planned to gauge your willingness to sell, but now I will promptly contact all stakeholders to prepare the funds. Boss Hu, filled with excitement, had already assessed the quality of the materials available that day. Finding such high-end pieces in the current market was exceedingly rare. Hold on. Uncle Hu, I can't sell them all to you. I must retain 2 for my collection. I only secure these last 3 pieces and intend to part with just 1. They exchanged pleasantries, and just as MO Fan was about to indulge in his meal, Qin Tianming approached. You must be MO Fan? I am Qin Tianming, the head of a northern region for Qin Jewelry. I wish to purchase the colored material you have expressed interest in. Name your price. With a confident smile, Qin Tianming pulled up a chair but opted to stand, looking down at MO Fan from his elevated position. This was rather pretentious. MO Fan mused that Qin Tianming could not possibly be so foolish as to provoke him so directly. At that moment, the chatter around them ceased, all eyes turning to the interaction between Qin Tianming and MO Fan. I'm afraid I'm not ready to sell just yet. Thank you. Montag Fan replied. Huh, just joking. I want to see how formidable the person my sister has taken a liking to truly is. Well, I see it now. You are quite impressive. Let us collaborate more in the future. I'm also part of the Qin family, and I have a great relationship with my sister. Should you require anything, just call on me. I'm eagerly awaiting the day I can call you brother-in-law. Qin Tianming suddenly erupted into laughter, his demeanor shifting to one of warmth as he sat down, as if donning a new facade. He appeared harmless, his expression friendly, and he affectionately wrapped an arm around MO Fan's shoulders. With genuine enthusiasm, he produced a cigarette, offering one to MO Fan before passing them around to everyone present. My apologies for my earlier aloofness. I was merely trying to project an air befitting the auction. I hope you can forgive any offense I may have caused today. MO Fan was taken aback by the abrupt change. It was astonishing how swiftly his demeanor had transformed. See, that's the remarkable aspect of this fellow. He is utterly shameless. A low voice from Boss Hu drifted in from the side. Suddenly, a series of violent explosions erupted from outside. Chapter 74, The Attack. Upon hearing the commotion, the individuals in the room became noticeably agitated. Everyone's expressions turned tense as they gazed anxiously toward the door, and Leah displayed a hint of surprise. Rising to her feet, please remain calm. We possess sufficient security here. Follow our personnel and do not scatter. You will be safe. Leah's voice, imbued with confidence and composure, provided a modicum of reassurance to the anxious crowd. At that moment, several armed personnel rushed in, reporting to Leah in Burmese, a language that MO Fan could not comprehend. He observed Leah issuing a few directives to them before turning her attention back to the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take a moment to rest here. Please do not leave this room until we have managed the situation outside. After delivering her message, she instructed a few individuals to remain and ensure everyone's safety, then stepped outside with 2 others. This is unfortunate. I never anticipated encountering such turmoil. One of the bosses expressed his irritation. Do not worry. Old Mu holds some influence here. Perhaps they will resolve this soon. A more composed boss, seemingly untroubled, reassured the anxious one before returning to his meal. Meanwhile, the 2 individuals who had entered with him remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings protectively. Observing this, the others remained silent, many of the bosses maintaining their composure, such as Boss Hu, whose countenance was serious yet unperturbed. Qin Tianming, however, appeared unfazed, calmly enjoying his food, exhibiting a demeanor that starkly contrasted with his initial arrival. Fortunately, the Qin family had sent a considerable entourage, including 2 individuals resembling bodyguards beside him. Seeing the relative calmness among them, MO Fan felt a slight sense of relief. He discreetly focused his mind, readying the small sword in his consciousness for action. Before long, the sounds of gunfire began to subside, and Leah re-entered with her team. It was evident that her hair was somewhat disheveled, and she brushed it aside with a hand. Tonight, the estate will be under lockdown for everyone's safety. I urge you to remain in your rooms. Tomorrow morning, once we ascertain safety, we will escort each of you to the border. With that, She motioned for her subordinates to guide everyone to their respective rooms. Mo Fan, along with Boss Hu and the others, selected 2 adjacent rooms before convening in Boss Hu's quarters. Boss Hu, with concern etched on his face, glanced at Boss Ma, who lit a cigarette and remarked, "It seems the situation is rather grim. If Old Moon manages to eliminate the threats, we will be arranged to leave tonight. Their decision to keep us here indicates that further attacks are imminent. It appears we are destined for a sleepless night. Let us remain vigilant." As he spoke, both he and Boss Hu produced small knives from their sleeves. "This is the steak knife left behind during my recent meal at the restaurant." And then the 2 individuals turned to gaze at Mo Fan. Mo Fan remarked, "What does this signify? I am young and not particularly fond of wielding weapons." After saying this, he reached behind his waist and produced 2 petite salad knives. "Well, the steak knife is of little use. You may utilize these instead," Mo Fan said somewhat bashfully, offering the 2 knives to Boss Hu and Boss Ma. Boss Hu queried, "Is it true that the young prefer not to use weapons? What is the meaning of you carrying 2 knives?" The 2 exchanged glances, somewhat disconcerted, before setting aside the steak knife and accepting the salad knives from Mo Fan. Stowing them away, Boss Hu then inquired, "Then what do you use?" "No worries. I am young. There is no need to concern yourselves with me." Mo Fan replied modestly after confirming the presence of several large shovels and a military spade in his spatial storage. Those 2 knives had been casually acquired during a previous procurement and stored away, and he had not anticipated their utility would arise so soon. The room held no peculiarities, and he soon drifted off to sleep. Around 2 or 3 in the morning, Mo Fan awoke, having heard a slight disturbance. Since his senses had been significantly heightened following energy cultivation, he detected an unusual fragrance wafting through the air. Realizing something was amiss, he immediately controlled his breathing, holding his breath and feigning deep slumber. A few minutes later, the door creaked open, and a figure stealthily entered. Approaching Mo Fan's bedside, the figure raised their weapon, poised to strike. At that moment, Mo Fan sprang into action with remarkable speed, tossing the covers over the assailant. A shovel materialized in his hand, and he swung it forcefully at the individual concealed beneath the blanket. The muffled sound of impact was minimal due to the covers absorbing much of the force, and the assailant collapsed to the ground. As Mo Fan pulled back the blanket, a woman lay unconscious before him, a familiar dagger having fallen nearby. It was the same one wielded by the female assassin who had previously attacked him. He searched the woman and discovered a box containing a unique fragrance, along with a compact handgun concealed at her thigh. After stowing the items away in his spatial storage, he proceeded to the door, inhaling deeply. He had been holding his breath, and now, having neutralized the threat, he opened the door and windows to freshen the room's air. He hastened to Boss Hu's room, only to find the door still shut. Relieved, he knocked gently. A cautious voice inquired, "Who is it?" "It is I, Mo Fan." "Uncle Hu, are you all right?" Boss Hu carefully opened the door, perplexed to see Mo Fan standing there. "Have you also been attacked?" Chun Taisho's voice, though soft, had a ghostly quality, nearly startling Mo Fan. "I must say, my friend, could you refrain from sneaking up behind me next time?" Mo Fan retorted with mild irritation, and the 2 proceeded to exchange updates on their respective circumstances. Chun Taisho encountered an assassin, but after the assailant was subdued, she bit down on the poison hidden in her molars and took her own life, leaving no valuable clues behind. The female assassin remained unconscious, prompting Chun Taisho to take decisive action by grasping her chin. With a swift motion, he dislocated her jaw just as she regained consciousness. Her first instinct was to rise, but she was tightly wrapped in blankets by Mo Fan, leaving only her head exposed. After dislocating her jaw, Chun Taisho contemplated how to extract her poisoned tooth when Mo Fan silently presented him with a pair of pliers. Chun Taisho, female assassin. Chapter 75, 9 Treasures. I just happened to grab these. You won't be upset, will you?" Chun Taisho remained unfazed, whereas the assassin found herself at a loss for words. After taking the pliers, he gripped her mouth and deftly removed the molar containing the poison sac. "Speak. Who sent you?" His voice was cold and devoid of emotion. The female assassin remained silent, plunging the room into an oppressive quiet. "Shall we hand her over to Lao Mu and the others?" Mo Fan's suggestion broke the tension, prompting Chun Taisho to rise and head toward the door. His associates had already contacted Lao Mu's team after he subdued the female assassin. Meanwhile, Liao arrived with her group, confirming that only Mo Fan and Chun Taisho had been ambushed that night. Fortunately, neither side had sustained injuries, and Mo Fan had even captured one of the assassins alive. After the assassin was taken away, Liao expressed her apologies to the two men and reinforced their security. Chen Taisho glanced at Mo Fan before retreating to his room. Once Mo Fan followed him inside, he inquired, "How did you avoid the sedative?" "I held my breath." "And you?" Mo Fan's response elicited a subtle discomfort from Chen Taisho. Evident in the way, he clenched his jaw. He pulled open his collar to reveal an amulet, a red piece pendant strung on a black cord around his neck. Upon closer inspection, one could discern fine cracks adorning its surface. This pendant warms up in the presence of poison and absorbs toxins from the body. However, it can only be used 3 times. I've already utilized it once before today, leaving just 1 use remaining, Chen Taisho explained slowly. Mo Fan regarded him with surprise, then glanced at the pendant. "Are you filming a fantasy movie?" Chen Taisho shot him an exasperated glance before replying, "Believe it or not, I'm leaving now." Without further ado, he exited, leaving Mo Fan in a state of bewilderment. Chen Taisho had always been enigmatic, and now he bore a mysterious artifact. Even the small sword he had gifted Mo Fan was shrouded in intrigue. This piqued Mo Fan's curiosity about Chen Taisho's secrets. The remainder of the night passed without incident. Mo Fan and the others boarded a vehicle, this time sharing a ride with Boss Hu and his crew. Mo Fan took his place in the front passenger seat, while Boss Hu and Boss Ma settled into the back row. With a rugged jeep leading the way and another trailing behind, their journey commenced. Silence enveloped the vehicle. The trio had not rested well the previous night, though Mo Fan had managed to find some solace in sleep. Both bosses appeared somewhat lethargic. After approximately 20 minutes of travel, a sudden roar of engines filled the air, accompanied by a barrage of gunfire. The lead vehicle was the first to come under attack. It was apparent that the assailants were equipped with heavy weaponry. Following a relentless fusillade, the escort vehicles were rendered inoperative. The occupants met with a grim fate, as armed personnel emerged from the roadside, encircling the convoy. Mo Fan and his companions had no choice but to halt as several armed thugs approached their vehicle, aiming their weapons at them. Soon, everyone was ordered out of the car, including Mo Fan and his companions. It was at this moment that Mo Fan discerned the target of the assailants. It was the vehicle belonging to Governor Chun, who remained remarkably composed. A cigar clenched between his lips. As he exited his car, a small leader from the gang stepped forward, loudly uttering a few words in Myanmar. He was confronted with a gun pointed at him and was compelled to approach the trunk of his vehicle. Upon opening it, he retrieved a piece of jadeite, specifically the dragon stone he had acquired during the last round of bidding the previous day. It became evident that this gang was after the jadeite. However, Mo Fan found it perplexing. If that were the case, why had he also been ambushed? The answer soon materialized when a woman emerged from the ranks of the assailants. She approached Mo Fan, casting a glance of disdain in his direction. "So, you are Mo Fan?" she inquired. "Yes, what of it?" he replied. "Our sister Chi was injured by you in Rue City and handed over to the police. You were fortunate to survive last night. There will be consequences for you." With these words, Mo Fan finally comprehended the situation. Governor Chun was attacked due to the jadeite, while he was targeted because of the female assassin in Rue City. It appeared that he had unwittingly forged an inextricable enmity with a group of female assassins. Before long, all vehicles were forced open, regardless of size, and thoroughly searched. All jadeite found was collected and placed onto a single truck. The jade merchants were also rounded up and confined within a larger vehicle. The bodyguards of the bosses had their weapons confiscated, their hands bound, and were taken aboard another truck. Their arms consisted merely of batons, lacking any firearms, and the vehicle was closely guarded. As the truck set off in another direction, Mo Fan and his companions found themselves in a spacious compartment, devoid of light. About a dozen individuals were crammed inside, some seated, others standing, and a few lying down. "Do you know where he is from?" Qin Tianming illuminated the surroundings with a lighter and inquired beside Chen Taisho. Everyone's phones had been confiscated, leaving only the flickering light of the lighter to pierce the darkness. As soon as the question was posed, the crowd turned their gazes towards Chen Taisho. He leaned languidly against the carriage, his demeanor remaining composed. It was difficult to discern. "Thus we must venture into their lair." Qin Tianming scrutinized him deeply, then let out a hearty laugh. "In that case, I have no cause for concern. Your assurance suffices." He then leaned back against the carriage, casting a sidelong glance at Mo Fan, a smirk gracing his lips. Soon, the vehicle came to a halt. The carriage door swung open, and the crowd's vision gradually cleared. They found themselves in a manner markedly different from the style of Old Mu and his ilk. This place exuded a more austere atmosphere, with heightened security surrounding them. Once everyone disembarked, a woman emerged, clad in a sharp military green ensemble, her hair neatly tied up, projecting decisiveness and efficiency. Welcome, esteemed guests. I am Jiuzhan. I sincerely apologize for summoning you in this manner, but our employer wishes to invite you to procure some jade materials. Her proclamation elicited a wave of confusion among the attendees. After all this, it was merely a sales pitch. Before the murmurs could escalate, Jiuzhan raised her hand and fired a shot into the air. This is a fine business of buying and selling. All materials are available. The highest bidder wins. I invite each of you to contact me freely. The price is 10 million per piece. Purchasing a piece of material also guarantees your survival. Her confidence was palpable, and her demeanor exuded assurance. She returned the phones to the crowd, indicating her lack of fear regarding their means of communication. After this, she stepped forward, gesturing towards Mo Fan and Chen Taisho. Approaching them, she declared, "You two have cost me manpower. Your prices are now tenfold. If you lack the funds, speak up promptly. We shan't waste each other's time." Her tone was imbued with arrogance, tinged with a cold mockery. Mo Fan furrowed his brow in silence, while Chen Taisho merely chuckled. "Jiuzhan, is it? I have heard of your name. I wonder if you are acquainted with the name General Nanshan?" Upon hearing the words General Nanshan, Jiuzhan's expression grew serious. "Do you know General Nanshan?" she asked, her urgency palpable, her previous confidence waning. "That is my adoptive father." Chen Taisho's voice resonated. Jiuzhan stood stunned for 2 seconds, then erupted with joy, seizing his arm and exclaiming, "Take me to him, quickly. I can provide whatever he desires." Chen Taisho gently brushed her hand away, responding, "I will make a call first. I cannot guarantee you will meet him." He then dialed a number, spoke briefly, and after hanging up, he stated, "Wait. He shall arrive shortly." At this moment, Jiuzhan's eyes revealed a blend of excitement and a hint of madness as she gazed at Governor Chun. "Very well. I shall have someone arrange for you to rest first while I await General Nanshan here." With that, she commanded a few individuals to respectfully escort Governor Chun to a beautifully adorned room. Observing the scene, the others displayed expressions of astonishment. Apart from Qin, the rest, including Boss Hu and the others, were unaware of Governor Chen's influence in Myanmar. As they watched Chen's retreating figure, Jiuzhan turned to Mo Fan and inquired, "He has departed. What about you, Mo Fan? Who do you know?" Her expression bore a teasing quality as she waved her hand, summoning a woman who had previously spoken to Mo Fan. "Having taken down 2 of us consecutively shows some skill, but their little sister shall not yield. Life and death are predestined, and wealth is determined by fate. Zhuling is the most exceptional assassin among this group. I wish you luck." With that, Jiuzhan pivoted and took her leave. At the very moment she turned, Zhuling had already launched herself toward Mo Fan with lightning speed. Unbeknownst to him, she had seized a dagger, her figure accelerating towards him. The dagger's cold gleam swiftly aimed for his neck. Bang! Jiuzhan, having taken just a few steps, witnessed Zhuling's silhouette dart past her. Bang! Another sound echoed. Zhuling clutched her abdomen, collapsing to the ground before Jiuzhan, her face a mask of disbelief. She attempted to speak, but as she opened her mouth, blood erupted forth, silencing her as she fainted to the side. Mo Fan stepped forward, retrieving the fallen dagger, and slowly approached Jiuzhan. Armed personnel surrounding Jiuzhan quickly aimed their weapons at Mo Fan. "Life and death are predestined, and wealth is determined by fate. You said it beautiful." Mo Fan quietly summoned his mental energy, connecting with the small sword within his mind. This woman sought to end his life, yet he had no qualms about retaliating. He was confident in his ability to swiftly subdue her. At the very least, capturing her as a hostage would ensure his safety. Just then, a helicopter appeared overhead, and numerous armed personnel swiftly encircled the area. The remaining security within the estate was also brought out. Jiuzhan's men were quickly subdued, yet her expression bore no trace of worry. Instead, she looked around with palpable excitement, as though the fate of her men mattered little. Finally, as the situation was brought under control, a middle-aged man stepped forward, dressed in a black trench coat and wearing sunglasses. His mature and resolute visage commanded respect. The moment Mo Fan laid eyes on him, a wave of familiarity washed over him. It bore a resemblance to the feeling he experienced around by Xiaonan. It was more robust. "General Nanshan, at long last, I have the pleasure of meeting you. Please, I implore you, save my mother. Her name is Zhu Yuan. You know her." General Nanshan removed his sunglasses, scrutinizing Jiuzhan closely before inquiring, "Where is the governor?" "Father, I am here." Chen Taisho had arrived in this vicinity and respectfully saluted General Nanshan. All is well. General Nanshan patted Chun Taisho on the shoulder and suddenly raised his hand. With a swift motion, he seized Jiuzhen by the neck, lifting her effortlessly off the ground. Gripped by his hold, Jiuzhen clung desperately to the general's arm. Her face flushed with a hint of madness as she struggled to speak. Save Jiuzhen. I possess the Dragon Stone. Upon hearing the term Dragon Stone, Nanshan loosened his grip. Jiuzhen fell to the ground, gasping for breath before addressing the general once more. I have the Dragon Stone. Please, save Jiuzhen. I will heed your commands henceforth. Nanshan squinted. Jiuzhen, an old friend indeed, but she brought this upon herself. She has no one to blame but her own folly. As for the Dragon Stone, it rightfully belongs to us. Do you believe I am easily persuaded? No, not this particular piece. I shall return it to you immediately. I possess an even finer one. I will give it to you if you spare Jiuzhen's life. As soon as Nanshan finished speaking, Jiuzhen eagerly interjected, intrigued by her words. Nanshan's interest was piqued. Meanwhile, Mo Fan, having overheard the mention of an even superior Dragonstone, felt a surge of curiosity as well. Very well. However, I must first examine the stone. Nanshan appeared quite tempted. With a wave of his hand, all weapons were holstered, and a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Jiuzhen, have someone retrieve Chun Taisho's piece of the Dragonstone and return it to him. Subsequently, she made her way to a chamber, emerging with a jewelry box in her arms. Opening the box briefly for Nanshan to glimpse inside, she swiftly closed it again. This box was crafted specifically for me. It contains a bomb, and only I can unlock it. If you rescue Jiuzhen, I shall present it to you personally. Jiuzhen cleverly retained a measure of control. Her gaze filled with expectation as she observed General Nanshan. At the moment the box had been opened, Mo Fan felt a surge of energy. There was no doubt it contained the Dragon Stone, and Nanshan could surely sense it too. Agreed, Nanshan declared. After which he turned his attention away from Jiuzhen to approach Mo Fan. You must be Mo Fan, correct? Are you satisfied with that little sword? Hello, General Nanshan? Mo Fan inquired, seeking clarification. Just call me Nanshan. General is a title they frivolously use. We shall meet often in the future. Nanshan extended his hand for a handshake. Mo Fan, unfazed, accepted his grasp. At that instant, an immense force emanated from Nanshan's hand. Instinctively, Mo Fan exerted his strength, but quickly realized and moderated his force. Nanshan, initially wearing a cheerful demeanor, experienced a drastic change in expression as Mo Fan began to apply pressure. Gradually, Nanshan intensified his grip, and at last, their forces balanced out. The two maintained their handshake for approximately 10 seconds before, in perfect unison, they released their hold. Impressive. You are a promising youth. Let us grow closer in the future. Nanshan concluded, then reached into his coat pocket and turned to approach Chun Taisho. As time slipped away, the risk of being discovered loomed closer. This young man possessed remarkable strength. It seems that Chun Taisho's conjecture was indeed accurate. Mo Fan exhaled in relief. He had initially intended to put on a fade, restraining himself to just over half of his power. However, this was fortuitous, for his opponent was quite formidable. Indeed, the strongest individual he had encountered thus far. With the takeover by Nanshan, the other bosses regained their freedom. Nanshan, adhering to a code of honor, refrained from seizing their resources and instructed his subordinates to redistribute them according to their original ownership. Subsequently, with Nanshan's consent, the bosses swiftly departed with their entourage. Mo Fan, however, was retained, not by choice, but because Nanshan expressed a desire to share a meal with him. Curiosity and confusion compelled Mo Fan to stay. Boss Hu and Boss Ma approached Mo Fan, saying, Xiao Fan, allow us to stay with you. It would be prudent in case anything arises. Their words faltered mid-sentence, for they had just witnessed Mo Fan defeat a trained female assassin with a single kick. Given the current circumstances, their presence would hardly be of assistance. As for Mo Fan's mention of aligning with Chun Taisho, it stemmed from his recent interactions. In truth, Chun Taisho was not as malevolent or intimidating as rumor suggested. He merely enjoyed posturing, and at this moment, he posed no significant threat to Mo Fan. As the clock approached noon, Jiuzhen swiftly complied with Nanshan's request, preparing lunch. The dining table held only Mo Fan, Chun Taisho, and Nanshan. Nanshan lifted a glass and took a sip before inquiring, which family do you hail from? Mo Fan was taken aback, glancing at Chun Taisho, who wore a similarly curious expression. It appeared that both men had come to regard him as someone of noble lineage. Nevertheless, he replied, I apologize, gentlemen. I am not from any family. I am merely from an ordinary household. Upon hearing Mo Fan's words, the two exchanged glances. And Chen Taisho remarked, Mo Fan, I can sense your uniqueness. Your prowess in stone gambling suggests that you possess your own abilities or secrets. Moreover, the willingness of the Bai Xiao family to follow you indicates that you are no ordinary individual. Perhaps you once were, but the person you are now is certainly extraordinary. Your skills and strength reveal that you possess a rare constitution. Chen Taisho's words enlightened Mo Fan to the existence of individuals with exceptional physiques in the world. These individuals could absorb unique energies to enhance their abilities. Such enhancements might pertain to specific physical attributes or other extraordinary augmentations. This category of people was rare, often inheriting their traits, which gave rise to distinguished families. For instance, the Bai Xiao family thrived on mental fortitude, granting them heightened intelligence along with an innate charm or ability to mesmerize. Currently, two known methods exist for acquiring this energy. One is innate. One seeks to absorb the energy contained within the dragon stone, which elucidates why numerous factions yearn to possess it. Predominantly, dragon stones manifest within Jade, though they may also be found in other gemstones, albeit in scant quantities. For instance, Nanshan is capable of harnessing the powers of the dragon stone to augment his own abilities. Upon first encountering Mo Fan, Governor Chun perceived his formidable prowess, and through further interactions, he discerned the extraordinary nature of Mo Fan's strength and combat capabilities. An investigation revealed a remarkably high success rate in his gambling ventures related to stone betting, piquing Chen's interest as he too possessed a unique constitution, albeit one that allowed him to absorb dragon stone energy in minuscule amounts. Indeed, through their conversation, Mo Fan learned that individuals from such families are woefully inefficient in their capacity to absorb dragonstone energy, often requiring over a year to completely harness a single stone. However, Mo Fan calculated that if he unleashed his full potential, he could accomplish this feat in a mere 10 minutes. Thus, he maintained his silence, discreetly sipping his soup before casually inquiring, What, then, is the reason behind your gift of that small sword? Nanshan chuckled heartily before responding. The small sword is a treasured heirloom passed down through generations, crafted from dragonstone that have been fully depleted of its energy. Those with special constitutions will experience a distinct sensation upon wielding it. Once the energy of the dragonstone is exhausted, it gradually absorbs energy from the wielder, which is why you will feel different. After taking another sip of wine, Nanshan continued, I trust you have sensed it as well. However, rest assured, even after utilizing the dragonstone energy, our bodies will gradually recuperate. Mo Fan felt that their experiences diverged significantly from his own, yet he feigned an expression of newfound understanding. The dragonstone is so rare. It must possess other properties, no? He ventured, voicing a question that had lingered in his mind. Ah, I knew you inquire. Nanshan exclaimed. The dragonstone is indeed extraordinary. While each piece appears to harbor similar energy, subtle differences exist. The abilities enhanced by different dragonstones vary, yet as long as one can absorb them, power will be acquired. The intricacies of this process are profound and cannot be elucidated in a brief discourse. You shall uncover more in due time. As time gradually passed, Mo Fan intermittently posed questions, and soon, lunch concluded. Jiao Jun entered, her eyes reflecting a sense of urgency directed towards Nanshan. Nanshan, without hesitation, stated, Let us discuss Jiao Yuan's situation, and then take me there. However, casting a glance at Mo Fan, he added to Jiao Jun, I take a liking to this lad. You should engage in Jade rough stone dealings with him, fostering collaboration in the future. Upon hearing Nanshan's words, Jiao Jun turned to Mo Fan and remarked, Boss Missouri, I apologize for any previous grievances. I possess a mining site in Myanmar. In a few days, I shall take you to select materials from the mine. Chapter 78, Remarkable Uses. Mo Fan, upon hearing this, felt invigorated, as it presented an opportunity to encounter genuine primary materials at the Jade mining site. The primary materials not only come at a more reasonable price compared to other locations, but they also offer a variety of choices. In essence, the advantages are numerous. All right, thank you. Mo Fan expressed his gratitude and then exchanged contact information with Jiao Jun. At this moment, Jiao Jun appeared far less imposing than she had initially. Her earlier commanding demeanor had given way to a sense of urgency and anxiety. Perhaps that Jiao Yuan held significant importance for her. Shall we go? Would you like to take a look together? Nanshan invited Mo Fan. Intrigued by the suggestion, Mo Fan readily agreed. The group followed Jiao Jun to a two-story building situated in the heart of the estate. There, they encountered the woman known as Jiao Yuan. Although she appeared somewhat haggard and aged, her features bore a striking resemblance to Jiu Zhan's, indicating that she had once been a beauty in her youth. Upon seeing Jiu Yuan lying in bed, her hair streaked with gray and her condition seemingly frail, Nanshan felt a pang of nostalgia. It's been a while. You've exhausted yourself too much. His words piqued Mo Fan's curiosity, though he refrained from inquiring further. I apologize for the inconvenience, Nanshan, Jiu Yuan responded, her eyes flickering with a hint of vitality upon seeing him, though her voice remained weak. Chen Taisho and Mo Fan exchanged glances, puzzled by the evident age disparity. Jiu Yuan looked significantly older than Nanshan, yet she still referred to him as Big Brother. Was Nanshan aging, or did she simply appear older than her years? They chose to remain silent, waiting for Nanshan to proceed. Oh, never mind. Let's get started, Nanshan declared, approaching the bedside. He extended one hand while swiftly drawing the other across it with his fingernail, allowing a trickle of blood to flow forth. He quickly brought his hand to Jiu Yuan's lips, letting a few drops enter her mouth before gently tending to the wound with prepared gauze and hemostatic powder. Observing this, Jiuzhen hurried to assist with the bandaging. Soon, Nanshan retrieved a pendant from around his neck. As he presented the pendant, Mo Fan sensed a surge of energy. Undoubtedly, it was also a dragon stone. Nanshan held the dragon stone in one hand while placing the other on Jiu Yuan's forehead. While others might not have felt the shift, Mo Fan was acutely aware of the energy transformation. Activating his X-ray vision, he observed faint streams of pale green energy emanating from the dragon stone, gradually infused into Jiu Yuan's body under Nanshan's command. As the energy coursed through her, Jiu Yuan's complexion began to regain its vitality. After approximately 20 minutes of this infusion, she bore a revitalized visage. Although her hair remained white, the color in her face had noticeably returned, and she appeared far more spirited. Nanshan, now drenched in sweat and appearing somewhat pale, slowly opened his eyes. That is all I can do, he announced, signaling to Jiuzhen. She promptly opened the drawer of the bedside cabinet and retrieved the jewelry box, verifying her fingerprint on the lock clasp. Click! As the jewelry box opened, she retrieved a yellow dragon stone, roughly the size of a lychee, and respectfully handed it to Nanshan. Thank you, General Nanshan. In the future, should I find more dragon stones, I will seek your assistance. After completing her task, Jiuzhen hurriedly turned to glance at Jiu Yuan. Indeed, Jiu Yuan was now able to sit up unaided, and her spirit appeared significantly improved. The pallor of weakness had vanished from her face. Just as Jiuzhen basked in her happiness, Nanshan's voice interjected, "Do not rejoice too soon. Her condition can only be sustained for a month or two. The depletion has been severe, and her body is in dire straits. Finding additional dragon stones within such a brief period will prove to be quite challenging." Nanshan's words undoubtedly cast a shadow over Jiuzhen's mood, but before she could respond, Jiu Yuan spoke from the bed. It's all right, Zhen. I feel much better now. You need not continue searching for dragon stones on my behalf. Over the years, your quest for dragon stones has earned you quite a few enemies. I do not wish for you to persist in this endeavor. It is not good for you. I have no further aspirations. It will be better to face whatever comes with courage. Although the exchange between the two women bore the weight of deep emotions, Nanshan was evidently not one to soften. Enough. You two can discuss this later. We must take our leave. With that, he strode towards the door, followed by Mo Fan and Governor Chen. Jiuzhen quickly rose to accompany Nanshan and the others, as she needed to maintain a favorable relationship with him, for he was the only one she knew who could potentially save Jiu Yuan. However, as they exited, Jiu Yuan cast a puzzled glance at Mo Fan's retreating figure. Jiuzhen accompanied the three to the previously vacant area. Governor Chen expressed his wish for Mo Fan to join them at General Nanshan's base in Myanmar. Although Mo Fan initially intended to accompany them, his recent experiences sparked a change of heart. He addressed Governor Chen and Nanshan. There is no need for further inconvenience. Miss Jiuzhen, I trust you will not decline my request. Mo Fan spoke to the two men before turning to Jiuzhen with a question. Of course, it is a trivial matter. Jiuzhen readily agreed, as if their prior conflict had never occurred. She recognized that, based on their recent interactions, Nanshan held Mo Fan in high regard. To put Mo Fan in a difficult position would inevitably offend Nanshan, and for her, rescuing Jiu Yuan far outweighed any other concern. Very well, we shall invite you another time. The two men were unconcerned, confident in Nanshan's assurance that Jiuzhen would not trouble Mo Fan. After their helicopter departed, Jiuzhen arranged for a vehicle to take Mo Fan away. However, Mo Fan indicated he was in no hurry and suggested she show him around the estate. While Jiuzhan felt a mix of curiosity and confusion, she patiently acquiesced. There is no need to trouble yourself. I believe it would be better if you guided me. Just as Jiuzhan was about to express her irritation, her phone rang. Upon checking, she saw it was a call from Jiu Yuan, and she promptly answered. Bring Mr. Mo Fan to me, and remember to show respect. The voice of Jiu Yuan slowly resonated from the other end of the phone. Chapter 79, Absorption. Listening to the voice on the phone, Jiuzhan cast a surprised glance at Mo Fan. After hanging up, she waved her hand, signaling her subordinates to leave. Curiosity piqued. She addressed him, Boss Missouri. My mother requests your presence. After making a gesture of invitation, her demeanor was exceedingly respectful. Ah, she is even adhering to etiquette. Jiuzhan mused, observing the apparent mixed heritage. It was evident that she had some understanding of the culture of Daxia, as her mother's influence was palpable. He did not hesitate, following Jiuzhan into Jiu Yuan's chamber. She remained reclined upon the bed, gazing at Mo Fan's arrival with a glimmer of brilliance in her eyes. May I inquire, which noble family do you belong to? I am afflicted with an ailment and unable to perform the customary greeting. I hope you will pardon my shortcomings. Upon hearing this, not only was Mo Fan taken aback, but even Jiuzhan was astonished. Mo Fan was bewildered, for her words seemed utterly incongruous with her demeanor. My lady, spare me the formalities. This is quite unsettling. Jiuzhan was astonished as well, for she had never witnessed Jiu Yuan exhibit such formality, even in the presence of titans like Nan Shan. This is quite unusual. Would you kindly speak more casually? Mo Fan scratched his head and continued. I am not from any distinguished family. I am merely an ordinary person. Jiu Yuan, bewildered, inquired, what is your esteemed surname? Are you not a descendant of those reclusive families? Mo Fan replied, is it truly so difficult to converse normally? I assure you, I am not. My name is Mo Fan. You may call me Xiao Fan or Mo Fan, whichever you prefer, but please spare me the formality. He was exasperated by their assumptions of nobility. Mr. Mo, I apologize, but I sense a formidable energy emanating from you. Jiuzhan and I possess unique physiques. However, for years, she has prioritized using the Dragonstone to aid me. It was only this year that my body could no longer absorb its energy, prompting her to seek someone capable of transmitting energy. She has yet to absorb the energy of the Dragonstone, hence she cannot perceive your strength. After Jiu Yuan's explanation, Mo Fan began to grasp the situation, yet his curiosity remained insatiable. Jiuzhan regarded Mo Fan with astonishment, as if she were attempting to reassess him entirely. I had lingered here to ascertain the condition of your health. If it is merely the energy of the Dragonstone you require, I believe I may be able to assist you. Indeed, upon hearing Mo Fan's words, while Jiu Yuan remained composed, a look of surprise transformed into joy on Jiuzhan's face. She exclaimed, Boss Missouri, is this truly the case? If you can save my mother, I would do anything. Hold on, I merely stated it was a possibility. I'm not yet certain and must first conduct some tests. Mo Fan urged her not to get ahead of herself, as he was merely contemplating the idea, and the feasibility remained to be seen. How shall we proceed with the tests? Jiuzhan inquired eagerly. Do you still possess the Dragonstone? As soon as the words were spoken, a look of hesitation crossed Jiuzhan's face, and she turned a glance at Jiu Yuan. Upon seeing her nod, she cautiously retrieved a pendant from her bosom. The pendant, roughly the size of a walnut, emerged seamlessly from her chest. Mo Fan was somewhat astonished. How deep must one delve to conceal such a pendant without detection? Indeed, it resembled a walnut. Jiuzhan fiddled with it for a moment, and with a soft click, the walnut opened to reveal a hidden mechanism. Yet, upon the walnut's unveiling, Mo Fan sensed no fluctuations of energy. It was only when he received from Jiuzhan the red Dragonstone, the size of a longan, extracted from the walnut shell, that he felt an extraordinary aura emanating from it. At that moment, the jade head in his mind surprisingly reacted, displaying an intense desire to absorb the energy. Furthermore, he discerned that the energy fluctuation emanating from this stone was slightly more potent than that of the Dragonstone within his spatial realm, reaching approximately 55 units. Remarkable. This little walnut could indeed obscure energy fluctuations and perceptions. The stone was a piece of red agate. Upon closer inspection, one might easily mistake it for a shard of crimson glass. Its purity was striking. However, it was evident that it had been cut, taking on a multifaceted shape overall. Mr. Mo, this Dragonstone has been passed down through our family. Regardless of its potential, I bestow this dragon stone upon you. Jiu Yuan's voice, though soft, resonated with confidence. Mo Fan was uncertain whether her sentiments stemmed from his uniqueness or something else entirely. Nevertheless, one does not overlook a good fortune. After all, very well. Please find me a room. I shall wait a moment and test it. Although Mo Fan felt a surge of anticipation, he remained composed, requesting Jiu Jun to find a quiet room. Mother, can he truly save you? That is our last dragonstone. Are we really to part with it so easily? Jiu Jun queried, her brow furrowed with doubt. Jiu Yuan, however, spoke slowly. My sense from him is akin to what I perceive from a scion of a prestigious family. Hence, I treated him with the etiquette befitting a subordinate clan. Let us observe. Regardless of the outcome, this young man is not ordinary. Cultivating a rapport with him will benefit you in the future, especially should I no longer be present. As the two women shared their heartfelt conversation, Mo Fan had already secured a seat within the room. He promptly retrieved the red agate dragonstone and began the absorption process. His impatience could no longer be contained. As he grasped the stone, a surge of fiery energy coursed into his body through his arm. Initially intent on controlling the energy, Mo Fan was suddenly overwhelmed by the jade head in his mind. The energy surged uncontrollably into his consciousness. The searing energy caused him considerable discomfort, yet the jade head absorbed it rapidly. Within mere seconds, the dragonstone transformed into a beam of red light, leaving no trace behind, and was drawn into the jade head, which then became agitated. Boom! Darkness enveloped Montag Fin, and he fainted once more. Fortunately, the spot he had chosen to sit was atop the bed in this room. Collapsing onto the bed, Mo Fan found himself inundated with inexplicable memories. The guidance of energy coursed through him as the crimson essence within the jade pendant was fully absorbed, gradually dispersing throughout his entire being. His body underwent yet another transformation. Approximately 30 minutes later, he regained consciousness, devoid of any impurities or unpleasant odors. However, he could distinctly sense the unique energy within him, and the memories transmitted from the jade pendant during his unconsciousness began to assimilate in his mind. Enlightened, his spirits soared. Yet he quickly regained his composure and proceeded towards Jiu Yuan's chamber. Upon Mo Fan's arrival, Jiu Jun regarded him with an anxious gaze, though she remained silent. Her eyes and expressions had inquired 1,000 times over. All right, but first, you must explain what has transpired with your body, Mo Fan addressed Jiu Yuan. Chapter 80, Remaining by My Side. Jiu Yuan cast a surprised glance at Mo Fan and briefly recounted her circumstances. In her youth, she had possessed some innate talent, supplemented by the allocation of dragon stones from her family, whose prowess lay in mechanisms. Her lineage had once thrived in the Great Xia, but due to unforeseen events, she found herself in Myanmar. Her journey here was initially to seek out dragon stones, as they were more easily located within Jade. In this land, she encountered a man, an ordinary individual who treated her with kindness, prompting her to stay. However, due to the pursuit of her enemies, she had overdrawn her bodily energy to protect him and her daughter, successfully repelling her foes, but leaving her own health in decline, aging rapidly. Now, unable to endure any longer, and with Jiu Jun grown up, she continued the search for dragon stones to prolong her life. Eventually, her body could no longer absorb the energy of the dragon stones, which is why she sought someone capable of transferring that energy. Though she did not elaborate on the specifics, Mo Fan gleaned a general understanding from her account. Approaching Jiu Yuan, he extended his hand to assist her in sitting up amid Jiu Jun's anxious demeanor. Placing his palm against her back, he began to channel some dragonstone energy into her. To his surprise, Jiu Yuan's body trembled immediately, feeling the robust energy flow through his hand into her being. Her body, like a parched tree in spring, fervently absorbed this energy. Within 10 seconds, she began to shiver, beads of sweat forming rapidly on her forehead, and her once white hair gradually darkened. Observing this, Mo Fan moderated the intensity of the energy transmission. He had already reduced it considerably, yet Jiu Yuan still seemed overwhelmed. Thus, he further diminished the flow, opting to infuse the energy gently. Her once snowy locks regained their hue, and her body, previously weakened from prolonged bed rest, showed remarkable signs of recovery. At least from her complexion, it was evident that she appeared significantly more spirited, and a glimmer of vitality shone in her eyes. Upon rising, to his surprise, Jiuan also began to stand, slowly attuning herself to the energy coursing within her body and the restoration of her physical strength. An expression of elation graced her face, and, as she moved her limbs, she realized that her physique had returned to that of an ordinary person. Mo Fan exhaled in relief. He had utilized less than a tenth of the energy from the Dragonstone, yet the results were remarkably pronounced. On the side, Jiuzhan was so overcome with emotion that words escaped her. She covered her mouth with her hands, tears blurring her delicate features. I am eternally grateful. This act of salvation shall never be forgotten. With a sudden thud, Jun unexpectedly knelt before Mo Fan, and Jiuzhan followed suit, hastily expressing their gratitude. Taken aback by the sight, Mo Fan quickly sidestepped and rushed to assist Jiun to her feet. Please rise. We merely engaged in a transaction. It is nothing more than that. I acquired the Dragonstone and fulfill my promise to you. Simple as that. However, the two women held a different perspective. They continued to express their heartfelt thanks to Mo Fan before embracing each other in tears. Yet, as Mo Fan remained present, they did not lose their composure excessively. At that moment, Jiun addressed Mo Fan. For me, the possibilities ahead are boundless. Henceforth, I shall have Jiuzhan stay by your side to attend to your needs. Though she has not absorbed the energy from the Dragonstone, her skills are more than sufficient to handle ordinary individuals. Moreover, we have a group of individuals at your disposal, ensuring you have additional assistance. Upon hearing Ji Yuan's words, Mo Fan was somewhat incredulous, while Jiuzhan pondered for a moment before refraining from further comments. Observing Mo Fan's inclination to decline, Jiuzhan interjected, Mr. Mo, I share my mother's sentiments. For many years, I have sought someone capable of rescuing her. I am willing to do anything to secure my mother's health. Now that you have saved her, I find myself at a loss for how to repay you, so I humbly request that you allow me to remain by your side. After speaking, she gazed intently at Mo Fan, her eyes reflecting a hint of determination, as if to imply that, should he refuse, she might resort to desperate measures. All right. That is acceptable. You may accompany me, but can you come with me to Daxia? Mo Fan voiced his concern. Yes, I can join you in Daxia at any time. We hold legitimate business identities here in Myanmar. I can easily accompany you. My mother can take over her business, which she originally built herself. You need not worry about this. I will manage the affairs here, and Jiuzhan can simply stay by your side. In truth, Jiun harbored a touch of self-interest. Keeping Jiuzhan here would not be beneficial for her future. She ought to explore the world beyond. Certain matters were beyond her concern. It seemed the two had already conferred, leaving Mo Fan with no choice but to acquiesce, despite exhibiting a somewhat delicate demeanor in the presence of her mother. Jiuzhan was resolute and decisive in her endeavors. In no time, she had arranged her passport and necessary documentation, and half an hour later, she embarked on a journey to Daxia alongside Mo Fan. By the time night descended, the duo had arrived at Mo Fan's villa in Rue City. Bai Xiaonan awaited them at the entrance. Although curiosity flickered within her upon seeing Mo Fan accompanied by a woman, she refrained from probing further. After brief discussions regarding the events of the past few days, she informed Mo Fan that she had already selected several reputable jade merchants and had established communication, ensuring that should Mo Fan wish to sell materials, arrangements could be made at any time for them to assess the goods. Mo Fan nodded, trusting Bai Xiaonan's competence. He then proceeded to introduce Jiuzhan. This is Jiuzhan. She will be working alongside me from now on. I encourage you both to engage with one another. She possesses commendable skills, particularly with firearms, and can be a valuable asset in terms of safety. Mo Fan was still uncertain about Jiuzhan's role, although she exhibited potential. He had yet to fully grasp her capabilities. He then made his way to the basement. Once Mo Fan departed, Bai Xiaonan, with a warm smile, turned to Jiuzhan. Miss Jiu, I am the assistant to the boss. Would you care for a cup of coffee, so we can converse more intimately? Absolutely. Just call me Jiuzhan. I intend to remain by the boss's side, and I, too, wish to engage in meaningful dialogue with you. Jiuzhan replied with a smile as they made their way towards the lounge bar. Upon entering the basement, Mo Fan was astonished to find a significant transformation since his last visit. The space had been meticulously organized into functional areas, including a designated section for storing materials. Within this area were racks for displaying goods and laid-out carpets suitable for accommodating larger raw stones. A substantial safe was positioned against the wall, capable of safeguarding some vital materials. The racks already held the items he had procured prior to his trip to Myanmar. Next was the cutting area, equipped with 3 machines, a standard cutting machine, an oil cutting machine, and a wire cutting machine. To his surprise, a crane had also been installed on the ceiling. A thoughtful addition indeed. This section occupied nearly a third of the basement, but fortunately, the space was ample. should the raw stones exceed storage capacity. An additional warehouse was available. Another area featured workstations, equipped with various dental machines and an assortment of window-opening tools and grinding heads. There was even a small nook furnished with a set of sofas for relaxation. Bai Xiaonan had truly excelled in her arrangements. Mo Fan felt a sense of satisfaction. Noticing the lateness of the hour, he retrieved a large piece of material and placed it in the basement. This was the prominent piece of Moshi sand from the first lot in Myanmar. The material was substantial, showcased color patterns, and Mo Fan sensed that its energy level was around 35. Thus, he planned to cut this piece the following day and seek someone to assess it, aiming to sell a portion of it. In order to recoup some funds, I find myself in need of additional capital. The stone is rather cumbersome. Fortunately, his body has undergone energy enhancement, or else it would be quite the challenge to move it alone. Due to its dimensions, this particular piece cannot be processed with the cutting machine or the oil cutter. The only option is to utilize the wire cutting machine. Here, Mo Fan cannot help but admire Bai Xiaonan's reliability. She has procured a medium-sized wire cutting machine, which is already quite substantial. It is just the right size to adjust for cutting this piece of material. He secures the material in place and calibrates the machine. It appears that the cutting process will require a considerable amount of time. Once Mo Fan has completed the adjustments, he activates the machine. He has discussed the operation of these cutting machines with Lao Tai, and both are proficient in their use. Once the machine is operational, Mo Fan steps to the entrance of the basement and closes the door. The sound of the cutting machine diminishes significantly, barely audible from the outside. Mo Fan realizes that Bai Xiaonan has installed a soundproof wall. In less than 2 days, she has managed to complete all these tasks. Truly impressive. While it may have cost a fair amount, efficiency is far more valuable than money at this moment. As he descends to the living room on the first floor, he is greeted by the laughter of 2 women. Really? Do you also think the male lead is less handsome than the second male lead? Absolutely. Just look at the male lead's eyes. They're like dead fish eyes, nowhere near as attractive as the second male lead. And I find the antagonist rather handsome as well. Wow, you think like I do. Approaching, he discovers that they are watching a television series, with coffee and snacks spread across the table. Upon noticing Mo Fan, they eagerly call out, "Hello, boss." After a few exhausting days, would you like to join us in unwinding with some shows? We ordered hot pot takeout, and it will be here shortly. Bai Xiaonan greets Mo Fan with a smile, while Jiu Zhan appears somewhat reserved. She stands up immediately upon his arrival, looking a bit anxious. "Sure, I was just feeling a bit peckish." He responds, "By the way, Jiu Zhan, please sit down. There's no need to be so formal. When there's nothing pressing, we're just friends. We'll get to know each other better over time. Also, add 2 pounds of freshly cut beef for me. I'll take a quick shower first." Mo Fan calls out as he makes his way to his bedroom. Before long, he finishes his shower and the takeout arrives. The 2 women have already set the table and even prepared some ice-cold beer. Although it is hot pot, they have also ordered some grilled skewers, which pleases Mo Fan immensely. He realizes that he has not truly relaxed in the past few days. He enjoys this atmosphere. Perhaps it has been years since he has allowed himself such relaxation. After all, just a month ago, he was still in the throes of working overtime, with no girls to share hot pot with, and without a place that truly felt like home. With these thoughts in mind, he initiates a video call to Lao Tai. Before long, Lao Tai's face appears prominently on Mo Fan's screen. Interestingly, the background of Lao Tai's video seems to be in a bustling hot pot restaurant. "Fan Yi, finally reached you. I called you this morning, but you didn't answer." Lao Tai's voice sounds cheerful, as Mo Fan had contacted him prior to his visit. The 2 engaged in a brief conversation, during which Mo Fan mentioned he was enjoying hot pot and inquired about the business at the store over the past couple of days. Noticing that Mo Fan was accompanied by 2 young ladies, his friend displayed a mask of anguish, exclaiming in jest about the situation. However, a small hand emerged from the screen and playfully pinched him, causing him to yelp in surprise. It turned out to be He Xiaoyu, which made Mo Fan chuckle. His friend reported that the shop had been thriving lately, having already depleted their stock and even expanded into the backyard. He had contacted the previous supplier for bulk materials and arranged for Yin Mingxin to deliver more in a few days. They had just closed the shop and decided to indulge in some hot pot. After hanging up, Mo Fan felt a sense of relief. Although running a Jade gambling shop was meant to be a FA, he was genuinely pleased with its success. Then came a time for hot pot. The group enjoyed a delightful evening of culinary delights and light-hearted banter, watching dramas until the early hours of the morning before retiring for the night. The following morning, Mo Fan awoke and descended to the ground floor, where Bai Xiaonan and Jiu Zhan had prepared breakfast. He found them in the courtyard, with Jiuzhen teaching Bai Xiaonan some combat techniques and self-defense moves. Mo Fan helped himself to a bowl of freshly cooked rice noodles and called Qin Daba, genuinely concerned for her well-being. He inquired whether she was still in Rue City, suggesting she come by in the afternoon to inspect the materials. After arranging a time, he asked Bai Xiaonan to reach out to the Jade merchants she had been in contact with over the past few days. They agreed that after Qin Daba examined the materials, she would accompany Bai Xiaonan to meet the various merchants to sell the jade. In the future, Mo Fan intended to entrust her with the sales process. After their breakfast, he descended to the basement to select several pieces of jade, which he meticulously cut using the oil cutting machine, preparing them for Bai Xiaonan to sell. These pieces were intended as a trial, chosen for their energy fluctuations ranging from 2.8 to 3. As afternoon approached, Qin Daba arrived at the villa following the location Mo Fan had sent her. Upon entering, her eyes lit up at the sight of Bai Xiaonan and Jiuzhen. Wow, Mo Fan, you actually bought a house here. I'm staying the night with Bai Xiaonan and the others, she exclaimed. Mo Fan was taken aback by her enthusiastic greeting, while Bai Xiaonan maintained her warm smile. Leading Qin Daba to the bar to sit down, Jiuzhen joined them, and they all introduced themselves. Mo Fan, are you hiding two stunning beauties in your golden abode? What a lavish life you lead, Qin Daba remarked, taking a sip of her coffee with an impressed expression. What golden abode? This is merely the staff dormitory of the Rue City branch. Feel free to drop by any time. Mo Fan replied with a grin before heading to the basement to retrieve the materials. The wire-cutting machine had completed its task, and the raw stones were now cut, leaving only a few centimeters connected to the outer shell. With a crowbar, he pried it apart, revealing a shimmering surface of clear water beneath. Amidst the fabric, there were several sinuous green lines intertwined, and to his astonishment, the material had indeed revealed a hint of green. Not merely a fleeting touch of color, but 3 prominent bands, each as wide as a finger. These bands meandered gracefully, with the thinnest part scarcely wider than a chopstick, exuding an ethereal and dynamic quality. The hue was remarkably vivid, reaching the level of vibrant green. This unexpected revelation delighted Mo Fan, who had initially presumed the material would likely yield only icy flecks. Yet here it was, showcasing color roots. The emergence of these 3 color bands was a delightful surprise. He took a small cart and placed half of the material upon it, then wheeled it down from the elevator to the living room on the first floor. This villa, comprising 5 stories, was equipped with a lift, making it quite convenient to transport items between floors. Upon arriving in the living room, Qin Daba quickly noticed the material and hurried over for a closer examination. Tapping the cut surface gently with her flashlight, the sound resonated, revealing the exceptional quality of the material. She then retrieved several bracelet models she always carried to make comparisons. Indeed, the material had some cracks, but they were substantial, amounting to only 2 major fissures. After avoiding these, the cut surface still held the potential for 20 to 30 bracelets. The mist layer was just under a centimeter, and there were numerous potential bracelets that could incorporate the color bands. Furthermore, the flesh of the material had reached the level of premium ice, and given its rigidity and the visible cold light, the likelihood of producing high-quality ice varieties was substantial. This was yet another valuable piece of material. Qin Daba, calculator in hand, began to assess the price while scrutinizing the material. I must say, Mo boss, you've struck gold this time, acquiring such exquisite material. Mo Fan merely smiled in response, sipping on a coconut latte. It must be said that Bai Xiaonan's craftsmanship was truly remarkable. Previously, Mo Fan seldom indulged in coffee, yet he found this coconut latte delightful. Mo Fan, this piece is immense. Even after removing the skin, the radius is approximately 23 centimeters. Conservatively estimating, we could extract 12 slices, each priced at 20 million. This price may be somewhat low due to the current market decline and the slight presence of cotton, the condition of which remains uncertain. Therefore, 12 slices at 20 million each totals 2.4 billion. This pricing is quite conservative. However, I'm prepared to offer 2.5 billion for this material. What do you think? Qin Daba articulated her analysis and quoted the price, gazing at Mo Fan with a hint of concern. She was acutely aware of how rare quality materials had become. Although she had collaborated with Mo Fan several times, she still feared that her pricing might not meet his expectations. Certainly, I can accept your offered price, and, given our relationship, you may set whatever price you deem fit. Mo Fan's affirmation brought a mix of joy and shyness to Qin Daba, as her ears flushed slightly. Unsure of her thoughts, she chuckled and quickly responded, "All right, I will arrange for the financial transfer now." Qin Daba made a phone call, and soon after, Mo Fan received the notification of the transaction. Throughout the exchange, Chin DeBeos refrained from inquiring about the other half of the material, which made Mo Fan appreciate the comfort of their interaction. It was a tacit understanding. What you are willing to sell, I am willing to accept. What you prefer not to discuss, I shall not ask. As adults, each possesses their own thoughts, and though difficult to articulate, it felt quite pleasant. Having conversed with by Xiaonan, Chin DeBeos was aware that she had other commitments shortly. So she extended an invitation to Mo Fan to visit their company. Mo Fan agreed, entrusting the other pieces of cut material to Bai Xiaonan and asking Jiuzhen to accompany her for discussions. Subsequently, she followed Chin DeBeos' vehicle to their company. To Mo Fan's surprise, Chin DeBeos drove a large Land Rover, although she was unaware of the specific model. She had never taken the time or interest to learn about such vehicles before. Nevertheless, the experience of riding in it was delightful. Chin DeBeos had already arranged for the company's staff to transport the materials to the processing factory. Their destination was the largest store of the Chin jewelry brand in the area, situated on the first floor of a bustling shopping mall, occupying approximately 200 to 300 square meters. The array of jewelry dazzled Mo Fan, featuring everything from mid-range to top-tier pieces. She even spotted several exquisite glass pieces. And surprisingly, the store was thriving with customers even during the midday hours. They found an office within the premises and settled down. It was only then that Chin DeBeos remarked, "You must have encountered members of our Chin family during your visit to Myanmar, right?" Intrigued by her mention of this, Mo Fan shared her experience regarding Chin Tianming. She indicated that he seemed to harbor some animosity towards her, although he later feigned friendliness. Chin DeBeos frowned deeply upon hearing this, concern etched on her face. "Montak Fen, you must exercise caution. Although it is somewhat awkward, I feel compelled to explain the situation to you." After elucidating some aspects of the Chin family dynamics, Mo Fan began to understand. It turned out that within Chin DeBeos' generation, there were only 4 branches managing the family's significant businesses, as proposed by the elder Chin, known as the Dawei Tianlong, encompassing 4 younger generations. Among these branches, only Chin DeBeos was a female, while the others were male. The branch of Chin Tianming had long coveted the southern market and sought to marry Chin DeBeos off, enabling the other 3 branches to gain a share of that market. Coincidentally, there was a young master from a collaborating family who was quite taken with Chin DeBeos, and his relationship with Chin Tianming was particularly close. Thus, Chin Tianming had been attempting to facilitate a union between them. However, Chin DeBeos was disinclined towards such an arrangement, both for her own preferences and out of respect for her parents. Yet, the entire Chin family believed that a union between the two would be advantageous. Well, given our previous collaborations, it is likely that Chin Tianming is aware of our dealings. I typically do not have many male friends, and he must feel that there is something between us, as it has spread throughout the family. Chin DeBeos hesitated slightly, feeling a bit awkward, but upon noticing that Mo Fan remained relatively unresponsive, she continued, "In a couple of days, my parents will be visiting. They would like to invite you to dinner." Upon hearing this, Mo Fan expressed surprise and inquired, "Why would your uncle and aunt want to invite me to dinner?" Chin DeBeos shared that it was partly to express gratitude for the assistance Mo Fan provided her, especially since she had sold her a significant amount of materials and had even rescued her. Furthermore, her parents wished to meet Mo Fan to explore potential collaboration opportunities. The Chin jewelry brand has numerous stores and companies nationwide, even abroad, making it essential to have access to a reliable supplier of high-quality raw materials. After listening to her explanation, Mo Fan found it quite reasonable and readily accepted the invitation without much hesitation. Subsequently, she accompanied Chin DeBeos tour the store and admire the exquisite jewelry on display. Chin DeBeos inquired about the quality Mo Fan desired. Mo Fan expressed her intention to provide her parents with some money to ease their struggles, stating that the gift did not need to be extravagant. A modest, mid-range quality would suffice, as she feared that a more expensive gift might unintentionally burden them. Chin DeBeos was quick to respond, suggesting that Mo Fan simply inform her of the desired quantity and style, and she would take her directly to her family's factory to select the items, treating it as a gift for Mo Fan's family. Mo Fan felt a bit embarrassed and initially declined, but ultimately agreed without further reluctance. At that moment, as they concluded their discussion, Bai Xiaonan called to report that negotiations were progressing well, with the materials selling at a commendable price. They had successfully processed 3 pieces, 2 from the glutinous ice variety and 1 from the ice type, totaling 1.62 million, a notably high price, especially given that the pieces exhibited no cracks. The group arranged to enjoy hot pot together in the afternoon. An MO fan asked by Xiaonan to bring Jiuzhen along to obtain domestic phone cards and bank cards for convenience. This opportunity would also help Jiuzhen better understand the current living conditions in Daxia. Despite her youthful success and commendable abilities, she often resided in Myanmar. Although she had previously visited Daxia, her stays were brief and limited in exposure. Thus, it was crucial for her to adapt swiftly to life there. Facilitating future tasks, MO fan might assign her. Zabaozi, where are you? I'm here to see you. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed, causing MO fan to feel a sense of recognition, while Qin Debao furrowed her brow. Just as she was about to rise to investigate, the office door swung open. Qin Tianming entered with a beaming smile, closely followed by an employee from Qin Daba's company, who appeared both helpless and anxious, apologizing for failing to intercept Qin Tianming. It's all right. You may return to your duties. Qin Daba nodded at the employee, offering a brief instruction, turning her attention to Qin Tianming before he could utter a word. His voice, filled with surprise, rang out, Boss Missouri, what a coincidence. You're here with my sister. How delightful. Qin Tianming wore an expression of astonishment, feigning an awkward slip of the tongue. The sight left MO fan speechless, and he casually greeted him before settling down to scroll through short videos on his phone. Noticing MO fan's apparent disinterest, Qin Tianming approached eagerly. Are you selling? I'll buy it directly at a 50% markup. He appeared overly familiar, making one wonder if they were close friends. Apologies, but I cut it yesterday. It collapsed. I'm on medication now. MO fan replied nonchalantly, returning to his video scrolling. The outcome was just as MO fan had described. Aside from a few thin layers in the open windows, the rest was utterly useless material. He lamented the incompetence of Lao Mu, but hearing that MO fan's venture had also failed inexplicably brought him a sense of joy, especially since MO fan's subsequent offer had been higher than his own. What brings you here? Do you possess any manners? Can't you see I'm discussing matters with Boss Missouri? Qin Daba snapped at Qin Tianming, her irritation palpable. She harbored little affection for her cousin, and his presence at her company was unwelcome. Although it was all part of the Qin family's enterprise, this particular company was managed solely by Qin Daba's family. Come on, sis. I'm here for your happiness. I came to inform you that Hangu will be in Ruishi soon and wants to treat you to dinner. I just received the news and rushed over to tell you. Qin Tianming feigned sincerity, which only served to intensify Qin Daba's annoyance. Sorry, but I lack the time and energy for that. Tell him he can invite whoever he likes. Don't involve me. Let us go, MO fan. It's too stuffy here. Qin Daba glared at Qin Tianming, reprimanding him before directly beckoning MO fan to leave the office. MO fan, equally disenchanted with Qin Tianming, wasted no time in securing his phone and exiting with her. They left Qin Tianming standing awkwardly alone in the office. Just wait and see. Qin Tianming's expression turned neutral. After a moment's contemplation, he donned a smile and exited. In the bustling marketplace, Qin Daba and MO fan walked in silence, her demeanor slightly irked. Just then, she spotted a store selling men's clothing and pulled MO fan inside to purchase him some attire. MO fan found himself bemused. Did women always resort to shopping when displeased? Nonetheless, he too had intended to buy some clothes, as the weather had recently turned cooler. As the two individuals entered the store, they began to select garments, and Qin Debao's mood gradually improved. However, the pace at which the girl chose her clothes was rather slow. They had already spent nearly half an hour in the store. How could one possibly linger in a single shop for so long? MO fan typically approached shopping with a more decisive attitude. Once he spotted something appealing, he would simply take it. If bargaining was an option, he would negotiate. If not, he would weigh his willingness to purchase before making a decision to buy or walk away. Come on, MO fan. What do you think of this piece? Perhaps you should try it on? Qin Debao held up a pure black turtleneck and gestured toward MO fan. At long last, Qin Debao had made her selection, and upon MO fan's approval, they approached the fitting room. Unfortunately, it was already full, necessitating a brief wait. Finding the situation bothersome, MO fan swiftly removed his own shirt and handed the garment to Qin Debao, extending his hand. Give me the shirt. A nearby salesgirl gasped in surprise, and Qin Debao stared at MO fan, equally astonished. In Chapter 84, The Emergence of Imperial Green, MO fan's physique was such that clothes accentuated his lean form, while his bare skin revealed a well-defined musculature, smooth and powerful. The salesgirl was not the only one taken aback. Even Qin Debao found herself momentarily mesmerized. She quickly adopted a nonchalant demeanor and handed over the shirt, though her gaze remained unabashedly fixed on him. Once Mo Fan donned the turtleneck, his aura radiated sophistication. Indeed, a well-built figure looks splendid in any attire, and exquisite clothing would only serve to enhance his stature. This is it. Let me coordinate an outfit for you. Chin DeBayo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having only seen Mo Fan's casual attire, she had not anticipated that with a bit of effort, he could appear so strikingly handsome. Finally, as the clock approached 5:30, they arrived at the hot pot restaurant for dinner. That evening, 3 women were present, aside from Jiozhan, who was somewhat reserved. The other 2 were quite talkative, chattering animatedly while binge-watching a series. Meanwhile, Mo Fan descended into the basement, intent on dissecting a piece of material that exhibited energetic fluctuations and contained a hollow segment. Standing before the cutting machine, he selected the thinnest saw blade and retrieved the piece of material. Holding it in his hand, an untrained, I might mistake it for an ordinary dry green stone. However, Mo Fan, sensing the abundant energy within, activated the machine and began the delicate process of stone cutting. He first removed a layer of useless dry green before unveiling the translucent jade, flesh beneath. The energy fluctuation of this jade had reached a remarkable 45, qualifying it as high-grade glass-type jade, so exceptional that one could immediately confirm its quality without further testing. Moreover, due to being encased in dry green, the jade flesh was entirely saturated with color, boasting a true imperial green hue. As Mo Fan gazed at the vibrant color, he was struck by its authenticity and beauty. How could one articulate such a sight? It was not merely green. It was a green teeming with vitality and strength. It shimmered with a steel-like luster, exuding a cold brilliance, as if a miraculous creator had bestowed upon it a divine radiance. Even a layperson, unfamiliar with jadeite, would recognize that this is a piece of exquisite jewelry. This marks Mo Fan's first encounter with imperial green. He suppresses his inner excitement and continues to unveil the stone, meticulously clearing away all the surface impurities. At last, he unveils a jadeite rough of nearly bowl-sized dimensions in imperial green. Moreover, he can sense an even greater energy within. Following his journey in Myanmar, he has a strong inclination that it is likely a dragon stone contained within. Through his enhanced vision, the small stone resembles the red feather dragon stone previously presented to him by Jiozhan. Thus, he cautiously examines the material, contemplating how to extract it. The dragon stone lies at the very center of the material, which is approximately the size of a bowl and roughly 8 to 9 centimeters thick. He carefully cuts along the center, and soon after making a complete rotation, only a tiny portion remains connected. He gingerly holds the material, wary of accidentally damaging the dragon stone within. Of course, with his current level of control, such an accident is highly unlikely. Nevertheless, the significance of the object compels him to exercise utmost caution. Turning off the machine, he takes a specialized iron piece and inserts it with precision before applying force to pry it apart. The material separates, revealing the dragon stone within. It appears to be enveloped in a layer of green luminescence, as if naturally polished to a smooth, even surface. At that moment, the green aura begins to dissipate, and Mo Fan, inexplicably, inhales sharply. The shimmering aura flows gently into his abdomen, melding with his flesh and blood, invigorating his being. The once suspended dragon stone now lies quietly in the small cavity of the material as the luminescence fades. Mo Fan picks it up and promptly secures it within his spatial dimension. He then observes the small pit, approximately 1 centimeter deep, nestled between the 2 halves of the material. It resembles the extraction of a pearl. However, given its central position, it does not hinder the crafting of a bracelet. Judging by the quality of the material, he envisions the potential to create 2 exquisite imperial green bracelets without difficulty, amounting to a total of 4. Yet, he has no intention of selling this rough. His current finances are sufficient. The rarity of imperial green warrants its preservation as a treasured asset, to be considered for future endeavors. Having completed this, he begins to ponder whether the dry green stone at Old Boo's might also harbor a dragon stone. The thought prompts him to consider calling Old Boo immediately, yet he knows that Old Boo's cautious nature would likely lead to skepticism. Thus, this matter requires further contemplation. Once Mo Fan concludes these tasks, he heads to the living room to discuss the plans for the following day with several lovely ladies. His original purpose for visiting Ruishi was to procure materials. However, in recent days, aside from those he has already sold, the remaining pieces are primarily of high quality, including some exceptional specimens. Now is not the time to part with them. He decides to keep them safely stored within his spatial dimension. confident that such quality materials will only appreciate in value over time. Thus, he shared his plans with Bai Xiaonan and Jiuzhen. They would venture to the morning market together to procure materials. If suitable finished products were available, they would acquire a few as well. In the afternoon, everyone could take some time to relax. He also informed Bai Xiaonan of his intention to establish a new jade jewelry company, one that would solely focus on high-end jade, offering only the finest accessories and accepting custom orders. This was part of his forthcoming strategy. He had contemplated the mid to low-end market, which, while swift in turnover and offering slim profits, was subject to the fluctuations of the market and posed lower risks. He deemed it wise to leave this aspect in the capable hands of Lao Tai and He Xiaoyu. Conversely, the high-end jade market presented a substantial profit margin with relatively stable prices, albeit with lower volumes. This segment, he decided, would be entrusted to Bai Xiaonan, as it would afford her more flexibility and enable her to oversee overall management effectively. Indeed, Mo Fan aspired to create an entire industrial chain, with Bai Xiaonan as the most suitable leader for this venture. After days of observation, he found her adept at handling any situation with ease. Despite her youth, her breadth of experience was considerable, complemented by the backing of the enigmatic Bai family. Involving her in various matters would be beneficial, aligning with his own desire to remain in the background. He was reluctant to draw too much attention to himself, as his secrets ran deep, and he had yet to gain sufficient understanding of the world. After hearing Mo Fan's preliminary thoughts, Bai Xiaonan assured him that he need not worry. She would manage it well, and her vision coincided with his. Jiuzhen, on the other hand, appeared eager to follow wherever they led, ready to assist with whatever tasks were assigned. Qin Daba, however, felt a bit awkward, uncertain if her presence was superfluous. Yet, Mo Fan's subsequent words invigorated her. Miss Qin, you have just heard my plans, and I would like to invite you to join us. Our upcoming projects require the assistance of seasoned companies within the industry. Your familiarity with initial craftsmen and assembly lines surpasses ours, making your input invaluable for this construction. You can acquire shares as an individual without needing to invest capital. By contributing certain resources, you would hold a 10 stake. Furthermore, we can establish a long-term collaboration with either the Qin family or yourself personally. I can assure you of a steady supply of high-quality jade rough stones. Initially, she felt a bit bashful at his proposal, realizing that once the framework was established and the industrial chain completed, her role would diminish significantly. This arrangement also implied a shift toward a competitive relationship among them. However, Mo Fan's offer of shares and long-term collaboration made her take notice. Holding a stake and knowing that the partnership was directly with her rather than the Qin family underscored Mo Fan's regard for her, which brought her a quiet joy. By the way, I also wish to accompany you to the morning market. I'll come to discuss it with you tomorrow morning. Qin Daba did not immediately acquiesce, as she was also contemplating the potential ramifications within her family. Undoubtedly, her decision would stir some controversy. However, she had to weigh the interests involved, for she was not alone in her family. Her parents were also a factor in her considerations. These were matters she needed to reflect upon. Hence, Mo Fan did not rush her for an answer. Rather, he was quite understanding of her perspective. Subsequently, the four of them engaged in a game of cards, shared some casual conversation, and then retired for the night. Qin Daba found a room to rest, and before doing so, she called her parents to discuss her thoughts. Personally, she was quite willing. Yet the Qin family was not as straightforward as it appeared. Wherever there are interests, there will be conflict. This is an undeniable truth. The following morning, Mo Fan was once again the last to rise, greeted by the breakfast prepared by Bai Xiaonan. It was only 6:30, and when they arrived at the morning market, it was just past 7. By this time, the market was already bustling with people, and many vendors welcomed Mo Fan and his companions with enthusiasm. The sight of a handsome man accompanied by beautiful women suggested affluence, prompting even the more laid-back vendors to become lively and engaging. Given the current difficulties in the jade business, many were compelled to adapt their sales strategies, including some vendors who had taken to live streaming their jade sales. While enjoying breakfast, Qin Daba informed Mo Fan that she had agreed to his proposal. Moreover, she could provide considerable manpower, resources, and venue support during the initial stages. Mo Fan also mentioned to Bai Xiaonan that she would receive a 10% stake, to which Bai Xiaonan merely smiled lightly, offering no further comment. The group then approached a stall selling raw jade stones, and Mo Fan paused to examine the offerings. Accompanied by the others, he inspected the stones, and upon noticing their interest, the vendor eagerly greeted them, offering Mo Fan cigarettes and a flashlight. What luck for this handsome gentleman! accompanied by three beautiful ladies while shopping for Jade. Today, you're bound to find something exceptional. Business people certainly know how to flatter, though Bai Xiaonan remained rather indifferent. Qin Daba and Jiuzhen observed Mo Fan closely, aware of his remarkable skills in stone gambling. However, they had yet to witness firsthand how he discerned quality stones and made his purchasing decisions. They watched as he picked up a stone, weighed it in his hand, set it down, and then did the same with another. They soon witnessed an amusing spectacle. Mo Fan began tapping the stones with his fingers, chanting, counting troops, counting beans. Whichever I touch shall be the one. As he spoke, his fingers settled on a particular stone. How much for this one, sir? He inquired. This one, let me think for a moment. This stone costs 80,000. Genuine old wood. Purchased. The vendor, somewhat taken aback, hesitated, asking, Are you sure? Absolutely. Shall buy. Please make the payment. Mo Fan uttered a brief remark, picked up the material, and departed, while Bai Xiaonan promptly settled the payment. This left the boss at the stall in a state of uncertainty, pondering whether he had misquoted the price. Indeed, I acquired this material at 8,000. Multiplying that tenfold yields 80,000. That is correct. Montak Fen, is this how you typically procure materials? Qin De Bao inquired, somewhat taken aback, still processing the situation. What else? It's all about fate. Fate is paramount. Mo Fan stifled a chuckle and continued on his way. Boss, how impressive. Jiangzhen remarked, as the material, weighing around 10 kilograms, was effortlessly cradled by Mo Fan as he prepared to approach the next stall. What a farce. I initially assumed he was an influential figure. A voice resounded nearby. The group glanced up to find Qin Tian Ming beaming broadly, accompanied by a man dressed in a finely tailored suit, the very individual who had just spoken. Who are you? Upon spotting Qin Tian Ming, Mo Fan had already surmised the man's identity, yet he feigned ignorance and asked, I am Han Xiaolu, from the Han family in the capital. To his astonishment, he discovered that Miss Qin was interested in such a frivolous individual. Han Xiaolu, with a smirk that did not quite reach his eyes, took a couple of steps forward to stand beside Qin Debao, presenting his profile coolly to Mo Fan while disregarding Qin Debao's feelings. Wow, young Master Han, a pleasure to meet you. What a coincidence that you are here to show off as well. Mo Fan interjected enthusiastically, positioning himself between the two. What do you mean by showing off? I don't comprehend. Han Xiaolu responded, clearly displeased, casting a disdainful glance at Mo Fan. It's about showing off. Look at me. Accompanied by three beautiful ladies to flaunt. Mo Fan replied, feigning innocence while earnestly sharing his insights with Han Xiaolu. Observing Qin De Bao struggling to suppress her laughter, Han Xiaolu felt his teeth grind in irritation, and without allowing Qin Tianming, who was about to speak, a chance to intervene, he thought to himself, Just you wait. With a fierce glare directed at Mo Fan, he turned sharply and strode away, leaving no time to bid farewell to Qin De Bao. This fellow failed to impress this time. Such a pity. Han Xiaolu, having taken a few steps, nearly stumbled upon hearing this remark. I want his leg. No, I want both. He seethed through clenched teeth as he addressed Qin Tianming. Chapter 86. Another stroll through the morning market. Meanwhile, Mo Fan squinted, having long noticed Qin Tianming and his companions. It was precisely for this reason that he had humorously purchased that piece of material. Now that the two had finally departed, Qin Debao's demeanor had improved somewhat. She had been reluctant to speak earlier, as she had never been fond of Han Xiaolu. If one were to describe Qin Tianming as cunning and deceitful, then Han Xiaolu was unmistakably vindictive and narrow-minded. Boss, I am quite curious about the condition of the material you selected. Could you elucidate? At that moment, Jiangzhen unexpectedly spoke up, having not known much about Mo Fan until now, even though she was following him. A significant part of her motivation stemmed from her mother's wishes. She was indeed quite curious about Mo Fan, if nothing else, just considering Bai Xiaonan and Qin Daba, both of whom were exceptional young women. It suggested that Mo Fan possessed some remarkable qualities. All right, you and Xiao Bai can find a stone-cutting shop and proceed to cut along this significant crack, Mo Fan said, handing the stone to the two of them and indicating a prominent fissure on its surface. The two departed with the stone, while Mo Fan resumed wandering the market with Qin Daba. Do you possess such confidence? You haven't scrutinized the stone, have you? Qin Daba inquired, to which Mo Fan simply smiled and replied, My fortune has always been quite favorable. Qin Daba playfully rolled her eyes at him, and then led Mo Fan towards some raw materials nearby. In the morning market, the stalls selling rough stones were actually fewer than those offering semi-finished products, and modified materials. As they approached, a voice called out, "Boss Missouri, greetings. Feel free to browse. By the way, have you seen Old Boo around these past few days?" Looking up, he recognized the voice. It belonged to Old Boo's cousin, who was now manning a larger stall than before, filled with both raw stones and semi-finished materials. "Oh, it's the boss lady. I almost didn't recognize you." "I haven't seen Old Boo these last few days either," Imo Fan replied, intrigued by her question. When he had traveled to Myanmar, he had briefly caught a glimpse of Old Boo, but since then, he had not encountered him again. Hearing the boss lady mention, it piqued his curiosity. After a brief exchange, they did not linger to inspect her goods and decided to leave the stall, although they exchanged contact information. Imo Fan was eager to learn where Old Boo had gone, and he also had some inquiries regarding a particular piece from Old Boo's other cousin that had caught his interest. As they continued to explore the stalls, the crowd thickened with local jade merchants, enthusiasts, and tourists. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the center of the market. Come, take a look. Imperial green jade rings." Intrigued, Imo Fan, who had been contemplating Old Boo's other cousin, quickly made his way over with Chin Daba to investigate. A sizable crowd had gathered around an elderly man dressed in traditional Myanmar attire. His skin was somewhat dark, and he wore a crumpled longi. Yet his eyes sparkled with keen intelligence, clearly indicative of someone well-versed in commerce. Imo Fan gazed at the two fully green rings he held, which were already set. However, their design and size differed from those at Old Boo's cousin's stall, resembling instead those gifted to them by the mine owner, Old Moo, during their previous visit to Myanmar. Both the craftsmanship of the setting and the dimensions of the rings were similar, suggesting they might be part of the same batch. Nearby, others were inquiring about the price, and the elderly man promptly announced, 120,000 per piece. This is in Xia currency. Upon hearing the remarks of those around, many expressed that the price was somewhat steep. However, the seasoned merchant exuded confidence. "Fear not, esteemed owner. My goods are undeniably of superior quality, and there are only 2 pieces." The merchant continued to extol the virtues of his wares, and indeed, his claims were not far from the truth. Typically, the price for a fully green jadeite ring averages around 13,000, yet the quality of his 2 offerings was commendable. The hue was impeccable, and the craftsmanship was exceptional. Furthermore, he mentioned that the settings were made of platinum, which alone commanded a significant price. Imo Fan showed little interest. Yet Chin Bao was intrigued and wished to take a closer look. However, the crowd was overwhelming, and after a moment's hesitation, she decided against approaching. "Do you fancy such rings?" Imo Fan observed the expression on Chin Bao's face and inquired. "It's quite nice. The quality appears commendable. And I have a penchant for such rings," Chin Bao replied softly, intending to lead Imo Fan to explore other items. Her visit that morning was primarily to select some goods for her own shop. Imo Fan refrained from further conversation and accompanied her to a nearby stall showcasing some raw jade. The term raw jade refers to fully unprocessed stones, some of which were cut into manageable pieces, while others remained in their unrefined state. The larger pieces could yield bangles, while the smaller ones were suitable for rings. Typically, Chin Bao spent more time examining raw jade, and this stall had a particularly decent selection. Among them were several irregularly shaped pendants, modest in size and approximately 7 to 8 millimeters thick. Their dimensions varied, lacking the uniformity of traditional shapes. However, the surfaces had been polished, revealing a brilliant sheen, flecked with tiny, meticulously crafted indentations. Due to the polishing, the jade appeared resplendent to the naked eye. The texture was also commendable. Imo Fan picked one up for inspection, noting an energy fluctuation around 32. The overall color leaned towards a white-yellow hue, with each piece featuring beautiful yellow jade accents, and the areas of color were quite abundant. Notably, the white portions exhibited fine quality, making this type of jade highly prized by artisans and sculptors alike. This combination, paired with skilled craftsmanship, promised excellent marketability. Thus Chin Bao displayed clear interest in these pieces. She held them closely, examining them thoroughly, and requested a flashlight from the vendor to scrutinize the distribution of inclusions and cracks. "Excuse me, what is the price for this batch?" she inquired. The vendor, a young woman cradling a small child, responded, "This batch is priced at 280,000. If you make an appropriate offer, I can negotiate." The vendor stood, gently rocking her child while discussing the goods. Chin Bao paused upon hearing the price, studied the stones for a few seconds, and then said, "Could I offer 180,000? That won't do. Someone previously offered 200,000, and the owner declined." The vendor replied softly, explaining the situation regarding the jade. After a moment of contemplation, Just as Qin Debao was about to make another offer, a voice interjected from the side. I will offer 250,000. I want this batch. Chapter 87. A glimpse of the clue. Mo Fan furrowed his brows and turned to the speaker, who turned out to be the returning Han Xiaolu. Initially, he intended to leave, but Qin Tianming persuaded him to stay. Han Xiaolu realized that his time here was limited, just a few days, and seizing the opportunity was paramount. Thus, the recent scene unfolded, where Han Xiaolu noticed Qin Daba looking at a particular batch of materials. He contemplated purchasing them outright as a gift for her, hoping to win her favor. However, he overlooked an essential rule in the jade industry. One should not interfere while another is negotiating. Qin Tianming was aware of this. Yet he could not stop the eager Han Xiaolu in time. Observing Mo Fan's expression, he thought that if a conflict arose between Mo Fan and Han Xiaolu, it might not be entirely disadvantageous for him. Meanwhile, Qin Daba's face clearly displayed anger and disdain. The stall owner's wife felt a bit awkward and addressed the excited Han Xiaolu, saying, "Excuse me, sir. This lady is currently in negotiations. You may wait until she concludes before we discuss the price." Upon hearing this, Mo Fan regarded her with newfound respect. The stall owner was indeed competent. "It's all right. She's my good friend. We are together," Han Xiaolu replied nonchalantly, leaving the stall owner with no choice but to glance at Mo Fan and the others. If they truly were together, she still wished to secure the 250,000 yuan. After all, it was money, and who would oppose it, provided the gentleman's claim was genuine? Qin Daba erupted. "Han Xiaolu, are you out of your mind? Who's together with you? Do you have any sense of decorum or respect?" Despite his attempt to remain composed, his voice rose considerably, leaving Han Xiaolu bewildered. He turned to Qin Tianming, his eyes seemingly asking, "What is wrong with this?" Qin Tianming covered his face, pulling on him, but to no avail. "No, Daba, I intended to buy this for you." Han Xiaolu's face flushed crimson. Caught between embarrassment and indignation, his voice rising slightly. "Get lost." Qin Daba's cold tone pierced the air. The surrounding temperature seemed to drop, and Mo Fan sensed the chilling aura emanating from her. The stall owner shivered and took a couple of steps back, clutching her child. Qin Tianming hurriedly interposed himself between Han Xiaolu and Qin Daba, while Qin Daba's countenance turned frosty, as if he were a different person entirely. Qin Tianming's expression grew serious. "Sister, this is unnecessary. Hongo merely wishes to make you happy." With that, he removed his glasses, and his aura shifted to a more somber tone. Noticing the tension in the atmosphere, Mo Fan quickly grasped Qin Daba's hand. However, upon doing so, he felt something amiss. Her hand was chilling to the touch. Just then, Qin Daba let out a soft huff, regaining her composure. She turned to the stall owner, stating, 250,000. "Please package it for me. Thank you." The stall owner promptly complied, taking a bag to wrap the materials and handing it over. Qin Daba turned to Mo Fan and said, "Brother Fan, please help me with the payment. Even if it's a gift, it should be from you." After speaking, he offered Mo Fan a gentle smile, which momentarily captivated him. At that instant, Qin Daba was truly striking. Han Xiao's expression shifted dramatically. His teeth clenched as he glared fiercely at Mo Fan. He then turned on his heel and walked away. Qin Tianming narrowed his eyes, a smirk forming on his lips as he adjusted his glasses and quickly pursued Han Xiaola. "Brother Han, listen to me. My sister absolutely did not mean it that way." Han Xiaola retorted, "Enough. Do you take me for a fool? Today, right now, I want that kid kneeling before me." Rage ignited in Han Xiaola's eyes, his animosity erupting at that moment. Meanwhile, observing Qin Tianming and the others depart, Qin Daba did not release Mo Fan's hand, instead apologetically stating, "I'm sorry, Mo Fan, for dragging you into this. I'll transfer the money to you shortly." He glanced at Mo Fan with concern. Mo Fan remained silent, his expression devoid of emotion, which nearly caused Qin Daba to loosen his grip. Just as she moved her hand, she felt something additional in her palm. Looking down, she was surprised to find a delicate jewelry box. She opened it to discover a radiant jade ring nestled inside, exuding an aura of elegance. "I noticed you quite liked this type of ring earlier. Though it may not be excessively expensive, I wish to express my sentiments," Qin Daba explained. "As for the money, you mentioned it was a gift from me, so consider it a token of our collaboration." Qin Daba cast a delighted glance at Mo Fan before joyfully adorning his finger with the ring. A silence enveloped them once more. Qin Daba refrained from mentioning that he merely wished to acquire the ring to replenish stock for the company, while Mo Fan chose not to disclose that this gift had been a spontaneous decision. The surrounding market seemed to quiet down as well. Wow, what is going on between you two? Bai Xiaonan's voice broke the stillness, prompting them to hastily release their hands, and Qin Daba's face flushed slightly. Mo Fan adopted a serious demeanor, observing with a composed expression. Bai Xiaonan, curious and playful, approached Qin Daba, nudging her with her shoulder and bursting into laughter. Jiuzhen quietly sidled up to Mo Fan, watching him with intrigue. Boss, the materials have been cut. The ice blue variety, with a bracelet included. Jiuzhen reported the status of the materials, her eyes wide with excitement. Bai Xiaonan ceased her teasing and remarked, "We placed the materials in the car. They're too heavy to carry. The quality is indeed impressive. Let us use them for production in the coming days. The ice blue can still fetch a good price." Mo Fan nodded, indicating that she should handle it as she saw fit. He was already aware of the energy fluctuations. Otherwise, he would not have insisted on purchasing it, even knowing someone was watching. The group continued to browse for a while, securing several cost-effective finished products to replenish their stock at the old iron shop. "Boss Missouri, come to my cousin's house tonight. I have something to show you. Just come alone." After hanging up, Lao Bu's voice sounded weak, but his message was direct. Mo Fan recalled that arid piece of jadeite, and though he felt a hint of curiosity, he resolved to visit in the evening. Upon returning home, after a shared meal with his companions, he instructed Bai Xiaonan to coordinate the delivery of the collected items to Lao Tai, while also discussing the shop's needs and materials with him. Subsequently, he conferred with Qin Debao regarding their collaboration and the associated contracts. Chapter 88. I suspect you are not as swift as I. Before long, Mo Fan and Jiuzhen arrived at the doorstep of Boss Hu, having previously arranged their meeting over the phone. Boss Hu had even invited Boss Ma to join them for a hearty drink. As they entered the house, they noticed the bustling activity on the first floor, where others were engaged in cutting stones and retrieving goods. The female bandit leader was unmistakably out of her element. From a distance, Boss Hu spotted Mo Fan and, with a hearty voice, approached him with enthusiasm. He initially presumed Bai Xiaonan accompanied Mo Fan, but was taken aback when he overheard disparaging remarks about Jiuzhen. Upon seeing her, he was momentarily flummoxed, his expression filled with innocent confusion. Uncle Hu. No need to worry. Jiuzhen is working alongside me now." With Mo Fan's declaration, Boss Hu's astonishment deepened, momentarily forgetting to invite them inside. "Hello, Boss Hu. I am now working with my boss, and I hope to receive your guidance in the future." Jiuzhen spoke confidently, her demeanor unperturbed, embodying the essence of a strong woman who commanded respect in any setting. Once Jiuzhen's words registered, Boss Hu quickly ushered them inside, engaging in polite conversation with her as they walked. He had previously learned of Jiuzhen's operations, given her ownership of a mining site, which had led to some collaborative efforts in the past. Shortly thereafter, they entered the interior, where Boss Ma expressed his surprise upon seeing Jiuzhen. Mo Fan offered explanations, while Jiuzhen maintained her calm composure, as if working alongside Mo Fan were the most natural occurrence. "By the way, Uncle Hu, I actually came here seeking your advice." Mo Fan presented cigarettes, liquor, and tea prepared for the elders, then smiled as he articulated his purpose for the visit. The two elders exchanged courteous gestures before inviting Mo Fan and Jiuzhen to sit. "Certainly, feel free to speak your mind. My Uncle Ma and I are open to sharing all that we know." After a brief pause, Mo Fan continued, "Uncle Hu, I would like to inquire about the prominent jadeite merchants operating in the Rue City area, as well as the distribution of power among them. We anticipate spending a considerable amount of time in Rue City, and it would be prudent to familiarize ourselves ahead of time to avoid any unforeseen encounters." In posing this question, Mo Fan sought not only to grasp the market dynamics, but also to gain insight into the Han Shala family, especially after their recent conflict. Ensuring he was well prepared, Boss Hu exchanged a glance with Boss Ma before responding. "There are numerous jadeite merchants in Rue City, many of whom conduct substantial business. You have likely encountered them during your previous visit to Myanmar. Two families remain unexplored, yet all are engaged in legitimate enterprises. In the realm of commerce, there exist 3 chambers of commerce and 4 prominent families. The chambers encompass a myriad of industries, while the families include the Qin, Han, Zhao, and Dao families." Having mentioned this, Boss Ma poured tea for everyone, and they each took a sip. Boss Hu proceeded to elaborate on the circumstances of the various families. Mo Fan gleaned insights into the Han family, which contrasts starkly with the other families in its reserved demeanor. The Han family is known for its ostentatiousness, often resorting to aggressive tactics, employing wealth to achieve their desires, and not hesitating to sever ties when money fails to yield results. Their connections with Myanmar are shrouded in ambiguity, leading to a love-hate relationship among business peers regarding the Han family. After this discourse, Boss Hu and his associates subtly inquired about Mo Fan's recent ventures in Myanmar and whether he had any materials to offer. Mo Fan candidly expressed that he indeed had a piece of material to share, having already allocated half of it to Chintabeo. He invited them to visit him at their convenience to inspect the material. The group continued their conversation, with Mo Fan outlining his future plans and suggesting potential avenues for collaboration, which piqued the interest of Boss Hu and his companion. Many individuals adopt similar strategies, yet few possess the unique resources that Mo Fan does. A connection with the Bai family, the Qin family, a formidable female leader, alongside his own prowess in gambling stones. They expressed confidence in his capabilities and signaled their desire for continued collaboration. Boss Hu invited them to stay for dinner, and Mo Fan and his companions graciously accepted. After spending half a day at Boss Hu's establishment, enjoying a hearty meal, the two bid their farewells. Jiuzhan abstained from alcohol, while Mo Fan indulged in a couple of drinks, albeit with little effect. Upon reaching the entrance, they found a car waiting and promptly embarked toward their residence. The vehicle glided smoothly along the road, a faint aroma wafting through the air. Jiuzhan discreetly retrieved 2 pills, offering one to Mo Fan while consuming the other herself. They exchanged a glance, and moments later, both succumbed to unconsciousness in the back seat. The driver maintained a steady course, turning down a narrow path after passing an intersection. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a secluded warehouse, where the car came to a gradual halt. "How is it? All good?" A voice called from outside the window. The driver chuckled lightly, assuring, "Rest assured, I've done this before." He cast a glance at the two in the back seat, grinning mischievously before exiting the vehicle. Inside the warehouse, 7 or 8 dark-skinned individuals from Myanmar awaited them. Upon hearing the driver's words, they appeared somewhat more at ease. "This woman is truly captivating," one of the older men, sporting a bushy beard, remarked with a lascivious grin upon seeing Jiuzhan. "All right, let's get to work. Just don't kill the man. The woman will be handled later," barked a figure who appeared to be their leader. Immediately, several individuals swung open the car doors, intent on dragging the two out. However, just as one hand reached for Jiuzhan, she suddenly opened her eyes, and a small, delicate crossbow materialized in the line of sight of the onlookers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows were released in swift succession. 3 of the old Myanmar men clutched their chests and collapsed to the ground. The others, upon witnessing this, grew tense and prepared to arm themselves. Yet, Jiuzhan's movements were remarkably swift. With a sudden burst of power from her long legs, she quickly exited the vehicle, delivering a kick that sent one of the old Myanmar men tumbling. She advanced forward, intent on continuing her assault, and the burly men found themselves unable to withstand her onslaught for long. Her strikes were vicious and unpredictable, and in mere moments, she had dispatched 2 more foes. Bang! A gunshot rang out. All activity ceased as the leader raised a handgun, unwaveringly aimed at Jiuzhan. "The beauty possesses commendable skills, but I wager my gun is swifter." The man, cigarette dangling from his lips, paid no heed to his injured subordinates, his gaze fixated intensely on Jiuzhan. Feeling somewhat cornered, Jiuzhan realized that, having entered the Great Xia through official channels, she was not armed with firearms, only carrying the components of a small crossbow, which she had only recently assembled. Unfortunately, her arrows were now expended, leaving her in a quandary. Suddenly, a pained cry pierced the air. The leader's wrist, which clutched the gun, was abruptly severed. Chapter 89, The Flying Sword. With the leader's anguished wails, a chorus of cries resonated around them. Jiuzhan beheld a sleek, dark blade darting through the factory, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. The blade hovered gently above the palm of the hand, rotating slowly. The ground was strewn with bodies, including the driver, all clutching their legs, rendered immobile. The leader, his face a mask of horror, gazed at Mo Fan in disbelief. "Why you?" Words caught in his throat, his injury causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. The hand that had held the gun lay motionless on the ground beside him, yet he dared not move, fearing that the menacing little sword might come flying toward him. "Are you all right?" Mo Fan, not looking at the leader, turned to inquire of Jiuzhan. "I'm fine, boss." Jiuzhan, still somewhat stunned, had witnessed her share of extraordinary events, but this was unlike anything she had ever encountered. She vowed that this was the first time in her life she had witnessed such a spectacle. Initially feeling slightly careless that day, her anxiety transformed into sheer astonishment. "Well, as long as you're unharmed." Once Mo Fan confirmed that Jiuzhan was safe, he approached the leader step by step. The man was pale, daring not to make any sudden movements, instead tightly gripping the stump of his severed wrist with his other hand. As Mo Fan advanced, the leader's legs began to tremble involuntarily. Speak. Who ordered you to act? Mo Fan's voice was flat, devoid of emotion. I don't know. But as soon as the words escaped his lips, the blade flashed past, and another old Myanmar man fell lifelessly to the ground. If you remain silent, I shall let them speak. Do you know who it is? Mo Fan walked with deliberate slowness, his voice maintaining an air of tranquility. We truly do not know. We merely followed Sarah's directives. Yes, indeed, we are utterly unaware. We were simply paid to do our jobs. Cough, cough, cough. Everyone on the ground fell silent without hesitation. Since you are oblivious, you may depart in peace. I shall inquire once more, who instructed you to act? Sarah's trousers were thoroughly soaked, beads of sweat trickling down her chin, dampening her shirt. Chin Xiao, and Han Xiao. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan nodded. Very well. Thank you. Please do me the courtesy of calling him. I wish to hear his voice. Sarah dared not hesitate, immediately releasing her grip, enduring the excruciating pain. Frantically retrieving her phone from her pocket. With trembling hands, she dialed the number. How is it? Has the task been completed? Han Xiao Li's voice resonated from the other end of the line, and Sarah remained silent. Montag Finchbolka. Hello, Han Xiao. I am delighted to hear your voice. Do remember to visit me for some leisure in the future. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended, and Sarah looked at Mo Fan with trepidation. Thank you. In a flash of darkness, she vanished behind Mo Fan. Sarah clutched her neck and collapsed to the ground. On the other side, Jiao Jun was utterly stunned. The recent scene was etched into her mind. She had encountered individuals from prominent families, each possessing remarkable skills. She had even witnessed someone single-handedly combating 10 adversaries. But what had just transpired? Was that truly a power attainable by mere mortals? She felt her worldview had been irrevocably altered, and she finally comprehended why her mother held Mo Fan in such high regard. She understood why her mother insisted she remain by Mo Fan's side to assist him. Initially, she had merely followed her mother's wishes, but now she felt the enigma surrounding Mo Fan had firmly ensnared her. In this moment, she felt fortunate. Had they captured Mo Fan earlier? Very well, let us depart. The driver is no longer available, and I must trouble you to drive. Mo Fan's calm demeanor stirred a hint of unease within Jiao Jun, who was accustomed to grand spectacles. Understood, boss. Observing Mo Fan settle back into the rear seat, Jiao Jun hastily entered the vehicle. They drove towards the main road, where the surroundings were remote and devoid of surveillance cameras. However, upon reaching the main road, to avert complications, they abandoned the car, and Jiao Jun tidied up the traces. Mo Fan pulled out a cigarette, taking a puff to steady his tumultuous emotions. His feelings were complex, perhaps influenced by you too, yet he managed to regain his composure swiftly. Do you have something to say? Mo Fan inquired, noticing Jiao Jun hesitating to speak. Boss, I did not perform well this time. I hope you can forgive me. She understood that Mo Fan had acted out of necessity today, and the display of his abilities was astonishingly extraordinary. This must surely be one of Mo Fan's trump cards. Otherwise, she would have never heard of such prowess before. She felt somewhat ineffectual today. The flicker of pride that once resided within her had dissipated entirely. In this moment, she genuinely wished to follow Mo Fan, hoping that in the future, she might witness a broader horizon. There was no burden to bear. She had performed admirably, surpassing the capabilities of most. By the way, do not mention today's events to anyone. Mo Fan chuckled softly, reverting to his usual demeanor. Bai Xiaonan had already managed the contract and outlined the forthcoming procedures. After a brief discussion with Mo Fan, he appeared quite satisfied. From now on, you will have full authority over these matters. Should you encounter anything insurmountable, do not hesitate to consult me. Otherwise, the decisions are yours to make. Mo Fan adopted a carefree attitude, and Bai Xiaonan nodded, appreciating this approach to work. It's not the absence of the boss's opinions that worries me. It's the abundance of them. The group glanced at the time and decided to retire for the evening. Upon entering his room, Mo Fan found himself alone at last. He quickly retrieved a piece of material with an energy level of 32 and began to absorb it without delay. Although wielding the small sword had been exhilarating, it had also drained his energy considerably. However, given the circumstances, facing armed adversaries, he had to resort to swift conclusions with the small sword. Now, his body craved the absorption of energy once more. Cradling the jade raw stone, he absorbed it slowly, circulating energy throughout his body. Referring to the memories he had assimilated after absorbing the Dragonstone, he noted that his absorption speed had significantly slowed, yet it felt more refined and harmonious, leaving him with a sense of invigorating relief. Piece by piece, he absorbed 3 materials in total. By the time he finished absorbing all the energy from the materials, dawn had broken. His phone buzzed. "Hello, Mo fan. Trouble. Han Xiaola is here with people looking for you." Qin Debo's voice came through the receiver. "Okay, thank you. I'll step outside to check." After Qin Debo mentioned he would arrive shortly and urged Mo fan to ensure his safety, Mo fan ended the call, pondered for a moment, then swiftly got ready and descended the stairs. In the living room, Bai Xiaonan observed with curiosity as Jiao Zhen busied herself in the kitchen. The mention of Mo fan seemed to have ignited her enthusiasm, and she had taken the initiative to prepare breakfast early that morning. This surprised Bai Xiaonan. She was used to ordering takeout or cooking for herself. She had never seen Jiao Zhen so proactive and wondered what had transpired during their outing the previous day. As Mo fan came downstairs, Bai Xiaonan offered a knowing smile and remarked, "Boss, I'm quite curious about what happened yesterday. Jiao Zhen seems completely taken with you." With a grin, she looked at Mo fan. Mo fan was somewhat taken aback, but quickly understood upon seeing Jiao Zhen's industriousness in the kitchen. A good thing, is it not? Indeed, it is a good thing. After their exchange, Jiao Zhen finished preparing breakfast, which included pancakes, steamed corn, eggs, rice noodles, and hot milk. Quite in abundance. Upon seeing Mo fan descend, she greeted him with a radiant smile, exclaiming, "Good morning, boss. Just in time, breakfast is ready. Come and eat." After speaking, she busied herself at the table, inquiring about what the two of them would like to eat. Just a bowl of rice noodles for me. And please hand me a corn cob." Mo fan felt a bit bashful under her enthusiastic demeanor. However, as soon as Jiao Zhen heard, she promptly served a bowl of rice noodles and even took a small bowl to start peeling corn. Bai Xiaonan was left astounded. Had women changed so drastically? No, I can peel the corn myself. It feels quite unusual for you to do it this way," Mo fan remarked. Upon hearing this, Jiao Zhen chuckled lightly, ceasing her efforts and placing the corn into the bowl, which she then handed over. "Goodness, is there some kind of celebration? There is so much food. How can we possibly finish it all?" Bai Xiaonan teased Jiao Zhen. "No witties. More people will arrive shortly. We will manage." Montag fin replied, lowering his gaze as he blew on the rice noodles clinging to his chopsticks. As if to validate his statement, the doorbell rang from outside. Bai Xiaonan rose to peek into the courtyard, discovering Qin Tianming, Han Xiaola, and some subordinates standing neatly at the gate. Seeing her emerge, Han Xiaola wore a peculiar expression. But Qin Tianming immediately chimed in with a jovial tone. "Oh, sorry to trouble Miss, but to personally open the door. Please inform Boss Missouri that Han Ge and I have come to pay him a visit. Let us see if it's convenient." Bai Xiaonan noted the politeness in his manner, while Han Xiaola remained silent, which was rather unusual. She had heard of the Han family, and she was familiar with Han Xiaola. This was not her typical demeanor. As she pondered, Mo fan's voice resonated. "Please let them in. Welcome." With her customary smile, Bai Xiaonan opened the courtyard door to invite them inside. "You all wait here." Qin Tianming instructed his subordinates, leading only Han Xiaola inside. The visit was actually Qin Tianming's idea. He had been present when Han Xiaola received the call last night. Upon receiving the call, both sensed something amiss and hurried to the abandoned factory. Upon entering, they were taken aback. Such a scene was seldom witnessed, even in Myanmar, although their families were prominent. Problems were usually resolved through intimidation or bribery. Instances of such grandeur were exceedingly rare. Mo fan's audacity to act this way suggested he possessed significant backing, especially considering his experiences in Myanmar. What unsettled him was the sight of Jiao Zhen at the market yesterday. It was she who had captured them, yet now she was by Mo fan's side. Consequently, he hurriedly instructed his men to handle matters at the factory and decided to bring Han Xiaola to meet Mo fan first thing in the morning. Upon entering the room, they found Mo fan enjoying his breakfast, showing no intention of rising. His pupils dilated in surprise as he beheld Jiao Zhen peeling an egg for him and tenderly dabbing his mouth with a napkin. "What is this?" The discomfort felt by the two single gentlemen was palpable, particularly given that this woman was Jiao Zhen, a figure of considerable influence in Myanmar. This seems like an abundance of breakfast. Let us all partake together." Mo fan lifted his gaze to glance at them, and then spoke. Upon hearing this, Jiao Zhen rose, fetched 2 chairs, and stood beside Mo fan once more. This gesture astonished the two men, yet seeing that Mo fan chose not to elaborate further, they could only hurriedly express their gratitude to Jiao Zhen. They then took their seats at the table, hesitating to speak. Help yourselves to whatever you wish to eat. Let us first dine, and we shall discuss matters afterward. Mo Fan's voice was not loud, but exuded an unparalleled calmness and confidence. The two men remained silent, accepting the bowls and chopsticks handed to them by Xiaonan, and began to eat. At that moment, Qin Debao hurriedly drove over. Noticing a group of people at the entrance of Mo Fan's villa, a sense of unease gripped her heart as she rushed to park and walked toward the courtyard. However, upon entering the courtyard, her apprehension eased slightly, for it was quiet and devoid of any sounds of disturbance. It was only when she stepped into the living room that surprise washed over her. She saw Xiaonan sitting nearby, eating an egg, while Jiuzhen stood beside Mo Fan. At the table, the three of them were engrossed in their meal of rice noodles. "You're here? Please join us for a bite." Xiaonan beckoned Qin Debao to sit and eat. At that moment, Qin Debao sensed the unusual atmosphere, yet her heart felt considerably lighter. She feared that Han Xiaola might act irrationally. Soon, the three of them finished their meal. Mo Fan took the tissue offered by Jiuzhen to wipe his mouth, and Qin Debao raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Jiuzhen. Just as she intended to speak, Xiaonan gently pulled her back, offering her a reassuring look. Consequently, she restrained herself, opting to observe how Mo Fan would handle the situation, for there was currently no conflict among them. "All right, we are satiated. Let's converse." With Mo Fan's words, Qin Tianming also set down his chopsticks, while Han Xiaola regarded Mo Fan with a serious expression. "Boss Missouri, a misunderstanding has occurred, and we shall refrain from excessive explanations. I simply wish to inquire how we might resolve this matter," Qin Tianming stated, while Han Xiaola gritted his teeth, only to be calmed by a gentle pat on his leg from Qin Tianming. Thus, they sat in silence, gazing at Mo Fan. "Misunderstanding? I do not perceive it as such. You initiated the confrontation, and I have accepted it. Should it not now be my turn to strike back while you receive?" Mo Fan regarded the two with an air of leisure, while Jiuzhen discreetly tightened her grip on the concealed crossbow trigger behind her back. Chapter 91. The Mask is Torn. Upon hearing Mo Fan's words, Qin Tianming furrowed his brow, only to smooth it out again. He restrained the eager Han Xiaola beside him and chuckled softly. "Boss Missouri, you jest. We initially intended to invite you to inspect some materials. However, due to the incompetence of my subordinates, a misunderstanding arose, and they have indeed received their due reprimand. Rest assured, I have handled all the aftermath, and you shall not be troubled further." At this juncture, he paused, keen to gauge Mo Fan's expression. After all, Mo Fan had refrained from displaying anger, instead opting to share a meal together. This indicated he did not wish for further animosity or deterioration of the situation. Thus, he awaited to discern Mo Fan's true sentiments. However, Mo Fan's performance did not meet his expectations. And then, allow us to clarify. This is indeed a misunderstanding. Our Qin family has some business dealings with you, Mr. Mo. How might we resolve this misunderstanding? Qin Tianming redirected the conversation towards Qin Daba, which left her speechless and on the verge of an outburst. Xiaonan gently patted her hand, urging her to continue observing. "I have limited interactions with the Qin family. I merely have a decent relationship with Daba. Since you claim this is a misunderstanding, the existence of such an issue hinges primarily on your sincerity." Mo Fan also relented, as he did not wish for the situation to deteriorate further. After all, he preferred to conduct his business discreetly and reap profits quietly. Nevertheless, it was impossible to simply brush the matter aside. Now, it was up to Qin Tianming to navigate the situation, as he could surmise Mo Fan's notion of sincerity. However, with a prominent young master beside him, things became rather complicated. As he furrowed his brow in contemplation, Han Xiaola slapped the table. Raising his voice, "You are being given face. Sincerity? I have been patient today, coming to speak with you civilly. That is already showing you respect." As soon as Han Xiaola spoke, Qin Tianming realized the situation had soured. There was no way to resolve this amicably, but since Han Xiaola had already made his stance clear, he was inclined to side with him. Thus, he relinquished the idea of negotiation and remained silent, observing how Mo Fan would respond to Han Xiaola's provocation. In terms of family strength, the Han family still held an edge over others on the surface. Han Xiaola had been advised by Qin Tianming to keep his composure throughout their journey. Tianming's intention had been to gauge Mo Fan's capabilities first, which is why he had restrained his temper. However, he finally lost his patience. He ripped off the facade, refusing to believe that this unheard-of young man possessed any real ability. Even if he did, how could the illustrious young master of the Han family lose face? Now, it was Qin Tianming's turn to calmly observe how Mo Fan would handle this escalation. There was no room for negotiation now. Jiuzhen, show them out. After all, it was still broad daylight in a residential area. Han Xiaola and his companions dared not resort to violence. Even if they did, Mo Fan was unafraid. You will regret this. Han Xiaola practically spat the words through clenched teeth before turning to leave. His anger intensified as he noticed Mo Fan's nonchalant demeanor. Feeling belittled as the distinguished young master of the Han family, Qin Tianming, appearing equally helpless, rose to follow him outside. As they passed by Qin Daba, Han Xiaola shot her a cold glare, while Tianming maintained a cheerful facade. The roar of engines echoed as Tianming and his entourage departed. Yet, Mo Fan was aware that their retaliation would likely be even more ferocious. Qin Daba's words surprised him. It seemed this girl was capable of arranging spies under Qin Tianming's watch. The competition among the younger generation of their families was evidently far more intense than he had imagined. There is nothing to worry about. Yesterday, they sent someone to deal with us, but instead, we managed to turn the tables. Rest assured, I will handle it. Montag fen rishulat kindabayo, believing that some matters were best kept from her. Qin Dabeo glanced at Mo Fan, then at Bai Xiaonan and Jiuzhen, noticing that all three displayed a composed demeanor. Mo Fan exuded confidence, while Jiuzhen, having witnessed Mo Fan's capabilities the previous night, held not only faith but a burgeoning admiration for him. As for Bai Xiaonan, her calmness remained unwavering as ever. I must say, the Han family does present some challenges. They primarily engage in the jade industry, dealing with raw stones, which is the most perilous aspect of the business. Their vast influence and strength are unquestionable, especially in Myanmar, where they possess considerable power. You must exercise caution. If necessary, I can have the Qin family send someone to protect you. No need for that. Please rest assured, I'm capable of protecting myself, so do not worry. Mo Fan's words only heightened Qin Dabeo's unease, for she understood that this situation was undoubtedly linked to her. Otherwise, Han Xiaola would not have provoked Mo Fan without reason. She now regretted her actions in the market that day. Sensing her thoughts, Mo Fan comforted her, saying, Miss Qin, there is no need for you to overthink this. It is not your fault. I took this upon myself. At that moment, Jiuzhen's phone rang. Noticing it was her mother's call, she answered and spoke briefly before expressing her concern to Mo Fan. My mother called to inform me that the assassins in Myanmar have just received a bounty. It is for you, and the reward has reached a staggering 10 billion shots. She is worried about you and wants to know if she should send more people to assist. Jiuzhen's expression betrayed a hint of worry. Despite having witnessed Mo Fan's prowess, the high bounty made the situation precarious. Wow, I am worth 10 billion. No witties. Tell Auntie not to fret. I can manage on my own. However, you all should exercise caution in your movements these days. I fear they may target you. As Mo Fan spoke, his own phone rang. He pulled it out, surprised to see it was a call from Governor Chen. Surely, he was not also calling to warn him? Indeed, upon answering, Governor Chen addressed the same issue. Then, a voice came through from Nanshan. Mo Fan, you should come visit me in the next few days. I can assist you with this matter. Hearing Nanshan's voice took Mo Fan aback. Their acquaintance had been merely cordial, having met only once. Perhaps it was because he sensed an energy within Mo Fan that drew his attention. However, the reasons behind Nanshan's interest in him remained a mystery. Nonetheless, given that the call had been made and the bounty on him had been issued in Myanmar, he knew he should take it seriously. Why not go directly, thus preventing any danger from coming here? Without much contemplation, he readily agreed to Nanshan's suggestion. Certainly, Mr. Nanshan, I too feel that I have yet to fully appreciate the exotic charm of foreign lands. I shall depart tomorrow morning. Please provide me with the location. As soon as Mo Fan concluded his statement, Nanshan's hearty laughter echoed from the other end. He then instructed Chun Taisho to communicate with Mo Fan. After exchanging a few words with Chun Taisho to confirm the location, he addressed the present young women. Tomorrow, I shall visit Myanmar, and Nanshan is aware of this matter. He mentioned he has a way to assist me, so I will first go and take a look. You all stay here and focus on getting the company up and running. Xiao Bai, I will provide you with a piece of material shortly. Discuss it with Dabeo on how to handle it. Once sorted, the initial funding should no longer be a concern. After speaking, Mo Fan ascended to his bedroom and shortly returned, holding a piece of fully green jadeite. This was the material he had retrieved after acquiring the dragon stone, though he had only brought half of it with him, leaving the other half in his personal space. The onlookers gasped at the imperial green jadeite he presented. It's absolutely stunning, Bai Xiaonan exclaimed, Though she believed that only the dragon stone was truly precious, she could not help but admire the exquisite beauty of this gem. This green, this clarity, truly magnificent. Jiuzhan, more accustomed to handling such materials, immediately identified the two finest characteristics of the jadeite. Mo fan. There is no need for processing. I will take it as is. I shall call home right now. This material is remarkable, even under natural light. It exhibits such impressive quality. When it is turned into products, it will be extraordinary. Moreover, there is no need for artificial lighting. The quality is of such a standard that cracks are exceedingly rare. This piece can yield 2 bangles, one of which can be crafted into 2 large pendants, while the other can be fashioned into a donut shape. The remainder will produce high-quality egg face stones, yielding a significant quantity. Chin DeBayo, visibly excited, immediately retrieved a small flashlight from her bag the moment Mo Fan unveiled the jadeite. She had already begun examining it under the light. The more she looked, the more satisfied and exhilarated she became. Although people often associate jade with the term imperial green, it is indeed a rarity to encounter such a piece in real life. Such high-quality jade is typically hoarded by affluent collectors or Korean enthusiasts. It is truly difficult to observe such pieces outside of significant occasions or specific times and places. Moreover, this fully green material often becomes the top bid at public auctions or fetches exorbitant prices. Baishaonan need not show this piece to anyone else. I will purchase it directly. Name your price, and I will comply. Chin DeBayo marveled once more, fearing that Baishaonan might attempt to showcase the jadeite to others. All right, little Bai, you shall collaborate with DeBao. I entrust the materials to you. Once the payment is received, simply allocate it towards the company's development. Montag van Rimacht casually intended to move on and step outside. However, upon observing his intention to depart, Chin DeBao immediately detained him, a serious expression adorning his face. Surely, this material constitutes only half of the total, does it not? What the other half? Please present it to me as well. True to his business acumen, Chin DeBao discerned that there must indeed be an additional portion of the material. Yes, I shall keep the other half. I have scarcely encountered imperial green before. I shall reserve it as a dowry for my future marriage. Mo Fan jested lightly, causing Chin DeBao's cheeks to flush, after which he refrained from further commentary. Indeed, possessing such material typically leads one to retain it, as its value appreciates substantially year after year. Very well. I estimate this material's worth to be over 100 million. I shall first consult Master Chin regarding pricing, and then I will coordinate with Baishaonan. Mo Fan continued. Rest assured, this endeavor is also for my benefit, and as of now, I consider myself part of the company. You need not worry about the cost. Chin DeBao appeared earnest in his attempt to convey his remorse, his expression tinged with guilt. As Mo Fan prepared to leave, he was once more halted, this time by Jiuzhan. Boss, allow me to accompany you on this trip. I am quite familiar with Myanmar. Jiuzhan exclaimed, her urgency apparent as Mo Fan had not included her in his plans. Having underperformed the previous day, she felt compelled to demonstrate her capabilities. Furthermore, having grown up in Myanmar, she possessed a deeper understanding of the local environment and customs. Very well. However, this journey may entail peril. Thus, you shall depart today, and I will come to escort you tomorrow, Mo Fan stated, having considered his words carefully. Although he possessed a small sword, he could not rely on it exclusively. With his current physical prowess and combat abilities, coupled with some equipment, Mo Fan felt confident in his capacity for self-preservation without resorting to the sword. After sharing this, he was once again detained, this time by Baishaonan. Boss, please accompany me. I have something to discuss with you. Baishaonan stated mysteriously, leading Mo Fan towards the courtyard, leaving the two women behind in a state of intrigue. Once in the courtyard, Baishaonan spoke softly. Boss, I perceive that Jiuzhan has developed considerable trust in you. I suggest that, once you ascertain her reliability, you allow her to absorb a bit of dragonstone energy. You will be pleasantly surprised. She concluded with a beaming smile, as if her secret had been unveiled. How did you know I possessed dragonstone? Mo Fan was taken aback by her profound insight, as it seemed she was privy to many secrets. Initially uncertain, he now felt assured. All right, I shall keep it confidential. I will rely on you in the future. Baishaonan spoke with an unwavering confidence, then retrieved a ring from her possession. The ring, designed for men, was simplistic yet elegantly ancient, its material indiscernible at first glance. The design features 2 intertwining vines, with a mysterious rune at their center, resembling a tightly closed eye. What does this signify? Mo Fan inquired, expressing his curiosity. You will wear it. When the time comes, Nanshan will understand. Bai Xiaonan replied with a cryptic smile. Chapter 93. To Believe or Not to Believe. Mo Fan finally exited the villa district and proceeded to the supermarket to procure some daily necessities. He then visited the agricultural market to purchase additional ironware. He called home to update his parents on his recent circumstances and mentioned that he had opened shop with friends. They were delighted and comforted, prompting Mo Fan to send them some money, urging them not to work anymore. Mo Fan shared a sumptuous dinner with Bai Xiaonan, who brought out a bottle of red wine and 2 elegant glasses. Shall we toast, boss? Mo Fan pondered her ambiguous expression, uncertain of her thoughts. Certainly. They savored the wine while engaging in conversation. Mo Fan's curiosity about Bai Xiaonan's family prompted him to inquire about their primary endeavors. Bai Xiaonan took a sip of wine, then began to unfold the narrative. Her family, it turned out, was vast and involved in numerous industries. From a young age, family members were cultivated not only in business, but also in various other fields. Bai Xiaonan chuckled as she recounted the breadth of their family's engagements. However, within the family, individuals were categorized differently. Those unable to absorb Dragonstone energy were allocated to business ventures to strengthen the family's influence. Conversely, those capable of harnessing Dragonstone energy received specialized training until their latent abilities manifested. Once they demonstrated their potential, the family would send them out to find suitable partners. Typically, those also capable of absorbing Dragonstone energy. This symbiotic relationship significantly increased the chances of acquiring Dragonstones, as their family's inherent lack of combat prowess made the search challenging. Mo Fan gleaned an understanding of their family's operational dynamics, realizing the deeper significance behind Bai Xiaonan's attitude upon learning of his Dragonstone. Initially, once a suitable partner was identified, a 1-year probationary period would ensue. If the chosen individual failed to assist in obtaining Dragonstones, they would reconsider their partnership. Do not underestimate any member of the Bai Xiaonan family. We can provide substantial advantages during the early development of our partners, she added, taking another sip of her wine and playfully tousling her hair. Especially among our female kin, we possess a unique ability, though I cannot disclose it at this moment. Perhaps in the future, I will share more with you. Mo Fan felt intrigued, yet respected her discretion. As the evening wore on, they noted that the time was drawing near. For Bai Xiaonan had company matters to attend to the following day. Mo Fan also needed to rise early to journey to Myanmar. In the basement, he had opened several pieces today, removing the necessary skins, revealing the jadeite within, which could now be sold as raw material. The two of them rose and made their way towards their respective bedrooms. However, as Bai Xiaonan stood up, she lost her balance upon brushing against the sofa and nearly fell. Quick as a flash, Mo Fan reached out and gently caught her. A fragrant breeze swept past as a few strands of Bai Xiaonan's hair brushed against his face, the softness and warmth of her presence enveloping him. Bai Xiaonan gasped in surprise, and their eyes locked momentarily. She playfully tapped Mo Fan's chest with her finger, saying, "Do you believe me when I say it was unintentional?" Mo Fan replied, "I do. But if you believe me, then release your other hand. That area is off limits." Bai Xiaonan retorted, "I don't believe you." Mo Fan chuckled. "All right, be careful tomorrow. Good night." He raised his right hand, fingers curling slightly, insisting, "I truly did not mean it." The following morning, Mo Fan arrived early at the border. After completing the necessary procedures, his phone rang. "Boss, I'm all set here, waiting for you at the checkpoint." Jiuzhen's voice was in high spirits. They had spoken over the phone the previous night. The two met swiftly, with Jiuzhen accompanied by several subordinates, having brought along 4 or 5 vehicles in total. Jiuzhen then drove Mo Fan towards the location of Nanshan. Meanwhile, in a grand complex in the largest house, Chen Taishou addressed Nanshan, "Adoptive father, why can't I go to pick up Mo Fan? He has made a public announcement through Zhu Yuan about his arrival in Myanmar, and I suspect that numerous assassins are already stirring." Nanshan chuckled. "What use would it be for you to pick him up? What is destined to happen will happen regardless. If he cannot even reach here, what significance does it hold for us to summon him?" As he spoke, Nanshan was arranging the tea set on a kung fu tea table, preparing a pot of tea. "An old friend of mine should be arriving soon. Please assist me in welcoming her outside." On Mo Fan's side, once they crossed into Myanmar's territory, they began to exercise caution. He had intentionally allowed Zhu Yuan to disseminate the information, directing attention and potential threats towards that area, thus ensuring the safety of his family and friends. After all, the purpose of this visit was to resolve a particular matter. Soon, after passing through several checkpoints, Mo Fan's convoy ventured deeper into Myanmar's territory. He had initially presumed that someone as influential as Nanshan would have his domain situated far from the cities of Myanmar, much like the mining magnate Lao Mu. To his surprise, Nanshan's location was in proximity to Mandalay. Consequently, they primarily traversed main roads, avoiding the more secluded paths. This realization provided Mo Fan with insight into Nanshan's power. The influence near Mandalay suggested some degree of official backing. As he pondered these thoughts, the convoy was navigating a narrow gorge flanked by mountains when Jiuzhen had just put down the walkie-talkie, and suddenly, a cacophony erupted from both sides. Numerous large stones and timber cascaded swiftly down the sides of the road, accompanied by the sudden crack of gunfire. The convoy hastily maneuvered to avoid the debris, causing a disruption in their formation, and some vehicles sustained damage. The assailants were few in number, merely a dozen armed individuals charging towards Mo Fan and his companions. Jiuzhen shielded Mo Fan closely, drawing her weapon to initiate a counterattack. Fortunately, the barrage of stones and wood ceased after a single wave. The intruders aimed primarily to halt the convoy. At present, 2 individuals in the convoy were injured, both struck by the initial assault. Jiuzhen's subordinates, well-trained, quickly utilized the vehicles as cover, ensuring their protection while launching a swift retaliatory strike. After several minutes of sustained gunfire, the noise gradually diminished. From the current circumstances, it was evident that the attackers were not numerous. The initial barrage had merely been densely concentrated. Jiuzhen clearly had her own tactical plan. After signaling a few commands, her capable subordinates began to identify their targets. Upon inspection, all enemies had been eliminated, and a tally of casualties was conducted. 1 dead, 6 injured. Mo Fan, uncertain whether this was fortunate or unfortunate, found himself grappling with the unfamiliarity of the situation. Initially, he felt an urge to wield his small sword in retaliation, yet the distance to the assailants posed a challenge. And Jiuzhen's subordinates were quick in their response. They assessed the condition of the vehicles. Only the lead vehicle had suffered a collision and was incapacitated. Swiftly, they divided into 2 groups. One focused on repairing the vehicle, while the other maintained vigilance and cleared the battlefield. After approximately half an hour, the convoy resumed its journey, drawing ever closer to the heart of Myanmar. The recent attack bore little resemblance to an assassination attempt. Rather, it felt akin to a mere highway robbery, albeit with the misfortune of encountering Mo Fan and his team. Several hours later, they finally arrived at their destination, Manchester. Mo Fan placed a call to Governor Chun, and upon their meeting, the governor escorted Mo Fan to his residence in Nanshan. Nanshan's abode was notably prosperous, situated in a quaint town near Manchester. In terms of architecture and security, it was the finest Mo Fan had encountered in Myanmar. Nanshan welcomed Mo Fan with his customary warmth, casting an interesting glance at Jiuzhen, but refraining from further comment. Instead, he led them to a tea table and began brewing a pot of kung fu tea. At the table, he presented 5 teacups, pouring a cup for Mo Fan and Jiuzhen each, and serving himself and Governor Chin as well. Lastly, he filled a cup for an empty seat. As Mo Fan observed Nanshan prepare the teacups and pot, he sensed an energy emanating from them, astonished to find that he was using dragonstone as tea utensils. Gazing at the translucent tea set with a hint of confusion, Mo Fan was soon addressed by Nanshan. "I have a friend I would like you to meet." Just as he finished speaking, a woman entered the room, her countenance cool and her hair a striking white. She approached silently and sat down heavily on the chair, lifting the cup of tea to take a sip. Then she turned to Mo Fan and inquired, "Are you Mo Fan?" The woman gazed deeply at Mo Fan before addressing Nanshan, exclaiming deal. After finishing the tea in one gulp, she stood up, teacup in hand, and began to leave. Nanshan let out a hearty laugh, his voice resonating. "Good. Take care. The prefect will see you off." He continued, "Your troubles are resolved. The most notorious assassin organization in Myanmar has withdrawn your bounty. There may still be a few assassins after you, but they should be few. With the largest organization backing down, the smaller factions will likely follow suit, though we cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of rogue assassins acting independently. However, you all should be capable of handling those." Mo Fan still harbored some doubts, perhaps sensing his uncertainty. Nanshan gestured for him to sip his tea. Mo Fan lifted the cup, savoring the exquisite tea, which emanated a subtle energy. He refrained from absorbing the energy within the cup, finishing his drink and setting it down. At the moment she lifted her teacup, Jiuzhen's expression shifted, and she turned her gaze towards Mo Fan. Upon receiving a nod from him, she took a sip, and after just that small taste, her face flushed, her breath quickening. It took her a while to regain her composure, her eyes sparkling with newfound clarity, yet she dared not take a second sip. Prefect Chun experienced a similar reaction. After one sip, he closed his eyes to center himself for several seconds before continuing to drink. Nanshan watched the group with a smile, particularly observing Mo Fan, who remained unfazed as he finished his cup. Nanshan poured him another cup, raising his own in cheer. Excellent. Come, let us drink together. He then downed his tea in one swift motion. Uncertain of Nanshan's intentions, Mo Fan lifted his cup again and drank it all. A surge of energy coursed through him, yet he felt entirely rejuvenated. Moreover, he found the tea to be truly delightful. Observing Mo Fan finishing his second cup, Chun pushed his cup forward slightly. Nanshan continued to serve tea, refilling both Chun and Mo Fan's cups. Noticing Jiuzhan's cup still half full, he topped off his own. Another round, Nanshan declared, and he drank from his cup once more. Chun followed suit, finishing his cup promptly, though his face soon turned a shade redder. He closed his eyes to regain his steadiness, and after half a minute, he opened them to find Mo Fan had already finished his drink. Nanshan refilled Chun's cup, and surprise flickered in Chen's eyes, quickly replaced by acceptance. What followed was a continuous cycle of pouring and sipping tea. In total, Chun drank 5 cups. Jiuzhan joined in, finishing her drink and requesting a refill. Nanshan reached a remarkable 10 cups. Yet Mo Fan appeared unaffected. Though intrigued, he continued drinking, reaching his 10th cup as well. At this moment, Nanshan's earlier ease vanished, and he cast a profound glance at Mo Fan, inquiring, "Shall we continue?" Mo Fan now comprehended the reason behind Nanshan's immediate invitation for tea upon his arrival. It was, in fact, a test of his capabilities. The teaware contained energy, and the absorption of energy from the Dragonstone was notably sluggish. Only upon reaching a certain level of prowess and having absorbed sufficient energy could one gradually enhance the speed and volume of daily energy intake. Governor Chun, having just consumed his 5th cup, had closed his eyes to digest the energy remaining in that state. Jiuzhan, who had previously absorbed very little energy from the Dragonstone, was experiencing this intense energy absorption as if it were her first encounter. After 2 cups, she had only managed to take a sip of the 3rd, her complexion visibly flushed and her body trembling slightly. Mo Fan also noticed that the longer the energy was steeped in the teacup, the more potent it became. Moreover, there appeared to be a peculiar quality to the teapot, as Nanshan had poured in copious amounts of water, and they had consumed over 20 cups without even nearing the bottom. Quite astonishing. When Nanshan asked if Mo Fan wished to continue, he naturally opted to proceed. In that brief interval, he had absorbed an amount of energy equivalent to approximately 1 kilogram of ice-type material. Let us continue. It's quite delightful. Upon hearing Mo Fan's words, Nanshan's lips twitched as he poured another cup for both himself and Mo Fan. They shared a smile, and at that moment, Governor Chun opened his eyes, surprised to see them set down their cups. Nanshan, undeterred, continued pouring another cup for the two. He glanced at Governor Chun, his gaze seemingly asking if he wished to partake further. Chun swallowed hard, shaking his head, having reached his limit. Any more could result in physical repercussions. Meanwhile, Jiuzhan also opened her eyes, though the flush on her face had yet to subside. Beneath the table, Mo Fan gently clasped her hand, utilizing a method to transfer energy to Jiuzhan, allowing it to circulate within her body. Almost instantly, her complexion improved significantly. Mo Fan swiftly released her hand, lowering his teacup to signal Nanshan to continue. Both Nanshan and Governor Chun were preoccupied with managing their own energy and did not notice Mo Fan's actions. Acknowledging Mo Fan's gesture, Nanshan's expression twitched as he resumed pouring tea. Soon, Nanshan's pace of pouring slowed, occasionally closing his eyes to recalibrate. By the time Mo Fan finished his 20th cup, Nanshan's demeanor had turned grave, for he himself had only reached his 15th cup. Mo Fan was consuming far too quickly. On Jiuzhan's side, guided by Mo Fan, she had also finished her cup and was now on her 3rd. As Nanshan composed himself and opened his eyes, he found Mo Fan looking at him with an eager expression. He felt somewhat speechless. He had intended to gauge Mo Fan's strength, only to inadvertently elevate his state of excitement instead. Once again, he poured a cup for Mo Fan, who did not serve himself this time. Curiosity flickered in his eyes as he observed Mo Fan, who had been consuming 1 cup after another without any pause. When he saw Mo Fan lift his cup and drink it all in one go before setting it down, Nanshan clenched his teeth with a look of incredulity. He continued to pour, and soon Mo Fan had downed 6 or 7 cups consecutively. Surprisingly, Mo Fan himself felt no urge to relieve himself despite the copious amount of tea he had consumed. Instead, he felt increasingly invigorated, as if he had absorbed nearly 5 kilograms of energy from the icy substance. Finally, Nanshan paused, having emptied the kettle. He gazed at Mo Fan, who appeared unsated, and his lips twitched. "How did you manage that?" he inquired, prompting Chun Taisho to shift his attention as well. "It's simply drinking," Nanshan replied, while Chun Taisho remained astonished. Meanwhile, Jiu Jun, having finished her own cup, had only consumed 3 in total. Nevertheless, she felt remarkably revitalized, as though vitality had been infused into her very being. "Well then, shall we delve into the discussion?" Mo Fan prompted, eager to inquire about matters of interest. Upon hearing this, Nanshan proceeded to elaborate. "The woman you encountered earlier is the leader of the most formidable assassin organization in Myanmar, known as Ares. She possesses the ability to absorb the power of the Dragonstone, though she did not disclose the specifics of her capabilities. This morning, I invited her over to explain that you are my friend and to request the withdrawal of the bounty on you. Ares expressed her desire to meet you in person to ascertain whether you could indeed absorb the energy of the Dragonstone. Upon seeing you, she immediately sensed your potential and confirmed her suspicions. The tea set I used is crafted from Dragonstone, and Ares has already taken one of the cups as a form of service fee, which means she will naturally remove your bounty." Listening to Nanshan, Mo Fan felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Senior Nanshan, I appreciate your sacrifice of a Dragonstone cup on my behalf. Firstly, I must express my gratitude. Secondly, please share your expectations for me." Mo Fan understood that in this world, no benefits came without a price. Nanshan had invested something invaluable, and thus he must have ulterior motives for his keen interest in Mo Fan's affairs. As expected, upon hearing Mo Fan's words, Nanshan chuckled before his expression turned serious. "I would like you to accompany me to a mine and assist in locating Dragonstones." Mo Fan was taken aback by this request, yet he felt compelled to honor the benefits he had already received. Thus, he encouraged Nanshan to elaborate on the specifics. It turned out that in Myanmar, the factions managing the mines were predominantly supported by several prominent families. Mines not only served as economic resources, but also as sources of power for these factions. It was widely recognized that Dragonstones were somewhat easier to find within Jade than in other locales. The intensity of jadeite mining is indeed substantial, even though many influential families already possess a considerable stock of raw jadeite. However, the acquisition of Dragonstones is contingent upon luck. No one can simply seek them out directly. The raw stones extracted from jadeite mines, especially those of any quality, are typically sliced open at the earliest opportunity. This is done both to maximize profit in business and to ascertain whether any Dragonstones lie within. Through his interactions and several probes with Mo Fan, Governor Chun has discerned that Mo Fan is a person of capability. Moreover, he possesses exceptional skills in gambling with stones, having already sought out numerous adept individuals in this regard. The probability of locating Dragonstones increases significantly when such individuals accompany them. Thus, what they truly value is Mo Fan's ability in this domain. Upon hearing that they would venture to the mine, Mo Fan expressed his interest and inquired, "How will we divide the Dragonstones if we find any?" Governor Chun, seemingly exasperated by Mo Fan's question, responded, "You wish to divide? Just finding one would be quite remarkable. Do you think locating Dragonstones is as simple as gambling with stones?" However, Nanshan gestured for him to remain calm and turned to Mo Fan, saying, "Mo Fan, my curiosity about you grows. I am convinced your abilities far exceed what you have thus far revealed. My mind may not be vast, yet it surely contains Dragonstones. Without them, a vein could not exist. Therefore, we shall seek the Dragonstones together, but regardless of how many we find, they shall all belong to me. Nevertheless, whether we discover any Dragonstones or not, you are free to take 10 pieces of raw jadeite with you, regardless of their size." Upon hearing this, Mo Fan nodded and replied agreed. Chapter 96. Master of Stone Gambling with Mo Fan's consent. Nanshan carefully stowed away the tea, set into a small safe beneath the tea table. Noticing the look in Mo Fan's eyes, Nanshan elaborated. "This tea set boasts a history of over 5 centuries. When our ancestors acquired it, it was already well formed. The set comprises a teapot and 12 teacups. Though only 9 cups remain today, you have just experienced its remarkable properties, and thus, when Ares took one, the cost I incurred was not insignificant. You must indeed take this opportunity to search earnestly for Dragonstones at the mine." After hearing Nanshan's words, Mo Fan understood that dragon stones possess subtle differences. For instance, some dragon stones can be fashioned into ornaments for wear, allowing the human body to absorb energy naturally. Others require specific methods. The dragon stones used in Nanshan's tea set, for example, must be steeped in hot water to release their energy. Following this discussion, Nanshan arranged for accommodations for Mo Fan and his companions, and they would later dine together. Mo Fan accompanied Jiao Jun to his room, where her complexion still appeared somewhat flushed. He encouraged her to sit down, and after tending to her, her color improved significantly. How do you feel? This must be your first experience absorbing the energy of a dragonstone. What sensations do you perceive? Upon Mo Fan's inquiry, Jiao Jun took a moment to reflect on her physical state. I find that my body has significantly improved, feeling considerably lighter, although I have yet to fully perceive the specifics of this change. This is understandable, as she has only consumed 3 cups of tea. While there is energy within, it is rather limited. The situation has become evident, and in conjunction with some previous explanations from Bai Xiaonan, he has come to understand. Most individuals with special constitutions capable of absorbing the energy from dragonstones generally do so at a slow rate and frequency. The capacity of the body to endure is fixed, and only through years of accumulation can a qualitative transformation occur. Much like physical exercise, progress must be gradual. Circumstances akin to my own are quite rare, and Mo Fan can only attribute this to that enigmatic jade headpiece. Soon, someone arrived to invite them for dinner. Nanshan had already arrived. The meal featured a selection of dishes characteristic of Myanmar, alongside many from the Great Xia cuisine. Moreover, based on Mo Fan's observations, Nanshan's appearance closely resembles that of the Great Xia people. He also spoke the Great Xia language quite fluently, which piqued Mo Fan's curiosity regarding Nanshan's true origins. The food was delightful, and during the meal, Nanshan shared some specifics about his mining operations. The mine is state-owned by Myanmar. However, Nanshan's family has held the rights to mine it for a century. Only 1 year remains, and a new round of contracts will commence next year, leaving the outcome uncertain. Thus, Nanshan is eager to locate dragon stones within the mine, as his family has only managed to unearth 2 stones over the years. He has enlisted 3 skilled stone gamblers, and they will enter the mine together tomorrow to assist Nanshan in his search. The other 2 stone gamblers will arrive at night, and Mo Fan is curious about them as well. In the industry, a proficient stone gambler is often sought after by various factions. There are 3 rooms in total. Mo Fan and Jiao Jun occupy 1 each, while the other room is shared by 2 of Jiao Jun's subordinates. These 2 female assassins, members of her faction, differ from those Mo Fan previously encountered. They appear somewhat older and resemble ordinary individuals, with a darker complexion and an expression that conveys a sense of earnestness. However, Mo Fan has already witnessed their professionalism during the day. The following morning, after Mo Fan and the others had breakfast, Nanshan arranged for them to be taken to a lounge. There were 6 individuals in the lounge. In addition to Nanshan and Governor Chun, there were 2 other groups present. After introductions, it became clear that these were the other 2 stone gamblers, each accompanied by a companion. One was a refined, middle-aged man, perpetually wearing a smile, who greeted Mo Fan and the others with a friendly nod. The other was a young woman, striking in appearance, with her sleek black hair simply tied back with an elastic band, exuding a sense of efficiency. She acknowledged Mo Fan with a nod, but upon seeing Jiao Jun, her eyes revealed a moment of surprise before returning to composure. Boss, this woman is known as Sanjia. She possesses considerable influence in Pakong, engaging in both stone gambling and jade trading, collaborating with many jade merchants in Rue City. Jiao Jun briefly explained to Mo Fan, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Through Nanshan's introduction, Mo Fan learned the name of the elegant middle-aged man, Lin Yuan, a master of jade gambling known for his humility. Sanjia, whose original name was Yu Sanfeng, was widely regarded as Sanjia within the industry due to her exceptional abilities. Soon, everyone followed Nanshan's convoy to his mining site. The scale of the mine was modest, resembling a construction site in its early stages, albeit with several large pits where industrious miners could be seen at work. According to Nanshan, the mine belonged to a branch of the Mogok mining district, one of the earlier mining areas, while the more renowned large mines were held by powerful factions. As Mo Fan entered the operational area alongside the group, the miners paused their tasks, with a heap of already excavated rough stones beside them. One of the subordinates informed them to proceed to other areas for work. The group then approached the designated spot, where Chun Taisho's voice resonated. Esteemed guests, We find ourselves at the finest vein of this mining district. Other areas have reached the bedrock, while we are still in the mid-level strata. Here are some materials excavated and selectively chosen over the past few days. I invite you all to take a look. Upon Chun Taisho's remarks, Lin Yuan and San Jie moved closer to examine the stones, their demeanor suggesting familiarity with the mine, devoid of curiosity. In contrast, Mo Fan was experiencing a mine for the first time, and honestly, it differed vastly from his expectations. He had envisioned a subterranean labyrinth, with winding passages and miners donning headlamps within caverns. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it and made his way to the selected materials. The stones were numerous and haphazardly piled together. Lin Yuan and San Jie began by observing the shapes and skins of the stones, methodically sorting them into various categories at a steady pace. San Jie employed a similar approach, distinguishing them by stone shape and skin. Mo Fan, however, took a simpler method. He picked up a stone, glanced at it, and set it aside, then repeated the action with another stone, placing it in a different pile. His unorthodox method left others astonished, their gazes drawn to him. I am merely selecting materials that catch my eye. There is no need for concern, Mo Fan explained, continuing his seemingly random selection. The others paid him little mind, except for Lin Yuan, who cast Mo Fan a meaningful glance. The materials Mo Fan handled had decent quality, yet many stones exhibited no energetic properties. These were merely ordinary ores, substantial in size, yet belonging to the jade category, albeit lacking fully formed jade within. Typically, the materials in question are either of the black chicken or jadeite variety, their weight akin to that of jade. However, due to their considerable size, discerning their true nature solely based on weight is rather challenging. The energy they emanate hovers around 2, with no remarkable high-energy specimens detected. Even though these materials exhibit some characteristics on their surface, this is after careful selection and cleansing of superficial dirt. Otherwise, it will be quite arduous to perceive any noteworthy traits from the raw materials just unearthed. After meticulously examining the specimens available, Mo Fan was unable to select any of superior quality. He only managed to identify 2 pieces, one large and one small, with energy fluctuations measuring 25 and 28, which bear some value. After choosing these 2 pieces, he accepted the water offered by Jiao Jun and took a generous gulp. He then observed Lin Yuan and Yu Sanfeng as they sifted through the stones, clearly noting that they too had not unearthed anything of significance. After a considerable duration, both had each selected 2 or 3 pieces, their expressions betraying the less-than-ideal quality of their finds. The trio subsequently shared their findings with Nanshan. Governor Chen advised everyone to exercise caution. If safety could be assured, they might venture to inspect the currently excavated mining layers. When this question arose, the expressions of the 3 shifted, not out of fear, but due to the complexity of assessing the ore veins, a task far more challenging than evaluating materials. The knowledge, expertise, and experience involved in such an endeavor were substantial. Nevertheless, having received benefits from their hosts, the 3 felt obliged to comply with the request. They advanced towards the mining layer ahead, which was notably elevated compared to the surrounding terrain. The exposed or layer reached only 3 to 4 meters in height, with minimal sediment allowing for a glimpse of the intermixed minerals. Such locations within a mining site are commonly referred to as stone corners, indicating a small section of a mining layer. Despite being termed small, these areas can still span the size of a basketball court. Yu Sanfeng made a beeline for the rock face, wielding a small shovel, tapping against the exposed minerals as she walked. Mo Fan approached the rock face as well, gliding his hand along its surface. He discovered that by placing his palm against the rock, he could still faintly sense some energy fluctuations. However, these fluctuations were rather unstable, with some emanating from the intermixed minerals above, while others, quite feeble, originated from within the soil. Regardless of their source, all were notably weak. After half an hour had elapsed, the 3 reconvened beside Nanshan, each articulating their discoveries. Lin Yuan remarked, "The excavation at the site has been quite extensive. Currently, the extension of the ore vein remains obscured, and we can only infer from the markings left by the excavation. The soil color and mineral distribution in this stone corner suggest we should dig towards the center." Yu Sanfeng concurred. Senior Lin is correct. I too observed that the minerals in the center appear more concentrated. Moreover, their overall quality seems superior to that on either side. I recommend we proceed with excavating from the center. After sharing their insights, both turned their gaze towards Mo Fan, intrigued to discern what this young man, so highly regarded by Nanshan, could perceive. After all, when Mo Fan was selecting materials earlier, he did not exhibit an abundance of skill. Both individuals were somewhat uncertain regarding his true capabilities in assessing the materials. In response to their expectant gazes, Mo Fan pondered for a moment before articulating his thoughts. Since both of you favor excavating from the center, I concur, as there is indeed commendable jade there. However, if we wish to uncover the dragonstone, I believe we should dig towards the right and delve deeper. Upon hearing the opinions of the group, Governor Chen contemplated for a moment and then instructed the others to rest in a nearby iron shed. He summoned 2 excavators, one directed towards the center and the other towards the lower right, as per Mo Fan's suggestion. Meanwhile, the previously examined materials were cleared away. Beside the iron shed, they set about cutting the few selected pieces of material. The site was equipped with 2 cutting machines, a standard one for smaller stones and a larger machine for cutting bigger rocks. Soon, the thunderous noise of machinery filled the air, prompting Mo Fan and the others to seek respite outside, though the sun blazed fiercely. In this region, the intensity of ultraviolet rays far surpassed that of the Central Plains. Observing the laborers toiling under the relentless sun, Mo Fan noted their sun-kissed skin and hands adorned with deep cracks, making it difficult to fathom how they had grown accustomed to such harsh conditions. In the sweltering heat, Governor Chun had ice-cold watermelons and beverages brought from the vehicle. The bearer was a robust, dark-skinned man from Myanmar, cradling a large iron box. As he approached, Mo Fan recognized it as an old-fashioned icebox, reminiscent of those once seen at village corners, where vendors sold popsicles from bicycle-mounted coolers, though this one was significantly larger. Once the icebox was opened, a refreshing breeze wafted forth. Inside were juices and chilled watermelons and cantaloupes. Mo Fan seized a slice of watermelon and took a bite, the instant sweetness and coolness eliciting a deep sigh of relief. On a scorching day, nothing quenched thirst quite like chilled watermelon. Soon, the watermelon was devoured, alleviating some of the oppressive heat. This ice-cold watermelon is divine. If only there were ice cream, thought Yu Sanfeng, clearly feeling the heat. After cooling off with watermelon, she began to yearn for ice cream. However, she appeared to be in her 20s, yet her technique and experience in selecting materials earlier were remarkably adept, piquing Mo Fan's curiosity about this woman. Wonderful. He says there's ice cream. I shall fetch it. Yu Sanfeng exclaimed joyfully, thanking the man before he made his way back to the parking area. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Fan decided to remain here for a while and venture out. After all, it was rather monotonous. He wandered towards the area where the excavated stones were piled, where numerous individuals wielded small shovels, tapping and striking the scattered stones to discern the presence of jade by sound. Just as Mo Fan encountered an elderly man from Myanmar holding another small freezer, he managed to procure a handful of ice creams, approximately a dozen. He proceeded towards the selection area for materials. Upon arrival, a voice speaking the language of the Great Xia called out, "Boss, may I have an ice cream?" Mo Fan glanced toward the source of the voice and saw a small girl. Her clothes were somewhat tattered, and her complexion was dark and pitiable. She sat quietly on a stone, gazing at Mo Fan and the ice creams in his hand. With her large eyes and a face that bore a faint resemblance to the features of the Great Xia, she appeared both innocent and forlorn. Without hesitation, Mo Fan handed her an ice cream. "Little sister, what brings you here? Where your family? With such a blazing sun, aren't you afraid of heat stroke?" Mo Fan asked, feeling a pang of compassion as he squatted beside her, placing the remaining ice creams in his arms and helping her unwrap the packaging. The little girl, however, cheerfully replied, "I came with my grandfather. He is working, and I am waiting for him here." Mo Fan observed her surroundings, which were in a sunken area, providing some shade. Yet, as the sun climbed higher, this spot would no longer offer any relief. "Would you like to rest over there in the metal shed while you wait for your grandfather?" he suggested. "No," Grandpa said I should not stray too far from him, or he would worry, she responded, still holding the ice cream without taking a bite. Watching as it began to melt, Mo Fan encouraged her to eat, but she stood up, thanked him, and then ran over to an elderly man who was hammering away at a stone with a small shovel. She handed the ice cream to the old man and pointed at Mo Fan. The elder affectionately patted her head, rolled up his sleeve, and wiped the sweat from her brow. He then took the ice cream and first offered it to her. Only then did the little girl take a bite, her face lighting up with a joyful smile. The elderly man took the girl's hand and approached Mo Fan, first expressing his gratitude, and then saying, "This young man, you seem unfamiliar. You must be a newcomer from the Great Xia. Am I correct?" The elder spoke fluently in the Great Xia language, prompting Mo Fan to quickly offer another ice cream. "Yes, sir. I am indeed from the Great Xia. I came here today with the owner of Nanshan to select materials. Where do you and your granddaughter hail from? After handing over the ice cream, he set the others aside, pulled out a cigarette, and offered one to the old man. Thank you, boss. We are from Ruishi. The child's parents are working elsewhere, and I happen to have a relative here. I came to do some work and earn a little for the household. Bringing the child along with me, the old man replied, showing his yellowed teeth stained from years of smoking, his face lined with many wrinkles as he smiled. Mo Fan engaged him in further conversation, explaining that he had come to explore the area and had fortuitously encountered the little girl. With the elder's introduction, he made his way to the nearby work area where about 10 individuals were laboring. He distributed ice creams among them and shared a few cigarettes, gradually fostering a friendly dialogue with everyone present. They exchanged experiences regarding their work, teaching Mo Fan how to discern whether a stone is jade by listening to the sound produced when striking it with a small shovel. Some individuals possessed remarkable skills, able to ascertain the nature of the stone based solely on its shape and the minerals and soil attached to it. This revelation greatly broadened Mo Fan's understanding, allowing him to acquire a wealth of knowledge. At that moment, an elderly man approached and tugged at Mo Fan's sleeve, prompting him to pause and curiously regard the elder. Through their previous conversation, he learned that the elder's surname was Bai, and he was invited to address him as Old Bai. Mo Fan, feeling a mix of respect and familiarity, addressed him as Uncle Bai. What is it, Uncle Bai? Is there something on your mind? He inquired, eager to satisfy his curiosity. Mo Boss, you've come to collect materials, hand.he? Follow me, Uncle Bai replied, gesturing toward the young girl nearby. Along the way, he casually picked up a rather smooth stone. Upon reaching the girl, he said, Xiaomi, please stand up for a moment. Let me replace your stone. The girl complied, revealing the stone she had been sitting on. Uncle Bai took that stone and replaced it with the one he had picked up, allowing her to sit again. He crouched down, and Mo Fan mirrored his actions, focusing his gaze on the unassuming stone. Mo Boss, thank you for earlier. This stone has puzzled me during my time here. Many have examined it, deeming it mere ordinary or I've mentioned it several times to the overseer, yet everyone insists it is nothing special. While it sounds like any other stone when struck, I've always felt it had an unusual quality. I'm not particularly skilled, but there is something distinct about it. If you're here to collect materials, you might want to take it for a closer examination, Uncle Bai remarked, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm and a smile gracing his face. Intrigued by his excitement, Mo Fan took the stone into his hands for a closer inspection. Indeed, it appeared rather ordinary, resembling a larger pebble at first glance. Its weight was not as substantial as that of jadeite, prompting Mo Fan to give it a gentle shake. Yet, something felt amiss. The stone seemed heavier than he initially perceived. Most notably, he began to sense a faint, elusive energy emanating from it. The subtlety of this energy was curious. Initially, it eluded detection, but as he held it longer, the vibrations became increasingly palpable. Upon closer examination, he noticed an almost imperceptible crack on one side of the stone, through which the energy appeared to flow. Though subtle, the intensity of this energy was remarkable, akin to the fleeting jolt one might feel from holding an egg that occasionally delivers a gentle shock. At this juncture, curiosity piqued. Mo Fan borrowed Uncle Bai's shovel and lightly tapped the edge of the stone. A minuscule white mark appeared, only to vanish upon contact. This peculiar occurrence intrigued him further. It was not the typical behavior of an ordinary pebble. With renewed interest, he gently traced his fingertip along the fine crack, and this time, the sensation of energy was unmistakable, strong and vibrant. However, there exists a certain kind of restrained strength. Thank you, Uncle Bai. I find this stone quite intriguing. By the way, how did you discern its uniqueness? Mo Fan expressed his gratitude and then inquired. Upon noticing Mo Fan's interest, Uncle Bai felt a surge of delight and began to share his insights. It was at this moment that Mo Fan realized the elder possessed remarkable expertise. This stone is smooth and polished. However, its hue does not reflect the typical black, easily worn texture. Furthermore, although the stone is oval in shape, it exhibits several subtly pronounced edges. Such features remain hidden upon casual observation, yet they contribute to the overall incongruity. If it were merely an ordinary stone, such subtle edges would have long been eroded through tectonic movements or mutual pressure. With over 30 years of experience dealing with jadeite rough, he could tell that the stone's quality and tactile sensation were distinct from ordinary stones, yet also bore differences from jadeite. Moreover, through their recent exchange, Mo Fan discovered that Uncle Bai was indeed quite extraordinary.